557. Chapter 1, The New Year's Eve Party. Chapter 1, The New Year's Eve Party. December 31st, 1975. Song Xilan was bundled up in thick clothes carrying a grocery basket. Early in the morning, she was jostled and pushed around at the entrance of the provision store, her shoes stepped on several times. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, wearing a pair of old, scuffed leather shoes. Lan, over here, come quickly. A middle-aged woman with short, permed hair waved at her from the front of the line. As soon as she spoke, a stout woman nearby loudly protested, as if defending the sanctity of the queue. Song Xilan quickly waved her hand. Aunt Zhao, no need, I'll just stay in line here. Her voice was gentle and sweet, and the people around her looked at her more kindly. The woman maintaining order also put on a smile. That's the way it should be. If everyone cuts in line, what would it look like? We might as well just grab things. The woman who had called out earlier felt awkward and muttered to herself, ungrateful. Song Xilan smiled slightly. Some people's favors were not worth accepting. If she dared to cut in line today, by tomorrow the whole compound would know that Zhao Guotian had saved her a spot. By the day after, it would be rumored that she was dating Zhao Guotian's son and was about to get married. As the provision store's door panels were removed, the crowd rushed in, and Song Xilan was pushed around several more times. Luckily, she wasn't frail and managed to steady herself as she entered the store. Seeing the large chunks of beef hanging above the meat counter, she beamed. Today was a lucky day, there was beef, and it was worth getting up early for. She bought a pound of beef, 2 tails of pork, and some pork knuckles, liver, and intestines that didn't require ration coupons. She also bought a fish. With her basket brimming, she squeezed her way out of the crowd. She got on her bicycle and hurried home. When she entered, her father, Song Bailey, was holding an enamel cup with 6 steaming buns he had just brought back from the communal canteen. He had also just returned. Her mother, Tan Aiji, had already cooked the congee and was waiting for the pork tenderloin, liver, and intestines. I'm here, Mom. I bought beef. Let's make pickled cabbage and beef dumplings tonight. Song Xilan handed the basket to Tan Aiji and hurried to change and comb her hair. She braided her shoulder-length hair into 2 pigtails, tied with thin red ribbons into bows. She freshened up, scooped a fingerful of cold cream, and carefully applied it to her face. Song Xilan had good skin, smooth and delicate like freshly made tofu, and very fair. With the cold cream on, it looked even more radiant. Tan Aiji worked quickly, cleaning the intestines in no time and cutting them into finger-sized pieces. She sliced the pork tenderloin and liver thinly, marinating them with ginger and seasonings. The rice in the clay pot had already puffed up, rolling into chrysanthemum shapes under the flame. Come out quickly, it's time for breakfast, Tan Aiji called out as she poured the marinated ingredients into the pot, stirring them evenly with a spoon. As soon as it boiled, she turned off the heat and sprinkled a handful of scallions. A sweet, savory aroma immediately filled the room, making everyone's mouths water. The Song family was particular about their meals. While other families rushed in the morning and just grabbed something from the communal canteen, the Songs insisted on eating well and making sure every meal was satisfying. The communal canteen's breakfast chef was from the north, skilled in making wheat-based dishes, and his meat buns were especially fragrant. But the canteen's congee was no good, watery and bland with the rice and water separate. Tan Aiji had gotten up early just to cook this pot of sweet, soft, and glutinous pork liver and tenderloin congee. The ingredients had to be fresh and bought on the spot, all for the sake of that one word, freshness and flavor. It's only because their family is well off, with both parents earning high salaries and their daughter already employed, that they can afford to eat meat every single day. In any other household, who could keep up with such a lifestyle? As Tan Aiji likes to say, being able to eat is a blessing, and what you eat is what you truly own. In life, when you encounter something unpleasant, just have a good meal. If that doesn't work, then have 2. People who love to eat and know how to eat well are unlikely to have a hard life. The Song family indeed lives well, with everyone eating heartily and growing plump. If there's any concern, it's probably about Song Xilan's future marriage. A good daughter draws many suitors. Song Xilan is naturally beautiful and well cared for, with a plump and radiant appearance, clearly indicating she's never lacked for food or clothing. She also has an excellent personality, always greeting people with a sweet, gentle smile. Older folks particularly like such girls, seeing them as easy to raise and blessed. Since Song Xilan graduated from high school at 18, matchmakers have been constantly knocking on their door, not just because of her, but also because her father, Song Bailey, is the director of Limin Food Factory, indicating a good family background. Song Bailey and Tan Aiji, however, are in no hurry to marry her off. Their precious daughter, raised with such care, is not someone they'd want to marry off so soon. They'd rather keep her by their side for a few more years. But Song Xilan hasn't taken a shine to any of the young men introduced to her. She has a particular quirk. She loves good-looking men, preferably with an artistic flair, who can sing and dance, and even recite a few melancholic poems. 6 months ago, Song Xilan went to the municipal song and dance troupe with some friends and met a new young actor, Yang Jingyu. The spark of love in her heart ignited instantly. It was love at first sight. Song Xilan came home blushing and told her parents about her feelings. She's an obedient child, always sharing everything with her parents from a young age. After all, they've lived decades longer and are wiser. Listening to their advice is always the right move. Aiji, like her daughter, also has an eye for good looks. Hearing that Yang Jingyu was handsome, she immediately became interested, and the mother-daughter duo even went to watch a performance by the troupe. Song Bailey, on the other hand, made sure to thoroughly investigate the young man's background. He turned out to be a diligent young man with a clean record, no messy situations around him, but his family background wasn't great. He's from a rural area, his father passed away early, and he was raised by his hardworking widowed mother. As a child, being an orphan in the village, he and his mother faced a lot of hardship and bullying. Later, when the county's ideological and cultural propaganda team came to the commune for a performance while others were just watching the show, he saw an opportunity to change his life. He boldly approached the team's leader and made an impression, and surprisingly, he was recruited into the propaganda team at just 14 years old. Not long ago, with his excellent qualities and hard-earned skills, he was admitted into the municipal song and dance troupe. It's quite an inspiring story of perseverance and success. Chapter 2, A Sincere Heart Wasted. Chapter 2, A Sincere Heart Wasted. Aiji almost shed tears upon hearing this. This child, it hasn't been easy for her to get to where she is today. While she sympathizes, she wouldn't take her daughter's future lightly. She advised her daughter that it's okay to spend more time together, but not to get too carried away and lose herself. When it comes to relationships, one should always take time to truly understand if the other person is right for them. Song Xilan blushed shyly. What are you talking about? There's nothing going on between us yet. However, this nothing has been the case for quite a while. After knowing each other for so long, their relationship has only progressed to the point where she musters the courage to bring him food, and he smiles and says thank you. He treats her just like any other admirer. They haven't even walked together on the street, let alone held hands or kissed. Song Xilan was almost ready to give up. It's no fun always being the one to show affection without getting any in return. But then, Yang Jingyu suddenly had someone send her a ticket for tonight's New Year's gala at the city government auditorium, and also conveyed that he wanted to see her, asking her to come backstage after the performance. Song Xilan's heart was racing all night. She headed out early this morning to buy beef. Yang Jingyu had mentioned that he loves the sour cabbage and beef dumplings her mom makes, and that he can't eat too much before performance as it affects his agility, so he would be tired and hungry after performing, and she should bring him dumplings. The family enjoyed a delicious breakfast of large meat buns and hot pork liver and intestine congee, starting their day on a happy and contented note. The entire Song family works at the food factory and lives in the factory's staff dormitory, just a few steps away from the factory, so they don't even need a bicycle, they just walk. Song Bailey is the factory manager, Aiji works in the finance department, and Song Xilan, who just graduated from high school, has been temporarily assigned to work in the factory's retail department by Song Bailey. He plans to have her take an exam for a position once the office manager retires and a spot opens up, to avoid any claims of favoritism. Song Xilan really enjoys her current job as a salesperson in the retail department. Meeting different people every day, chatting and laughing, makes the day fly by. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, a holiday, and by the afternoon, everyone is already in a festive mood, cleaning up early and closing right on time. Song Xilan rushed home, where Aiji was already back, chopping the dumpling filling. She quickly put on an apron and washed her hands. Mom, I'll do it. You go and knead the dough. Aiji, being a southerner, isn't very skilled at making dough, so she specially learned from the canteen chef how to knead dough for dumpling skins, but she never got the hang of rolling out beautiful wrappers, so their dumpling wrappers are made by rolling out a large thin sheet of dough and then using a can lid of the right size to cut out round shapes. The sour cabbage is very fragrant, pickled by Aiji herself, tangy and crisp, with a fermented rice scent. Song Xilan chopped the beef, took out a piece of sour cabbage, wrung out the water, chopped it finely, and mixed it with the minced beef, then let Aiji season it. The family worked together, with Song Bailey in charge of rolling the dough and cutting out the wrappers, while the mother and daughter wrapped the dumplings, making them plump and full, just like the Song family themselves. Song Xilan had already told her parents that she was going to the New Year's gala tonight and would bring a box of dumplings for Yang Jingyu. So the dumplings were made in a quantity for 4 people. Besides the dumplings, Aiji also made a pot of corn and carrot pork bone soup and stir-fried some vegetables, and the family had a lively meal together. Song Xilan then hurriedly went to change. She wore a white-fitted cashmere sweater that Song Bailey bought from Haiching during a business trip, paired with a newly made red and black plaid pinafore dress, white long socks, and black buckle shoes. She let down her hair, which naturally curled, and pinned a crystal hair clip on the side, a gift from her aunt who went abroad for an exchange study, sparkling brightly, just like her joyful eyes. When she went out, she put on a red wool coat, which made her skin look like creamy jade, truly a flower of wealth in the human world. Aiji packed the freshly cooked dumplings into a lunchbox, wrapped it in a thick towel to keep it warm, and placed it in a net bag for Song Xilan. Don't stay out too late, come home early. Song Xilan's cheeks were fair with a healthy rosy glow, and she was brimming with energy. Got it, Dad, Mom, I'm heading out. The couple smiled as they saw their daughter off, then turned to each other and sighed. Aiji, lately, I've noticed our Lan going all out for someone, and it really bothers me. If it doesn't work out, she can just move on, but now he suddenly starts showing interest again. What does that mean? Song Bailey, don't worry too much. I'll have someone check out why that guy suddenly changed his attitude. Song Xilan pushed her bicycle to the door of another household in the same compound and called out, Xiaoling, let's head out. A young girl in a blue corduroy jacket and black pants with 2 braids and a slim figure ran out. Coming. She hopped right onto the back seat of Song Xilan's bicycle. Let's go. Zhang Qiaoling's mother hurried out with an old cotton-padded jacket. It's chilly at night, put this on. Zhang Qiaoling was a bit reluctant. I'm not cold. But her mother insisted and shoved the jacket into her arms. What do you mean you're not cold? I know you too well. You'd rather tough it out than lose face. Song Xilan smiled and pedaled the bicycle. Auntie Fong, we're heading out. Zhang Qiaoling had grown up with Song Xilan and they were classmates. Zhang Qiaoling's parents were both workers in the food factory. After she graduated from high school, her family was afraid she wouldn't find a job and would be sent to the countryside, so they gave her their job. She had 2 younger brothers and the family of 5 had to live on the wages of 2 people, so their financial situation was naturally much worse than the Song family's. The corduroy jacket she was wearing was made 2 years ago and was seldom worn, only on special occasions. She would take it off and store it as soon as she got home, so it still looked brand new after 2 years. Fortunately, it was made a bit loose, and although she had grown a bit taller in the past 2 years, she hadn't gained much weight, so it still fit her well. But in the cold winter, with just the sweater and the corduroy jacket, the wind would make her shiver. Even so, she stubbornly held the old cotton-padded jacket in her arms, refusing to wear it. If she wore the cotton-padded jacket, the corduroy jacket she was wearing would be wasted. Chapter 3, A Kind and Innocent Girl. Chapter 3, A Kind and Innocent Girl. The tickets for the New Year's gala were given to Song Xilan by Yang Jingyu through Zhang Qiaoling. It was because of Zhang Qiaoling that Song Xilan got to know Yang Jingyu in the first place. Yang Jingyu was a distant relative from the maternal side of Zhang Qiaoling's mother, Yang Zufang, so distant that they were hardly related. But that's just how it is in rural communities. Once you leave the countryside and settle in the city, you become the pride of the entire village. No matter how close or distant the relationship, fellow villagers who come to the city will always stop by your home, and you're expected to treat them well. Otherwise, word will get back to the village and you'll be labeled as snobbish and ungrateful. When Yang Jingyu was admitted to the municipal song and dance troupe, his mother worried that he would be alone in the city with no one to rely on. She went to great lengths to find the address of her distant relative, Yang Zufang, and wrote a letter asking her to take good care of Yang Jingyu. Yang Zufang was very warm-hearted. When Yang Jingyu first arrived, she went to tidy up his dormitory and bought all sorts of necessary daily supplies for him. From time to time, she would also send Zhang Qiaoling to deliver food and other items to him. Such kindness would earn praise wherever it was shown. Song Xilan got to know Yang Jingyu because she once went with Zhang Qiaoling to deliver things to him. The seats Yang Jingyu got for them were excellent, near the front and close to the VIP section for the leaders. They had a perfect view of the stage performances. Song Xilan borrowed a program from someone and took a look. There were 12 performances in total, and Yang Jingyu was involved in 3 of them. For a newcomer, this was quite impressive. Song Xilan felt proud. Soon, she saw Yang Jingyu on stage and happily waved at him. Yang Jingyu also saw her and gave her a bright smile. Song Xilan's heart raced and her cheeks flushed. Zhang Qiaoling nudged her with an elbow, sharing a knowing smile. After Yang Jingyu's performances were over, Song Xilan couldn't sit still anymore. Zhang Qiaoling whispered, "Why don't you head backstage?" Song Xilan said seriously, "Wouldn't that be inappropriate? I'll wait until the gala ends and go with you." Zhang Qiaoling laughed and pushed her, "Come on, stop pretending around me. Go ahead. I won't go in later. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the auditorium after it ends." Song Xilan then stood up, crouching slightly, and whispered, "I'm off then." This was only her second time backstage. The first time was when she came with Zhang Qiaoling, who liked a female singer in their troupe. Zhang Qiaoling wanted to use Yang Jingyu's connections to get backstage and see her, hoping to get an autograph. Yang Jingyu wasn't too happy about it, saying that backstage was a restricted area and he was afraid they might accidentally damage props or costumes. He didn't allow them to wander around and they didn't get the autograph. But Song Xilan didn't mind. Instead, she thought it was reasonable for a newcomer to be cautious. This time, she was just as careful, avoiding the chaotic crowd and trying not to touch anything. As she carefully looked around, she heard Yang Jingyu call her, "Lan Lan, over here." Song Xilan's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had called her so affectionately. Before, he had always called her comrade Song Xilan. Yang Jingyu had charming peach blossom eyes, and when he looked at someone intently, it often felt very deep and affectionate. Song Xilan's cheeks turned bright red, and her voice trembled as she spoke. Yang Jingyu, your performances today were great. Are you tired? You must be hungry. Here are some sour cabbage and beef dumplings my mom made. Try them." The lunchbox, wrapped in a thick towel, was still warm. Song Xilan handed it over with trembling hands, not daring to look him in the eye. Yang Jingyu reached out to take it, his fingertips lightly brushing the back of her hand. His voice was unusually gentle. "Thank you. I'm sure they'll be delicious." Song Xilan's hand trembled as if an electric current shot through her. She was momentarily stunned, and inexplicably, a series of words flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. Fat cow die. Shameless, seducing the male lead. When is the time-traveling heroine going to arrive? I don't want to see this fat woman making advances in front of the male lead. The female lead is meant for the male lead. She must wait until she gives birth, completes her recovery period after childbirth, and raises the child. Once the female lead arrives, she'll just get a well-trained husband and an obedient son. That's what it means to be life's winner. She's mooching off the male lead for a few years. What a bargain for this fat woman. I feel bad for Yang Jingyu. Brother, you don't worry. In a couple of years, the woman truly meant for you will come, and then you can live a truly happy life together. What's going on here? Someone wants to steal her man and child and even wishes her dead? It's sad that he married her, but replacing her with someone else leads to true happiness? Although she was confused and didn't fully understand what it meant, Song Xilan instinctively felt that the dumplings her mother painstakingly made shouldn't be eaten by a man who would abandon her in a couple of years to find happiness with someone else. Snapping out of it, Yang Jingyu had already opened the lid of the lunchbox and the savory smell of dumplings wafted out. He reached out with his chopsticks, about to pick one up. Song Xilan grabbed the lunchbox and closed it. I don't want you to have it anymore. After saying that, she turned and ran. Yang Jingyu was stunned. Lan. He was about to chase after her when a young girl from the troupe stopped him. Yang Jingyu, I need to ask you something. Song Xilan was still fuming after coming out. Shameless? Who's the shameless one here? Is it shameless to go after love? If he didn't like her, he could have just refused. Why would he eat the food she gave him? Who's really shameless here? Without thinking, she ran out through the back door of the auditorium. It was pretty dark out, and Song Xilan looked around, trying to figure out how to get to where she had parked her bicycle, when she saw a dark figure crouching in the corner, sheltered from the wind. Song Xilan was startled, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was an old beggar, wrapped in a tattered military coat, wearing a worn-out military cap, with a scruffy beard. It's so cold out here in the winter, how pitiful. If he had a place to stay, he wouldn't be crouching here. It's so late, I wonder if he's eaten. Song Xilan instinctively handed the lunchbox to him. Here, you can have this. The old beggar looked up at her in surprise, his eyes bright and sharp, not at all like an old beggar, but more like a fierce wild wolf. The man's sharp gaze swept over Song Xilan from head to toe, then he suddenly smiled, took the lunchbox and said, "Thank you." Then he stood up. His voice was deep and rich, but it was the voice of a young man. Song Xilan was trembling all over. The man was a head taller than her, big and strong, giving off a strong, beastly vibe. A line of text flashed through her mind. How bold of her to provoke Jiang Qixiao, the series' biggest villain. Chapter 4 Ambition. Chapter 4 Ambition. Yikes! Song Xilan exclaimed, turning around and bolting. Unlike the anger she felt when she ran out of the auditorium earlier, this time she was scared, fleeing in panic like a poor little rabbit being chased by a beast. The man watched her fleeing figure and chuckled, then lowered his head to open the lid of the lunchbox, picking up a dumpling with his mouth and eating it. Tastes good. In no time, he finished the entire box of dumplings. Jiang Qixiao continued to lazily lean against the corner of the wall, one hand resting on his bent knee, playing with the aluminum lunchbox in his hand. Thinking of the little chubby girl's startled appearance earlier, the corner of his mouth curled up. What a goofball. At this moment he heard the noisy commotion in front, knowing that the variety show had ended. He got up and ambled over to the back door. Zhang Qiaoling waited at the auditorium entrance as planned for a long time, but Song Xilan didn't come out, making her a little worried. Afraid that Song Xilan might be too smitten with Yang Jingyu and end up the talk of the town, she gritted her teeth and went backstage. However, Yang Jingyu told her that Song Xilan had already left. Xiaoling, Lan seemed a little off tonight. Could you ask her if I upset her somehow? If so, I'll find a time to apologize. Zhang Qiaoling looked at him puzzled. What's with the sudden niceness toward Lan? You weren't like this before. She wasn't clueless. Anyone could see Yang Jingyu had been indifferent to Song Xilan before. Sure, she wanted them together, but his sudden change was baffling. Yang Jingyu, I messed up before, only caring about looks and not seeing how kind and sweet Lan is. Zhang Qiaoling was even more confused. Song Xilan was so pretty, how blind could he be to think she wasn't? So what made you see her as kind and sweet now? She was determined to get to the bottom of it. Yang Jingyu was momentarily speechless. He just blurted it out. Who knows where he got that from? Alright, I remember our leader has something to discuss with me. Gotta run. Don't forget to ask her for me. Zhang Qiaoling pouted. That's odd. As she turned to leave, her eyes suddenly lit up, spotting the female singer she liked, Yang Jingyu, not far ahead. Excited, she hurried over. She saw Yang Jingyu frowning. Someone said you were looking for me? Then she noticed a tall, scruffy man in a tattered military coat standing in front of Yang Jingyu, looking pretty intimidating. No wonder Yang Jingyu looked annoyed. Zhang Qiaoling was also a bit scared, hesitant to approach, but it was rare to encounter Yang Jingyu, so she didn't want to leave. As she hesitated, the man spoke. I'm a comrade of Guangshan. He wanted me to give this to you, Guangshan. Before the man could finish, Yang Jingyu showed an impatient expression. I told him in my letter. As she spoke, she watched the man take out a handkerchief bundle from his coat pocket and open it. Inside was a Plum Blossom brand lady's watch, the metal strap and dial gleaming under the overhead light. She then changed her tone. Quit buying me stuff. Save your money, you'll need it later. Jiang Qixiao looked upset. Comrade Jiang, I'm sorry, Guangshan he. Wait, isn't that Lanlan's lunchbox? How'd you get it? Zhang Qiaoling, worried about Song Xilan, couldn't help but ask the seemingly fierce man. The lunchbox dangled from Jiang Qingxiao's pinky, hooked by the handle. She ate lunch with Song Xilan every day and knew that lunchbox well. The dented lid edge made it unmistakably Song Xilan's. She's gone missing, but her lunchbox has ended up in the hands of this scary stranger. Of course, Zhang Qiaoling was worried. Jiang Qingxiao turned his head. This? Do you know whose lunchbox this is? Yang Jingyu was waiting for Jiang Qingxiao to hand her the watch, but suddenly someone started talking out of the blue. Jiang Qingxiao's hand retracted, and she glared at Zhang Qiaoling annoyed. Zhang Qiaoling's mind was entirely on the lunchbox and she didn't notice. Yes, this is my friend's lunchbox. How did you get it? Where's she? Where did she go? Jiang Qingxiao handed the lunchbox to Zhang Qiaoling. Great, you can return it to her for me. Tell her thanks for the dumplings. She gave me the lunchbox and left. I don't know where she went. Zhang Qiaoling, that doesn't make sense, these were clearly the dumplings Song Xilan was going to give to Yang Jingyu. Even though the Song family is well off, she wouldn't just hand them over to anyone. But giving food to a man could harm Song Xilan's reputation, so Zhang Qiaoling didn't say it directly. These dumplings were supposed to go to someone else. How did you end up with them? Jiang Qingxiao's voice carried a hint of laughter. Maybe she's just kind-hearted. Zhang Qiaoling was in a hurry to find Song Xilan, so she didn't say much. Okay, I'm off. Just as she turned around, the man called out to her. What's the name of that kind girl you mentioned? Zhang Qiaoling looked at him warily. Why do you want to know? Jiang Qingxiao, a meal in times of hunger and cold is a kindness I won't forget. So poetic, what's he on about? Zhang Qiaoling muttered softly. Then call her lay phone. Jiang Jingyu was getting impatient. Sorry to bother you. Guangshan's in such a rush. Jiang Qingxiao said in a low voice. Guangshan has already passed away. Ah. Jiang Jingyu gasped in shock and took a step back. At the Song family home, Song Bailey looked furious, angry at the news he had just heard. I should have known that too much ambition is not a good thing. Yang Jingyu, a child from the countryside, has come a long way. People say he is ambitious and strives to improve, but from another perspective, that's just having ambition. Having ambition is not a bad thing, but if the ambition is too great, or if one resorts to unscrupulous means to climb up, then it's not a good thing. The reason Yang Jingyu suddenly changed his attitude towards our Lanlan is because he heard about your elder brother's status. Tenaiji also changed her expression. How did he know? Tenaiji's elder brother, Song Xilan's uncle, is the deputy director of the Provincial Cultural Bureau. The Municipal Song and Dance Troupe is a subordinate unit of the Provincial Cultural Bureau. After Yang Jingyu found out about Song Xilan's uncle's status, he immediately changed his attitude towards her. His intentions were clear. Chapter 5 Ginger and Sweet Potato Soup. Chapter 5 Ginger and Sweet Potato Soup. It definitely wasn't Lanlan who said it. Tenaiji was confident about this regarding her daughter. Song Xilan was never a girl who liked to show off. Moreover, from the very beginning they had instructed her not to reveal her family background to the other party before their relationship was confirmed. So Song Xilan definitely wouldn't have said anything. However, Yang Jingyu should have learned about Song Xilan's parents from Zhang Qiaoling. But Song Bailey, being the director of a food factory, wouldn't be of much help to Yang Jingyu's career as an actor in a performing arts troupe. That's why Yang Jingyu initially paid no attention to Song Xilan. Relationships built on external factors ultimately cannot last. What if her uncle retires someday? Or what if he meets a girl from a more prominent family? Where would their daughter be then? The couple's final conclusion was that the man's character was dubious and not worth it. But their daughter was head over heels. How could they dissuade her from this notion? It was really worrying. Song Bailey couldn't sit still. I'll go to the intersection to see if Lanlan has returned. Tenaiji, I'll go too. The couple put on their coats, tied their scarves, left the compound, and walked to the streetlight at the intersection. From afar, they saw a red figure running towards them. They were so familiar with their daughter's appearance that they recognized her at a glance. Tenaiji's heart almost jumped out of her mouth. Isn't that our Lanlan? The couple quickly jogged forward to meet her, only to find that their daughter was crying, her delicate face chapped by the wind. The couple was devastated. Tenaiji immediately stepped forward and hugged her daughter. Lanlan, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom, who bullied you. Song Xilan was filled with both the anger of being replaced and betrayed by a lover in the future, and the fear of encountering a terrifying man. Running back, she was exhausted and scared, her throat hurt from the cold wind, and all her grievances turned into tears in front of her parents. She burst into loud sobs in her mother's arms. Song Bailey and Tenaiji exchanged glances, both filled with anger. Their daughter was usually cheerful. If she wasn't deeply wronged, she wouldn't cry like this. It must be that jerk Yang Jingyu who bullied her. Tenaiji gently patted Song Xilan's back. Good girl, don't cry. The wind is strong here, don't catch a cold. Let's go home first. Mom has made you some ginger and sweet potato soup. Okay. Song Xilan nodded obediently, closing her mouth, though she couldn't stop sobbing. Catching a cold would make her ill, and being ill would be very uncomfortable. She had to take care of her body and not get sick. Aiji took the scarf from her husband's neck and wrapped it tightly around Song Xilan's head and neck, covering her whole neck and head, leaving only her eyes exposed to see the way. The scarf smelled like her father, making Song Xilan feel at ease. On the way, Aiji suddenly remembered, "Where are your food container and bicycle?" Song Xilan was also stunned, feeling a little embarrassed. I forgot." The couple pictured their daughter, with a heart full of sincerity and a face full of shyness, handed a box of dumplings to that jerk Yang Jingyu. But that jerk must have said or done something that broke their daughter's heart. She even left her food container and bicycle behind, just wanting to return to the safety of home as quickly as possible. Seeing their daughter like this, how could they bear to blame her? Aiji quickly said, "If the food container is gone, it's gone. We'll buy a new one tomorrow. Give the bicycle key to your dad and let him go ride it back." In those days, a bicycle was one of the family's important assets. It couldn't be left outside casually. Losing it would be terrible. Song Xilan felt her pocket. The key is with Zhang Qiaoling. Earlier, when they got to the auditorium, Zhang Qiaoling helped her park the bike and tuck the bike key into her pocket. Since they were planning to come back together, it didn't matter who kept the key. Lan, someone called from behind. The family turned around, surprised to see the bike had come back by itself, bringing back the lunchbox and Zhang Qiaoling. Zhang Qiaoling hopped off the bike, out of breath. Lan, why do you take off on your own? I waited forever for you. I was worried something might have happened to you. Song Xilan quickly took the lunchbox. I'm sorry, Qiaoling. I suddenly didn't feel so great and wanted to hurry home. I forgot to let you know. Thank you for bringing it back. I'll come find you tomorrow. She winked, hinting for her to drop it. Since nothing had happened with the lunchbox, it was best to leave it at that. She didn't want to worry her parents. Her parents had always drilled into her since she was little that a girl must be careful outside. If she runs into a shady stranger, she should steer clear. Even if the person asks for help, don't get mixed up in it. If a grown man can't deal with it, a young girl sure isn't going to be any help. It was her fault earlier. She shouldn't have been so nice. Though Zhang Qiaoling was pretty confused, she gave a knowing look. I'll head out then. See you later, uncle and aunt. Song Bailey pushed the bike and the family of 3 returned home. As soon as they entered, Aiji hurried to the kitchen to serve a bowl of old ginger sweet potato soup. Lan, come over and have some soup to warm up. In the grand scheme of things, food is the most important. The soup was made with brown sugar, smelling sweet and fragrant. The sweet potatoes were cooked until soft and melted in the mouth. Song Xilan slowly ate with a spoon. All her anxiety had settled down, and she wanted to talk to her parents about what had just happened. Strange words suddenly appeared in her mind, something she had never heard of before. She wanted to ask her parents if they had ever heard of such a thing. Was there something wrong with her brain? But just as she was about to speak, Song Xilan felt her throat choke up. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. Oh no, could it be that she had inhaled too much cold air and lost her voice? Mom, my throat. Her voice was soft and sweet, no different from usual. Aiji looked over nervously. What's wrong with your throat? Nothing, I just suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable in my throat. It must be from running back in the wind and crying. You've inhaled too much cold air. Tomorrow, I'll make you some monk fruit and fritillary bulb pear soup to soothe it. Song Xilan tried a few more times and finally realized that whenever she tried to talk about the words appearing in her mind and their content, her throat would be blocked, and she couldn't utter a single word. But she could speak about other things without any problem. So it wasn't that her brain was malfunctioning and causing hallucinations, but something strange had really happened. Was this some kind of superpower? Chapter 6. Lean Meat and Egg Sausage Roll. Chapter 6. Lean Meat and Egg Sausage Roll. When it comes to paranormal abilities, Song Xilan immediately thought of the prodigy who had been widely publicized in the newspapers recently. It was said that the little boy could read characters and identify colors with his ears. Someone would write a few words on a piece of paper, crumple it into a ball, and place it next to his ear, and he could tell what was written simply by listening. Song Xilan wasn't sure if this was true or not, but since it was reported in the newspapers, it was probably true. It was fascinating, and for a few days her colleagues had been discussing it. Everyone was jealous, not of the boy's ability to hear words, but of his fame, his feature in the newspapers, and the spotlight he was under wherever he went. Everyone also dreamed of possessing paranormal abilities themselves. Song Xilan never imagined that such an odd phenomenon would happen to her. Unfortunately, she couldn't discuss it, otherwise she could have been in the newspapers and maybe even on TV news. The carousel of words that appeared in her mind could be seen clearly when she focused, but sometimes if she wasn't paying attention, they would slip away. Even the ones she could see clearly were only partially understood. For example, now someone called her a mama's girl. It was the first time she had heard this term, but it wasn't hard to understand. It just meant her mother's darling daughter, who isn't their mother's precious child. But the tone in which they said it seemed to carry a tinge of contempt, which confused her. Song Xilan felt that she needed to spend some time deciphering those words to understand what they really meant. Thinking of this, Song Xilan put down her spoon. Mom, Dad, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Watching her forlorn figure, Aiji felt another twinge of sorrow. Look at our daughter, she's so upset she doesn't even want to talk to us. In the past, her daughter was so thoughtful, always sharing everything with them, but now, after being hurt by that jerk, she didn't even want to talk to them. Alright, then you rest well. When you feel like talking you can tell us, okay? Song Xilan. She wanted to say something, but the problem was she couldn't. In the bathroom, Song Xilan adjusted the temperature of the hot water in the bucket and was about to take off her clothes when she suddenly paused. She remembered that the words appearing in her mind seemed to happen after she did something, as if those people could see what she was doing, giving immediate commentary on what was happening at the time. In other words, it was like when she and her parents were sitting together watching TV, critiquing the characters and storyline of the show. Could it be that in their eyes, her life was like a movie or a TV drama? Was her everyday life perpetually on display to the gaze of others? Oh my, then her bathing, using the toilet, sleeping. Wouldn't all of that be seen by others? That's too terrifying. No way, even TV shows don't film people bathing or using the toilet. Such mundane details, the audience wouldn't want to watch that. Wait, that actually makes sense. Song Xilan carefully recalled that the text in her mind didn't appear constantly. The text only showed up during crucial moments in the plot, the kind of scenes you'd see in a TV drama. And now her mind was blank with nothing going on. So no one would want to watch boring stuff like her taking a shower, right? Whatever, even if her life was just a TV show to others, for her it was still every real day of her life. She couldn't stop living her life just because she was scared. She'd live her life and let others watch if they wanted. Song Xilan went about her bath calmly, brushed her teeth, slipped into a pink set of long johns and then put on her usual floral quilted jacket she wore around the house, returning to her room. Closing the door and turning on the desk lamp, she wrote down all the text that had appeared in her mind and that she could remember, then analyzed it carefully. This whole drama of her life was kind of a mess. Apparently she'd ended up with Yang Jingyu and married him. She wasn't sure if she was happy or not, but Yang Jingyu didn't seem too thrilled. Otherwise, why would people pity him? Since he didn't really love her but married her anyway, from that alone, Yang Jingyu wasn't someone she could trust with her life. After marriage, she probably had a child. Raising a newborn was exhausting, feeding around the clock, changing diapers, and finally getting the kid to grow up. But then just like that, someone else took over. Somehow this so-called transmigrated woman took over her body. She lived in her house, ate her food, spent her money, slept with her man, and even bossed her kid around. What really pissed her off was that the woman lost weight, shedding all the weight she'd worked so hard to put on, turning into skin and bones. And people actually said she looked better that way. That was too much. Her parents had worked there butts off to feed her and help her grow. How could someone just ruin that? She wasn't going to play along with their nonsense. She was living well, why should she give her body to someone else to live her life? Even if this was the fate destined by heaven, she would fight against it. She would live well for herself. Screw that heartless Yang Jingyu, she was done with him. Although she didn't know how to prevent the transmigrated woman from taking over her body, Song Xilan felt that going against the original plot was definitely the right thing to do. When she was in a bad mood, she would eat well and sleep well. After waking up, her mood was much better. Song Xilan looked at her plump, radiant face in the mirror, pinched it, and felt it was full and elastic, with a good touch. Thanks to her parents' daily praise of her good looks, Song Xilan was very satisfied with herself, loving every part of her body, including every bit of flesh. They were all her treasures and must not be ruined by others. The kitchen was filled with steam, permeated with the aroma of rice, meat, eggs, and scallions. Great, there's rice noodle roll today. Song Xilan happily hugged Ten Aiji's waist, rubbing her cheek against her shoulder. On the stove was a square steamer, a rice noodle roll steamer specially made by Song Bailey using thin iron sheets. Pulling it out revealed a thin iron plate. Pouring a layer of prepared rice slurry, shaking it evenly, then adding seasoned minced meat, sliding in a beaten egg, and pushing it into the steamer, it would be cooked in a few minutes. When it was done, sprinkle scallions, use a spatula to push the thin, transparent rice skin into long strips, cut them into small pieces, plate them, and finally drizzle with specially brewed seasoning soy sauce. It was smooth, chewy, sweet, and delicious. Chapter 7. Phoenix Man. Chapter 7. Phoenix Man. It's normal to enjoy food, but to specially commission kitchenware for making a particular dish, no one does it except the Song family. Ten Aiji was concerned about her daughter's bad mood, so she got up early today, cleaned the steamer from the storage room, stood in line to buy fresh pork, eggs, and scallions, mix rice flour to make rice batter, and steam the egg and lean meat rice rolls her daughter loves. Song Xilan ate 3 plates in one go without saying a word, then stopped. Mom, it's so delicious. She eats a lot, not very ladylike, no wonder she's overweight. I don't like hearing that I didn't eat your food, why do you care? Honestly, watching Xilan's food videos is quite soothing. A chubby girl who loves to eat and laugh is actually quite cute. Come on, we're here to see the time-traveling heroine rise and conquer, not to watch a fat woman eat and drink. Xilan? Is that me? Song Xilan nodded in her heart at the comment calling her cute, then chose to ignore the others. Dad, Mom, I've made up my mind, I don't like Yang Jingyu anymore. Ten Aiji looked at her carefully. Did he do something to upset you last night? Song Xilan, it's not what he did last night, but I've realized he's not a decent person. Ten Aiji slapped her thigh. It's good that you see it this way. Last night we were afraid you'd be upset, so we didn't tell you. You said he used to ignore you, but suddenly he became enthusiastic. It turns out he found out your uncle is the deputy director of the cultural bureau. What he's after is your uncle's position. After saying this, she carefully observed Song Xilan's expression. Hearing this, Song Xilan wasn't surprised at all and nodded. Exactly, that's the kind of person he is. Tan Aiji please continued, and he was brought up by his widowed mother in the countryside. If you really got together when the unit assigned a house, wouldn't he bring his mother to live with you? You can't stop him or you'd be unfilial. Then if he listens to his mother in everything, habits, hygiene, they'd all be different from yours. If you want to eat well or dress well, they'd disapprove. How miserable would your life be? This directly stirred up a hornet's nest, and thoughts flooded Song Xilan's mind. Wow, isn't this the classic Phoenix Man? I almost didn't realize the male lead is a Phoenix Man character. As a minor official, he looks down on people. What's wrong with being from the countryside? Brother Yu's mother embodies traditional Chinese female virtues, thrifty, hardworking, and gentle. Having such a mother-in-law is a great blessing. It's this overweight woman who doesn't appreciate it. This overweight woman is spoiled, lazy, and spends money carelessly. What's wrong with the old lady worrying about her son's hard-earned money? Is it worth her making such a fuss? I think the male lead has it the hardest, caught in the middle, watching his mother endure silently, afraid to speak up against his father-in-law's dominance, so frustrating. Fortunately, the female lead came later, gentle and capable, handling everything at home and outside, earning money and keeping the family harmonious. She's truly the male lead savior. Quietly saying, if you're talking about the time after Yang Jingyu married Xilan, I think it's not all Xilan's fault. If the male lead wasn't so uninvolved, the two women wouldn't have ended up like this. To the one trying to mediate, don't preach kindness without walking in their shoes. I wish you also meet such a lazy, domineering daughter-in-law. Sorry, I don't have a son, nor do I want to be a White Lotus mother-in-law. I'll say it straight, a Phoenix Man son and a White Lotus mother-in-law, Xilan marrying him is like a charity case. Exactly, her parents are willing to support her financially and she earns her own salary. What's the harm in eating well? Don't forget, the house they lived in after marriage was allocated through her connections. Song Xilan found these comments quite interesting. Terms like Phoenix Man and White Lotus sounded strange at first, but upon reflection they were quite vivid. Thinking about it, if she married into such a family, whenever she made something delicious or bought a nice dress, her mother-in-law would cry and complain to her husband, forbidding her to spend money, even if it was her own. She'd have to be unkempt, work tirelessly, and at meals the meat would be for the men. If she accidentally took a bite, her mother-in-law would glare at her. Heavens, she couldn't live a day like that. Her parents were right. Marrying someone of equal standing is best. At least they wouldn't begrudge you a bite to eat. Mom, Dad, I'll listen to you from now on, Song Xilan said obediently. A mama's girl with no backbone. Hold on, the story's taking a wrong turn. If this continues, if the fat woman doesn't marry the male lead and have children with him, what will happen when the time-traveling woman arrives? The purity shippers are overjoyed. This way the male lead can keep himself pure for the female lead. I hope the fat woman doesn't get married before the female lead arrives. I don't want my daughter to end up in used goods. It's you who'll never get married, your whole family will stay single. Song Xilan thought angrily. Mom, I'm going to find Xiaoling. Zhang Xiaoling must be full of questions about what happened last night, so she needed to explain it to her. Truth be told, Song Xilan really wanted to talk things over with her best friend, but unfortunately she couldn't say anything. She had to keep this huge secret to herself and it was really tough. Alright, go ahead. I'll take care of these. What do you want for lunch? Tan Aiji quickly said. Her daughter was feeling down, and as she grew older, it became harder to open up to her parents. It was good for her to talk to a friend. Song Xilan thought for a moment. I'm craving roast goose. Alright, I'll have your dad buy it. No need, I'll go buy it. Dad's still tied up. It was New Year's Day, and the office was closed, but as the factory director, Song Bailey had to go with other factory leaders to visit retired employees who were living in difficulty, bringing them gifts. Tan Aiji, alright, I'll whip up some soup and stir-fry some greens. There's still the pork bones you bought yesterday. How about making a pork bone and arrowroot soup? Okay. Song Xilan put on her coat, picked up an orange from the table and went out. Chapter 8. Beating Around the Bush. Chapter 8. Beating Around the Bush. Zhang Xiaoling was doing laundry at the communal sink in the courtyard. As the eldest daughter in her family, she was responsible for washing the clothes for the whole household. Other tasks were manageable, but her two younger brothers were like little mud-covered monkeys. Their clothes were so dirty that you couldn't even tell what color they originally were. Zhang Xiaoling's fingers were red and raw from the cold water as she gripped a brush, scrubbing fiercely on the washing board. Xiaoling. Song Xilan walked over and casually helped by rinsing a few small pieces of clothing that Zhang Xiaoling had already washed. Zhang Xiaoling quickly said, "Don't bother, the water's freezing. I'm almost done here." With that, she threw the freshly scrubbed clothes into the basin and began vigorously rinsing them. Song Xilan always admired her quick and efficient way of doing things. It reminded her of her own mother. She, however, was much slower and more methodical in her tasks. By the way, why did you return alone last night? I went to see Yang Jingyu and he asked me to check on you. Song Xilan interrupted her. Xiaoling, I've decided. I don't like Yang Jingyu anymore and I don't want you to relay messages or deliver things for him either. I don't want to hear anything about him from now on. Zhang Qiaoling paused as if she wanted to ask something, but in the end she didn't. Instead, she said straightforwardly, all right, then we'll just ignore him. Honestly, I don't enjoy visiting him either. If it weren't for my mom always making me deliver things, I wouldn't bother. Song Xilan suddenly remembered that after their last visit to the backstage to see Yang Jingyu, when he had complained, Zhang Qiaoling hadn't said anything, but she had refused to go backstage ever since. It was unfortunate that she had been so preoccupied with Yang Jingyu at the time that she hadn't noticed her friend's discomfort. Zhang Qiaoling continued, when you were so infatuated with Yang Jingyu, I didn't feel comfortable telling you this, but I think he's not a very considerate person. Remember when he first came to the city? My mother treated him very well. She bought him bed sheets, blankets, a lunchbox, and a thermos. He would come over to our house for meals whenever he had a day off, and my mom would always buy me for him. But now that he's established himself, he doesn't even show any gratitude. He doesn't even visit anymore, probably worried that we'll try to take advantage of him in the future. Song Xilan asked, why didn't you tell me this before? At that time you were so obsessed with him that you wouldn't have listened. Even if I had told you, you would have just said it was because he's an artist with his pride. Song Xilan smiled sheepishly. Yes, I was really confused back then. I won't be like that anymore. Exactly. When it comes to choosing a partner, you can't just focus on looks. Being good-looking doesn't put food on the table or clothes on your back. With your qualities, you'll definitely find someone better eventually. Song Xilan blushed slightly. All right, let's not talk about that. Last time, you mentioned you'd teach me a new knitting pattern for a scarf. Can you show me later? You don't like Yang Jingyu anymore, yet you still want to knit a scarf? Who said I'm knitting it for him? I can knit it for myself, can't I? Of course, of course. A few days ago, my cousin crafted 2 pairs of thick bamboo knitting needles for me. I'll give you one, they're ideal for knitting scarves. As they chatted, Zhang Qiaoling finished washing the clothes. Song Xilan helped her wring out the heavier items, and the two of them walked back to the Zhang household together. Oh, we have a guest? Zhang Qiaoling noticed an unfamiliar bicycle parked in front of her house. As soon as they stepped inside, they were stunned to see Yang Jingyu, the very person Zhang Qiaoling had just criticized for being inconsiderate. Yang Jingyu stood up. Qiaoling, you're back? It's a holiday today, so I brought some apples that the company gave out for your mom. Oh, Lan, you're here too. Song Xilan's expression turned cold. Qiaoling, I have something to take care of at home. I'll head back now. With that, she turned and left. Yang Jingyu quickly chased after her. He had come here today specifically to see Song Xilan, and he couldn't let her leave just like that. Lan, wait. I need to talk to you. Song Xilan frowned. Mr. Yang Jingyu, we're not related, so please don't be so familiar. Lan, is there some misunderstanding between us? If I've upset you, just tell me. I'll fix it if I can, or be more mindful if I haven't. Song Xilan smiled. You've always looked down on me, haven't you? You think I'm fat, unattractive, and not up to your standards. Yang Jingyu was anxious. How could that be? That's not true, of course. He was still young, and saying I like you wasn't easy. Song Xilan, you're suddenly nice to me because you found out my uncle is the deputy director of the Provincial Cultural Bureau, right? Yang Jingyu's face changed. How did you? It's okay, you don't have to feel ashamed because I guessed your thoughts. I get it, people aim high. But I have to tell you, you're mistaken. My uncle is the most principled person and would never pull strings for family. Even if you married me, it wouldn't help. Besides, I deserve someone who truly likes and cherishes me, not someone who's just settling. I will definitely be happy in the future, Song Xilan said seriously. Exactly, if Yang Jingyu doesn't like Song Xilan, then he shouldn't marry her. In the end, it just makes everyone unhappy. What's the point? This chubby girl's got her head on straight. I'm starting to really like this chubby girl. I don't want her to be replaced by a time-traveling woman. I don't want such a life-loving soul to disappear. What should I do? You flip-floppers, can't you see? She's playing hard to get, just wait and see. In the end, she'll still marry the male lead. Yang Jingyu's face turned red and then pale. After all, he was still a young man fresh out of the gate, his skin not yet thick enough to do something too shameless, so he could only watch as Song Xilan walked away. He looked pretty down. Zhang Qiaoling was hanging clothes nearby and deliberately pointed at the hole in her brother's clothes to criticize indirectly. You little troublemaker, you're like a porcupine, always poking holes in your clothes and not taking care of them. We've finally saved up fabric coupons for new bedding. Where are we supposed to get fabric for your clothes? Yang Jingyu's face turned even uglier. I've got stuff to do at the troupe. I'll head out now. He hurriedly went to push his bicycle. Zhang Qiaoling pouted. What a cheapskate. In these times, who doesn't save money and coupons from their teeth? Anyone with a bit of sense would know that when someone helped you in your time of need, now that you're in a better position, you should find a way to repay them. He's really good at playing dumb. Chapter 9, Roast Goose with Lychee Charcoal Wood. Chapter 9, Roast Goose with Lychee Charcoal Wood. Zhang Qiaoling's mother, Xia Zufang, rushed out of the kitchen. Why is Jingyu leaving already? He hasn't even eaten. Did you say something to him? Zhang Qiaoling, what could I have said? Did you think he came here out of kindness to bring you apples? He came for Song Xilan, and since Song Xilan ignored him, he left. Xia Zufang, what about him and Song Xilan? No way, it's not happening. Xia Zufang sighed. She thought it was a shame. She had hoped that if the two could get together, she could become relatives with the factory director's family. Song Xilan checked her watch, it was already past 9. She decided to head straight home, picked up a big enamel mug, and went out to buy roast goose. Xingji Roast Meat Shop is a well-known old-fashioned roast meat shop, said to be older than the Limin Food Factory. The most famous item in the shop is the roast goose with lychee charcoal wood, roasted to a rich golden red hue, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, rich but not greasy, juicy, and with a unique fruity aroma. Their roast goose is only available in 2 batches each day, at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., and it's usually sold out within an hour. If you're late, you're out of luck. Song Xilan was aiming to buy the 10 a.m. batch today. When she got to Xingji, it wasn't yet 10, but there was already a line of people waiting at the door. Song Xilan counted, there were more than 10 people ahead of her. She figured she'd still get some when her turn came, so she calmly joined the queue. The roast goose comes out in batches of 10, and most people can't afford to buy a whole one at once. Getting a quarter or a small piece to taste is already quite good. So Song Xilan wasn't too concerned. Unexpectedly today, perhaps because of the holiday, people were splurging and buying more. The guy in front of her, whether buying for someone else or not, actually bought 3 at once. The people behind him stared wide-eyed as he walked away with so many. By the time it was Song Xilan's turn, there was just one left. The Song family eats a lot. She originally planned to buy half, but seeing so many people still in line, she felt a little bad. She was about to ask for the lower right part with the goose leg, just a quarter would be enough. Before she could speak, a thick elbow suddenly shoved her aside, and a gruff voice shouted from inside, "I'll take the last roast goose, cut it into large pieces and give me extra plum sauce." Song Xilan, how can you? She couldn't finish her complaint about him cutting in line as the burly man with a fierce face turned and glared at her, so she swallowed her words. Her parents had said, good people don't fight with bullies, it's not worth it if you get hurt. Some people in the queue wanted to make a fuss, but after the burly man turned and glared at them, they all kept quiet. Accepting their bad luck, they scattered. Song Xilan was also disheartened. If she hadn't come today, it would have been fine, but after queuing and smelling the roast goose for so long, she ended up with nothing. Going back like this seemed a bit unwilling. Should she buy some barbecued pork instead? Suddenly an arm appeared in front of the burly man. Wait. The burly man glared and swung a punch. Your mother, looking for death? Ah, be careful. Song Xilan was startled. She saw a tall man tightly gripping the burly man's hand, even hearing the bones creak under his grip, making Song Xilan's teeth ache. The words in her mind appeared again. Boss Jiang is drop-dead gorgeous. Honestly, in terms of male appeal, I'm still team Boss Jiang, the big bad guy. The big villain? Song Xilan suddenly remembered, last night, when she'd mistaken that scary man for an old beggar, people had called him the big villain, someone named Jiang. Xiao, was it? Was this the guy from last night? Song Xilan couldn't recognize him at all. The man in front of her was tall and well-groomed, his hair freshly buzzed but with a perfectly shaped head. A bad head shape with a crew cut? Total disaster. He had tan skin, long brows that arched toward his temples, sharp phoenix eyes, a high nose, thin lips, and a chiseled jawline. His hand, gripping the burly man's, was long and strong, radiating power. Song Xilan's heart raced as she realized her taste in men was about to flip. She'd always thought rugged men weren't her type, but now she realized she'd just never met one who was rugged and this good-looking. She thought she liked fair, delicate guys like Yang Jingyu, but next to this man, Yang seemed almost small. The burly man yelped in pain, let go, let go. Ah, it hurts. Jiang Qingxiao gave him a lazy look, still trying to cut. The burly man, used to bullying others, had never met someone this tough. One hand was enough to pin him down, his grip was terrifying. No, I won't do it again. Then scram. The burly man didn't dare say another word and slunk away. Jiang Qingxiao turned and saw the chubby girl staring at him, her eyes sparkling like stars. He smiled, go ahead, it's your turn. Song Xilan stuttered, no, you go first. I'm not getting anything. Go ahead. Song Xilan looked behind her. The people queuing for roast duck had all been scared off by the burly man. She happily said, hey, can you cut me half a roast goose? The right side, please. The owner swiftly chopped the goose into pieces and packed them into Song Xilan's enamel mug. Sauce. Roast sauce, please. Thanks. Then she couldn't help but recommend to Jiang Qingxiao, it's amazing, you've got to try it. Jiang Qingxiao smiled and looked at the enamel mug in her hand, then let me try some? Song Xilan handed the mug over, but Jiang Qingxiao didn't take it. Instead, he leaned in, lips slightly parted, as if waiting for her to feed him. Song Xilan's face turned red, and she quickly withdrew her hand. You, how shameless. But in her heart, she thought, those people said he was the big villain, and they weren't wrong. What is a villain? That's the little devil in war movies, the murderer in crime films, and even in life dramas. It's definitely the one who does all the bad things. Her parents always said, you can't judge a book by its cover. They were right. Who'd have thought someone this handsome could be such a villain? Chapter 10, Soft and Sweet. Chapter 10, Soft and Sweet. Song Xilan spun around and stormed off, unaware of the raised stone slab in her path. Her foot caught on it, sending her tumbling forward. She didn't care if she fell, but the prized lychee wood roasted goose she bought couldn't be dropped. Song Xilan flung out her arms, not even trying to protect herself. ready to crash to the ground just to keep the enamel pot with the roasted goose steady. Yang Jingyu lunged forward, his arm shooting out to catch her waist, saving her just in time. When he reached out, Yang Jingyu swore it was purely to save her. But as his arm wrapped around her waist, one thought filled his mind, soft and sweet. No wonder the married vets always said a woman's body was nothing like a man's. Only by holding a woman could you understand what soft and sweet really meant. Song Xilan's waist was slimmer than Yang Jingyu had imagined. Even through her winter clothes he could feel her slender waist. A woman's body is truly something else. Song Xilan, still rattled, steadied herself and was relieved to find the roasted goose unharmed. Thank you. Suddenly aware he was still holding her waist, she panicked and stomped her foot. Let go quickly. Yang Jingyu grinned and let her go. Is the goose more important than you? Obviously, Song Xilan said flatly, then emphasized, I told you it's amazing. She eyed him suspiciously. If you want some, help yourself. Yang Jingyu held up his hands. I wasn't trying to be a pervert. My hands are dirty. Indeed, the palms of his hands were stained with black grease. Just now I met a child on the road whose bicycle chain had come off and he was almost crying, so I helped him fix it. Good, he had not only clarified that he wasn't trying to take advantage of her but also subtly demonstrated his noble character of being helpful. Song Xilan felt a bit embarrassed for misunderstanding him earlier. Then, do you still want to try it? No need, Yang Jingyu said. I'll come back to buy it next time. By the way, counting just now I've helped you twice, right? Yes, that's right. Thank you so much. Song Xilan felt a bit flustered again. Normally people would just say, you're welcome, after helping, but this guy actually brought it up himself. Was he here to collect a debt or ask for a favor? Yang Jingyu, the first time counts as repaying the kindness of the dumplings you gave me last night. Oh. Song Xilan responded. Yang Jingyu seemed surprised. You recognize me? No, I didn't, Song Xilan quickly said. If it weren't for the words in her mind, she definitely wouldn't have recognized him. Not just his face, but even his attire was completely different. Last night, this guy was wearing a dirty, tattered military coat that looked like it had rolled in the mud countless times. No wonder she had mistaken him for an old beggar. But today, he was dressed so elegantly. A crisp white shirt, black trousers with sharp creases, shiny black leather shoes, and a stylish gray cashmere coat that looked like it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Standing there, he exuded the aura of a cadre's child or movie star. Hearing her words, Yang Jingyu seemed a bit disappointed. Oh, I thought I left a pretty deep impression on you. As for his impression of this girl, it was indeed quite profound. He had just gotten off the train, tired and hungry, huddled in a corner, feeling lost and unsure of where to go. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful young girl appeared, her baby-faced cheeks flushed with a hint of childish annoyance. Yet, as she passed by him, she stopped, her large round eyes sparkling like the stars. She gently handed him a box of dumplings, her melodious voice saying, here you go. At that moment he almost doubted whether he was dreaming of meeting a fairy from the goddess of mercy. That box of slightly cold dumplings was the best he had ever tasted. Song Xilan was a bit confused. What was with this guy? If he thought he was a bad guy, he kept doing good deeds. If he thought he was a good guy, the way he talked made him seem like a rogue. But after all, he had genuinely helped her twice, and she wasn't the kind of ungrateful person, so she gathered her courage and asked, what about the second time? The second time I have a request. Song Xilan lowered her head. Go on then. What's your name? My request is to know your name. My name is Song Xilan. Broccoli? That's a nice name. No, not broccoli. It's she with the sun radical and Lan like the blue sky. Song Xilan, got it. What about you? What about me? Aren't you going to ask my name? Of course it was because she already knew his name. Those people in her mind had repeated it countless times. Jiang Jingyu. Annoyingly, some even called themselves Song Jiang CP fans. She knew Song Jiang from water margin, but what did CP mean? Why did these people seem so eager to pair them up? Some even said, I smell something fishy. She was a good girl from a respectable family, very self-respecting. While inwardly grumbling, she timidly asked, then what's your name? My name is Yang Jingyu, comrade Song Xilan, nice to meet you. Yang Jingyu said, extending his hand towards her. Song Xilan looked at his dirty palm and didn't want to shake it. Yang Jingyu noticed and calmly withdrew his hand. We'll leave it for next time. Now that we've introduced ourselves, can we call ourselves friends? Who'd want to be friends with a villain? Yes, Song Xilan replied hesitantly. Yang Jingyu laughed again. All right, he wouldn't tease her anymore. Hurry back. The roast goose will get cold. Song Xilan blushed and hurried away. Yang Jingyu watched her back for a long time until she disappeared from sight, then slipped his hands into the pockets of his cashmere coat and strolled away. He found a post office, went in to fill out a form, and went to make a phone call. The long-distance call was transferred several times before it finally connected. Hello, brother, I've decided to stay and work in G-City. Please let the old man know. Chapter 11, Arranged Meeting. Chapter 11, Arranged Meeting. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded deeply exasperated. Jingxiao, you're not a child anymore. Can you try to be a bit more thoughtful? Your job here has already been arranged, so hurry back. Jiang Jingyu, I'm not asking for your opinion, just letting you know. I understand you have connections everywhere, and I can't hide anything from you. I just hope, for the sake of our bond as brothers, you won't sabotage me this time, okay? The other person paused for a moment. Give me a few days. I'll talk to our parents and grandfather. Then I'll find a suitable position for you and set it up. Jiang Qingxiao laughed. Brother, don't you get tired? You've been managing me for half my life. I've already had a near-death experience. For the rest of my life, I want to live on my own terms, okay? Don't stress about my job, I've got it covered. My only request is that you stop interfering. There was another long silence, followed by a sigh. All right, take care, all right? Then I'll hang up. Long-distance calls cost a fortune. Wait, Qingxiao. You might not agree with how the family handles things, but we genuinely want what's best for you. No matter what happens, you can always talk to me. Big brother will always be there for you. Jiang Qingxiao scoffed. Got it. Thanks, big brother. After leaving the post office, Jiang Qingxiao touched the military medal in his pocket and asked around for the location of the city government. After all, he was a decorated veteran. Surely he could find a job on his own. Song Xilan was thinking about Jiang Qingxiao the whole way. From the jumbled thoughts in her mind, it was clear that someone who could turn into a major villain was no simple character, at least in terms of ability, capable of standing up to the protagonist. It was said that he fell in love with the time-traveling woman, but his unrequited love turned into a grudge against the main couple. He went out of his way to oppose them, nearly ruining their plans several times. However, in the end, good ultimately prevailed over evil, and he failed, losing everything and ending up in prison, even dragging his family down with him. In short, he met a tragic end. Song Xilan instinctively felt the need to avoid such a person. But then she thought, an enemy of my enemy is a friend of mine. If this person is against Yang Jingyu, wouldn't that make him on her side? It was quite interesting to think about. However, she didn't understand anything about the corporate battles they mentioned, nor did she want to get involved. Let them duke it out. She just wanted to stay far away and live her own peaceful life. Returning home, Song Xilan couldn't help but tell Tan Aiji, Mom, I met a man today, and he was incredibly handsome. How handsome? Like a movie star, much better looking than Yang Jingyu. Tan Aiji felt more at ease when her daughter mentioned Yang Jingyu's name with indifference. Her daughter had a broad mind and didn't let troubles linger in her heart. Where does he work? How did you meet him? I don't know. Just now, when I was buying roast goose, someone cut in line in front of me and he stopped them. Also, I almost fell and he helped me up. Oh, he sounds like a good person. Why didn't you introduce yourself? Song Bailey couldn't help but interject. Enough, what's the use of knowing someone without any background? Lon, I have an old friend whose son is 20 this year, handsome, with a good temper and job. Since you both have the afternoon off, why not meet? Song Xilan widened her eyes. Are you saying I should go on a blind date? Song Bailey, just meet him. If it's suitable, then talk. If not, it's fine. Just make a friend, no harm done. We're in no hurry. He was putting in a lot of effort to help his daughter move on from Yang Jingyu. Song Xilan nodded while eating the delicious roast goose. Okay, sure. Tan Aiji, wear the outfit you wore to the gala last night. It looks good and brightens your complexion. Song Xilan, okay. Song Bailey cheerfully headed out. I'll go back to the office and make a call to finalize the meeting. Jiang Qingxiao returned to the hotel, took off his coat, and plopped down on the bed, hands crossed behind his head, thinking he needed to move to a smaller hotel before his work was sorted out. This place was too expensive. Since he was determined to leave his family, he couldn't go back for the money he'd saved at home. Now he only had the allowances he saved during his 2 years in the military, so he had to be careful with his spending. He'd need it later to chase after a girl. That girl who loves food seemed to be well taken care of by her family in terms of food and clothing, so he couldn't let her go without. For a moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about the feeling of holding her waist, man, so soft. Jiang Qingxiao placed his arm on his own waist and tried it, then frowned in disgust. It was so hard in comparison. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Sir, there's a long-distance call for you at the front desk, from Beijing. Would you like to take it? Jiang Qingxiao showed an annoyed expression. So soon, they really couldn't wait half a day. Picking up the phone, it was indeed his mother's sharp voice. Jiang Qingxiao, are you done yet? You're a grown man. How much longer do I have to worry about you? You don't have to worry anymore, Jiang Qingxiao said. I knew it, you were just trying to scare us. You're coming back, right? Let me tell you, your father and brother put in a lot of effort for your current job. It has great prospects, and your Uncle Lu's daughter. Jiang Qingxiao interrupted her. When I said you don't have to worry, I meant to tell you I won't be coming back, and you don't need to care how I'm doing here. Jiang Qingxiao, are you trying to kill me with anger? How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful child? What can you achieve in that godforsaken place? You're bringing shame to the Jiang family. Hey! Jiang Qingxiao sneered. What, isn't having one excellent and obedient son enough for you? How about this? I'll send you my military medal, frame it and hang it on the living room wall. When people ask where your younger son is, you can tell them I'm dead. That way it won't be disgraceful, right? Jiang Qingxiao, if you don't come back this time, don't ever come back. The Jiang family has no son like you. That's just fine with me. Chapter 12 Coffee with Cream and Sugar. Chapter 12 Coffee with Cream and Sugar. Jiang Qingxiao immediately hung up the phone, even imagining his mother throwing a fit on the other end. Then with an indifferent attitude, he shoved his hands into his pockets, whistled as he turned to leave. Suddenly, he saw a young woman dressed in plain clothes, with a small white flower pinned in her hair, holding a handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. The girl was slender and seemed fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Yang Jingyu frowned, and his first thought was, hasn't the new society been around for so long? Hasn't she been fed enough? Of course, he also recognized her. She was Yang Jingyu, Lin Guangshan's girlfriend and his comrade, whom he had met just last night, and a member of the song and dance troupe. Comrade Yang Jingyu called out to him in a sorrowful voice. From the first time he met her last night, Jiang Qingxiao didn't quite like Yang Jingyu. He couldn't quite figure out why, but he felt something was off, as if she wasn't being completely genuine. Compared to Lin Guangshan, she seemed more attached to the watch he'd given her. Lin Guangshan was just an ordinary soldier from the countryside, with little money at home and a modest allowance. That watch was something Jiang Qingxiao had seen him pinch pennies for over a year before finally having a comrade on leave buy it for him. Before the accident, Lin Guangshan would take the watch out from under his pillow every night, dreaming of the day he'd personally hand it to his girlfriend. After Lin Guangshan's accident, everyone had discussed whether the watch, as his personal property, should be given to his parents since he and his girlfriend weren't married yet, and let them decide what to do with it. Ultimately, Jiang Qingxiao insisted on honoring Lin Guangshan's wishes and decided to deliver the watch to Yang Jingyu. As it happened, he was retiring due to illness and heading home, so the task fell to him. But in Yang Jingyu, he didn't sense the same affection Lin Guangshan had felt for her. Even upon hearing the news of his death, she appeared grief-stricken, but Jiang Qingxiao's sharp instincts told him she was secretly relieved. As for the watch, she took it without a second thought, without even inquiring about Lin Guangshan's elderly parents and what would happen to them. This left Jiang Qingxiao questioning whether he'd made a mistake in insisting on delivering the watch. Though he didn't like her, she was still his late comrade's beloved, so Jiang Qingxiao asked gently, with patience, what's wrong? Jiang Jingyu turned her face to him, wiping her tears delicately. I just learned about Guangshan's tragic passing, and I'm deeply saddened. Comrade Jiang, you were his comrade, so you must know a lot about his daily life. Could you tell me more? Jiang Qingxiao replied, Comrade Jiang, what's past is past. You should mourn and move forward, leaving the past behind and starting anew. Jiang Jingyu shook her head sadly. No, I can't let go. Please just indulge me. I want to hear more about him. Maybe only by remembering enough can I move on. Jiang Qingxiao said, all right, what do you want to hear? Jiang Jingyu looked around. It's too crowded here, not a good spot for conversation. If it's convenient, could we go up to your room? Jiang Qingxiao didn't know if the girl trusted him too much or if he was overthinking it. How could she suggest such an outrageous thing, a young woman going to a single man's hotel room? Wasn't she afraid of being gossiped about? It's not very convenient, but there's a cafe on the second floor with a nice atmosphere. Why don't we sit there instead? Jiang Jingyu lowered her head, hiding her disappointment. All right, Comrade Jiang, please don't misunderstand. I just don't want too many people to see me like this. It's fine. The cafe here usually doesn't have many people. The Swan Hotel was a relatively upscale hotel in the city, often hosting foreign guests. The cafe was set up to accommodate these guests with higher prices. Local residents weren't used to drinking coffee and weren't willing to spend the money, so the cafe didn't have many customers. It was mostly trendy young people, especially those on dates, who came here. As they entered the cafe, they spotted a fashionable young couple. Jiang Qingxiao immediately recognized the red and black checkered pinafore dress. Why wasn't the chubby girl at home enjoying roast goose instead of drinking coffee here? For some reason, Jiang Qingxiao instinctively thought the chubby girl wasn't the type to enjoy coffee. Sure enough, Song Xilan took a sip of her coffee and immediately winced at the bitterness. The man across from her frowned. Not your thing. Song Xilan gave a sheepish smile. It's way too bitter. Real coffee connoisseurs usually drink it black. It might feel bitter at first, but after drinking it a few times you'll get used to it and start to appreciate the wonderful taste of coffee. Only people with unsophisticated tastes add a lot of milk and sugar, which ruins the coffee's true flavor. Song Xilan. She was just about to add milk and sugar. The thing was, she didn't have refined tastes. If she didn't like the bitter flavor, why should she force herself to adapt to it? Just then, they overheard the couple at the next table ordering. Jiang Jingyu's voice was soft, slightly hoarse from crying. 2 black coffees, please. She clearly overheard the man's comments at the next table. Although she had been living and working in the city for several years, deep down, she was still that insecure small-town girl. In her daily life, she was always terrified of being seen as someone who couldn't shake her country roots. The man who had just spoken was wearing a clean white shirt, glasses, and spoke elegantly, clearly an intellectual. Jiang Jingyu didn't want to be seen as someone who drowned her coffee in milk and sugar. So she ordered 2 black coffees. To her surprise, Jiang Qingxiao spoke up. Sorry, I can't handle black coffee. I'm just a common person who likes a lot of sugar and milk. Please bring me plenty of sugar and milk. Jiang Jingyu felt a little awkward, as if she'd been upstaged by the couple at the next table. But since she was currently trying to win over Jiang Qingxiao, she couldn't say anything. Then Jiang Qingxiao continued, coffee is just a casual drink. There's no need to make it about highbrow or lowbrow. Just choose according to your own taste. Some people like the bitterness, while others prefer the sweet creaminess. Neither is wrong. Chapter 13 The Arrogant Man. Chapter 13 The Arrogant Man. Song Xilan really felt these words hit home. Indeed, does drinking bitter black coffee really make someone better than others? So she confidently waved to the waiter, added sugar and milk to her black coffee, stirred it well, took a sip, and finally showed a contented expression. This is much better. Yang Jingyu, who was on a blind date with her, naturally didn't quite approve of her casual approach, but since it was their first meeting, he didn't say much. Comrade Song, what do you usually do after work? Song Xilan thought for a moment. I help my mom cook. Then after dinner, the whole family goes for a walk and then we watch TV at home. Yang Jingyu frowned. Don't you ever read books or study to better yourself? Reading? Sometimes I do read a bit. Yang Jinyu's expression eased a bit. What kind of books do you like? Personally, I enjoy reading modern poetry and occasionally write some myself. If you're interested, I can lend you some to read. Song Xilan, I mostly read cookbooks, recipes and stuff. Pfft. Jiang Qingsha from the next table burst out laughing. He turned around, rested his elbow on the back of his chair, and said to Song Xilan, why don't you ask him, since he's so driven, what position he holds at work? How much is his salary? Has he been allocated a house? How big will the house be in the future? Will he live with his parents? Does he have siblings? Is the family financially strained? Yang Jingyu shot him a glare. Comrade, we're having a conversation here. What does it have to do with you? Yang Jingyu also seemed displeased. Comrade Jiang, what did you just say about your training? Jiang Qingsha held up his hands in apology. Sorry for the interruption, please continue. Song Xilan, so Comrade Qin, could you tell me about yourself? Yang Jinyu's expression darkened. I work at the agricultural machinery factory, taking over my mother's position. So for the past few years I've been giving 2/3 of my salary back home because I have a younger brother and sister to support. As the eldest brother, it's my responsibility. I'm sure you can understand, Comrade Song. I'm all about family. From what I know, women's salaries are also supposed to be handed over to the family. So I suggest you start keeping a bit for yourself now to save for your future. After you marry into my family, you can just hand your salary over to my mom. You don't seem like the type to save money, so my mom can manage it for us. She's great at budgeting and living frugally. Song Xilan lowered her head and stirred her coffee with a spoon, still speaking softly. Since I started working, I've kept my salary for myself. My parents never ask for it and even check if I have enough. If I'm short, they'll give me more. I want to manage my own money in the future. I don't want to live a life where I have to ask someone else for money whenever I want to buy something. That's not the right way to think. Once a woman is married, she can't spend money so freely. My mom, for example, is a traditionally virtuous woman. She hardly ever spends money on herself. If there's something good, she always gives it to my dad and us brothers first. You really should learn from her. Another thing, Comrade Song, I think women should take care of their looks. I prefer slender women. You could eat less in the future and try to control your weight. It's best to stay under 100 pounds. Song Xilan widened her eyes. I'm 5 feet 7 inches tall. Stay under 100 pounds? I can't even imagine that. I'd be skin and bones. Out of all the literary characters, I like Lin Daiyu the most. You're quite far from her image right now, but your features are actually quite delicate. If you lose weight, you'd look very pretty. You could work towards that. Song Xilan smiled slightly. I'm sorry, but I don't think we're compatible. I like the way I am now and won't change for anyone. At the same time, I hope you find your Lin Daiyu. Waiter, the bill please. Yang Jingyu was taken aback by her rejection. In fact, he hadn't liked Song Xilan from the first glance. She dressed too well, clearly someone who spends a lot of money. But his mom had said that the Song family was well off, and since she was an only child, all their property would be hers in the future. That's why he had patiently tried to persuade her to change. He thought Song Xilan should be grateful and humbly accept his advice. After all, besides him, it would be hard for her to find someone better. Everything he said was meant to teach her how to become a better woman, to help her. How could she not appreciate it? Only children are too spoiled. She'll regret turning him down eventually. As Song Xilan called the waiter to pay the bill, Yang Jingyu showed no intention of stopping or offering to cover the cost. Instead, he felt it was only natural. She said she kept all her salary, right? If she had money, she should be the one spending it. Song Xilan asked the waiter, how much is a cup of coffee? Hello, sir, a cup of coffee is $3. Your total bill is $6. Song Xilan counted out $3 from her bag. Sorry for the trouble, I'll cover my own drink. Wow, what a classic example of a self-centered guy. She's really got her head on straight. What kind of weird date is this? I was really afraid that Song Xilan would be manipulated by him. Song Xilan has been pampered by her family since childhood and is very confident. She's not easily manipulated. Pretty progressive for a chubby girl already going Dutch. Strangely enough, most of the thoughts that previously appeared in her mind were criticizing her, calling her fat, saying she lacked self-awareness, and so on. Today, however, no one was criticizing her. It's true, people are always comparing. Now that there was someone more detestable in front of her, those people stopped criticizing her and started criticizing someone else first. Chapter 14 The Backup Plan. Chapter 14 The Backup Plan. Song Xilan didn't understand what PUA, pickup artist, or AA, going Dutch, meant. She simply believed that since she and Yang Jingyu weren't going to work out, She didn't want to impose on him, so she covered her portion. But she also didn't want Song Xilan to impose on her, so she only paid for her own share. It made perfect sense. Everyone came to the blind date with the intention of just checking things out. Since it didn't work out, they should each bear their own costs. When she took out the 3 yuan, she felt a slight pang. It was way too expensive. 3 yuan could buy so many delicious things. She shouldn't have picked such a fancy cafe in the first place. She could have just gone to a local soda shop, bought a bottle of soda, and still had a place to sit and talk. Though the coffee wasn't great, Song Xilan picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. She wasn't about to waste it. The server took her 3 yuan and then smiled at Song Xilan. Sir, your coffee is also 3 yuan. Would you like to settle the bill now? Song Xilan's face turned extremely ugly. He'd never seen anyone split the bill like this in his life. It was embarrassing and he felt utterly humiliated. Wordlessly, he slapped 3 yuan on the table. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the next table wasn't much better. Yang Jingyu looked impatient. Comrade Jiang, I'm a bit confused. Are you here to hear about Guangshan or to learn about me? Yang Jingyu didn't expect him to be so blunt. In matters like this, wasn't it usually unspoken? Yang Jingyu was quite confident in her appearance. When she was still a country girl, she had been noticed by a touring performance troupe and selected to join them, all thanks to her superior looks and vocal talent. For many years, in order to maintain her slim figure, she rarely let herself eat her fill. And today, when she came to meet Yang Jingyu, though it seemed casual, her attire, her every move, even how she cried, was meticulously planned to present a delicate, tearful beauty, rather than crying like a fool. A young man fresh out of a military barracks, how could he resist her? But Yang Jingyu acted completely uninterested, as if he was more intrigued by the clumsy, chubby girl at the next table than in her. At that moment, Yang Jingyu overheard Song Xilan paying only for her own bill and couldn't help but let a slight smile creep onto his lips. However, as a man, he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. He simply said, "Let's go." He tossed a 10 yuan bill under the cup and stood up. Yang Jingyu quickly followed. This was her final shot and she wasn't about to blow it. Today she had to cling to Yang Jingyu. Otherwise, given his personality, she might never get another chance to see him. In that moment, she couldn't think of a better plan. As she walked beside Yang Jingyu, she stumbled and leaned into him, falling toward him. Yang Jingyu, a soldier, reacted in a flash and immediately stepped aside. Yang Jingyu, caught off guard, lost her balance and fell straight to the ground. With a thud, Yang Jingyu screamed, "Ah!" Yang Jingyu turned around and saw the chubby girl looking at them with a horrified expression. His mind went blank and he instinctively spread his hands to explain, "It wasn't me. She fell on her own." Song Xilan shot him an indescribable look. She had experienced the man's speed firsthand that morning. When she had almost fallen, the distance between them had been much greater, yet he had managed to rush over and catch her in time. If he had wanted to help, the woman wouldn't have fallen so hard. At this moment, Song Xilan quickly ran over, glared at the 2 bystanders, and then carefully helped Yang Jingyu up from the ground. "Miss, are you okay?" Yang Jingyu actually pushed his hand away and looked pitifully at Yang Jingyu, tears welling up in her eyes. "Comrade Yang, my foot is killing me." Yang Jingyu looked wary. "It's not my fault, don't try to blame me." He then turned to Song Xilan and said, "Comrade, you seem like a good guy. Why don't you take her to the hospital? Don't worry, we can all vouch that you didn't push her and you won't be stuck with the medical bills. I believe you'd be happy to do this good deed, right?" Song Xilan was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yang Jingyu gritted her teeth and stood up on her own. "No need, I'm fine." She didn't want to have anything to do with someone like Song Xilan. At first, she thought he looked like a sophisticated intellectual with his glasses, but it turned out he was just a worker at a farm machinery factory. After hearing him say that any woman who married him would have to hand over her salary to his mother, no girl could put up with that. She would never be into a man like that. She only hated Yang Jingyu, who was as stubborn as a mule. Could it be because last night, when Yang Jingyu brought her a watch, she was too cold towards Lin Guangshan? But at that time, she just wanted to get rid of him quickly because the person she was waiting for was about to arrive. Securing that person was her ticket to changing her social class and truly becoming part of the city elite. For this, she had abandoned Lin Guangshan, her childhood sweetheart who had given her his heart, and even sacrificed her precious chastity, ending up pregnant. But even the baby in her belly couldn't keep that man. He told her his family didn't approve of their relationship and had already set him up with a suitable match, and he was about to get married. In the end, he tossed her 100 yuan and told her to get rid of the baby, acting like nothing had ever happened. "If you don't listen, I have 100 ways to make sure you can't survive in the city," the man threatened. Yang Jingyu was scared out of her mind. She didn't know what to do and suddenly thought of Yang Jingyu. She quickly went through the letters Lin Guangshan had written to her, which she had meant to burn but luckily hadn't yet. In the letters, Lin Guangshan had mentioned that a new recruit from a prominent family in Beijing had joined the army, named Yang Jingyu, who was particularly wild and arrogant. Everyone said they needed to teach him a lesson to show him his place. Yang Jingyu's fingers lingered over the words prominent family. He would be her knight in shining armor. Chapter 15 Candied Haws. Chapter 15 Candied Haws. Yang Jingyu didn't give Yang Jingyu a chance. He stopped caring whether she accepted Song Xilan's help and instead quickly walked toward Song Xilan, slightly turning his body, lowering his head, and softly asking, heading back. Song Xilan is 1.67 meters tall, which is relatively tall among girls, but he is still a head taller than her. Song Xilan nodded, yes, I'm going back. Her voice was soft and gentle. Need a ride? When talking to her, Yang Jingyu unconsciously softened his voice. Oh, no need, I rode my bike here. I need your help with something, can we talk while we walk? Sure thing. Watching the two walk out side by side, Song Xilan sneered. No wonder she didn't take a liking to him, she had already hooked up with someone else. Yang Jingyu, blind fool, what kind of taste is that, falling for a fat and ugly woman? Song Xilan looked at her disdainfully, still better looking than you, skin and bones. Just to get back at Yang Jingyu for earlier, he completely forgot that he had just said his ideal woman was like Lin Dayu. Outside the hotel, Jiang Qingxiao patiently waited as Song Xilan unlocked her bicycle, then took the handlebars to help push it, walking side by side at a leisurely pace. Song Xilan was mostly distracted by the text that kept popping up in her mind, so much so that she didn't notice how intimate their walking side by side looked. You see, these days even couples keep a good distance apart when they go out. Walking like this to others, they must be a couple. The plot's off track. They were supposed to meet in business after the time-traveling woman arrived, so how did they meet earlier? And why isn't the big villain returning to Beijing? How does he become a business tycoon later? Did he just catch on? That night, after Song Xilan took the dumplings from the male lead and gave them to the big villain, the plot went completely off track. It's because you spoilers ruin it for us first-time viewers. Now it's great, no one can predict the plot and that's what makes it fun. I'll bet 2 packs of spicy strips on a Song Jiang pairing. Honestly, these two look great together, they have that couple vibe. Since both are very confident, I'll say it, I've always thought Yang Jingyu has a petty air, which comes from his background. There's no changing that. Here we go again with the background talk. Can't people from rural areas become great? Provocative comments, account suspension warning. Song Xilan was thrilled, she'd single-handedly turned the plot around. She was incredible. With a smile on her face, her steps lightened. Seeing her happy, Jiang Qingxiao felt inexplicably happy too. Pointing to a candied haw vendor ahead, he asked, want some candied haws? Sure. I'll get them, Song Xilan said, skipping over like a little rabbit. She bought 2 candied haws and handed one to Jiang Qingxiao. Jiang Qingxiao. He had just asked if she wanted some. Ever since he was old enough to know better, he had never eaten in public like this on the street. When he didn't take it, Song Xilan's wide eyes were full of confusion and she tilted her head to ask him, don't you like it? It's really delicious. Jiang Qingxiao smiled. Was there anything she didn't think was delicious? She was just too cute, and he couldn't bring himself to let her down, so he took it. Thank you. Seeing him accept it, Song Xilan was delighted. She took a hearty bite of the fruit, chewing with her cheeks puffed out, like a little hamster stuffing its cheeks. By the way, what did you need my help with earlier? Jiang Qingxiao, well, I'm not from around here, and I've been staying at the Swan Hotel the last few days. Wow! Song Xilan exclaimed, the Swan Hotel is so pricey. Jiang Qingxiao smiled wryly, yeah, my work situation might take some time to sort out, so I'm looking to move to a cheaper place. But I'm new in town and don't know my way around. I'm not sure which hotels are clean and reasonably priced, so I was hoping you could give me some tips. I see. I don't usually stay in hotels myself, so I'm not too familiar with the specifics, but I've heard good things about a few. I can go with you to check them out. Jiang Qingxiao looked pleased. That'd be great, but are you sure it's not too much trouble? Not at all. I'm off today, so I've got time. Let's make the most of it then. I'll ride and you can show me the way. Come on, hop on. Song Xilan was a bit embarrassed. I might be a little heavy. Jiang Qingxiao patted his arm. You doubting my strength? With your size, I could carry 2 of you. Song Xilan laughed at his remark. Jiang Qingxiao then handed her the uneaten candied haws. Could you help me finish this? Song Xilan said seriously, it's really good, you should try it. She lifted the candied haws to his lips. Unable to refuse, Jiang Qingxiao took a bite. When their eyes met, it felt like sparks flew. They both felt a little awkward. Jiang Qingxiao quickly swung his leg over the bike, and Song Xilan sat down on the back seat, her head lowered. Ready? Let's go. Jiang Qingxiao pushed off and started pedaling. Suddenly he noticed that the sunlight was particularly nice today, and the hawthorn was very sweet. Song Xilan was really thorough in helping him. At each hotel, she would carefully inquire about the price, services, and so on. She would personally go into the rooms to check if the bedding was clean, the bathroom was in good condition, and if the hot water was sufficient and warm enough. Then she would ask for Jiang Qingxiao's opinion. Jiang Qingxiao wasn't too concerned about these details. He was quite flexible when it came to accommodation, able to enjoy the luxury of high-end hotel rooms as well as sleep under the stars in the wilderness. But he found Song Xilan's earnest efforts to help him quite amusing, so he pretended to be hesitant and indecisive. Sure enough, Song Xilan immediately said, it's okay, let's go check out the next one and compare. However, after visiting 2 more places, Jiang Qingxiao, looking at her flushed cheeks and the slight sweat on her nose, suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Alright, let's go with this one. I think it's quite good. You've really helped me a lot today. How about I take you out to dinner tonight as a thank you? Yang Jingyu took the opportunity to extend an invitation. Chapter 16, Taking Care of Her for a Lifetime. Chapter 16, Taking Care of Her for a Lifetime. Song Xilan, with a hint of apology, refused without hesitation. No, thank you, my parents are waiting for me to go home for dinner. After thinking for a moment, she added an explanation. It's a family tradition. On holidays or important days, the whole family must eat together. Today is New Year's Day. Wait, are you eating alone? Yang Jingyu smiled helplessly. Yes, a stranger in a foreign land. Besides you, I don't have any other friends here. Facing Yang Jingyu's expectant gaze, Song Xilan anxiously said, You should hurry and find a place to eat then. Today is a holiday, some restaurants might be closed. Yang Jingyu gave a bitter smile this time. Indeed, they had only known each other for a couple of days. How could she possibly invite a man she just met to her home? All right, I'll take you home first, then I'll grab something to eat. No, you should go right now. I need to go home too, goodbye. Oh here, take this. Song Xilan returned the candied haws she had been holding for him. Yang Jingyu stared at the candied haws for a while and finally stuck it into the window crack. The bright red string actually looked quite nice as a decoration. Suddenly craving candied haws. Anyone else? Already opened the takeout app. Honestly, these two are pretty sweet. I feel like joining the Song Jiang fan club. Did anyone else notice they didn't exchange contact info? I'm so worried they might miss each other. Our Xilan is brave when it comes to love. She'll definitely reach out to Xiao Jiang. But I feel like it's Yang Jingyu who's falling for her, not the other way around. The winter chill couldn't cool the heat on Song Xilan's face. How could they say such things? She didn't mean it that way originally, but now they made it seem like she did. Brave pursuit of love? Please, she's a very reserved girl. Though she didn't know why, Song Xilan instinctively felt she couldn't let them know she could see their comments, otherwise, they might stop talking. The comments, though sometimes annoying, were also pretty interesting. She didn't want to lose this gift. When she got home, Aiji immediately noticed that her daughter was in a good mood. Did the afternoon blind date go well? How was that Xiao Qin? Aiji asked eagerly. Hearing the name, Song Xilan immediately frowned. Don't mention it. This guy has problematic thoughts. Aiji became nervous. What problem? Song Xilan then told her the whole process of the blind date. The more Aiji listened, the tighter her frown became, and she scolded her husband while listening. That old fool can't do anything right. How dare he introduce such trash to our daughter? Song Bailey felt wronged. Old Qin kept saying his son was good, capable, filial, and family-oriented. How was I to know he was like this? Aiji comforted her daughter. Don't be upset. From now on we won't listen to your dad. Wait, no, you don't seem upset. You came back glowing. What happened? Song Xilan, no way. What do you mean, nonsense? When you first met Yang Jingyu, your expression was exactly the same as just now. That's not true at all. Don't compare him to that jerk Yang Jingyu. So, have you met someone new? It's not like that. It's just the guy who helped me twice this morning. When I went to the cafe in the afternoon, he happened to be there too, and we just chatted a bit, that's all. Song Xilan wasn't sure why. She usually tells her parents everything, but when it came to Jiang Chenxiao, she suddenly didn't want to share everything. Aiji and Song Bailey exchanged a glance, both filled with concern. What's his name? Where's he from? Where does he work? What do his parents do? Oh, I don't know. I'm not planning to get involved with him, so why all the questions? Mom, Dad, from now on, I'll listen to you about relationships and won't make decisions on my own. All right, we won't ask. The Song family doesn't like to gossip, and the matter of the blind date was considered over. They didn't think to spread bad words about Qin Hailan outside. Who knew that in just 2 days, rumors about Song Xilan would start spreading? They said she was spoiled, rude, lazy, and a big spender. That she didn't contribute to the household with her salary, spent all her money, and still needed her parents to subsidize her every month. A girl like that is definitely unmarriageable and will end up an old maid. Who would want to marry someone just to worship them? When these words reached Aiji's ears, she was furious. It was clear that these rumors came from the Qin family. She didn't even go to work. She rushed straight to Qin Hailan's workplace, confronted him, and said Qin Hailan was shameless, that he looked decent but actually wanted a wife to be a workhorse. For his family, not only handing over her salary but also serving his family tirelessly, not allowed to eat at the table, only wearing hand-me-downs, and not even allowed to eat meat. Any girl marrying into that family would be in for a world of hurt, and she warned the girls at his workplace not to be fooled by his gentle appearance, as he was actually a black-hearted person who would eat people without spitting out the bones. Poor Aiji, who had always been gentle and polite, was forced to become a gossipy shrew for her daughter. Even after spreading the gossip, she wasn't satisfied, and when she got home that night, she made Song Bailey kneel on the washboard all night, which finally eased her anger a bit. Our daughter is raised like a treasure. She eats well, drinks well, doesn't do housework, and spends money. So what? If she ever gets married, it's to live a good life, not to suffer. If anyone can't treat her as well as we do, they shouldn't even bother, Aiji said. Song Bailey took the opportunity to stand up from the washboard. That's right, even if Lan Lan doesn't get married, we can support her for a lifetime. Aiji glared at him. Who told you to get up? Kneel down and speak. Song Bailey obediently knelt back down. Aiji continued, it's not ideal if she doesn't get married, so we still need to keep an eye out for her. And don't ask your old friends anymore, none of them are any good. Woo-woo, Dad Song and Mom Song are so great, unlike other parents. Dad Song and Mom Song, do you still need a child? The 240-month-old kind. I declare, these are my godparents. Chapter 17, Prevention Before It Happens. Chapter 17, Prevention Before It Happens. Song Xilan was in her room, focused on studying a cookbook, when she suddenly thought of a bunch of compliments about her parents. She felt both puzzled and amused. Of course, her parents were the best in the world, and she had never doubted that for a moment. The next morning, Song Xilan woke up feeling a bit off. Her throat was sore and hoarse. Half asleep, she called out, Mom. Aiji hurried in right away. What's wrong? She quickly felt Song Xilan's forehead with her hand. Old Song grabbed the thermometer. She tucked the thermometer under Song Xilan's armpit and tucked the blanket tightly around her. Don't move, just lie still. Song Xilan closed her eyes, enjoying the care. Aiji quickly changed the breakfast plan, pushing aside the originally planned soy milk and fried dough sticks, and started cooking a special noodle soup for her sick daughter. While cooking, she watched the clock and instructed Song Bailey to check the thermometer. Song Xilan took the thermometer out from under the blanket and handed it to her father. Song Bailey squinted at the thermometer, turning it around, squinting for a while before he could read it clearly. 37 degrees. Aiji gasped, oh no, our girl has a fever. She figured her daughter couldn't be fine after such a tough time. That day she should have stayed home to rest, but her father made her go on a blind date, and she ended up getting upset by that jerk. Maybe she caught the fever from him. That old man, he can't get anything right. Whenever something happens, it's always his fault. Song Bailey looked puzzled. Isn't 37 degrees the normal body temperature? Normal is 36 degrees, got it? Our girl has a fever, she can't go to work today. Go and get her leave approved. Song Xilan had already gotten up. Mom, I'm fine. My throat's just a bit sore, probably from eating too much fried food. It's a bit heaty. Drinking some herbal tea will be enough. I'll brew you some herbal tea tonight. First, let's go to the hospital to see your aunt and get some medicine. Song Xilan was speechless. Mom, Auntie is in obstetrics and gynecology. So what? OB/GYNs can still treat illnesses. In a society where connections count, people always turn to friends first, regardless of whether an OB/GYN can treat a cold or fever. Song Xilan was still trying to reason with her. Really, it's not necessary. I probably just have tonsillitis. I can get some anti-inflammatory medicine from the factory clinic when I go to work. But there was no way she could win against the stubbornness of a middle-aged woman. In the end, Song Xilan only managed to secure the right to go to the hospital alone without them accompanying her. Before leaving for work, Aiji kept turning back to remind her, go early, take the medicine, and then rest well. Neither Song Xilan nor Yang Jingyu expected to run into each other at the entrance of the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department. Song Xilan actually didn't want to come to the OB/GYN department. She could have just registered at the outpatient clinic, but Aiji had already called her aunt early in the morning and arranged for her to visit today. If she didn't go, she would have to endure a long lecture when she got back. So she had no choice but to come. Just then, she ran into Yang Jingyu, who came out looking pale. Song Xilan was still hesitating whether to greet her, but Yang Jingyu glared at her fiercely and quickly walked away. Yang Jingyu had come today planning to get an abortion. That day, she had indeed had her eyes on Jiang Chunxiao, planning to go to his hotel room, where they would be alone, and seduce him into sleeping with her so she could pin the pregnancy on him. Soldiers like him wouldn't abandon her after taking advantage and would surely marry her. After marriage, she would find a way to induce a miscarriage and everything would be settled. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chunxiao was unyielding and her plan didn't work. But the longer she delayed, the more troublesome it would become, so she had to bite the bullet and come for the abortion. Who knew that after the doctor examined her, she was told that her uterine wall was particularly thin, and if she underwent a DNC dilation and curettage procedure, it was very likely she could never have children again in her lifetime. The doctor advised her to go back and think carefully about whether she really wanted to proceed with the surgery. If she did, she couldn't come alone. A family member would have to sign the consent form. At her core, Jiang Jingyu was very traditional. In her view, a woman's greatest value was in bearing children. A woman who couldn't have children wasn't a real woman. Therefore, the idea of not being able to have children hit her hard. She was momentarily unable to accept it. Flustered, she left the doctor's office and unexpectedly ran into Song Xilan. Instantly, old and new resentments welled up inside her, and she blamed Song Xilan. If it weren't for her, maybe things with Jiang Qingxiao would have worked out, and she wouldn't need to have an abortion, but could have been a mother without any issues. At this moment, she forgot that in her original plan, even if she married Jiang Qingxiao, she would have found a way to terminate the pregnancy to avoid having a child that didn't resemble either of them. Some people never take responsibility when things go wrong, only pushing the blame onto others. After making Song Xilan her scapegoat, Jiang Jingyu felt much better. Song Xilan was just as surprised to see Jiang Jingyu there. She pushed the door open and asked Song Anhui, Auntie, what was that person here for? Song Hui replied, "What do you think people come here for?" "For a sore throat, my throat hurts, my mom told me to come see you." Song Hui tapped her head with her pen, "You're such a kidder." That young girl, so young and already not behaving properly, had an improper relationship before marriage. Now the man has changed his mind and won't marry her, so she has no choice but to come to abort the child. Unfortunately, her physical condition isn't suitable. If she aborts this one, she might never conceive again. I advised her to go back and discuss it thoroughly with her family so she doesn't regret it for a lifetime. Song Xilan was so shocked her mouth hung open. Oh my, how could this be? What should she do then? Song Hui looked at her seriously. That's why, as young women, we must learn to respect and protect ourselves. Poor Song Xilan hadn't even gotten her medicine for her sore throat before she received a lesson from her aunt on how young women should respect and protect themselves. The obstetrician had a wealth of material, casually citing various gynecological diseases, miscarriages, difficult births, and even cases of maternal deaths to educate her, leaving Song Xilan stunned. She was almost in tears. "Auntie, could you please stop? I haven't done anything wrong. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure," Song Hui said earnestly. Chapter 18, Love Comes Suddenly. Chapter 18, Love Comes Suddenly. Haha, Song Xilan is so cute, looking pitiful. I just want to pinch her little face. It's not Song Xilan who did anything wrong. Why should she be lectured? Better safe than sorry. It's better for girls to receive safety education, otherwise it will be too late to regret when something really happens. Look at Yang Jingyu. She does have some misguided views, but this is also related to her leaving her parents at a young age and living independently in the song and dance troupe, having missed out on proper guidance. Fortunately, other patients came to find Song Hui, which saved Song Xilan. Song Hui finally let her go. "Here's the prescription. You can go get the medicine now." Song Xilan quickly took the prescription and left. But her thoughts kept drifting back to Yang Jingyu. Because Zhang Qiaoling admired Yang Jingyu, thinking she was good-looking and sang well, Song Xilan also had a good impression of her before. Knowing what happened to her, she felt quite sorry for her. I wonder who the man that left her was. Wait, could it be Jiang Qingxiao? Song Xilan suddenly remembered what Zhang Qiaoling told her on New Year's Day. "Last night I waited for you but you didn't come out, so I went backstage to find you. You'll never guess who I saw. I saw Yang Jingyu. Sadly, I didn't get her autograph because she was talking to a tall, bearded man at that time. Then I saw the man holding your lunchbox, so I just focused on getting your lunchbox back and didn't have time to ask for her autograph." Zhang Qiaoling was quite regretful. So Jiang Qingxiao and Jiang Jingyu already knew each other. That night she thought he was an old beggar, but actually he was waiting for Jiang Jingyu to finish her performance. Why he was dressed so shabbily, who knows, maybe he just has that hobby. And the next day they went to the cafe together. Recalling Jiang Qingxiao's icy demeanor towards Jiang Jingyu that day, and Jiang Jingyu's sorrowful expression, Song Xilan felt that she had guessed the truth. At that time, Jiang Qingxiao must have wanted to abandon Jiang Jingyu, and she was desperately trying to win him back. And he just walked away from her and went with me, and I even kindly accompanied him to find a hotel. Reflecting on her own mixed feelings later, Song Xilan felt extremely uncomfortable. No wonder he's called the villain. He is indeed a bad person. Song Xilan left the hospital and headed straight to work. Although her mother said she had asked for leave for her, the leader said yesterday that the sales department was scheduled for inventory today. Inventory days are always hectic. It's best not to take time off unless necessary, otherwise the workload will be divided among others. Although she is the daughter of the factory director, even if she asks for leave, others dare not say anything, but unnecessary extra work always ticks people off. She didn't want to start off on the wrong foot with her colleagues. Returning to the sales department, the manager expressed concern. Didn't Xiaosong take the day off because she wasn't feeling well? Why didn't you rest at home? Song Xilan showed the medicine bag in her hand. I just picked up my medicine from the hospital and took it. I'm fine now. Today is inventory day. I was worried everyone would be swamped. Oh sweetie, we're used to being busy. Although they said so, the manager and colleagues smiled more warmly. Inventory is just part of the routine in the sales department. A small inventory check is done every quarter, and a comprehensive inventory is conducted at the end of each year. Song Xilan has been here for half a year and has already experienced 2 small inventory checks in 1 year-end comprehensive inventory, so she has some experience. This time is an exception. They had just completed a comprehensive inventory before New Year's Day, so it shouldn't have come so soon again. But yesterday the supervisor noticed discrepancies during the account reconciliation where the records in the actual stock didn't match. Now it's unclear whether there was an issue during the last inventory or if something went wrong afterward. In any case, the source of the discrepancy needs to be identified. At the same time, daily operations and sales must continue without interruption, so everyone is tense. Song Xilan is a high school student with a flexible mind and quick calculations. Her coming back to help naturally pleased everyone. Song Xilan quickly got absorbed in her work until someone called her. "Xiaosong, someone is looking for you." Song Xilan looked up and was surprised to see the notorious Jiang Qingxiao standing there. Jiang Qingxiao had actually planned to endure a few more days, wait for his job assignment, and then meet her naturally. Otherwise, if they kept running into each other like this, he would start to feel like a stalker. But the previous encounters were genuinely coincidental, and he really didn't want her to misunderstand. Actually, his visit to G-City had only one purpose, to deliver a watch from Lin Guangshan to his fiancée. On the night before New Year's Day, he had just gotten off the train after a long journey, looking disheveled and not giving it much thought, so he went straight to find Yang Jingyu. Upon learning that she was performing on stage, to avoid startling others with his disheveled look and not wanting to make another trip the next day, he chose to wait outside the auditorium. Who would have thought he would encounter the plump girl? If he had known he would meet her, he would have checked into a hotel first after getting off the train, tidied up, shaved, and changed into presentable clothes before waiting. At the time, he didn't think much of it, just a fleeting encounter. He originally planned to leave the next day, but coincidentally, fate seemed to detain him there. The train he bought a ticket for had a malfunction and was delayed. With nothing to do, he strolled the streets and suddenly caught a whiff of roasted meat. Turning around, he saw a girl standing at the roast meat shop, gazing wistfully at the roast goose displayed inside. The moment he saw her round, beautiful face, Yang Jingyu suddenly understood the void he had felt since the previous night. It seemed destined that something was waiting for him here. And at the moment she was about to fall, he reached out and held her, making up his mind to stay. Love came unexpectedly, but he seized it keenly. Yang Jingyu has always been a man of action. For him, there is only doing or not doing. Hesitation is not in his vocabulary. Song Xilan might not have realized it herself, but that night, she had written her workplace and name in fine red paint with a thin brush on the bottom of the lunchbox she gave him. So without hesitation, when the military transfer office arranged a job for him, Yang Jingyu requested to work at the Limin food factory. With his qualifications, he could have been assigned to a better unit, but he insisted on going to the Limin food factory. Chapter 19, not very familiar. Chapter 19, not very familiar. That afternoon's encounter at the cafe was indeed unexpected for Jiang Chengxiao. The young girl actually went on a blind date? How old is she to be so eager to go on a blind date? Just thinking about it made Jiang Chengxiao's blood boil. Fortunately, the blind date was a scoundrel. Otherwise, if Song Xilan had shown even a hint of interest in him, Jiang Chengxiao couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't have rushed over and snatched her away. And then Yang Jingyu had to stir up trouble, almost causing his little girl to misunderstand him. Luckily, he was clever enough and eventually succeeded in getting a chance to be alone with her. That candied haw skewer, with only one eaten, was still stuck on the windowsill of his hotel room. He should have waited a few more days before going to see her, but he couldn't resist. Jiang Chengxiao thought, what if the girl went on another blind date? What if this time the person wasn't as bad as the last one? What if he was just a step too slow and she started dating someone else? He couldn't bear that outcome. So after getting ready, he headed to her workplace. Song Xilan's colleague, Wan Zi, nudged Song Xilan with her elbow, her eyes shining, and whispered, "Is this your friend? He's so handsome." Song Xilan continued to keep her head down, calculating accounts. Not very familiar. Why don't you go and greet him? Sure. Wan Zi happily walked over. Sir, our products are directly from the factory, freshly made. What would you like to buy? Jiang Chengxiao, pretending to look at the goods on the shelves while waiting for Song Xilan to come over, had even prepared his lines. I'm new here and want to buy some local specialties to send to friends. The people at the hotel recommended this place. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that you work here too. He turned his head, feeling awkward. It was someone else who approached. Sir, you've come to the right place. Our Limin food is famous here. For example, this walnut cake, soda crackers, and sakima, a sweet snack, are all great gifts for the holidays, perfect for sending to friends. Jiang Chengxiao had already spoken, so he had to awkwardly pick a few packs of each. As Wanzi packed for him, he slowly moved closer to Song Xilan. You're busy, huh? Song Xilan, with a stern face, didn't look up and just muttered a yes. Jiang Chengxiao was puzzled. It didn't add up. What's wrong? Who upset you? Song Xilan curtly replied, no one, and turned to count the goods on another shelf. From behind, Jiang Chengxiao noticed her tense shoulders, clearly not as indifferent as she seemed. Could it be because he hadn't visited her in the past 2 days and she was upset? Jiang Chengxiao began to explain, I wanted to visit you these past 2 days, but I had some work-related procedures to handle. Besides, I forgot to ask for your contact details last time. If I've done anything to upset you, please tell me directly, okay? Song Xilan finally turned to face him, but her brows were tightly furrowed. Sir, you helped me, and I later helped you, so we're even. Men and women are different. Your visit like this can easily cause misunderstandings and trouble for me. Jiang Qingxiao's heart sank, and his expression darkened. So his presence was a trouble for her? He could actually understand this feeling. Back when he was in Beijing, due to his family background and good looks, young girls often approached him, wrote letters, gave gifts, and expressed their affection. But he had no feelings for those girls, so their actions not only didn't please him but annoyed him, causing endless trouble. Back then, he was young and full of vigor, not understanding the value of someone's genuine feelings, and never gave them a good look. Now he understood how painful it was to be on the receiving end of a cold shoulder. The bullet he fired years ago has now come back to hit him square between the eyes. If he keeps bothering her, it'll only make her more annoyed with him. Sorry for the trouble. I'll get going now. Jiang Qingxiao picked up the packaged biscuits and walked out dejectedly. I don't get how the story turned out like this. Didn't they get along fine last time? Did something happen that I missed? I didn't even leave to use the bathroom. Right, Xilan's attitude change is way too weird. Even if she's ready to write someone off, she should at least explain why. Jiang Qingxiao's gloomy expression made Xilan feel uneasy. She remembered that people couldn't see her thoughts. She'd been overthinking, convinced Jiang Qingxiao was the father of Jingru's baby, and that's why she resented him. But was she even right? Was it fair to judge him without even asking? Thinking of this, she immediately chased after him. Wait up. Jiang Qingxiao turned back, looking puzzled. You calling me? Xilan nodded and walked over slowly. I need to ask you something. Jiang Qingxiao's face brightened. As long as she was talking to him, there was still hope. What is it? Just ask. Xilan thought for a moment and began. This morning, I went to the hospital. This was just an opening line to bring up the encounter with Jingru. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qingxiao's expression immediately became tense. The hospital? Why'd you go? Are you feeling okay? Haha, that's the perfect response to a loaded question. Our Jiang is really smooth. You can really tell when someone cares. Jealousy's turning me into a monster. Xilan was stunned for a moment, a wave of warmth rising in her heart, and she smiled slightly. I'm fine, my aunt works in the obstetrics and gynecology department, and my mom asked me to go see her. Jiang Qingxiao nodded in relief. Oh, you went to the hospital to see your aunt this morning and then? I met Jingru at the obstetrics and gynecology department in the hospital, she said, carefully observing Jiang Qingxiao's expression. But Jiang Qingxiao's reaction was different from what she expected. He asked, do you know her? Well, I've seen her performance, I mean she. The next words were a bit hard for Xilan to say. Chapter 20 Speaking Up. Chapter 20 Speaking Up. Jiang Qingxiao was somewhat confused. In his heart, he had already fulfilled Lin Guangshan's last wish by giving that watch to Jiang Jingru that night, and his task was complete. From then on, he would have no further ties to Jiang Jingru. So he didn't understand why Song Xilan suddenly brought up Jiang Jingru. Did she think he had a close relationship with her? Wait, hospital, OB-GYN? Why would a young unmarried woman go to the OB-GYN? It couldn't be. Oh no, this is a huge misunderstanding. If it really was the misunderstanding he was thinking of, her cold demeanor toward him was actually quite mild. If he were in her shoes, he might have slapped him a couple of times. First of all, I have to say that I have no improper relationship with Jiang Jingru. The night of New Year's Day was the first time I met her. Whatever she went to the OB-GYN for has nothing to do with me. Second, what's going on with her? Hearing his firm denial, Song Xilan's heart suddenly felt lighter. She told herself that since she considered Jiang Qingxiao a friend, she hoped he would be a good person. Yes, she was just glad he wasn't a heartless scoundrel, definitely not for any other reason. I like characters who speak their mind. It's so much better when things are cleared up right away. The worst is when they stay silent and a small misunderstanding drags on for several episodes, making everyone feel frustrated. Now I understand why Song Xilan was upset with Jiang Qingxiao. She really overthought it and almost got him into serious trouble. Song Xilan also felt a bit embarrassed and silently told herself to learn to be someone who speaks up in the future. These viewers are really great, even teaching people how to act. If that's the case, then it's not right for me to tell you the specifics of her situation. After all, it's her privacy, and we shouldn't just talk about it casually, Song Xilan said. Jiang Qingxiao looked serious. No, this is important. I hope you can tell me what's going on with her. Song Xilan's heart sank a little again, but didn't you say you and she? Jiang Qingxiao quickly replied, I have no relationship with her, but she was my comrade's fiancée. Song Xilan was a bit surprised. Could it be your buddy? No, Jiang Qingxiao's expression turned grim. He died in action 2 months ago, and his last leave was a year ago. He never left the military base after that. Song Xilan gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. So that means. Jiang Qingxiao's eyes filled with cold hatred. This woman is promiscuous, doing such shameless things, bringing shame to a hero who died for the country. I can't just let her off so easily. Song Xilan, this matter can't be explained quickly. I still have to work. How about we talk after I finish work tonight? Jiang Qingxiao nodded. All right, I'll also look into the situation further. What time do you finish work? I'll come find you then. 5 o'clock. Then it's settled. I'll come at 5. You should go back to work now. Okay, goodbye. Song Xilan waved at him and jogged back to the store with light steps. Jiang Qingxiao watched her run back behind the counter, then picked up a pen and scribbled on a piece of paper for a bit. Suddenly he shyly covered his face with both hands and stomped his foot in embarrassment. After a while, another young girl in the shop approached, and the two whispered for a while before starting to tease each other. Jiang Qingxiao watched for a while, and the cold expression on his face gradually softened, the anger from his good brother's betrayal dissipating a bit. However, he was definitely going to settle the score. In the store, Wanzi came over to tease. Did you make up? Song Xilan, flustered, replied, What do you mean, made up or not? Wanzi, oh, still playing coy, huh? Who was it just now with a scowling face, saying you weren't familiar and asked me to handle it, and then went after him? Well, I was busy at first and then suddenly remembered something I needed to tell him, so I went out. And now, smiling and glowing like a peach blossom, as if you've just had a sip of honey, what's that about? Song Xilan, surprised, touched her face. Really? Wanzi nodded firmly. Yes. I think he's great, tall and handsome, exuding masculine energy, and generous too. Much better than that pretty boy from the dance troupe before. Song Xilan, she felt like she couldn't face anyone anymore. Did everyone know her little thoughts? Song Xilan wears her heart on her sleeve. She can't be reserved at all. She's so cute. I really like this kind of female lead. Wait, are you guys mistaken? The male and female leads of this drama aren't Song Xilan and Yang Jingyu. This is completely backwards. Anyway, I like the Song Jiang CP. I don't want the time-traveling girl, and I don't want to see that Yang Jingyu anymore. I'm begging the director to change the plot. Let the Song Jiang CP be the main characters of this drama. Wait, don't you think it's strange? The plot is like a wild horse. It's already out of control. Is this really still the original, traveling to the 70s? The fat wife's counterattack goes crazy. The truth is simple. The production team has been lurking, changing the plot according to the comments. So we can actually control the plot's development? Great, the Song Jiang fans, let's get to work. As long as our voices are loud enough, the plot can develop in the direction we hope for. Instantly, the Song Jiang faction stands up. This sentence flooded the screen like a wave, making Song Xilan's head ache. She had learned a new skill. When she felt the text in her mind was too much and too chaotic, making her upset, she could hide it in a corner of her mind and block it out, no longer affect it. She could focus on other things, otherwise always standing there in a daze, people would think she was weird. But she would still occasionally take them out to take a look. After all, the information inside was sometimes useful. Sigh, if only someone could tell me where to pick up money. Song Xilan suddenly muttered to herself. Then she brought out the comments she had just hidden. She had just learned the term comments. It turned out they called these texts comments, which was quite interesting. Chapter 21, Candied Chestnuts. Chapter 21, Candied Chestnuts. She wondered if the audience would see these boring work scenes. Song Xilan's comment was actually a test to see if she could find out something she wanted to know through the live comments. She looked at the live comments and was pleasantly surprised to find that someone was actually responding. Isn't it wrong to promote the idea of getting something for nothing? What's wrong with that? I bet everyone watching has dreamed of finding money at least once. I don't know where you can find money, but there are valuable treasures hidden in your own home. Song Xilan was shocked. Treasures in her home? What treasures? Her family was one of the first to own a TV, having bought a black and white Panda brand TV in the 1960s when she was less than 10 years old. After watching a TV drama about family heirlooms, she asked her father if they had any heirlooms to pass down to her. Her parents burst out laughing. Her father gave her a worthless rock, tricking her into thinking it was a family heirloom, and she kept it as a treasure for years. Only when she grew up did she realize it was just her father teasing her. Her parents were from poor farming families, so there couldn't be any ancestral treasures. Even when their financial situation improved later, most of their income went toward food, drink, and raising her, so there was no extra money to buy gold or silver treasures. They only had a handful of valuable items at home: a TV, a radio, a sewing machine, a bicycle, and a watch. There was nothing more. If someone claimed there were treasures in her home, she'd be the first to doubt it. But those commenters didn't know she could see their messages, and they had no reason to lie to her. What treasures could there be in her home? The frustrating part was that the comments stopped, likely because her inventory work was too boring, so this part of the plot was skipped and not broadcasted. Song Xilan sighed, pulled herself together, and got back to work. Before long, it was time to clock out. The inventory wasn't fully completed, but overtime wasn't an option, it wasn't allowed. The boss said, "We'll finish tomorrow," and everyone hurried to leave. Song Xilan glanced outside but didn't see Yang Jingyu, leaving her a little disappointed. Wasn't it agreed to meet at 5? He didn't keep his word. Working at the store was seen as an easy, cushy job. Almost everyone working there was a family member of the factory's cadres, and they all lived in the factory's dormitory compound. Wanzi offered to walk back with Song Xilan, but Song Xilan excused herself, saying she needed to buy something. She waited for a while outside the closed store but still didn't see Yang Jingyu. Just as she was about to get angry, she suddenly heard a cheerful voice. "I won again. All of these are mine now." Song Xilan followed the voice and saw why he was missing. He was playing with some kids. He was squatting on the ground with a few snot-nosed kids, not minding the dirt, sweeping a pile of cigarette packs towards himself. One of the kids started crying, sitting on the ground and kicking his legs. "No fair, no fair, I'm not playing with you anymore. Give me back my cigarette packs." "Jiang Jingyu, a bet is a bet. I won, so these are mine now." Song Xilan walked over. "Why are you bullying kids?" Jiang Jingyu looked up with a bright smile. "Just playing around. Kids, I'm not teasing you anymore. Here, take your stuff back." The kids happily crowded together. "Mine, this is mine. This is mine, that one is yours." It looked like an unfair distribution was about to start a fight. Though all just cigarette packs, they hold different values in the eyes of the children based on the brand and the condition of the cigarettes. They've got it all figured out. To prevent a brawl, Jiang Jingyu had to step in again. "Come on, don't fight, I'll distribute them." He gathered the cigarette packs together and handed them out one by one to each child. "This firecracker is yours, red plum is yours, your peony is the big one, his is the small one, these two small foreign ones, yours is newer, the old one is his. Everything's correct, right? The kid who got his prize cigarette pack back looked at him with admiration. Correct? Your memory is so good. How do you remember so clearly? The kid who tried to swap his lousy pack for someone else's good one was left speechless and frustrated. Song Xilan couldn't help but chuckle. She hadn't played this since she was in middle school, and here was a grown man getting a kick out of playing with the kids. Yang Jingyu stood up, brushing the dust off his coat. Done with work? I've been waiting for you, thought you weren't coming. She didn't even realize her voice had a playful, flirty edge. Yang Jingyu felt a tingle, quite pleased. Men and women are different. I was worried that always dropping by might not look good for you, so I didn't come over. Song Xilan felt a pang of guilt, remembering the cold words she had said at noon. There's no rule against men and women being friends. What's wrong with that? Besides, we have serious matters to discuss. Oh, never mind that. Let me tell you about Yang Jingyu's situation. Just standing here talking? Song Xilan thought for a moment. There's a small park over there, it should be quiet at this hour. Let's head over there and chat while we walk. At this hour everyone was rushing home to cook, and the small park was indeed empty. It was Song Xilan's first time walking in a park alone with a young man, and she was nervous but tried to play it cool, so much so that she didn't even notice she was walking with her hands and feet in sync. Yang Jingyu, on the other hand, saw a vendor selling sugar-roasted chestnuts and bought a bag, handing it to Song Xilan. Hold this, it'll warm your hands. With something warm in her hands, she walked more naturally. Yang Jingyu walked and naturally took a sugar-roasted chestnut from the paper bag in her hands, peeling it as he spoke. Let me first tell you about my comrade's situation. He handed the peeled chestnut over, his actions so natural that Song Xilan almost didn't think, just took it and ate it. The chestnut was roasted to a soft texture, sweet and fragrant. I was thrown to the Shisha Island's border defense by my old man 2 years ago to serve as a soldier, Yang Jingyu said. Chapter 22. Still hurting? Chapter 22. Still hurting? Song Xilan frowned with concern. The border and island no less, the conditions must have been pretty rough, huh? Yang Jingyu replied. At first, the climate was tough to get used to, but that was nothing. The real issue was the group of veterans led by Lin Guangshan who had it out for me and kept setting me up, pushing me to the brink. Talking about it now, Yang Jingyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. It was brutal back then. He was a cocky, rebellious kid from Beijing and only realized on the island that everything he'd been proud of meant nothing there. Here, respect was earned through guts and grit. Yang Jingyu was not one to admit defeat. He could really grind himself to the bone, getting tougher through relentless training and hardship. Through life and death fights, he and those veterans forged an unbreakable bond. It was the truest friendship he'd ever known. I didn't want to be sent to the island at first, and even resented my grandfather for it, but now I'm grateful he gave me such an incredible experience in my life. Now back to Lin Guangshan. 2 months ago, everyone thought it'd be just another routine patrol. Before setting off, Lin Guangshan happily mentioned that he'd put in for leave, and after this mission, he'd take time off to see his girl and give her the plum blossom watch he'd specially asked someone to buy for her. When they came across that fishing boat, everyone figured it was just another routine check. But it was actually a smuggling ship loaded with stolen cultural relics, and the people on board were heavily armed smugglers. It was a brutal fight. Lin Guangshan died a hero. In the desperate fight by the comrades, the smuggler leader, cornered, decided to blow the ship, taking everyone with him. Yang Jingyu, determined to save the relics even if it killed him, tackled the smuggler leader, both rolling into the sea. The moment they hit the water, a deafening blast sent water and blood raining down. The relics were safe and the team survived, but at that time everyone thought Yang Jingyu had also sacrificed, with no remains left. 3 days later, the unit was about to hold a memorial service for him, and his application for a first-class merit had already been submitted. When suddenly they received a notification that a fisherman on a nearby island had found an unconscious, severely injured Navy soldier on the shore. The unit leaders rushed to the hospital and found it was indeed Yang Jingyu. Thus, Yang Jingyu became an extremely rare hero who received a first-class merit while still alive. It took him over a month to recover from his injuries. Every day lying in the hospital bed, he eagerly hoped to recover quickly and return to continue fighting alongside his comrades who had shared life and death with him. Having experienced such a narrow escape from death did not diminish his courage. Instead, it strengthened his determination to protect the country. If before he was sent to the army just to prove a point and trained hard for personal reasons, now he truly realized the weight of the military uniform he wore. For the first time in his life, he had a goal and a purpose. But he didn't know that during his time in the hospital, his mother, Song Xilan, unable to bear the shock of him almost dying at sea, had pressured his father to use his injuries as a reason to have him discharged from the army. When Yang Jingyu excitedly left the hospital ready to return to his unit, he found out that there was no longer a place for him in the team. Even though he had just achieved such a great merit, staying in the army would have meant a very promising future. For the first time in his life, he realized he wasn't worthless. He had strengths that even surpassed his elder brother. Late at night, lying in his hospital bed unable to sleep, he had secretly imagined how many years it would take for him to become a company commander, battalion commander, and then a regiment commander. Then a brigade commander, division commander, and even a major general or lieutenant general, getting all fired up. Since it was a dream, why not dream big? Unfortunately, all of this was shattered by the very people he trusted the most, his parents and family. He argued, caused a fuss, and even pleaded, but it was all for nothing. No one dared to defy the orders of old Master Jiang, not even his most respected leader, Division Commander Lu, who had always admired and had high hopes for him. Division Commander Lu advised him to go home first. So the faith and goals he had worked so hard to build were shattered in an instant. Lost and uncertain about his life and future, Jiang Jingyu arrived in City G with the "what's the use anymore" attitude. He didn't even care that he had let himself become as scruffy as a beggar. Until he met Song Xilan. That night, this girl was like a reckless truck, breaking through the walls around his heart without a second thought. She was also like a beam of starlight tearing through the dark night sky in his heart, joyfully shining in his eyes. Suddenly he wanted to stay. To stay and live as an ordinary person. Here, he wasn't the young Master Jiang from the prestigious family in the capital, nor was he the heroic Jiang who had earned a first-class merit in the military. He was just a small employee in a tiny food factory, just Jiang Chengxiao himself. Of course, Jiang Chengxiao didn't tell Song Xilan all of this. He only told her that in a battle, Lin Guangshan had lost his life and he had lost his good brother. He himself had been injured and after recovering was discharged from the military. This time he had come here to carry out his good brother's last wish to deliver a watch that Lin Guangshan had saved up to buy to Yang Jingyu, the girl he had always longed for. Although Jiang Qingxiao described the battle casually, Song Xilan could still sense the underlying gravity. Especially the flood of thoughts in her mind, which were quite jarring. Was the previous writer out of their mind? How could they make such a first-class meritorious hero into a villain? It brings tears to my eyes. There's a saying online, third-class merits are received standing, second-class merits are received lying down, and first-class merits are received by the family. This is an achievement earned with one's life. It's absurd that Xiao Jiang isn't the male lead. Exactly what has that pretty boy from the song and dance troupe done for the country? He doesn't even deserve to stand next to Xiao Jiang. Enough already, it's just a web series. Is it really necessary to take it so seriously? A first-class merit? That must have been incredibly difficult. It definitely couldn't have been as simple as he made it sound. Does it still hurt? Song Xilan suddenly asked, the injuries you had back then. Chapter 23, Pin it on him. Chapter 23, Pin it on him. Jiang Qingxiao was momentarily stunned before he smiled and said, it healed a long time ago. In our line of work, scrapes and bruises are common. We're used to it, it's no big deal. After speaking, he suddenly remembered that he was no longer in that line of work. He gave a wry smile, moreover, I won't encounter such things anymore. We can live a stable and peaceful life thanks to you, our soldiers who protect us. Jiang Qingxiao felt a bit embarrassed by her words. It's our duty. Song Xilan said with a stern face, so Yang Jingyu is really too much. If she wants to be with someone else, she should have made it clear to your comrade first, break up, and then be with someone else, instead of playing both sides, unwilling to let go of either. Jiang Qingxiao sneered, she's unwilling, but not because of the person, but because of the money he sent her every month. Song Xilan was shocked again, she actually took his money? Her parents always told her that before marriage, a girl should never casually spend another man's money, let alone directly ask for it. That's not proper behavior for a girl. Guangshan's allowance was 28 yuan. He sent 10 to his parents, 10 to Jiang Jingyu, and only kept 8 yuan for himself. Despite that, he managed to save over 100 yuan to buy her a watch. Song Xilan, then what will happen to his parents now that he's gone? The organization provides compensation, but I can't just let that woman off the hook. I just checked. Guangshan sent her money for 3 years, totaling 360 yuan. I'm going to get it all back. Song Xilan nodded in agreement. Yes, that's the right thing to do. The money can be saved for his parents' retirement, and the watch can be kept as a keepsake. Jiang Qingxiao looked at her with a smile. Indeed, she was the girl he liked, so kind. Right, that's exactly what I plan to do. So there's one more thing I need your help with. Song Xilan, me? What can I do? I hope you can accompany me to meet Yang Jingyu. She's very cunning and full of tricks. I'm worried something might happen if I go alone. Song Xilan was puzzled, what could happen? He was a big man, and he seems quite capable. That day he had a burly man begging for mercy with just one hand. Why would he be afraid of a woman? Jiang Qingxiao gave her an example. When I was in the army, there was a girl from a nearby village who took a liking to my comrade. But that comrade already had a girlfriend back home, so he rejected her. Later, one time when we were resting, the girl said something was broken at her house and asked my comrade to help fix it. My comrade, in a moment of confusion, went alone. Guess what happened? Song Xilan widened her eyes, looking innocent, and shook her head. I can't guess. As soon as he entered the house, the girl took off her clothes, hugged my comrade, and wouldn't let go. She called out to the neighbors. Seeing this, the villagers demanded that he give the girl an explanation, or else they wouldn't let him leave and would report him to the army for disciplinary action. In the end, my comrade had to marry her. Wow, how could someone be so shameless? Exactly. After that, everyone was afraid of such things happening to them, so whenever we went out, especially to someone's house, we always made sure to bring a companion, just in case something happened and we couldn't explain it. Oh, I see, Song Xilan realized, so you want me to accompany you. Jiang Qingxiao looked as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Last time, I almost fell into her trap. She specifically came to find me and wanted to go to my hotel room. Luckily, I was cautious and took her to the hotel's coffee shop instead. Otherwise, I might not be standing here talking to you now but busy preparing for a wedding. Song Xilan thought for a moment, then suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my, but at that time, she was already. Jiang Qingxiao gave a bitter smile. At first, I thought she was just looking for a new partner because Guang Shan was gone, and that's why she approached me. But now, after hearing what you said, I realized she wanted to pin the child in her belly on me. Upon hearing this, Song Xilan couldn't help but glance at the top of his head, imagining a baby with its head down and feet up, planted upside down on his head, and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. Jiang Qingxiao, I almost got into serious trouble and you can still laugh. Song Xilan quickly became serious again. Don't worry, I will definitely help you with this. What do you plan to do? In the afternoon, I called the base and had someone pull up the records of Guang Shan's money transfers to her over the years from the post office, as well as the receipt for the watch he bought. They'll send everything over and then we can face Yang Jingyu with the proof. She won't dare not return the money. Song Xilan had never done anything like this before and she felt both nervous and excited. She clenched her hands and promised, yes, come find me then, and we will definitely help your comrades seek justice. Then she looked in surprise at the crumpled paper bag in her hand, realizing that she had been so engrossed in talking to Jiang Qingxiao that she had unknowingly finished the entire bag of sugar-roasted chestnuts. Where had they gone? Upon careful thought, it seemed she had eaten the entire bag. And Jiang Qingxiao had been the one peeling them for her. Gosh, how could she be so bold as to let someone peel an entire bag of chestnuts for her? Just then, there was a trash bin ahead. Jiang Qingxiao walked over, pulled out a handful of chestnut shells from his coat pocket, and tossed them in. Finally, he took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. All right, we've finished discussing the important matters. How about letting me take you out to eat today? Think of it as an early thank you for helping me. Song Xilan replied, maybe we should wait until I've actually helped you. I didn't tell my mom in advance and she's likely already cooked dinner for me. Jiang Qingxiao said with a shrug, all right, next time then. It was good that the girl was so well behaved, she wouldn't be easily swayed by small favors. Shall I walk you home? Song Xilan jumped like a startled rabbit, said, no, it's not necessary. It's very close, I can go back by myself. She lowered her head and explained sheepishly, our neighborhood is full of people I know. The nosy aunties in the neighborhood were truly terrifying. Song Xilan could only see the barrage of comments when the plot involved her or someone important to her. Therefore, she had no idea what kind of shock the usually talkative audience in her mind was experiencing at that moment. Chapter 24, The Transmigrated Woman. Chapter 24, The Transmigrated Woman. The transmigrated woman has really arrived. Yang Jingyu transmigrated into the body of a minor character with the same name from a web series she had watched, transmigrating to the 70s, The Fat Wife's Counterattack and Mad Success. Because the plot of the series was quite satisfying, she endured the discomfort of sharing the same name as the minor character and stayed up late to binge watch it. Unexpectedly, she woke up the next morning to find that she had actually transmigrated, and it was a rocky start. Pregnant before marriage, abandoned, and hounded by debt collectors, how could she survive in the conservative social atmosphere of the 70s? What's even more infuriating is that the system informed her she was originally supposed to transmigrate into the body of the female lead, but something went wrong in this world. The original female lead's consciousness had awakened, gaining self-awareness, and could no longer follow the predetermined plot. Moreover, the other characters in the series had also deviated from the plot. Seeing that the main storyline could no longer proceed, the system had to bring her over early to correct the course and get the plot back on track. After saying this, the system disappeared and could no longer be summoned. It didn't even tell her what it meant to get the plot back on track. Yang Jingyu pondered for a full day and finally chose the second option between reuniting the original male and female leads to restore the plot and completely replacing the original female lead, following the original female lead's path. In the original plot, a few years later, the song and dance troupe, due to its outdated management and traditional ideas, could not adapt to market development and gradually declined. The employees could only rely on the basic salary allocated by the government to get by. The original fat wife, dissatisfied with the male lead's lack of ambition, constantly fought, turning their lives upside down. After the female lead transmigrated, she slimmed down and transformed her life, first stabilizing her family, then using her modern aesthetic and vision to create several hit programs for the song and dance troupe, rapidly increasing its popularity and turning the tide from losses to profits. She then established a performance service company, guiding the song and dance troupe toward a new direction, transforming the traditional troupe into a contemporary entertainment company, and even expanded into the film and television industry. Not only did she become a powerhouse in the entertainment industry, but she also turned the male lead, Yang Jingyu, into a household name, earning numerous domestic and international accolades. Such a great opportunity naturally couldn't be given to someone else for nothing. Yang Jingyu had just watched these plot points and remembered them well. Next, she just needed to marry the male lead, Yang Jingyu, and mimic the original female lead's actions. Naturally, the plot would return to its original trajectory. The only difference would be that the female lead would be Yang Jingyu instead of Song Xilan. Just as Yang Jingyu was prepared to dive in and get started, Song Xilan approached her, along with the future antagonist, Jiang Qingxiao. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with animosity. Of course, this enemy was Yang Jingyu's definition of Song Xilan, because she believed that Song Xilan's awakening had taken away everything that should have belonged to her. Parents who catered to her every whim and fully supported her in whatever she wanted to do, an uncle who was the director of the Provincial Cultural Bureau. Valuable heirlooms stored at home, all these favorable conditions that would have made the female lead's entrepreneurial journey smoother were now gone. And with such a rocky start, her current identity's family could not only offer no help but would only drain her resources. All of this was Song Xilan's fault. Yang Jingyu stared at Song Xilan before her. This woman was different from what she had imagined, not the kind of obese person described in the series who completely let herself go after having children. She was just a bit plumper compared to thin people with a round face and very good skin with a jade-like smoothness. Her figure wasn't unattractive either, in fact it was more curvaceous and well-proportioned than most. Yang Jingyu's jealousy burned even stronger. Originally, this body with such a good foundation should have been hers. Now the body she had transmigrated into, although not bad-looking, was only relying on youth. Her appearance wouldn't age well. Once she got older, her sharp chin would easily make her look harsh. And having grown up in poor conditions without proper care, she was malnourished with a flat, unappealing figure. No wonder she had been abandoned. Song Xilan grew uneasy under Yang Jingyu's intense stare. She swallowed hard and spoke, Comrade Jiang, you were the one who wronged Comrade Lin Guangshan first. You shouldn't keep his money and belongings. If you refuse to return them, we will. Her cheeks flushed red. It was so hard being the bad guy was really hard. She had mentally rehearsed the scene several times last night, but when it came to facing it in person, she still couldn't bring herself to say it. Haha, this is hilarious. It's the first time I've seen someone deliver a threat with so little confidence. Using the most timid tone to deliver the least threatening words. The first showdown between the local woman and the time traveler, and the local woman is completely defeated. Let's not put it that way. Song Xilan is just not good at arguing and she's been lucky since birth. She doesn't need to argue with others to get what she wants. I'm so confused. Another time traveler has appeared, so who's the real protagonist now? Everyone gets what they need. After all, Song Xilan is no longer with Yang Jingyu. If the time traveler wants to follow the original heroine's path, there isn't much of a conflict of interest between their main storylines. From another perspective, they could actually unite and work together hand in hand. Time traveler? Song Xilan looked at Yang Jingyu warily. If those bullet comments weren't just nonsense, then the Yang Jingyu in front of her was no longer the original Yang Jingyu? Because she suddenly had a special ability, she avoided the original plot. So she didn't end up in her own body but instead took over Yang Jingyu's body? Song Xilan's emotions were quite mixed. The original Yang Jingyu was irresponsible, leaving such a mess for the time traveler. It's quite tragic that the time traveler had to deal with such a mess right from the start. But she couldn't muster sympathy for the time traveler. After all, she was the one who took over someone else's body. If she had ended up in a happy person's life, she would have enjoyed their good life without any hesitation. How tragic for the person whose body was taken. Thinking about how this person had once taken over her body, spent her money, exploited her family's love for her, and even used her son, Song Xilan's anger flared up, and she said angrily, if you keep this up, you won't come to a good end. Chapter 25 in the same boat. Chapter 25 in the same boat. Jiang Qingxiao listened to Song Xilan's weak attempt at a threat, sighing and chuckling softly, then said, I'll take care of this. He then turned to Yang Jingyu, his voice suddenly turning cold. You have two choices. First, return the money and the watch, and this matter will be settled. Second, you can choose not to return the money, but I guarantee that by tomorrow morning, your team leader will receive a letter of complaint detailing all the disgraceful things you've done, including. Jiang Qingxiao lowered his voice and stared at her. Your visit to the OBGYN. Jiang Jingyu's eyes widened. Others might not know, but she was well aware that Jiang Qingxiao was the main antagonist in the later stages of the drama, ruthless and capable of doing anything. Anyone he targeted would come to a bad end. The original character she had transmigrated into had died at Jiang Qingxiao's hands. No matter how powerful the antagonist, they would ultimately be defeated by the female lead. But she wasn't the female lead yet and didn't have the protagonist's halo. She truly didn't dare to provoke Jiang Qingxiao. I'll return the money. Jiang Jingyu promptly took out the watch and placed it on the table, pushing it toward Jiang Qingxiao. Being a modern person, she didn't care much about such a cheap watch. In fact, she didn't care much about the 360 yuan either, but she just didn't have the money right now. Then you have to promise me you won't cause me any more trouble in the future? Jiang Qingxiao wasn't too keen on letting her off so easily, but considering Lin Guangshan's deep affection for her and how his spirit probably wouldn't want her to suffer too much, he reluctantly agreed. From now on, we'll pretend we don't know each other. We'll go our own ways. But I really can't come up with that much money right now. Can you give me a few more days? I'll definitely find a way to get the money to you. As Jiang Jingyu spoke, her eyes involuntarily glanced at Song Xilan. So what if she's awakened? She's still just a clueless fool. Thanks to Song Xilan, Yang Jingyu had already figured out a way to get a large sum of money in a short time. Jiang Qingshan also knew she couldn't come up with the money immediately, so he didn't push her too hard. 3 days. After 3 days, I'll either get the money or send the complaint letter to your leader. Yang Jingyu stood up coldly. Despite her fear, she couldn't lose face as a transmigrator. Fine, wait for it. I'll pay back every cent. The three of them met at a pavilion by the lake in the park, a spot picked by Jiang Chengxiao. As he put it, meeting there provided an open view, making it hard for others to eavesdrop. Additionally, if anything were to happen, it would be immediately noticed, making it safer. The only downside was that it was cold and windy. When Jiang Jingyu left, her lips were visibly pale from the north wind. She had chosen style over warmth, wearing too little for the weather. Song Xilan, on the other hand, had specifically worn a puffer jacket today. Though it made her look a little puffy, it was exceptionally warm. Moreover, Jiang Chengxiao had been sitting at the windward side, shielding her from the wind. His tall frame was like a wall, blocking the wind completely. Seeing Jiang Jingyu leave, Song Xilan stood up and rubbed her hands. So, are we done for today? Jiang Chengxiao smiled. Yes, it's done. Thank you for your great help. I finally get to treat you to a meal, right? Sure. Song Xilan agreed readily. Before leaving home today, she had already told her mother that she would be going out with friends after work and wouldn't be home for dinner. If Jiang Chengxiao had forgotten about the invitation, she would have had to figure out dinner on her own. Seeing her agree so cheerfully, Jiang Chengxiao was also pleased. What do you feel like eating? I'm not very familiar with the local cuisine here. Could you introduce me to something special? Song Xilan thought for a moment. Based on Jiang Chengxiao's attire in their recent meetings, if he wasn't the type to spend all his money on clothes for vanity's sake, his financial situation should be decent. So she decided to take him to a nice place. There's a century-old restaurant nearby called Looming Restaurant. Their dishes are quite good. It's not far, just a bit over a stop away. If you don't mind, we can walk there. If you say it's good, it must be good. I can't wait to dig in. Let's go. Do you really trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I might take you for a ride? You wouldn't. You look like someone who knows good food. You wouldn't pick something pricey and lousy just to take me for a ride. As long as the food is good, the price isn't an issue. Song Xilan didn't mince words. You guessed right. I've pretty much eaten at all the restaurants in the city, big and small. Almost all the income my family of 3 brings in is spent on food. Song Xilan wasn't entirely oblivious. A young couple going out like this would naturally make people assume they were dating. She could tell that Jiang Chengxiao was interested in her. Since she agreed to meet him and was willing to go out to eat together, it was an unspoken agreement to see where things might go. Her parents had long told her that when choosing a partner, the most important thing was finding someone who shared her love for food. For example, she loves to eat and doesn't mind splurging on food and drink. If the other person was thrifty and believed that just eating to fill up was enough and that money should be saved for important things, then they wouldn't be a good match. It's best to be upfront early on to avoid wasting each other's time. So Song Xilan straightforwardly told Jiang Chengxiao that she didn't mind splurging on food. If he couldn't accept that, he should back off now. Jiang Chengxiao smiled and said, then I'm in luck. Tagging along with you will save me a lot of trial and error. Let's agree that whenever you go out to eat, you have to take me along. Song Xilan, everyone's taste is different. Maybe what I like, you won't, and what I don't like, you might. Then let's try together. There must be something that suits both our tastes and that we both like. It's said that when 2 people eat together for a long time, their tastes gradually become similar. It was as good as saying they'd be sharing meals for the long haul. Song Xilan's face flushed and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Fortunately, they had arrived at the Deer Call restaurant. She pointed to a quaintly decorated restaurant ahead. It's right there. The restaurant looked historically significant from the outside, but the staff inside were just like those at other state-run eateries, wearing white uniforms and blue sleeves with a lukewarm attitude. They pointed to a small blackboard on the wall. Today's menu is up there. Take a look and order for yourselves. Chapter 26. Bayonne Pork Trotters. Chapter 26. Bayonne Pork Trotters. These well-known restaurants often have priority access to ingredients, so they offer a wide variety of dishes. Song Xilan glanced at Jiang Chengxiao, and before she could speak, he proactively said, I don't know much about these, so you order, and I'll just eat. You missed out on the roasted goose at Xinji last time, but their crispy roasted goose is also excellent. Let's get 1 portion. The Bayonne Pork Trotters is another specialty of theirs, and you must try it. Additionally, let's have a wasamealong pork bone soup and stir-fried greens. That should be enough. Jiang Chengxiao, is that all? I see they also have City Master chicken and signature fragrant 9-section shrimp. They look quite delicious too. Shouldn't we try them all? It was his first time taking the girl he liked out to eat, and he didn't want to seem cheap. Song Xilan, there are only 2 of us and we can't eat that much. We can try the other dishes next time. The mention of next time immediately lifted Jiang Chengxiao's spirits. Alright, then we'll come back next time to try the other dishes. After ordering, Song Xilan picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Chengxiao. Thank you. Jiang Chengxiao picked up the cup and without thinking took a sip. When he looked up, he saw Song Xilan looking at him in shock. What's the matter? He asked, confused. Oh, nothing, Song Xilan said, remembering that he was from out of town and might not be familiar with this custom. Since he had already drunk it, mentioning it now would only make him feel awkward. So she decided to drop it. But the issue was she hadn't rinsed her own utensils yet, and using them without rinsing was something she just couldn't do. But if she rinsed her utensils now, wouldn't it be clear to Yang Jingyu that the cup of water wasn't meant for drinking? Oh, what a predicament. What should she do? Yang Jingyu watched as the girl across from him struggled, her brows nearly furrowing in frustration. He found it both amusing and puzzling. What's really going on? Just tell me it's fine. At that moment, a family was seated at the next table and the woman quickly gathered everyone's utensils and began rinsing them with tea, her movement smooth and practiced. Song Xilan explained awkwardly, well, it's a custom here to rinse utensils with tea before eating. It's not really necessary, just a mental comfort. It's fine if you don't do it. Yang Jingyu understood. When in Rome, do as the locals do. Teach me how to do this so I'm not lost when dining with others later. His words instantly eased the tension. Song Xilan quickly said, then watch me do it. Her hands were pale, small, and slightly plump, yet surprisingly nimble. She rinsed the utensils with hot tea, making the process seem almost graceful. Yang Jingyu imitated her. Like this. He picked up the teacup that had been rolled around the bowl, only to find the cup surface extremely hot. His rough fingers were instantly scalded, and he jerked his hand back. He was amazed at how she did it so effortlessly. Apparently, rinsing utensils was a skill. Seeing that he had burned himself, Song Xilan instinctively reached out to check his hand but then quickly realized how intimate the gesture was. She hurriedly said, quick, pinch your ear. It'll ease the pain. Yang Jingyu didn't understand the logic behind it but obediently followed her advice. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter, then fell into silence. Both seemed a little embarrassed. Song Xilan lowered her eyes, staring at her cup, desperately trying to think of something else to ease the heat in her cheeks. She didn't dare look at the comments, having already blocked them. No doubt people were laughing at her and shouting about the Songjiang CP moments. If she saw them, she would be too embarrassed to eat. After a while, Yang Jingyu spoke up, I feel like there's something off about Yang Jingyu today. Song Xilan had just recalled Yang Jingyu's time-traveling incident. She had been worried before. Even though she had escaped the original plot and was no longer entangled with Yang Jingyu, she was still afraid that one day a time traveler might suddenly come and take over her body. But now that the time traveler had actually arrived, and it had landed on someone else's body, did that mean she no longer had to worry about someone taking her body? Suddenly hearing Yang Jingyu say this, her heart skipped a beat. Could he have noticed something? What's the issue? She seemed like a different person today, and she agreed to return the money and the watch too readily. This doesn't seem like something she would do unless she's still plotting something. But don't worry, I'll have someone keep an eye on her. She won't get away. Song Xilan, why should I worry? Isn't this your problem? Yang Jingyu laughed. Right, I almost got it mixed up. This is my business. Still, Song Xilan admired his keen observation. Honestly, if it weren't for the cheat of the bullet comments in her mind, she really wouldn't have noticed that Yang Jingyu had time traveled. But Yang Jingyu certainly didn't know about time traveling, yet he could immediately tell that Yang Jingyu was different. What if I had someone else inside me? Could you tell? Song Xilan asked. Yang Jingyu frowned. What do you mean by a different person inside you? Song Xilan thought seriously and came up with a brilliant analogy. It's like, a soul possessing a body. The soul inside changes, but the appearance remains the same. Could you recognize it? What are you talking about? Where did you hear such superstitious nonsense? You should believe in materialism. Such things are impossible. Oh. Song Xilan felt a bit disappointed. She had hoped that if one day her body was really taken over, he could help tell her parents not to spend the family's money on the imposter. Just then, the dishes they ordered arrived. Everything else was normal, but the White Cloud pig trotters were completely snow white. Yang Jingyu was surprised. This is the first time I've seen pig trotters this white. Is this a special breed of pig from your area? Song Xilan, try it first. After tasting it, Yang Jingyu was even more surprised. Unlike the soft and tender pig trotters he had eaten before, the skin of this one was crispy, and the taste was sweet and sour, very refreshing. Song Xilan explained, what we call pig trotters refers to the front feet of the pig. The key to their snow white and refreshing texture is that after cooking, they are continuously rinsed with ice water. Legend has it that this dish was invented by a monk from White Cloud Mountain. Chapter 27, Reclaiming Old Portraits. Chapter 27, Reclaiming Old Portraits. A monk? Aren't monks supposed to be vegetarians? How does this relate to buying braised pig's trotters? Yang Jingyu asked with great interest. Legend has it that a monk, craving meat, secretly got hold of a pig's trotter. After a lot of effort, he finally cooked it up in the mountains. Just as he was about to eat it, someone suddenly approached. In a panic, the monk threw the trotter into a stream where it got stuck between rocks. The cold mountain spring water washed over it for a day and night. Not only did it not spoil, but the skin turned as white as jade, the meat became tender and crisp, and it had a uniquely delicious flavor. What's the story behind this roast duck? The roast goose is actually connected to the northern roast duck. In the late Southern Song dynasty, Song Xilan was beaming with excitement. Since childhood, she had loved food and would often visit the library to find books on food anecdotes and legends. When she talked about these things, she lit up, her eyes shining. Yang Jingyu watched her with a smile, occasionally chiming in with a word or two to encourage her to continue. He really liked this side of her. Right now she was radiant. After talking for a while, Song Xilan suddenly realized that her mother had once told her that she tended to get carried away when talking about things she loved, without considering whether others were getting bored. Sorry, I've been rambling. You must be bored, right? Yang Jingyu shook his head. Not at all. I find it very interesting. Listening to you is more enlightening than 10 years of reading. Song Xilan's eyes lit up again. You really like it? The city library has some books on these subjects. They're quite interesting. I can give you the titles if you're interested in borrowing them. Yang Jingyu smiled wryly. I'm the type who gets sleepy just looking at books. I think listening to you is much more interesting. You should tell me more in the future. Hearing this, Song Xilan chuckled. Coincidentally, she didn't care much for reading or studying either, except when it came to food books. When it came to serious academic books, she'd doze off the moment she opened them. She used to think she was into scholarly, bookish types. After falling for Yang Jingyu and hearing he liked women who could write poetry, she even bought poetry books and forced herself to memorize them before meeting him. God knows how hard it was for her. Now hearing Yang Jingyu say he didn't like reading either, she felt relieved. With him, she didn't have to act ladylike, be refined, or nibble on a dumpling. Best of all, he didn't seem to mind her love for food and splurging. The meal was very enjoyable. Song Xilan didn't fight Yang Jingyu over the bill, but she used her restroom break to buy 2 boxes of water chestnut cakes from the pastry section. One box was for Yang Jingyu as a thank you for the meal. Thanks for the meal today. Their water chestnut cakes are really special. Take this back to try. I got a box for my parents too. The other box was for her parents. It was a family tradition to bring back something tasty to share whenever someone went out for a good meal. Yang Jingyu smiled, took it, and offered to walk her home. She didn't refuse this time. But Yang Jingyu was considerate, stopping at the intersection near the food factory dormitory. Well, I'm heading back now. Goodbye, Song Xilan said softly, looking down as she turned to walk inside. Wait a moment, Yang Jingyu suddenly stepped forward and said in a low voice, I can tell. Song Xilan was startled. What? What you said earlier about someone changing inside. I can tell. No matter how you change, I won't mistake you. Song Xilan's heart raced. Oh, okay. I'm leaving now. She quickly walked away, unable to resist covering her face with her hands. It's so embarrassing. Yang Jingyu stood silently outside the gate, watching her enter before turning to leave. Ta-da! Before Song Xilan even entered the house, the water chestnut cakes in her hand made their way in. Look what I brought back for you. Ten'ai, did you take him to Looming Restaurant for dinner? Yes, he let me choose. You silly girl, even if he let you choose, you shouldn't have picked such an expensive place right away. Didn't you say he's still staying at the guest house waiting for job assignment? How could you spend what could be a week's worth of his food budget on one meal? Song Xilan, I don't think so. He looked well off and didn't seem to be strapped for cash. He paid the bill generously without any difficulty. After a pause, she added, I think we're on the same page when it comes to food. Ten'ai laughed at her. Where are you two at? You've only had one meal together and you can already get along well? How do you know he's not just pretending to please you? Song Xilan thought for a moment. That's true. Take it easy for now. Don't jump in head first. Find a chance later for your parents to meet him. The couple wanted to meet the young man to assess his character, but not in a formal home visit. It's not the right time yet. Hearing he's from out of town, unlike locals whose family backgrounds can be easily inquired about, they need to be even more cautious. After discussing Song Xilan's dinner with Yang Jingyu, Ten'ai brought up some gossip from the compound. Today, someone suddenly came by, wanting to collect old portraits of the great leader from everyone's homes. The older the better, preferably ones that have been around for a while. They didn't want new ones. Aunt Wang next door took down the portrait that had been hanging in their house for over 10 years and sold it for 3 yuan. The person also said that if it came with a frame, it would be even more valuable. Song Xilan was puzzled. What use could collecting these have? Nowadays, who doesn't have a portrait of the great leader hanging in their home? Even if you buy a brand new one from Xinhua bookstore, it only costs 1 yuan, and they're mass-produced prints, not like antiques that get more valuable with age. Who'd go out of their way to collect those? Ten'ai, who knows? Anyway, selling it for 3 yuan and spending 1 yuan on a new one to hang up, you still pocket 2 yuan for oil. And salt. I was thinking of digging up the old one we replaced last time to exchange it for 2 yuan, but your dad flat out stopped me. Song Xilan looked at her father. Song Bailey said, do you remember what happened to the Zhao family back in the 60s? Song Xilan was too young then to remember what happened, but Ten'ai remembered it clearly and couldn't help but pat her chest in fear. Right? We can't mess with stuff like that, or it could land us in serious trouble. Noticing her daughter's confusion, Ten'ai explained and educated her to be cautious, saying that when the Zhao family was preparing to marry a new daughter-in-law and renovating their house, they tore down an old portrait of the great leader that had been hanging for many years. They didn't think twice about it and just tossed it out. But someone with an axe to grind found out and reported it, and then their family got into serious trouble. Chapter 28, Valuable Treasure. Chapter 28, Valuable Treasure. The new bride wasn't brought home and the family was raided. The entire family was paraded through the streets with wooden boards hung around their necks using wire. It was absolutely devastating. Since then, all the surrounding families took it as a warning. For example, Tan Aiji, who likes to keep her home neat and tidy, noticed that the portrait in the living room had turned yellow and looked unattractive, so she bought a new one to replace it. But she didn't dare throw away the old one, carefully storing it away, fearing that it might inadvertently cause trouble again. Song Bailey, this incident is quite suspicious. I suspect it might be the work of enemy spies trying to stir up trouble. I've already reported it to the Public Security Bureau. You all must also be mindful of your words and actions to prevent lawbreakers from taking advantage. Song Xilan nodded eagerly, MHM. Suddenly, she wondered if this could be an important plot point. Maybe the live comments could give her some spoilers, so she quickly brought up the live comments in her mind. Song's dad is really on the ball. When Yang Jingyu was scheming, I was really afraid their family would just casually sell the treasure. That was the first big break for the female lead's career development in the original plot. No wonder Yang Jingyu was eyeing it. Actually, now that Song Xilan isn't following that path anymore, she doesn't need that money. It might not be a bad idea to give it to Yang Jingyu, who needs the money to start her business. What kind of do-gooder are you? Since you're not starting a business, why don't you do a good deed and donate all your family savings to help other young people who want to start a business but lack funds? Seeing Yang Jingyu's name, Song Xilan immediately became alert. Could there actually be some treasure in her house? And could this treasure be related to the portrait? Mom, Dad, do we have some valuable treasure hidden in our house? Ten Aiji, isn't our treasure you? I'm not talking about that. I mean a real treasure that could be sold for a lot of money. Ten Aiji touched her forehead. You don't have a fever. Why are you acting silly again? What kind of treasure could a family like ours possibly have? What about the portrait? Besides the one on the wall, do you still have the one you replaced earlier? Ten Aiji scratched her head. I don't think so. Song Bailey suddenly said, I remember Lan has one, not as big, about the size of a book. As he spoke, he gestured the size of a book. It's also in a frame. An old professor gave it to you when you were a child. Tan Aiji, that's right. You always said that the old man who cleaned the toilets at your school was pitiful, and you often sneaked food from home to give to him. Later, when the old man was leaving, he gave you a framed portrait. Do you remember? Hearing her parents mention it, Song Xilan also remembered. It was when she was in elementary school. An old man who cleaned the toilets came to the school with a shaved head, said to have been sent down from Beijing for labor reform. For some reason, he ended up cleaning toilets at their school. The children were both scared and intrigued by him. Some mischievous kids would deliberately provoke him. He usually ignored them, but if pushed too far, he would chase them with a dirty broom. Song Xilan, being gentle, was often bullied. Once, while in the restroom, she was cornered and bullied by a group of mean girls. It was the strange old man who shouted from outside, scaring the mean girls away. He then silently followed the crying Song Xilan home, only leaving after seeing her enter the dormitory compound. Song Xilan told her parents about it when she got home. Song Bailey was furious. The next day, he went to the school to complain to the teacher, issuing a stern warning in front of the entire class. Anyone who dared to bully his daughter again, regardless of age, would be dealt with severely. Ten Aiji, on the other hand, sighed softly and told Song Xilan that the old man wasn't a bad person, but a poor soul, and urged her not to throw stones or spit at him like the other bad kids. Hearing that the old man often squatted by the faucet next to the restroom, eating dry buns with cold water, Ten Aiji took some food from home and had Song Xilan secretly give it to him, making sure no one else saw. The old man ate the food Song Xilan brought for several years. At least he didn't starve to death. In the year Song Xilan graduated from elementary school, the old man was said to have been politically rehabilitated and was about to leave. Before he left, he gave her a photo frame with a portrait of a revered leader inside. Song Xilan took it home to show her parents. The couple saw it wasn't valuable and didn't carry any political implications, so they let her keep it. At first, Song Xilan displayed the frame on her desk for a few years. Later, while cleaning up, she packed it away without much thought. It had been so many years since she last saw it that she had almost forgotten about it. Thinking of this, Song Xilan hurried into her room and rummaged through her belongings. Finally, she found the dusty frame in a box containing her middle school textbooks. Mom, just now you said the person collecting these portraits mentioned that the older they are, the better, and if they come with a frame, that's even better. Could they be after this one I have? Tan Aiji glanced at Song Bailey with a puzzled look. It can't be that much of a coincidence, right? But Song Bailey said, among those who were exiled back then, there were some influential figures. It wouldn't be strange if they secretly held onto some valuable items. That old man was so poor he was almost starving to death. What could he possibly have of value? Besides, if he really had something valuable, why would he just give it to Lan, a child, without any explanation? What if the child didn't know better and tossed it? This item might have been hard to reveal at the time and it wasn't convenient for others to know about it. So it was hidden in the portrait of the revered leader and we shouldn't casually throw it away. Tan Aiji, who had been holding the frame and examining it carefully, now felt like she was holding something risky, unsure whether to keep it or discard it. What should we do now? Has someone discovered we have this? Could this thing harm us now? Song Xilan knew that Yang Jingyu was after this item, so she wasn't as nervous, but she was indeed very curious and looked eagerly at her father. Song Bailey remained relatively calm. He specifically went to check the door lock and drew all the curtains in the house. Let's see what's inside first. The family gathered around the dining table, acting secretive, heads close together. Song Bailey held a screwdriver in his hand. Should I open it? Ten Aiji and Song Xilan nodded solemnly. Open it. Chapter 29 The Master's Aura. Chapter 29 The Master's Aura. Step aside, you're blocking your dad's light. Ten Aiji nudged Song Xilan, who had almost leaned her entire body forward. Well, is there anything? We'll find out soon. Song Bailey carefully opened the back cover of the frame and found a small stack of folded, yellowed rice paper between the portrait and the back cover. Wow! Both Song Xilan and Ten Aiji exclaimed in surprise. Give me some space. Song Bailey brushed off his hands, carefully took out the object, and slowly unfolded it, spreading it out on the table. It was a piece of calligraphy with characters that flowed like dragons, varying in size and rhythm, showcasing a distinctive style. Although the family didn't know much about calligraphy, they could tell that the strokes were powerful and free, radiating the aura of a master. Ten Aiji asked, is this the work of an ancient master? Song Xilan tried to decipher the signature me something me emperor. Song Bailey shot a look at his clueless daughter. What me emperor? This is Mi Fei, a famous calligrapher, painter, and theorist from the northern Song dynasty. Oh, I know Mi Fei, I just didn't catch it clearly. Is this the real deal? Ten Aiji asked nervously. The family naturally didn't know how to authenticate it, but Song Bailey said, since it was tucked away so carefully, I think there's an 80% chance it's real. Even a well-made fake would still be worth something. Then it dawned on him, this explains why someone would shell out big bucks for worthless old portraits here. They must have heard we have this and didn't want to pay a high price, so they set up this scheme. Ten Aiji patted her chest. Good thing I forgot we had this at home, or I might have sold it without thinking. Song Xilan was also a bit angry. She hadn't cared about the transmigrated woman selling her masterpieces in the original plot, thinking that since she hadn't taken over her body in this life, they could just live their own lives peacefully. But now that woman was after her things. Let's make sure she walks away empty-handed. Song Xilan nonchalantly grabbed a piece of newspaper that had been used to wrap roasted sunflower seeds, still stained with oil, folded it to mimic the original calligraphy, placed it behind the portrait, and reattached the back cover of the frame. Mom, if that person comes again tomorrow afternoon, sell this to them. By the way, don't we have another old portrait at home? Sell that too, make whatever we can enough for a roast chicken. Yes, let's treat ourselves to a roast chicken. I'm craving some roast ribs. Let's go all out. But what about this calligraphy? Dad, how much is it worth? Song Bailey wasn't sure either, maybe a few hundred? Or even a few thousand? Can you think bigger? This is an original Mi Fei. In the original plot, the transmigrated woman sold it for over 100,000. Even 100,000 is undervaluing it. If kept for future generations, it could be worth millions or even tens of millions. I have something to say. I saw a news article where a Mi Fei piece that had been overseas for years was finally brought back to China for 29.99 million yuan after relentless efforts by our Cultural Relics Department. Just checked, Mi Fei's Li Sa Jing is valued at over 100 million yuan. If what Xilan has is indeed an original Mi Fei, it will be worth a fortune in the future. Don't sell it for a small profit now. Hearing that it could sell for hundreds or even thousands of yuan, Ten Aiji's eyes lit up. Where can we cash this in? Song Bailey wasn't sure either, maybe at an antique store? They had never dealt with anything like cultural artifacts or antiques before. Usually when passing by antique shops, they would walk right by without even thinking of going in to take a look. Song Xilan said, Dad, Mom, we can't sell this now. Ten Aiji thought for a moment. True. If it were valuable, how could that old man have ended up in such a state? If we take it out now and someone asks where it came from, we wouldn't be able to explain it. Song Bailey, selling it for a few hundred yuan wouldn't make much difference. We don't need that money right now. It's better to keep it for our daughter. Antiques like this are bound to appreciate in value over time. Let's keep it as her dowry. I always knew Song Dad had a long-term vision. Song Xilan is quite resourceful, saving such a valuable dowry for herself. Song Xilan wanted a family heirloom, didn't she? This can totally be a family heirloom. Song Xilan's hands trembled at the thought of the millions or even billions mentioned in the comments. Even 10,000 yuan was an unimaginable fortune to her, let alone billions. She currently makes only 26 yuan a month. Even her dad, with years of service as a factory director, makes just over 100 yuan a month, which is already a high salary. She spends every penny she earns and never saves. Her mom has been saving for her dowry for years, and at most, she saved a few thousand yuan. She already thought her family was quite wealthy. She couldn't even fathom what millions would look like. If it were cash, it wouldn't even fit in a room. She had no idea what era the commenters were from. Could it be hundreds of years later? But regardless, she decided to keep the calligraphy as a family heirloom, to pass it down through the generations. One day it would be worth that much. The top priority was to hide the calligraphy well. They hadn't known before, but now that they realized its value, the whole family was on edge. Song Bailey said, to preserve paper items, you need to protect them from water, moisture, and insects. He carefully folded the calligraphy back to its original form. Tan Aiji found a piece of plastic wrap and wrapped it layer after layer, then wrapped it several times with white paper, and finally placed it in an empty biscuit tin. After much discussion, the family decided to place the biscuit tin on the top of the triangular cabinet in the storage room, a place that looked casual but was inconvenient to access. It had to look completely inconspicuous. That way, even if a thief broke into the house, they wouldn't consider it a valuable item to steal. Chapter 30, The Smart Ones. Chapter 30, The Smart Ones. The next day at work, Song Xilan couldn't help but think about the fact that she was now in possession of a great treasure, and she couldn't stop herself from giggling. It was a lot of money, enough to buy 2 roast geese, eat one, and throw the other away. But throwing it away would be a waste, so she might as well eat both. Wanzi came over. What's got you so happy? You're grinning like you found some money. Song Xilan laughed. Hee. It was even better than finding money, but she couldn't share it with anyone. Her mom had said it could easily make people jealous. My mom said we're having roast chicken tonight, so I'm happy. All you ever think about is food. Food is life. What's wrong with always thinking about it? Wanzi, by the way, do you have any old portraits at home? Yesterday someone came to our compound to buy old portraits, and many people sold them for money. He said he'd come back today, and I've already told my uncles, aunts, and other relatives to bring their old portraits over. We can make a lot of money. Song Xilan exclaimed, Wow, you're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? I only told you because you're a good friend. Don't tell anyone else or he might not buy them if there are too many. Song Xilan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know. Thank you. But Wanzi wasn't the only smart one in the compound. What she thought of others had already considered. In the evening, when the portrait buyer entered the compound, a large crowd surged forward, surrounding him, each holding a bundle of portraits they had gathered from relatives and friends, waiting to sell them. The man was inwardly panicking. The big fish he was trying to catch hadn't bitten and he was spending too much on bait. He quickly slashed the price to 2 cents per portrait. Upon hearing this, the crowd protested. Why are you paying others 3 yuan but only giving us 2 cents? That's not fair. These days, everything was about equality. Even in the workshop, whether you worked or not, whether you worked more or less, everyone got the same wages and bonuses. Otherwise, it would be considered unequal, dividing people into different classes. Moreover, these portraits were all brought from relatives and friends, with promises to share the money after selling. Yesterday you agreed to buy them at the original price. How can you go back on your word today? The angry neighbors surrounded him, ready to make sure he wouldn't leave unless he bought the portraits at the original price. Just then, Song Xilan deliberately brought out her picture frame. Oh, are you not buying anymore? I finally found this and was hoping to get some money for it. The man saw his big fish and wasn't about to let it go. He quickly shouted, I'll take it. Yours, miss. Why are you buying hers but not ours? The man barely managed to stick his head out before being pushed back in by the crowd. The man looked miserable. Fine, I'll buy them all. But there's just too many. I don't have that much money. 2 cents each is the best I can do. Song Xilan then deliberately said loudly, That's way too cheap. I'll just keep it. It's only a few cents. I'd rather keep the frame and use it. No, miss, I'll take yours, frame and all, for 5 yuan, the man shouted, forgetting Yang Jingryu's instructions to make the purchase seem casual and not reveal that his main goal was the frame in Song Xilan's hands. The crowd got even angrier. You're paying her 5 yuan, but ours are only worth 2 cents? You're looking down on us. Song Xilan pretended to be scared. I think I'll keep it after all. With that, she hugged the frame and ran home. Fine, I'll buy them all, the man finally caved. With no other option and worried that Song Xilan might uncover the photo frame secret when she got home, he had to stick to the original price and bought a bunch of useless junk, paying 2 to 3 yuan per portrait depending on its condition. He felt like he was losing money with every piece he collected. Song Xilan hung back, watching him finish with the others before finally walking up. Uncle, I've got an old portrait at home besides this frame. You want it? The man snapped, yeah, hand it over. They swapped cash for the goods. His hand shook as he took the frame, sensing a fortune within reach. That Jiang woman from the dance troupe? She was nothing. Zhang Jinbao made a living collecting junk. 2 nights ago, Jiang from the dance troupe tracked him down and paid him 100 yuan to gather portraits in the Limin Food Factory dormitory. The portrait collection was a ruse. The real goal was to snag a book-size photo frame from the Song family. Jiang promised him 300 yuan once the job was done. He was poor but sharp. With the 100 yuan up front, Jiang was shelling out 400 yuan total for the frame. Clearly it was worth way more. So he tailed Yang Jingyu and spotted her meeting an antique dealer afterward. After collecting junk for more than 10 years, he knew the ropes. Some folks sold antiques as junk, not realizing they could be worth a fortune to the right buyer. He'd always dreamed of hitting the jackpot, but luck wasn't on his side. He'd never scored anything big. Now his luck was finally changing. With the frame in his hands, Jiang didn't matter anymore. He could practically see the cash rolling in. That's it, I'm done. No more cash, no more collecting today. Zhang Jinbao, holding the precious photo frame in one hand and a sack full of portraits in the other, was about to leave. Then someone yelled, the cops are coming. 2 police officers in uniform appeared before him. You're Zhang Jinbao, right? We've received a report from the public suspecting you of disruptive activities. Come with us for now. Zhang Jibao, officers, I'm just a scrap collector. Buying some old portraits isn't illegal, is it? We'll figure that out back at the station. Let's go. Chapter 31 Empty-Handed Visit. Chapter 31 Empty-Handed Visit. Watching the public security officers take the man away, the residents of the compound were on edge and crowded around the Song family's door. Asking the factory director, Director Song, what's going on with this man? Why was he arrested? We accepted his money, will we be in trouble? Song Bailey reassured everyone, it's fine, I'm the one who called the cops. His movements were suspicious and I was worried he might have some ulterior motive for collecting these things. We haven't done anything wrong, so there's no need to be afraid. But the crowd was still uneasy, fearing that the money they had earned with difficulty might be taken back. Just then, Song Xilan saw Yang Jingyu rushing over, anxiously pushing through the crowd. Are you okay? I heard Yang Jingyu brought a man over here. Did he give you any trouble? Someone was coming to cause trouble? Song Bailey and Tan Aiji pricked up their ears and they both looked over. Song Xilan was momentarily stunned by his sudden arrival, and Jiang Qingxiao was also caught off guard by the unexpected encounter with her parents. In the awkward silence, Tan Aiji broke the silence. Who is this guy? Song Xilan replied, Mom, Dad, this is Comrade Jiang I told you about. Jiang Qingxiao awkwardly smiled. Hi, Uncle, Aunt. So it's Comrade Jiang, come in, have a seat inside. Jiang Qingxiao felt embarrassed to visit empty-handed for the first time. No need, I just came to see how things are. I have a few words to say to Xiao Song. Song Bailey sensed that what he had to say might be related to today's incident and said gravely, whatever it is, let's talk inside. Song Xilan also whispered, let's go inside first, the neighbors are all watching. Indeed, a crowd of people was staring at him intently. Nothing stays secret in this compound. Jiang Qingxiao kicked himself for rushing over like that, feeling it was too impolite. Come on, Xiao Jiang, don't be shy, make yourself comfortable, sit down. Lan, go brew some tea, Tan Aiji said, smiling and sizing up Jiang Qingxiao with a satisfied look. So Xiao Jiang, where's home for you? What do your folks do? Haha, is this the interrogation now? Mom Song's clearly into good looks. Oh my, where did this handsome young man come from? I want him as my son-in-law right now. Song Xilan, who came out with a teacup, exclaimed, Mom. Song Bailey interjected, let's cut to the chase. Xiao Jiang, what did you mean by what you said earlier? Jiang Qingxiao explained, this is all on me. It was my own issue, but it ended up involving Xiao Song. After he returned to the inn that day, he hired some local thugs to keep an eye on Yang Jingyu. They then informed Jiang Qingxiao that Yang Jingyu had been sneaking around and had contacted two men in the past 2 days. One was an antique dealer who usually dealt in shady business, mostly fake antiques, and was not a good person. The other was a scrap collector, whom she paid to go to the food factory dormitory, but they had no idea what she was planning. Hearing it was the food factory dormitory, Jiang Qingxiao got nervous and rushed over, fearing that Yang Jingyu, because of his pursuit for the money, might have targeted Song Xilan and hired someone to harm her. Song Bailey asked, so you don't know what the scrap collector was here for? Jiang Qingxiao remembered passing a police car on his way and nervously asked, has he already been here? What did he do? Song Bailey, he came to collect old portraits. We don't know his real intentions, but it doesn't seem like he's after our Lan. Song Xilan glanced at her father in surprise. She got that he didn't want to spill the beans about the famous calligraphy and painting they had at home. That was the right thing to do. Such a big matter shouldn't be casually disclosed. Jiang Qingxiao stood up. Thanks, Uncle. I'll head to the police station to check things out. If they're really up to no good with Xilan, I won't let them get away with it. I'll get going now. Tan Aiji, why don't you stay for dinner before you head out? No need, thanks, Auntie. I'll swing by another time to properly visit and try your cooking. Song Xilan also stood up. I'll go with you. She blurted out the words impulsively, only to realize that all three were looking at her in surprise. She quickly added, I'm also curious what Jiang Jingyu's deal is, going through all this hassle to get those paintings. Tan Aiji, you're not staying for dinner? We were planning on having roast chicken tonight. Although we haven't received the money yet, I already bought a roast chicken after leaving work early. Roast chicken's no good cold. There's not much that could make Song Xilan pass up good food right in front of her, and certainly not the reason she just mentioned. She knows better than anyone why Jiang Jingru's doing this, because as a time traveler, she knows she has something in her possession that could make Jiang Jingru a lot of money. For Jiang Jingru, making money beats revenge. So Song Xilan's not sure why she blurted out going to the police station with Jiang Qingxiao. It's not like she just wanted to hang out with Jiang Qingxiao, right? Is he more important than roast chicken? But she'd already said it. Song Xilan hesitated for a moment. I'll eat when I get back. Song Bailey pulled Song Xilan aside and told her, if anyone asks about the frame, just say you know nothing about it, understand? Song Xilan, even if the police ask? Yes, even if the police ask. If too many people find out we've got that thing at home, it'll be trouble, Song Bailey said seriously. Song Xilan nodded naively. Oh. Song Bailey sighed. Raising a daughter too innocent might not be entirely good. Tan Aiji, after all, felt sorry for her daughter and worried she might get hungry. Before they left, she stuffed a pack of walnut cookies bought from Lianxiang Lu into her hands. Have these if you get hungry. She also instructed Jiang Xiao, Xiao Jiang, take good care of Lan Lan. Auntie, don't worry, I'm here, Jiang Xiao said spiritedly. Chapter 32 Best Performance Award. Chapter 32 Best Performance Award. They rode the Song family's bicycle with Jiang Xiao pedaling and Song Xilan sitting at the back. It was the first time Song Xilan had sat on the back of a bicycle ridden by a man other than her father, and she felt a bit nervous. She was too shy to grab his clothes, so she tightly gripped the frame of the back seat instead. Jiang Qingxiao had a mischievous idea and deliberately let the wheel roll over a small pebble, making the bike jolt suddenly. This startled Song Xilan, who instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Her face flushed instantly, and she quickly let go. Don't move around, Jiang Qingxiao said. The road is a bit bumpy. Grab my clothes so you don't fall. Okay. Song Xilan responded, not daring to hold on too tightly, and instead gently grasped the edges of his jacket. Jiang Qingxiao said with a sigh, are your hands cold? If they are, you can tuck them into my pockets. Song Xilan's face grew even redder and she hesitated for a long time without moving. Suddenly, Jiang Qingxiao let go of one hand, took her hand, and slipped it into his jacket pocket. There, isn't that much warmer? Although it was just a brief touch, it set Song Xilan's heart racing. After a while, she quietly placed her other nearly frozen hand into his other pocket. Jiang Qingxiao's lips curled into a secret smile and he pedaled with renewed vigor. After a while, he spoke up, I'm sorry. I didn't consider everything properly. I only wanted your help, but I ended up dragging you into this. Song Xilan replied, it's not your fault. She was after my photo frame. Ha! Song Xilan quickly corrected herself with a sheepish grin, I mean, she was after buying our old paintings. I don't know what she was thinking. At the police station, Zhang Jibao initially tried to resist, insisting that he was just collecting junk. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own mental fortitude. After a few intimidating words from the police, he spilled everything like a sack of beans. This included his plan to secretly keep Song Xilan's picture frame for himself. The police then brought in Yang Jingyu and the antique dealer for questioning. The antique dealer had nothing to hide and directly admitted that Yang Jingyu had approached him, claiming to have an authentic Mifei painting and asking him to find a buyer. Officer, I really didn't do anything. Come on, an authentic Mifei painting? They're incredibly rare. There aren't many left in the world. How could a young girl like her just have one? I didn't believe her at all. Jiang Jingyu, however, was stubborn and refused to admit that she had said anything to the antique dealer. She only admitted to instructing Zhang Jibao to collect the paintings, but that was because of her superstitious beliefs. She had been struggling both at work and in her love life, and she had heard from someone that old portraits of great leaders, which had been worshipped and enshrined for a long time, were imbued with spiritual energy. Collecting them and keeping them at home would bring her good luck. That's why she had Zhang Jibao collect these paintings for her. Song Xilan and Jiang Qingxiao arrived at the police station just as this was being said. Song Xilan said, Officer, my parents come from 3 generations of poor farmers. They are true proletarians. But now people are saying that there's some treasure hidden in our picture frame. If this gets out, I'm worried it might harm our family's reputation. I'd like to request a thorough investigation and see if there's really anything hidden in that frame. That way, even if people gossip in the future, we'll have something to defend ourselves with. So the police took out the picture frame. Honestly, they were quite curious as well. Based on the statements from the 3 individuals, they were pretty sure that Jiang Jingyu was lying. Only a fool would spend so much money on old paintings just for a bit of good luck. The notion of treasure hidden in the frame was quite the legend, and everyone wanted to witness it for themselves. As the frame was taken apart piece by piece, everything inside was examined by professionals. They concluded that the frame was made of the most common and cheapest wood, the portrait was just an ordinary one, and even the newspaper tucked behind it was nothing special, completely worthless. The antique dealer sneered, clearly thinking I knew it. Zhang Jibao lunged at Jiang Jingyu. You tricked me, you lied to me. You made me spend so much money on this pile of junk. Give me my money back. Indeed, the 100 yuan Jiang Jingyu had given him was long gone. To acquire the frame he believed held treasure, he had to chip in more than 100 yuan himself. He had hoped to recoup everything by finding the treasure, but instead, he ended up with nothing but a pile of worthless items. Jiang Jingyu was completely stunned and in disbelief. It's impossible. It was supposed to be here. How could it be gone? She suddenly turned a vicious glare on Song Xilan. It's you, isn't it? You figured it out, so you know there's something valuable inside. You've already taken it, and now you're trying to trick me. It must be you, you're out to ruin me. Song Xilan stepped back in fear. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no beef with you, why would I harm you? Jiang Qingxiao immediately stepped forward, shielding her. Don't be afraid. This person must be crazy. Let's not listen to her. Haha, I give this year's Oscar for best acting to Ms. Song Xilan. Jiang, you're the ultimate boyfriend. Song Xilan stood behind Jiang Qingxiao, her fingers trembling slightly as she clutched his clothes. She didn't want any acting award. She was truly scared. Zhang Jibao, officers, you heard it, right? She must know there's treasure in that girl's frame. She must be hiding something. You need to investigate her thoroughly. Jiang Jingyu screamed hysterically at Song Xilan. Where did you hide my things? Give them back to me. They're mine, they're mine. The officer shouted, quiet, all of you. Yang Jingyu, tell the truth, what's the deal with this frame? How shameless. Do you really think you're a time-traveling heroine with a halo? Everything has to be yours? This was given to the kind-hearted Song Xilan by her grandfather. I heard the plot of this drama took a wild turn, so I came to check it out. Oh my, how did this time-traveling woman end up like this? I remember liking her before. Is it really just my perspective that's off? Before, when I saw the time-traveling woman take over Song Xilan's body and sell the original owner's things for a lot of money, I actually found it satisfying. It's just a matter of perspective. If you put yourself in Yang Jingyu's shoes as the heroine, knowing there's treasure in someone else's house, pretending to collect junk, and then selling it for a high price, you'd find it satisfying too. Yang Jingyu was still in a daze. No, it's not like this. The plot development is wrong. There must be some mistake. Let's do it again. I need to try again. Jiang Qingxiao, officers, I suspect this woman is deliberately playing dumb to cover up more serious facts. I suggest you investigate thoroughly. Chapter 33, Face-to-Face Confrontation. Chapter 33, Face-to-Face Confrontation. The police had initially received a tip, suspecting someone was involved in destructive activities, which led to the arrest of Zhang Jibao. Now, seeing Yang Jingyu pretending to be crazy, they became even more suspicious. Don't worry, we will thoroughly investigate this matter. After Song Xilan and Jiang Qingxiao agreed to cooperate with the investigation at any time, they also left the police station. Were you scared just now? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have involved you in this. Jiang Qingxiao still believed it was because of him that Yang Jingyu had targeted Song Xilan. Don't worry, I will figure out how she knew there was something hidden in your family's picture frame, Jiang Qingxiao whispered. Song Xilan suddenly looked up, surprised. You know? Jiang Qingxiao nodded slightly. She wasn't good at hiding it, he had noticed from the start. Song Xilan said sheepishly, actually we didn't know either, it was just last night. Hush! Jiang Qingxiao stopped her, you don't need to tell me these things. We just need to figure out how Jiang Jingyu knew about something even you didn't know, who told her, and how to prevent them from going after you. Song Xilan weakly said, it's pointless to investigate. Even if they did, they wouldn't find out. Who could possibly know that the current Yang Jingyu is a time traveler who knows the future? No, they went to great lengths, which means they are very sure your family has something. They didn't get it this time, but they won't back down. They might do something else in the future, and we have to stay vigilant. Jiang Qingxiao was still trying to persuade her. Song Xilan had to say, actually, I know why she knew, it's something only she knows, and as for why, I can't tell you, but it's not your concern, don't worry about it. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxiao couldn't help but feel upset. He was silent for a while, then finally sighed, all right. After a detailed investigation, the police indeed found no issues with Zhang Jibao and Yang Jingyu. They indeed had ill intentions, trying to steal from others, but in the end, they gained nothing and instead spent money on a bunch of worthless stuff. The police couldn't prosecute them based on this. Therefore, after being detained for a day, both were released. However, as soon as they stepped out of the police station, they got into a fight over money issues. Jiang Jingyu was slapped several times by Zhang Jibao, her face swollen, while Zhang Jingbao was scratched several times by her nails, and he lost a lot of hair. They were then taken back in, scolded, and released again. Jiang Jingyu's unborn baby was quite resilient, surviving all this unscathed. During this time, the Song family was also called in for questioning, mainly asking if they had offended anyone. As for whether their family really had any treasures, the police didn't pay much attention. Even if they did, it was their own property and they shouldn't have to hand it over just because someone wanted it. Since the Song family and the food factory workers suffered no actual losses, the case was dropped. As for the antique dealer, his luck wasn't as good. The investigation revealed that he had secretly sold several of our precious cultural relics to foreigners, and those relics had been taken out of the country through various improper channels. According to our customs regulations, cultural relics cannot be taken out of the country, so it was outright smuggling. Moreover, just in the past few days, this antique dealer had been in close contact with a wealthy businessman from the United States, helping him look for valuable cultural relics. During their conversations, they even mentioned authentic works by Mi Fei, so the antique dealer wasn't entirely skeptical of Jiang Jingyu as he claimed. Undoubtedly, if Jiang Jingyu had managed to get him an authentic Mi Fei piece this time, he would have immediately sold it to that American, and another precious cultural relic would have been lost overseas. Hearing this, the Song family was furious. It was a national treasure the old man had protected, and it was almost sold to a foreigner. Fortunately, they caught it in time and kept it. The rumor that their family had a treasure eventually got out, and these days, people at work have been asking them about it. Song Xilan wasn't spared either. Just as she arrived at the canteen for lunch, someone approached her to inquire, Xiao Song, a familiar term for Song Xilan, is it true that the junk dealer was after your family's treasure? Does your family really have some heirloom treasure? How could that be? Song Xilan had become quite adept at responding. The police station has already looked into it, and there's nothing to it. Come on, we've been neighbors for years. If there's really something, why not let us have a look? I've never seen a treasure in my life. Really, there's nothing. If there were, how could we hide it from everyone? I've never seen any treasure in my life. At that moment, Song Xilan's good friend Zheng Qiaoling suddenly pulled a young girl over in a rush. Here she is. Do you have the guts to confront her directly? The girl looked a bit timid but still insisted. What's there to be afraid of? Some people dare to do things but are afraid of others talking about it. Song Xilan was confused. What's this about? Jing Qiaoling explained, I just overheard her spreading rumors about you in the restroom with a few other women. She was saying it as if she saw it with her own eyes and she claimed she wasn't afraid to confront you. Well, here she is now, so speak up. What bad things did they say about me? They said. Zhang Qiaoling glanced at the eavesdropping crowd around them and whispered into Song Xilan's ear. They said you were involved in an improper relationship with a man, got pregnant, and went to the gynecology department for an abortion. This Yang Xueme, she claimed she saw it with her own eyes. Song Xilan laughed upon hearing this. Yang Xueme, back then your family sent heavy gifts to Director Zhang of the sales department to get you a position as a sales clerk in the store, but I ended up taking that spot. You've been nursing a grudge ever since, haven't you? Chapter 34, Who Has Ill Intentions? Chapter 34, Who Has Ill Intentions? Yang Xueme bristled. Exactly, Director Zhang promised my dad that job was mine. You just used your dad's position as factory manager to muscle in. Everyone knows that. Zhang Qiaoling, that's ridiculous. When the sales department was hiring, the whole factory got the notice. Everyone knew about it, and anyone could apply. Lan got in after applying and passing the exam. You couldn't even finish your own exam, couldn't do basic accounting, and couldn't even use an abacus. Who's to blame? Hiring you would have been a total disaster. What could you have done? Just sit there looking pretty. Yang Xueme, well, she graduated from high school. Who can compare to her? Song Xilan spoke softly in her usual slow manner. You're just jealous I got the sales department job. So you're spreading lies to trash my reputation. But what good would it do you if my reputation were ruined? Think that'll get you the job? Cross the manager's daughter, and you're asking for trouble. Whoever put you up to this is the real troublemaker. Yang Xueme was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized it was Wang Hongyan. Wang Hongyan told me she saw it with her own eyes. Wang Hongyan knew Yang Xueme loved to gossip and resented Song Xilan for taking her spot. So she deliberately told Yang Xueme about Song Xilan's supposed actions, knowing full well that Yang Xueme would spread the rumors. Zhang Qiaoling looked at Song Xilan in confusion. When did you offend Wang Hongyan? Wang Hongyan was different from Yang Xueme. Everyone knew Yang Xueme was petty and loved to gossip, but Wang Hongyan was widely regarded as a kind-hearted and helpful person. She was always the first to help out when someone was in a bind. For her to deliberately spread rumors about Song Xilan was something most people found hard to believe. Song Xilan also couldn't figure it out. I barely even talked to her. Zhang Qiaoling, let's go straight to her and ask. Just now, Yang Xueme was bad-mouthing you, and several people heard it in the restroom. If we don't clear this up, who knows what people will say? Where's Wang Hongyan? Didn't she come to eat? Someone said I don't think she came. Today, someone from her team, Aching, wasn't feeling well. I saw her walk Aching back to the dormitory. Zhang Qiaoling pulled Song Xilan along. Let's go, we'll go to the dormitory to find her. The factory had dormitories specifically built for single employees. Zhang Qiaoling dragged Song Xilan over and happened to run into Wang Hongyan, who was carrying a thermos and heading to fetch hot water. Wang Hongyan. Zhang Qiaoling said aggressively. Yang Xueme said you told her you saw Lan at the hospital's gynecology department? Wang Hongyan glanced at Yang Xueme and the others who were cowering behind them. She knew she couldn't dodge this today, so she nodded. Yes, I did see her. I was just concerned about Xiaosong, so I brought it up. What's the problem? Song Xilan asked softly. You said you saw me with your own eyes. Can you tell me when and where you saw me? It was after New Year's Day. I think it was a Thursday in the morning right outside the gynecology doctor's office. That was correct. It was the day Song Xilan went to the hospital to see her aunt and ran into Yang Jingyu. She smiled faintly and said, Thank you for your concern. I was indeed feeling a bit unwell that day. I had a cold. My aunt works at the hospital, so I went to her to get some cold medicine. I've still got the prescription at home. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you. But Wang Hongyan, the gynecology department is on the second floor. The entire floor is dedicated to gynecology clinics and wards. Why were you there? Were you also there for a checkup? Zhang Qiaoling snorted. How ridiculous. Everyone knows Lan's aunt is a gynecologist. It's perfectly normal for her to go see her aunt. But some people who aren't even married yet are going to the gynecology department. People might think she's up to no good. Song Xilan, Qiaoling, don't say that. She might not have been there for a checkup. Maybe she was accompanying someone or visiting a relative or friend. By the way, Hongyan, can you tell me the name of your friend or relative? I can ask my aunt to check if there's a patient by that name. If there is, we can present the evidence. We can't let people jump to conclusions, right? Wang Hongyan couldn't come up with a name. Aye. Today, many people heard Yang Xueme and the others talking about me going to the gynecology department. There's bound to be gossip going around. I will definitely need to explain myself. Of course, it's easy for me to explain I have evidence. But you don't have evidence, so it'll be harder for you to explain why you were there, won't it? Zhang Qiaoling, exactly. If you weren't accompanying someone or visiting someone, then why would a young woman like you be in the gynecology department? The others behind Yang Xueme also started looking at Wang Hongyan with strange expressions. If she wasn't there for a reason, why'd she bump into Song Xilan in gynecology? Wang Hongyan panicked. I didn't. Song Xilan suddenly frowned. What's your deal with Yang Jingyu? Why are you covering for her? Wang Hongyan was startled. How did you know? Zhang Qiaoling also looked surprised. How does this involve Yang Jingyu again? Song Xilan patted Zhang Qiaoling's hand. I'll fill you in later. Yang Jingyu was her idol and she would surely be very disappointed when she heard about those things. She then turned to Wang Hongyan. Are you really going to ruin your own reputation for her? Wang Hongyan, I'm from the same hometown as her. She gave me 20 yuan to spread the rumor in our factory that you went to the obstetrics and gynecology department for an abortion. Song Xilan smiled. It's indeed her. But do you know why she encountered me in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Seeing the other party shake her head in confusion, she continued, of course it's because she got pregnant out of wedlock. The one who really went to the hospital for an abortion was Yang Jingyu. Clang! Zhang Qiaoling dropped her lunchbox and she covered her mouth in shock. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Song Xilan, Wang Hongyan, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Go to the song and dance troupe and spread the news that Yang Jingyu got pregnant out of wedlock. I want everyone to know the shameful things she's done. Chapter 35, They're not fond of you. Chapter 35, They're not fond of you. It's like a tiger not showing its strength and people think it's a weakling. Song Xilan never thought of exposing Yang Jingyu's premarital pregnancy to the public. Even though Yang Jingyu plotted against her family's famous calligraphy and paintings, she had no intention of using this to retaliate. But now the villain is making the first move? Song Xilan was furious. She thought to herself, since she wants to talk, then let's talk together. Let's see who's afraid of whom. If I don't teach her a lesson, she'll think I'm a pushover. Wang Hongyan, but I don't know anyone else in the song and dance troupe. Even if I tried to spread the word, they wouldn't listen to me. Song Xilan, I don't care what it takes, but within 3 days I want everyone in the song and dance troupe to know about this. Otherwise you can kiss your job at the food factory goodbye. Although Song Xilan is the factory director's daughter, she has never thrown her weight around or said such things before. This was the first time. After she said it, no one around her thought it was out of line either. After all, Wang Hongyan plotted against her first, so it's only natural for her to vent her anger. And you? Song Xilan said, turning to the female workers who had just been gossiping about her behind her back. You should know what to do, right? Yes, yes. Yang Xiume quickly said. If anyone dares to spread rumors, we'll make it clear to them that it was Yang Jingyu who struck first, doing something shameful and trying to drag others down with her. Song Xilan nodded, yes, and don't gossip about others so carelessly in the future. Even what you see with your own eyes isn't necessarily true, let alone hearsay. It's bound to get twisted as it spreads. Yes, yes, we won't dare to do it again. The girls quickly scattered. Zhang Qiaoling picked up her lunchbox that had fallen to the ground. Still stunned, Lan, what in the world is going on? What did Yang Jingyu do? In her eyes, Yang Jingyu was beautiful, elegant, and had a lovely singing voice, a figure on a pedestal. Just being able to exchange a word with her would make her ecstatic, and her greatest wish was to have Yang Jingyu sign her notebook. Song Xilan patted her shoulder. I understand how you feel now. It's probably the same as when I suddenly discovered that Yang Jingyu was a scumbag. She had learned many new terms from the online comments, like calling someone like Yang Jingyu a scumbag, and what Zhang Qiaoling was experiencing now was called the collapse of an idol. Song Xilan told Zhang Qiaoling about her recent feud with Yang Jingyu, only omitting the part about Mi Fei's authentic work. Finally she sighed, what's wrong with some people? I didn't even want to bother with her, but she insists on making trouble for me. Spreading rumors about me doesn't do her any good. It's just harming others without benefiting herself. Zhang Qiaoling gradually shifted from disbelief to righteous indignation. No, how can you put up with this? This woman has no morals. Not only did she cheat on a hero, but she also tried to steal from your family, and now she's spreading rumors about you. No, I can't stand it. Let's go find her. Song Xilan, what's the point of finding her? Haven't we already made Wang Hongyan expose her shameful deeds to the public? No, that's not satisfying enough. I'm going to give her a piece of my mind to vent your anger. No need for that. Song Xilan and Zhang Qiaoling are polar opposites in temperament. Song Xilan is calm and dislikes conflict, while Zhang Qiaoling has a fiery temper and can't stand injustice. At this moment, Song Xilan couldn't stop Zhang Qiaoling from going to settle the score with Yang Jingyu. She had to hurry after her. We haven't even had lunch yet. I'm too angry to eat. Song Xilan, but I'm hungry. What's more important than eating? As they neared the dance troupe, they unexpectedly ran into someone who seemed even more aggressive than the two of them. Upon spotting them, the person abruptly stopped. Xilan? Where are you off to? Zhang Qiaoling, Lan, who's this guy? Is he talking to you? Qiaoling, this is Comrade Yang Chengxiao I told you about. Comrade Yang, this is my good friend Zhang Qiaoling. We're on our way to the dance troupe. Zhang Qiaoling spoke quickly, so you're Comrade Yang. What a coincidence, you should tag along. It's that Yang Jingyu you brought into the picture. She's been spreading nasty rumors about Lan at work. We're planning to give her a piece of our minds. Jiang Chengxiao frowned. What's she done? Zhang Qiaoling hesitated. The rumors were unpleasant. From what Lan hinted, she seems to have a thing for Jiang Chengxiao. Even if a guy knows the rumors are fake, hearing that stuff would still bug him, and it wouldn't be good if he got the wrong idea. Never mind, you don't have to come. It's no big deal, just some nasty gossip. We'll handle it ourselves. Jiang Qingxiao chuckled. What a coincidence, I was just about to go and settle things with her too. Ha! Song Xilan was surprised. What do you have to settle with her? We'll talk about it when we get there. The three of them rushed to the dance troupe. Zheng Qiaoling directly mentioned Yang Jingyu's name. Yang Jingyu had been trying to figure out how to win Song Xilan back lately. When he heard Zheng Qiaoling was looking for him, he hurried out. From afar, he spotted Song Xilan and immediately grinned. He knew it. This chubby girl was so into him before, how could she just blow him off like that? Someone must have been bad-mouthing him to her, pissing her off. After a few days, she must have cooled off and here she is coming back to him. Focused on pleasing Song Xilan, his eyes were only on her. Lan, why didn't you give me a heads up or shoot me a message so I could come to you? Have you eaten yet? Before he could finish, he noticed a tall and imposing man standing in front of him. As a dancer, he was naturally of good height, but the man before him was half a head taller, wearing a black cashmere coat. His presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm talking to someone? Jiang Qingxiao, I see, but I just don't want you talking to her. She's not into you, didn't you get the memo? Nonsense, Lan. Song Xilan sternly said, Comrade Yang, I've told you before, don't call me that. It causes misunderstandings and is bad for my reputation. I came here with Comrade Yang, not to see you. Zheng Qiaoling, enough, stop the nonsense. Yang Jingyu, I'm the one looking for you. Where's your broadcasting room? Yang Jingyu, why do you need the broadcasting room? It's off limits to most people. Well, you must have some music equipment, amplifiers, speakers, or something for your rehearsals. Just get us something to use. Yang Jingyu became wary. What exactly are you planning to do? Don't do anything reckless. Chapter 36, No Regrets. Chapter 36, No Regrets. Zheng Qiaoling looked disdainful. Forget it, I don't need you. You're completely useless, totally worthless. After saying that, she shoved Yang Jingyu out of the way and stormed in. Somehow she got her hands on a loudspeaker and stood in the open space in front of the dormitory of the song and dance troupe. She turned it on and tested it with a testing. After confirming it worked, she cleared her throat. Jiang Jingru, come out. Can you hear me? Come out if you dare. You, a fickle and loose woman. Dare to cheat on the hero guarding the border, get pregnant before marriage, and spread nasty rumors about others, plotting to steal someone else's treasure. What, now you're hiding like a coward? It was just after lunch, a time for relaxing. Zheng Qiaoling's voice was crisp and clear, and her words, amplified by the loudspeaker, reached almost everyone. Almost everyone came out, and soon the open space in front of the dormitory was crowded with people. They murmured to each other, what's wrong with Jiang Jingru? Is what she said true? I always thought there was something off about her sudden arrest and coming back all bruised. Wow, this is crazier than a soap opera. No way, I can't believe this. She always acted so pure, but in private she's so wild, even pregnant. Hey, where's Yang Jingru? Is she really too scared to show her face? Jiang Jingru had crept back from the police station that morning, beaten black and blue by Zhang Jibao, a total mess, obviously unable to work. The troops leaders had ordered her to go back and reflect. So she had been hiding in her dorm, too scared to come out, not even eating lunch. Now hearing someone air her dirty laundry with a loudspeaker, she froze. Who was trying to ruin her? She thought her transmigration had already given her a rough start, but it could get even worse. At first, she didn't care much about getting pregnant before marriage. In modern times, it wasn't a big deal. Just get an abortion, and if she couldn't have kids later, it wouldn't be a big deal. As long as she successfully got the money and married the male lead, everything would be fine. But why? She hadn't gotten over the shock that the frame didn't have Mi-Fei's real work. After returning, she had been wondering whether the plot had changed, causing the authentic work to disappear, or whether Song Xilan also knew about it and had hidden the authentic work in advance. And now why? Who was trying to destroy her? It must be Song Xilan. Maybe she was also a transmigrator like herself, knowing everything. No, if she were a transmigrator, she shouldn't change the plot. Following the original plot, she would be the rightful female lead. Why on earth? Jiang Jingru frantically grabbed her hair, turning it into a mess. Someone knocked on the door. Jiang Jingru, come out quickly, the troop leader is here, calling you out to explain what's going on. Zheng Qiaoling's shouting not only attracted a crowd of onlookers but also alarmed the leaders of the song and dance troupe. To avoid causing too much negative impact, they took Zheng Qiaoling and her group to the meeting room and sent someone to call Jiang Jingru over. Jiang Jingru, in a daze, walked over to open the door like a puppet. Her ghostly look startled the two people who came to get her. She used to be a beauty, but after just 2 days she had turned into this ghostly figure? Jiang Jingru, like a walking corpse, came to the meeting room and unsurprisingly saw Song Xilan and Jiang Qingxiao. She sneered, the 3-day deadline hasn't passed yet, what, can't wait? I should have known, you're all lying scoundrels, I shouldn't have trusted you. Song Xilan looked at her incredulously, so even now you don't think you've done anything wrong? It's all everyone else's fault. Jiang Jingru retorted, me? What did I do wrong? If it weren't for you deliberately targeting me, trying to harm me, would I have ended up in this state today? She suddenly burst out hysterically, I just arrived here, who have I offended? Why are you treating me like this? Jiang Qingxiao lunged forward, barely holding himself back from hitting her, only pointing at her with a mix of grief and indignation. Do you know how Guangshan died? He was beaten to death by smugglers while protecting our national treasures. And what were you doing? You colluded with antique dealers to sell our national treasures to foreigners. Do you realize what you're doing? It's treason. You're acting like a traitor. How can you face Guangshan? How can you face our soldiers who have shed blood and sweat defending our country at the borders? This was the first time Song Xilan had seen Jiang Qingxiao like this, and she felt a pang of heartache, remembering how he'd casually described that brutal battle, her heart aching. Just moments ago, she was still hesitating, wondering if they were being too harsh on Yang Jingyu. Because the thoughts flooding her mind were all about feeling sorry for Yang Jingyu, blaming them for their actions. But the moment Jiang Qingxiao spoke, her regret vanished. To some, the transmigrated woman had just arrived and was thrust into this chaos, which was indeed quite tragic. But contacting antique dealers to sell me Faye's authentic works, spreading rumors about her going to the OBGYN, these were all things she did herself after transmigrating here. If she hadn't done all this, she wouldn't be in this mess now. After Jiang Qingxiao spoke those words, the barrage in Song Xilan's mind paused for a moment. When it started scrolling again, the sentiment had changed. No matter what, letting national treasures leave the country is just wrong. Didn't someone say we'd spend 29.99 million yuan in the future to buy back a genuine Mi Fei piece? Heartbreaking, truly heartbreaking. Someone who has read the original plot mentioned that when I saw this plot last time, I didn't even think about this aspect and actually felt quite pleased that the female lead earned over 100,000 at once. That was really inappropriate. Actually, we can't entirely blame Jiang Jingyu. She only contacted the antique dealers. Who the antique dealers want to sell to isn't something she can decide. At this moment, Jiang Jingyu shouted unwillingly, "What's it got to do with me? Taxpayers fund you. Defending the country is your job. It's what you're supposed to do. Isn't there state compensation for those who die? It's not me who killed him. Why are you venting at me? I just wanted to earn some money to live a good life. Is that wrong?" Chapter 37. A huge scandal drops from the sky. Chapter 37. A huge scandal drops from the sky. As soon as Jiang Jingyu spoke these words, everyone looked at her with disdain. Had she no conscience at all? How could she say such things? Jiang Jingyu had completely lost her mind, venting her emotions without restraint. Yeah, I cheated on Lin Guangshan. But he kept saying he loved me, yet he couldn't even see me once a year. Not only did he fail to provide any emotional value, but as a poor soldier, what kind of life could he offer me? Could he afford the clothes and bags I liked? I wanted someone by my side. I wanted a good life. Is that wrong? And you, Song Xilan, don't act all high and mighty here. You're no saint either. You were the one who first told this man about my visit to the obstetrician, which is why he used that as a reason to pressure me into repaying the money. You started it, so I'm just returning the favor. What did I do wrong? Huh? What did I do wrong? You're all forcing me. The whole world is forcing me. Screw this. I'm done. Maybe I'll just die. How about that? System? What the hell is this system? Show yourself. I want to go back. Let me go back. Her words became increasingly incomprehensible and everyone looked at her as if she had gone mad. The troupe leader looked grim. If the troupe really had a mentally ill person, how bad would that sound if it got out? He considered having her locked up but feared she might actually kill herself. For a moment he didn't know what to do with her. In Jiang Jingyu's mind, the system that had been dormant suddenly spoke up, detected that the traveler is on the brink of a mental breakdown, posing a risk of causing world chaos. Preparing to activate the termination protocol. Wait, I don't want to die. Save me, I don't want to die. Don't eliminate me, I'll do the tasks properly. Give me another chance. Jiang Jingyu screamed, clutching her head. Everyone thought she was just spouting nonsense, but Song Xilan seemed to ponder something. It seemed that being a traveler wasn't as simple as it appeared. Was there something that could control her? Jiang Jingyu finally quieted down, collapsing to the ground, soaked in sweat, as if she'd just been fished out of water. Zhang Qiaoling had initially wanted to slap her a couple of times to vent her anger, but seeing her in this state, she decided against it. Forget it, she just couldn't handle the pressure. Thinking back to her previous genuine admiration, it was as if it had all been fed to the dogs. Jiang Qingxiao, I'm sorry, we just wanted to seek justice for ourselves and our comrades. We didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, this female comrade from your unit does have some serious ideological issues. We hope your unit can handle this properly. I believe that as cultural workers, we bear greater social responsibility and should play a positive and uplifting role. The troop leader forced a bitter smile. You're right. We've overlooked the ideological training of our members. Regarding Comrade Jiang Jingyu's mistakes, we will handle them seriously and ensure proper criticism and education. At this moment, Jiang Jingyu suddenly staggered to her feet and walked over to Yang Jingyu. Leader, we made a mistake in our relationship. To keep this mistake from getting worse, I request to marry Yang Jingyu. Yang Jingyu, who had followed along out of concern that Zhang Qiaoling's actions might implicate him, was now in a terrible state. A massive scandal had just dropped on him. I haven't. How could he have any relationship with Jiang Jingyu? He didn't even care for Jiang Jingyu. Sure, she might seem like a respectable singer, but in reality she was just like him, from a rural background, with 2 younger brothers waiting for her to earn money to build houses and marry them off. If he really married her, his life would be ruined. Panicking, he first turned to explain to Song Xilan rather than his leader, Lan, don't listen to her. At this moment, Yang Jingyu tightly grabbed Yang Jingyu's hand and uttered 3 words, Su Huiwen. Yang Jingyu was instantly thunderstruck, unable to speak, and the troupe leader's expression turned deadly serious. Su Huiwen? Isn't that Yang Jingyu's first love? The one raising a child alone? I remember in the original plot, that childhood sweetheart almost caused a crisis in the main couple's relationship. Spoiler, the childhood sweetheart was terminally ill and entrusted her child to the female lead before passing away. The female lead, holding no grudges, adopted the child and treated it as her own. A device to showcase the female lead's generosity and compassion. Wait, if that's all, Yang Jingyu wouldn't have such an expression, nor would he be willing to pay the price of marriage. There's got to be something major we're missing. I've got a crazy idea. What if the child is actually Yang Jingyu's? That's not necessarily the case. Since it's all about romantic entanglements, why doesn't he just admit his relationship with Su Huiwen instead of being someone else's scapegoat? Did anyone notice the expression on the director's face? Does anyone remember the surname of the childhood sweetheart's child in the director's surname? Is this the collapse of morality or the distortion of human nature? What kind of dramatic love triangle unfolded between the director, Yang Jingyu, and the childhood sweetheart? With just those 3 words, Yang Jingyu made the atmosphere at the scene turn silent. Even the air became heavy and sticky. Only Song Xilan, with her deer-like eyes wide open, kept shifting her gaze between the director and Yang Jingyu's faces. Wow, the commenters are really sharp with their analysis. What kind of shocking scandal did she just stumble upon? At this moment, the director, looking grim, finally kicked them out. Song Xilan pulled Zhang Qiaoling along and left the song and dance troupe with Jiang Chengxiao. Zhang Qiaoling looked puzzled. Wasn't that woman on the verge of a breakdown? How did she snap out of it so quickly? And who is that Su Huiwen she mentioned? Why did everyone seem dumbfounded when she mentioned it? Oh my god, is that kid really Yang Jingyu's? That's so disgusting. When did they get together? Song Xilan, don't worry about it. Knowing all that drama won't help you. That's true, it's good you came to your senses and didn't get stuck on Yang Jingyu. In the future, when looking for a partner, you must not look for someone from the song and dance troupe. Those people are too chaotic. Song Xilan nodded deeply in agreement. Yeah, when the leadership is messed up, everyone else follows suit. Then they heard Jiang Chengxiao say coolly from the side, don't hang yourself on one tree, turn back to the shore. Chapter 38 Bad Taste. Chapter 38 Bad Taste. Zhang Qiaoling realized she had put her foot in her mouth and covered her mouth. Oh, I'm almost late. You two chat, I need to hurry back to work. Lan, don't worry, I'll cover for you. After saying that, she turned around and ran off quickly. Song Xilan cursed the traitorous girl in her heart, then turned to Jiang Chengxiao. Well, don't be too upset. Jiang Jingyu's attempt to sell the national treasure was despicable, but she didn't succeed. And now that her situation has escalated like this, she's definitely out of the song and dance troupe. She's already being punished, so let bygones be bygones and not think about it anymore. Jiang Chengxiao smiled. Don't worry, I'm not that delicate. Then, I should get back to work too. I'll be out of town for a few days. Where to? Song Xilan blurted out, then immediately realized she might be prying too much. Blushing and lowering her head, I was just curious, you don't have to tell me. Jiang Chengxiao said softly, I plan to visit Guangshan's parents. Lin Guangshan's personal effects and compensation had already been sent to them, but Jiang Chengxiao still wanted to see for himself the elderly couple who had lost their only child. Lin Guangshan was an outstanding person. Jiang Chengxiao and he had got off on the wrong foot, from mutual dislike to becoming close friends who would go to the ends of the earth for each other. Everything that had happened over the past 2 years was still vivid in his mind, but now they were separated by death. Jiang Chengxiao had already made it his responsibility to take care of the elderly couple in the future. Oh, okay, then take care on your trip. These couple of days, don't go on any more dates, Jiang Chengxiao suddenly said. Huh? Why? The topic jumped too quickly and she couldn't react immediately. Because your taste isn't great. What if you meet some sleek, powdered-up pretty boy and accidentally fall for him? Song Xilan's face turned red and she hurriedly said that won't happen. Back then, I was just. Well, she had been blind. At that moment, a flood of thoughts suddenly rushed into her mind. We can't let Xiao Jiang go to the countryside alone, something terrible will happen. What do you mean? In the original plot, the big villain had a wife and that wife was foisted upon him during this trip to the countryside. Damn, I was so caught up in the sweet moments between Xiao Jiang and Xilan that I forgot about this. Song Xilan's heart was racing. Your comrade. Comrade Lin's hometown, where's it? Not far, Yangsong Pit, have you heard of it? Yangsong Pit? I know it. Well, I'd better get back to work, bye. Song Xilan left in a fluster. Jiang Chengxiao watched her retreating figure, shook his head helplessly with a smile, and felt his pocket as he headed towards the downtown department store. That watch was definitely going to Guangshan's parents. As for the 360 yuan, he had already given up on getting it from Jiang Jingyu. But he still planned to cover the money out of his own pocket for the elderly couple. But they certainly wouldn't take his money without a good reason, so he opted to buy them practical items instead, which would be better than them holding onto the money and being reluctant to spend it. At the department store, he bought mostly practical items, plain, sturdy, and long-lasting clothes, liberation shoes, a type of durable footwear, popular in rural China, as well as woolen sweaters and down jackets that the elderly would certainly not buy for themselves but were very warm. There were also items that needed industrial coupons, such as thermos flasks and aluminum lunchboxes, things that rural people couldn't buy even if they had money. He picked out whatever could be useful. After picking up a variety of items, he finally bought 2 tin pails to put everything in. Later, he'd find a pole to carry them, and if he wore his tattered military coat, he'd look just like a farmer in the city for the first time. Lastly, he headed to the bus station and bought a ticket for the early morning bus to the county where Yang was located, then went back to the hotel to rest. Song Xilan spent the afternoon mulling over the barrage comments in her mind and finally came to a bold decision. That evening after dinner, she cleared her throat and declared, "Mom, Dad, I want to take 2 days off to visit my grandma's house." As it happened, Song Xilan's grandma lived in Yang. Ten Aiji gave her a puzzled look. "Why the sudden urge to visit your grandma's?" "I want to eat haihong fruit." Haihong fruit was a unique type of fruit found in the mountains near Yang, and it happened to be the ripening season. The ripe fruit blanketed the mountains in a sea of red, looking like apples but much smaller. They tasted like apples too, with a soft, sweet and tart flavor. When Song Xilan was a kid and visited her mother's hometown, she saw the haihong fruit and mistook it for the hawthorn used in candied haws that she had seen on TV. She insisted on eating candied haws. Her grandfather, who doted on her, went so far as to boil the little sugar they had at home into syrup and coat the haihong fruit to make candied haws for her. This made her cousin, her uncle's daughter, cry out of jealousy. The incident became a topic of gossip in the village for over a decade. Even now, when their family returns to the village, people would tease her, "Why don't you ask your grandfather to make you some candied haws?" Ten Aiji said, "It's almost New Year, let them save some for you to eat when we go back for the holiday." "But I want to eat them now." "Then I'll call your uncle and ask him to send some to the county town for you tomorrow." Ten Aiji had 2 siblings. Her eldest brother and she had both moved out, while her younger brother stayed in the countryside but was quite capable. He was now the brigade party secretary in the village. "No, if they send it, it'll get spoiled and won't be fresh. I want to eat them freshly picked from the tree." Ten Aiji couldn't do anything about her, then wait a couple of days. "I have some accounts to settle these days and can't leave. I'll take time off in a couple of days and go back with you." "No need, I'm a grown-up now. How could I get lost going to Grandma's house? I'll go by myself, early tomorrow morning." Ten Aiji was both annoyed and amused. She said to Song Bailey, "Look at your daughter, she's grown wings and become capable. She insists on going right away and won't listen to any advice." Song Bailey said if she wants to go, let her go. "It's been a long time since we've been back. It's good for her to visit the elders. I still have 2 bottles of Wuliangye here. Take them back for your grandpa." Ten Aiji said, "My dad isn't used to that kind of liquor. It would be a waste on him. He prefers the bulk baijiu from the county town's distillery. When she gets to the county town, she can bring a bucket back for him." "Do we still have any sugar at home? I'll take some back so my grandpa can make candied haws for me. That way, Xianglan won't say I finished all her sugar." Chapter 39, A Pleasant Surprise. Chapter 39, A Pleasant Surprise. Ten Aiji kept grumbling about Song Xilan creating unnecessary trouble, but she still searched high and low to find many things for her to take back. There were cotton shoes for her father, a knitted sweater for her mother, fabric for her sister-in-law, and some trendy city items for her nieces and nephews. Before she knew it, she had packed a large bag. Song Xilan had an opinion. "Mom, are you trying to make me move? I'm just one person, how can I carry so much? I still need to bring my own clothes." Ten Aiji, "Don't worry, we'll take you to the bus tomorrow morning and then your uncle will pick you up. You won't have to carry it." Song Xilan. She had originally planned to go to the station herself. The buses at this time were very early, leaving at 6 in the morning. Because there was only 1 bus a day going there, leaving in the morning and arriving around noon, and then returning in the afternoon. The next day before dawn, Song Xilan was pulled out of bed by Ten Aiji. She made her scrambled egg fried rice. "We're skipping soup today, so you won't need to use the bathroom on the bus. I filled the thermos with hot water. Don't drink too much at once, just sip when you're thirsty." She also boiled 5 eggs for her. "These are for the road. Oh, and this." She found a few oranges and stuffed them into the bag she was carrying. "If you feel carsick, smell the orange peel. Also take a pack of biscuits, you can eat them if you get hungry. I know it's only a few hours. I'll have lunch at my grandma's, I don't need to bring so much food. You never know, the bus might break down. There's no village or shop around, you'd starve." After saying this, she felt it was unlucky and quickly patted her mouth, pei, to ward off bad luck. In the end, it was Song Bailey who cycled her over to the bus station. When they entered the waiting hall, Song Bailey put the big bag full of gifts on the ground. "Wait here, I'll go buy the ticket." Song Xilan's heart was pounding and her eyes secretly scanned the surroundings. Finally, she caught sight of a familiar military coat in the corner. But it was cleaner than the last time she saw it, probably washed. The man was completely wrapped in the military coat, huddled on the waiting chair, his head lowered as he dozed. The collar of the coat was turned up, covering most of his face, only the top of his head was visible. But Song Xilan recognized him at a glance. It was Yang Jingyu. He was holding a luggage bag in his arms, with 2 tin buckets beside him, filled with various items, looking ready for a journey. Soon, Song Bailey returned with the ticket. Dad, I can wait here by myself, you should hurry back to work. No rush, work can wait. If I don't personally see you onto the bus, your mom will scold me when I get back. Song Xilan pouted, feeling a bit annoyed. She wasn't deliberately trying to hide anything, it was hard to explain. She couldn't clearly explain why she was following Yang Jingyu back to the countryside. Should she say that if she didn't go with him, he would have to marry someone in the countryside, and their son-in-law would be lost? At this moment, the station's broadcast sounded, notifying the passengers of their bus to board quickly. Song Xilan stood up, glanced back nervously, afraid that he had fallen asleep and didn't hear the broadcast. But she saw Yang Jingyu had already stood up, hung the luggage bag around his neck, grabbed a bucket in each hand, and walked towards the ticket gate. He was in front of Song Xilan and her father, but his appearance was so different from the image he had presented in front of Song Bailey before, so he went unnoticed. Song Xilan breathed a silent sigh of relief. But Song Bailey insisted on personally seeing her onto the bus, ensuring her luggage was stowed before he could relax. As she checked her ticket for the seat number, someone cheerfully called out, "Xilan? What brings you here?" Song Bailey didn't catch that the greeting was for his daughter, but he saw Song Xilan frantically waving her hand and putting her index finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Following her gaze, his eyes widened in surprise. What's he doing here? Song Xilan laughed. Hey, Jiang, what a coincidence. Song Bailey thought, yeah, right? Jiang Qingxiao walked over, casually taking the luggage from Song Bailey and stowing it above, saying, what a small world. I'm heading to Yangsongking to visit my buddy's parents. How about you, Uncle Song? Song Xilan replied, I'm visiting my mom's parents for her. What a coincidence, they're also in Yangsongking. My dad's just here to drop me off, he's not coming along. Jiang Qingxiao quickly patted the window seat next to him. Take this seat. It's nice to have someone you know for the trip. Don't worry, Uncle Song, I'll look after Xiao Song. Song Bailey was speechless at how chummy Jiang was. A woman behind them waved her ticket and snapped, that's my seat. What's the deal? Why are you in my spot? The woman had a stern look and a sharp voice, clearly not one to mess with. Her outburst drew the attention of everyone else on the bus. Not wanting to make a fuss, Song Xilan started to get up to give back the seat. Jiang Qingxiao took the ticket from Song Bailey's hand, glanced at it, and casually pulled an orange from his pocket, handing it to the woman. Hey, sorry about that. We're together and wanted to sit together. How about we swap? Here's our original seat, up front by the window. It's less bumpy and more comfortable. I'll help you with your luggage, all right? You know what they say, kill them with kindness. The woman took his orange and saw that the seat was indeed no worse than her original one. Most people prefer the front of the bus anyway, so she decided to be kind. All right, you young couple have a tough journey ahead. I'll do you a favor. Though the young couple comment irked Song Bailey, Zhang's smooth handling eased his mind about Song Xilan's safety. After a few more words of advice, he got off the bus. Song Xilan patted her chest and sighed in relief. Then she heard Jiang Qingxiao ask, is this a surprise for me? Chapter 40, The Childhood of a Foodie. Chapter 40, The Childhood of a Foodie. No. Song Xilan said confidently. My mom had a dream last night that my grandma missed me, so she told me to go visit them. If Jiang Qingxiao hadn't told her yesterday that he was going to Yangsongking, he would have believed her. But it was still a nice coincidence. Do you visit your grandma's place often? Is Yangsongking fun? Jiang Qingxiao brought up the topic. It's fun. I'd stay there for a few days every winter and summer break when I was a kid, but later I went less often, only returning during the new year. Summer is the best time to go. You can catch fish in the mountain streams. The fish are as thin as your pinky and they taste best when fried. They're great in soup too. There are these tiny shrimp you can grill too. The mountains are full of wild fruits. In winter there are haihong fruits which are used to make candied haws. They're especially delicious. I brought some sugar so I'll make some for you to try. Of course, a foodie's priorities are always different. As Song Xilan talked about the delicious food at her grandma's house, she took 2 oranges from her bag and handed one to Jiang Qingxiao. Jiang Qingxiao was about to say he didn't want it when she scratched a few crosses into the orange peel with her nail. Here, take it. Hold it under your nose and when the smell fades, pinch it again. How about it? Doesn't it smell better? The bus was pretty old, and the cheap leather from the seats, the metal smell of the bus, mixed with the accumulated sweat, body odor, and gasoline smell, made that gross, long-distance bus smell. Jiang Qingxiao followed Song Xilan's example, holding an orange under his nose, and indeed felt much better. It was still early and the sky was just starting to light up when the bus left the station. They chatted off and on, mostly about Song Xilan's childhood adventures sneaking food at her grandma's house. Like climbing to the top of a tree to steal bird eggs and then roasting them, catching frogs in the fields at night, skinning and grilling them, or secretly digging up sweet potatoes from someone else's field and roasting them in a fire pit. Listening to her, you'd think her family never fed her. These were all childhood experiences Yang Jingyu had never had as he grew up in the city. Song Xilan then asked him what he used to do as a child. Yang Jingyu thought for a while and realized that all he seemed to do back then was fight. Kids from the compound fought with kids from the neighborhood. Kids from different compounds fought each other, and in winter, they fought on the ice rink at Shikahai. Song Xilan burst out laughing. You must have driven your parents crazy with all that fighting. Absolutely. They probably wanted to beat me 3 times a day. But luckily they had my brother. He was the golden child of the compound, good at everything: morals, smarts, sports, art, and even chores. He was proficient in chess, calligraphy, painting, and even spoke 3 foreign languages. He got into college on a recommendation and now works at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Wow, your brother is amazing. If I had a brother like that, I'd be unstoppable. Yang Jingyu smiled faintly. Yes, my brother is truly impressive. Once he had been very proud of having such an outstanding brother, but when did that pride start to change? Having a particularly outstanding sibling isn't necessarily a good thing though. When I was a kid, my cousin was always top of her class. Every time we met, my mom would praise her and tell me to learn from her. Once I finally got a 90 on my math final and was really happy, but my cousin got a 98, and my mom gave me grief again, Song Xilan said indignantly. Then Yang Jingyu remembered his first exam in elementary school. He scored 99, the highest in the class, and excitedly brought the test paper home. But his mom just glanced at it and tossed it aside disdainfully. Just 99? That's embarrassing. Look at your brother, he never scores below 100. Then what happened? Yang Jingyu asked. Then I threw a tantrum. I cried and screamed and even told my mom that since she liked my cousin so much, she should just make her her daughter. I said I would go be Uncle Wang's daughter instead. And then I actually ran over to Uncle Wang's place, hugged his leg, and cried, my mom doesn't want me anymore. Uncle Wang, please take me in. I'll be your daughter. Uncle Wang. Yeah, he was the head chef at our company's cafeteria. His meat buns were especially delicious. Pfft. Yang Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. And then? Did Uncle Wang really take you in? No, my mom pulled me back and apologized, saying she would never compare me to my cousin again. No matter what grades I got, I was always their most beloved daughter. But the lingering effect of that incident was that later, whenever anyone in our neighborhood made something delicious, they'd see me and say, we made something tasty, come be our daughter. How wonderful, Yang Jingyu thought. If he ever had such a lovely little daughter in the future, he would definitely tell her that she was the best and deserved all the most beautiful things in the world. The journey was long, and since they had started early, Song Xilan yawned as she spoke, eventually closing her eyes and falling asleep to the rhythmic clatter-clatter of the car window beside her. Her head nodded little by little, gradually tilting toward the window. Seeing this, Yang Jingyu sighed, slipped his arm behind her neck, and pressed it against the window. Sure enough, after a while, her head thudded against it, but fortunately it landed on the back of his hand. The auntie beside them looked at them enviously. Young man, you sure know how to treat your wife well. Yang Jingyu felt a bit pleased. He sat upright, eyes fixed straight ahead, his arm gently and carefully moved to her shoulder when no one was looking, quietly pulling her closer, until finally, he pressed her head steadily onto his shoulder. Only then did he quietly sigh in relief. For the first time ever, he wished the journey would never end, that it would go on forever. Unfortunately, the trip was remarkably smooth, and by 11 a.m., they had already arrived at the county bus terminal. Yang Jingyu had already inquired about it. Yangsongking was a small village under this county, and it was called King Pit because it was surrounded by mountains, sitting in a hollow, looking like it was in a pit from above. Yangsongking was still over 20 kilometers from the county town, and there was no ready-made transportation from the county to the village. You either had to hitch a ride on a nearby village's ox cart or walk on your own 2 feet. Yang Jingyu had originally planned to walk there himself. After all, carrying heavy loads and marching dozens of kilometers was routine for them. But now, with the delicate Song Xilan by his side, he couldn't stand the thought of her walking such a long distance. Chapter 41, The Countryside First Wife. Chapter 41, The Countryside First Wife. As soon as the car stopped, Song Xilan woke up. Still groggy, she realized she had fallen asleep on Yang Jingyu's shoulder and immediately sprang up in fright. Yang Jingyu smiled at her, pointed at the corner of his own mouth, and said, "You've got something there." Song Xilan was mortified. Had she drooled while sleeping on someone else's shoulder? She hurriedly wiped her mouth but found nothing. She wiped several times, but there was no drool. He had tricked her. Song Xilan glared at Yang Jingyu with accusing eyes, only to see a playful look in his eyes. She finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Still laughing, she stood up to grab the luggage from overhead. Angry, Song Xilan swatted at him, "You're teasing me." Song Xilan's uncle, Tan Jianhua, had gotten a call from his sister early that morning, knowing that his niece was coming. He had driven the brigade's tractor to the station early and was waiting. When most passengers had gotten off and his niece was still missing, he decided to board the bus to look for her. As soon as he boarded, he saw his niece playfully teasing a strange young man. Wait, his sister hadn't said anything about her niece bringing a boyfriend. Lan Lan. Tan Jianhua called. Song Xilan blushed the moment she saw her uncle. Before Tan Jianhua could ask, she quickly introduced, "This is Yang Jingyu. He came with me." Tin Jianhua noticed that Jiang Qingxiao had already taken down the luggage, a large travel bag and 2 big buckets of various daily necessities. This looked just like a new son-in-law visiting. As he helped carry the things off the bus, he said politely, "You didn't need to bring so much." Song Xilan, carrying only her small bag, laughed. "Uncle, he's here to visit a comrade's parents. These 2 buckets are gifts for them, not for us." Tin Jianhua glared at his niece and whispered reproachfully, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Saying he came with her, how could he not get the wrong idea? It made his old face blush. Jiang Qingxiao felt a bit helpless too. "You should have told me sooner." If he had known her grandmother's family was here, he would have brought some gifts. Twice. The first time was at the Song family, and this time at her maternal family's place. Both times he showed up empty-handed, which was so embarrassing. If he'd known her uncle was coming, he could have split the stuff in the buckets and brought some gifts. But Jiang Qingxiao didn't need to worry about how to get to Yangsongking. Tin Jianhua directly carried their things to the back of the tractor, and Song Xilan pulled Jiang Qingxiao, and they both got on. The tractor was half full of fertilizer, white-woven bags marked with big red characters, urea. The smell was like a long-used urine bucket with built-up scale. Song Xilan pinched her nose in disgust. "Uncle, knowing you were coming to pick me up, couldn't you have transported something less smelly?" The tractor belonged to the brigade, and even though Tin Jianhua was the brigade party secretary, he couldn't just drive it out for no reason. Diesel costs money. But at least he could decide what to transport. Tin Jianhua said with a hint of annoyance, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that little Jiang was coming?" "Little Jiang, don't mind the smell of the fertilizer. It might not be pleasant, but it's a good thing for the fields, helping to increase production and income." Jiang Qingxiao replied, "It's all right, Uncle Tan. We've been through much tougher environments in the military. This is nothing." As he spoke, he helped Song Xilan adjust her scarf to cover her nose, block it out, "and you'll get used to the smell soon." Song Xilan interjected, "Who's your uncle?" "My uncle is the brigade party secretary. You should call him Secretary Tan." Tin Jianhua said, "No need to be so formal among family. Little Jiang, just call me Uncle Tan." "Are you a soldier, little Jiang?" This sparked a common topic. Tin Jianhua had also served in the military before becoming a brigade cadre after his discharge. The two of them started talking about their experiences in the army, feeling like they had met too late. Tin Jianhua suddenly asked Jiang Qingxiao who he was visiting this time. After hearing the name Lin Guangshan, Tin Jianhua fell silent for a while before sighing. Guangshan was a good man. What a pity. When they reached the village entrance, Song Xilan spoke up, "Uncle, take us to Mr. Lin's house first. Let's deliver the things to the elderly. This bag is from my mom for you. Take it back to my grandma first and have my aunt prepare a room. Jiang will stay with us tonight." Tin Jianhua agreed, "All right. I'll have your aunt prepare a chicken dinner. You two hurry up and come back for dinner." Jiang Qingxiao broke into a cold sweat. He wasn't prepared at all and felt embarrassed about going to Song Xilan's grandmother's house for dinner and staying overnight, let alone having them prepare a chicken dinner for him. He had originally planned to have a simple meal at the Lin family's place, return to the county town in the afternoon, stay at a guest house for the night, and take a bus back the next day. Song Xilan, however, said, "Uncle, isn't Mr. Lin's family isn't well off?" She hadn't remembered knowing about Lin Guangshan's family before. When she used to stay here often, she was just a kid. Lin Guangshan was 5 or 6 years older than her, and for a child, that age difference felt like a generation gap, so she hadn't played much with him. But she recalled a name from the barrage, Lin Weihong, the supposed country wife of the antagonist Zhang Changxiao in the original plot. Seeing that name, she remembered that she had played with Lin Weihong when she was a child. However, her impression of Lin Weihong wasn't favorable. She was always crying and whining, a real crybaby. If you offered her something tasty, she wouldn't take it, but if you didn't, she would feel wronged and start crying. It was annoying. From the barrage, Song Xilan pieced together what had happened. Jiang Qingxiao had been set up by the Lin family. He valued his friendship with Lin Guangshan and did everything for their family. But they exploited his good standing and set him up. It likely happened during a meal when they got him drunk. When Jiang Qingxiao woke up, he was naked, lying next to Lin Weihong, who was also naked. Lin Weihong was in tears, threatening to kill herself. Jiang Qingxiao couldn't stand by and let his best friend's sister end her life, so he had no choice but to marry her. Chapter 42. 3 pitfalls in 1 sentence. Chapter 42. 3 pitfalls in 1 sentence. I think in the original plot, the Lin family made a wrong move. Instead of arranging Lin Weihong's marriage to Jiang Qingxiao, it would have been better to arrange a good job for her. Exactly. A family like the Jiangs is too much for a timid, introverted country girl like her to handle. Though she appeared to live a carefree life after marrying into the family, she never had a peaceful day. Her resentment led Jiang Qingxiao to stop supporting her family, and the old couple ended up living a miserable life. Actually, given the relationship between Jiang Qingxiao and Lin Guangshan, if their actions hadn't eroded that bond, he could have easily helped them out, and they wouldn't have ended up like this. The problem is, they couldn't have imagined it. In their understanding, marrying their daughter into a good family was the best way out. Song Xilan deeply agreed. So this time she wasn't here for herself, but to help Lin Weihong and her family, to prevent them from making a wrong move that would lead to a series of mistakes. Song Xilan asked her uncle about the Lin family's condition and Tan Jianhua said, how could it be good? They only have Guangshan as a son and he went to the army. The elderly couple isn't in good health and can't do heavy work. They only have one daughter who is also sickly. While other women can earn at least 7 labor points a day, she's lucky to earn 5. When Guangshan was still around, he would send some stipend back every month and their lives were somewhat better. But now, sigh. Song Xilan looked at Jiang Qingxiao. Did you hear that? Their life is so difficult. How can you still eat their food without guilt? Tan Jianhua, since Xiao Jiang came with you, he's our guest. He must come home to eat. Jiang Qingxiao quickly said, Uncle, I can eat anything. There's no need to prepare special dishes for me. Just serve whatever you normally eat. Song Xilan, that won't do. I rarely come back and I want to eat the chicken my grandma raised just for me. It's been raised for almost a year, growing up on the mountain, catching insects and eating grass seeds. It roamed the mountain every day, so the meat is very firm and sweet. It's delicious. You're lucky to get a taste thanks to me. Tan Jianhua parked the tractor at the Lin family's door. Uncle Lin, come and see who's here. A frail, hunched old man slowly emerged. Jianhua, who's here? Is this Guangshan's grandfather? Jiang Qingxiao asked hesitantly. Tan Jianhua, Guangshan's father. Lin Guangshan's father's appearance was quite unexpected for Jiang Qingxiao. He was roughly the same age as Lin Guangshan, so their parents' ages shouldn't be too different. But the man before him lacked the vigor and strength of his grandfather. Not to mention his father. Jiang's father is only in his 40s, in the prime of his life. Anyone who sees him would describe him as mature and wise, with no trace of old age. So when he first saw Lin Guangshan's father, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Tan Jianhua shouted in the old man's ear. Uncle, this is Guangshan's comrade Xiao Jiang. He came to visit you. Where's Auntie? Ask her to come back. Xiao Jiang brought a lot of things for you. The old man shouted and a small hunched old woman emerged from the vegetable field next to the yard, her hair already gray. Jiang Qingxiao's heart ached with sadness, and he quickly walked up to them. Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry I'm late. When Lin Guangshan was mentioned, Lin's father remained silent while Lin's mother kept wiping her tears. A young woman stepped out of the house. Dad, Mom, Comrade Jiang came all this way. Hurry and invite him in for some water. Tan Jianhua considered his task done after bringing them over and didn't stay long. He jumped onto the tractor's driver's seat, ready to leave. Lan, are you coming back with me first? Song Xilan, no, you go ahead. I'll go back with Comrade Jiang later. She needed to stay and watch him to make sure he didn't get persuaded to stay and drink. Lin Weihong's gaze directly fell on her, boldly looking her up and down, but she ignored her and turned to greet Jiang Qingxiao. Comrade Jiang, come on in. The journey from the county to our village is rough. You must be tired. Have lunch at home. Mom, go see what good dishes we have at home and prepare them quickly. Song Xilan's alarm bells rang loudly in her heart. There was something wrong with that gaze. She had known Lin Weihong for so many years, and this was definitely not a look she could have, nor were these words she could say. The Lin Weihong she knew would never look directly at people. Every time she spoke to her, she would always shyly lower her head, occasionally glancing up quickly before looking away again. Before speaking, she would always fidget with the hem of her clothes for a long time, and when she finally opened her mouth, she would stammer, which was particularly frustrating to listen to. It was impossible for her to speak so smoothly and confidently. If it were in the past, she might not have thought too much about it, simply assuming that it was just because they hadn't seen each other for a long time and the other person had grown up. But now it's different. Her mind is now filled with a barrage of thoughts, and she has even encountered a time traveler. Is Lin Weihong also a time traveler? Otherwise, how could her personality have changed so completely? Weihong, did Lan and I come back this year to pick Haihong fruit? She loves it so much. If she didn't come back, I'll pick some tomorrow on my way back to the county town and bring it to her. Lin Weihong glanced at her. That's very thoughtful of you. Song Xilan's inner voice crossed her arms and thought, gotcha? Lin Weihong's response seemed flawless, but was actually completely off. First, she and Ding Lan and I are not good sisters. They're rivals who clash whenever they meet. Second, Ding Lan and I is allergic to Haihong fruit. She breaks out in rashes as soon as she eats it, so she never eats it. Third, Ding Lan and I is not in the county town at all. She married into the neighboring county. Song Xilan smiled triumphantly. She was brilliant, setting 3 traps with just one sentence, and the other person fell into all of them. This Lin Weihong must have been replaced from the inside out, no doubt about it. She wasn't sure if this new Lin Weihong still planned to marry Jiang Qingxiao. No matter what, she couldn't let her win. Seeing Song Xilan's expression, Lin Weihong also guessed that she probably slipped up, but it didn't matter. She felt that she would be leaving soon anyway, so what if people suspected her? Could they possibly know that she was a time traveler? She smiled and said, a few days ago, I accidentally fell into the water and almost lost my life. After being rescued, I had a high fever, and after it subsided, my mind got a bit foggy, and I forgot a lot of things. This was her go-to excuse during this period to cover up her drastic personality change, a one-size-fits-all excuse. Chapter 43. What's done is done. Chapter 43. What's done is done. Why does this sound so familiar? Isn't this the cliché for time travel and rebirth stories? Seeing this comment, Song Xilan became even more convinced of her suspicion. She knew Lin Weihong was no ordinary person. I get it now. She's following the script of transmigrating into the villain's ex-wife. Next, she'll use modern knowledge to outshine everyone, making the villainous boss go from admiration to infatuation, eventually becoming inseparable, succeeding in both career and love. This made Song Xilan immediately alert. Indeed, if it were the old Lin Weihong, Zhang Changxiao would definitely not be interested. But now it was hard to say. Her straightforward and decisive manner. Even Song Xilan admired her. Just then, Lin's mother went to the yard and caught a chicken to prepare for the meal. In the countryside, killing a chicken was the ultimate gesture of hospitality. Refusing to stay after they killed a chicken would be incredibly rude. Song Xilan quickly stepped forward to stop her. Auntie, Yang Jingyu is having lunch at my uncle's house. My aunt has already killed a chicken, so you don't need to prepare anything here. Lin Weihong, that's not acceptable. Jiang Qingxiao came all this way with gifts. It would be improper not to have him stay for a meal. Today, Song Xilan was particularly firm. The thought is enough. He came with me to visit my grandparents, so he should spend more time with them. Right, Qingxiao? Hearing her say, Qingxiao made his heart flutter, and he could hardly refuse. He quickly said, that's right, auntie. Don't bother. I'll have lunch at Lan Lan's uncle's house. They've already prepared everything. Lin's mother hesitated, glancing at her daughter. But Lin Weihong gave Song Xilan a deep look, a slight smile curling at the corner of her lips. This was getting interesting. She had mysteriously transmigrated into this world, and suddenly a flood of storylines filled her mind. The original owner's life was tragic. Her parents were elderly and frail, her only brother died in the military, and her older sister was married to an abusive and gambling husband. Her brother-in-law, after losing money gambling, tried to marry her off to a butcher with 3 wives and 6 children to settle his debts. If she refused, he would beat her sister to death. The original owner didn't want to marry the butcher. Coincidentally, Jiang Qingxiao, her brother's comrade, came to visit her parents. Her family, desperate to save her, conspired to force her into marriage with Jiang Qingxiao. Surprisingly, Zhang Changxiao came from a prominent Beijing family, and his family looked down on her, a country girl who had thrown herself at him. They made her life hell, and her indifferent husband ignored her. Eventually, he fell in love with someone else and forced her to divorce. She eventually died of depression, and her family gained nothing. Enraged that she married someone else, her brother-in-law beat her sister to death. Her father sought justice but was beaten and crippled, and her mother cried until she went blind. With no one to care for them, the elderly couple suffered. After transmigrating, Lin Weihong quickly dismissed the idea of forcing a man into marriage. No self-respecting man would value a woman who threw herself at him. Admittedly, the villain was quite capable. If he hadn't fallen in love with the wrong woman and gone mad for her, doing many things he shouldn't have, he could have achieved great success and lived a fulfilling life. According to the transmigration trope, the villain could be redeemed, and the cannon fodder ex-wife could have a happy ending. But their relationship couldn't start on such a terrible note. So Lin Weihong had been waiting for this day. To make a man develop feelings for a woman, it could start with pity. She had already planned everything. As soon as she heard that Jiang Qingxiao had arrived in their village, she had sent a child to her brother-in-law's house to inform him that someone had brought many good things to her home. Her vicious and greedy brother-in-law would surely come to steal. She would warmly welcome Jiang Qingxiao, displaying her optimism and resilience. Then, when her brother-in-law arrived, she would show him her grievances and helplessness, portraying herself as someone who struggled to hold back tears. This would surely make him feel pity. With Jiang Qingxiao's abilities and his feelings for her brother, what trouble couldn't he solve? The more he helped her family, the deeper their bond would become. When she uses her modern knowledge and perspective to go to college, start a business, and reach the peak of success, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, what role will the original female protagonist have left? In this story, she is the heroine. But who is this unexpected obstacle in her way? According to the plot, she knows Zhang Changxiao came to Yangsong Pit alone. But now there is a woman by his side, and from her words it seems they have a close relationship. Lin Weihong doesn't understand what went wrong, but she knows she needs to adjust her approach. So she suddenly knelt down in front of Jiang Qingxiao. Brother Jiang, I shouldn't be telling you this, but I'm out of options. I'm being pushed to the brink. Please, you have to help us. Jiang Qingxiao was startled and immediately sprang to his feet. What are you doing? This time, Song Xilan reacted faster, rushing forward, grabbing her arm and pulling her up. Weihong, what are you doing? Talk properly. I thought you changed. Why are you still kneeling and crying over nothing? Lin Weihong's weak physique was no exaggeration. The original body was often ill, and after she transmigrated, she suffered a high fever and was still frail. She was no match for the strong and healthy Song Xilan. After barely a second of resistance, Song Xilan pulled her up. Jiang Qingxiao, don't do this. Just tell me what's wrong. If I can help, I will. Guangshan is a hero, and if his family is in trouble, the organization will take care of it. Song Xilan. Exactly, if you have any problems go talk to my uncle. He's the brigade party secretary. If he doesn't help the team members, he probably doesn't want to keep his job. Lin Weihong glared at Song Xilan in annoyance. Where did this busybody come from sticking her nose in? Is having an uncle who's a brigade party secretary such a big deal? Does she have to keep bringing it up? Chapter 44, Don't Ruin a Marriage. Chapter 44. Don't Ruin a Marriage. Jiang Chengxiao. Guangshan is my good brother, his family's matters are my matters. Younger sister, don't be afraid, if there's anything, just say it. He meant it sincerely. He came this time precisely because he feared the Lin family might have difficulties that the organization hadn't considered. He would definitely help if he could. Lin Weihong then spoke about her brother-in-law's problem. No matter what, this was the foremost issue to solve. Otherwise, if her brother-in-law brought the butcher to their home to snatch someone, she would have no way to stop him. After listening, Jiang Chengxiao pounded the table angrily. In this day and age, how can such things still happen? Where is your brother-in-law? I'll go and ask him clearly. At that moment, a child ran in panting. Sister Weihong, something's wrong, Sister Chunlai's husband is here. Lin Weihong's face immediately showed panic. It's my brother-in-law is here. The Lin parents also visibly panicked, their hands trembling, muttering what to do. Jiang Chengxiao snorted. Perfect timing. Meanwhile, Song Xilan quickly pulled a round boiled egg from her pocket and stuffed it into the child's hand. Hurry, go get the brigade party. Secretary, tell him that Lin Chunlai's husband is causing trouble at her parents' house, and have him bring some people over immediately. She then turned to Jiang Chengxiao, who was ready to act. A gambling man is beyond help. Beating him won't solve anything. You can't stay here forever. Once we leave, he'll only get worse. You can't put out a fire from afar. Such matters must be handled by local brigade cadres. I've already sent someone to fetch my uncle over. Jiang Chengxiao, pulled by her soft hand, felt the impulsive anger dissipate. You're right. We live in a society with laws, no one can do as they please. Song Xilan added. Gambling is illegal, you can report him. She sighed. I need to talk to my uncle, their work as cadres is still insufficient. Things like wife beating. People still don't know they can seek help from the Women's Federation at the commune. Lin Weihong felt like she had a fishbone stuck in her throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. How annoying, who is this woman to meddle so much? What she wanted was Jiang Chengxiao's help, not some brigade cadres. When Tan Jianhua arrived with a few burly young men from the brigade, he ran into Lin Weihong's brother-in-law. The man had just lost money gambling and was in a bad mood. The compensation the army had given to the Lin family had all been taken by him from the Lin parents and lost. Hearing that someone had brought things to their home, he hurried over again. Whatever it was, things sent as condolences were surely valuable. He could sell them for money and try his luck again tonight. But before he could enter the house, he encountered the brigade party secretary of Yang Songking, who gave him a stern look. What are you here for again? I'm going to my in-laws' place, what's it to you? Where you go is none of my business, but I must tell you, their family is a martyr's family. The organization has the responsibility and duty to protect them. If you want to do something, think carefully. Under the watchful eyes of Tan Jianhua and a few strong men, the man didn't dare do anything and slinked away. But the Lin family showed no joy. Mrs. Lin looked worried. Jianhua, I know you're helping us for our good, but he got nothing and just left. Our Chunlai will suffer again. Tan Jianhua. Auntie, why didn't you tell us sooner that Chunlai is always beaten by her man? You're a martyr's family. Who dares to bully a martyr's family? If you had told us earlier, we would have stood up for you. Uncle, that man is also involved in gambling in a group. Song Xilan whispered a reminder. Tan Jianhua, this is also your fault. Gambling in a group is illegal. Since you knew earlier, you should have reported it to us. Alright, Ayong, hurry over to the neighboring brigade. Find their brigade leader. Tell them that Lai Tu-chong from their place is about to beat his wife. Have them send someone to stop it. Ayong was one of the young men he brought. Lai Tu-chong was Lin Weihong's brother-in-law. Auntie, don't worry, Lai Tu-chong won't dare beat your daughter today. Lin Weihong whispered. What's the use of not beating today? Can the brigade people watch every day? Song Xilan, what else then? Do you want Comrade Jiang to help you kill or maim someone? Beating people is illegal. Actually, if your sister doesn't want to be bullied anymore, there is a way, divorce and return to her parents' home. At this point, Lin's mother couldn't hold back any longer and complained, how can you be so vicious, girl? There's an old saying, better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. How can you so young be so cruel as to suggest divorce? What will Chunlai do if she gets divorced? Song Xilan widened her eyes, you're the ones afraid she might be beaten to death in her husband's home, yet you're also the ones who won't let her divorce and return to her parents. I was just trying to help and you call me vicious? Fine, do whatever you want. I'm done with this. Uncle, I'm heading home. Then she turned to Jiang Chengxiao. I'm leaving. Are you coming? Jiang Chengxiao was taken aback. Wasn't he here to help? How did things turn out like this? Uncle Lin, Auntie, I'll be going now. Take care of yourselves. Tan Jianhua threw out a sentence. Don't stress too much about Lai Tuqiang. I'll find a way to deal with it, and left as well. Lin Weihong couldn't believe Yang Jingyu was leaving like this. He hadn't even helped with anything yet and he was already leaving? She instinctively took a few steps after him, only to see the haughty girl next to Jiang Changxiao suddenly turn around and glare at her angrily. Mom, who is that girl? Why is she so annoying? Mrs. Lin replied. Isn't that the girl you used to play with? Don't you remember? I told you I had a fever that messed with my memory. I don't remember many things from the past. She's the daughter of our team leader's sister who married into the city. Her surname is Song and her name is something like Lan Lan. Lin Weihong's heart stirred. Song Xilan. Yes, that's the name. City folks' names are so fancy. Wait, she remembered in the original plot? Jiang Chengxiao and the female lead Song Xilan didn't meet until much later. And by then Song Xilan was already married to someone else and had children. Jiang Chengxiao was eager to be her lover. How did they meet so early this time? Mom, is this Song Xilan married? I haven't heard so. She just turned 18 this year. How could she marry so early? So, in this lifetime they met early, both unmarried. What's left for Lin Weihong then? Chapter 45 The Fool. Chapter 45 The Fool. Is this girl really from the future? Why is she still so obsessed with men? She's already time traveled, she should focus on building her career. But right now, reform and opening up haven't begun yet, and the college entrance exams haven't been restored. How can she even think about her career? She can't just sit around waiting for a man to save her. From the looks of it, she's been here for a while. At least she should try to rescue her sister first. Does she think a married woman deserves to suffer and can't divorce? I think she knows but just doesn't want to. Think about it, if her sister gets a divorce and comes back, she might bring her children along. Wouldn't that just add to her burden? Would she be willing? Don't judge without walking in her shoes. The social environment of this era is like this. If she divorces, she'll face daily criticism. A woman might not be able to handle it. Nonsense. It's better than being beaten to death. Song Xilan walked, reading the comments in her mind. She wondered if suggesting Lin Chunlai divorce was too harsh. But seeing that most people in the comments supported the divorce, she regained her confidence. True, it's not the old days where women needed men to survive. Besides, she's a martyr's family member. If she divorces and comes back, the production team will surely look out for her. As long as she's willing to work and earn work points, she'll survive. But what's this reform and opening up they're talking about? From their tone, it seems that reform and opening up will happen soon. Who's reforming and what's being opened up? Though she didn't get it, Song Xilan's heart raced, inexplicably nervous, feeling that something very significant, something that could affect everyone and even the entire society, was about to happen. Along with fear, there was a hint of excitement. From their tone, she could tell it was a good thing. And the restoration of the college entrance exams. As far as Song Xilan knew, there was no college entrance exam. In her view, the highest education level for ordinary people was high school graduation. Only a small number of exceptionally outstanding individuals could get the opportunity to be recommended to go to university and become worker peasant soldier students. University grads could become state officials, which was impressive. She wasn't a great student, but she was proud to graduate high school. But her friend Zheng Qiaoling was always sharp. She had always excelled in her studies since childhood. When they graduated from high school, their class teacher regretfully said that if there were still college entrance exams, she would definitely be able to get into university. It was also at that time that Song Xilan learned that the college entrance exam meant getting into university. That was indeed a pity. Song Xilan remembered that at that time, the one recommended to go to university from their class was a boy whose academic performance was similar to hers, at the middle level in the class. But his father was an official, a leader with considerable power. So at that time, everyone thought it was quite normal for him to be recommended to go to university. After all, being recommended wasn't something ordinary people could expect. But now, thinking carefully, it was also very unfair. In that case, the restoration of the college entrance exam seemed like a good thing. Then people like Zhang Qiaoling, who had good grades but no family background, could rely on their own abilities to get into university, right? Too bad they'd already graduated and missed out. Song Xilan sighed. Jiang Chunxiao caught up. Why the sigh? Song Xilan snapped out of her chaotic thoughts. After all that just happened, you're not blaming me, are you? Jiang Chengxiao. Blaming you for what? I think Lin Weihong wanted you to teach Lai Tuqing a lesson so he wouldn't dare to mess with her or bully her sister anymore. Jiang Chengxiao. What can I do? You're right. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. I'll be gone in 2 days at most. To solve the problem, we'll have to rely on the local cadres. Then do you also think that I was being cruel by suggesting her sister get a divorce? Of course not, it's just their own backward thinking. In today's society, women can hold up half the sky. There's no such thing as being unable to live without a man. Growing up, the older women around him were quite strong-willed. His mother, for instance, was a leader at her workplace, had a lot of authority. Other female relatives and neighbors also held significant positions at work. The younger women of his age, though they also fell in love and had their share of romantic dramas, did not believe they couldn't live without a man. So he couldn't quite understand Lin Weihong and her mother's behavior earlier. If Song Xilan's uncle hadn't intervened earlier and he had to solve the problem, his solution would have been to beat up the man, bring Lin Weihong's sister back, have them divorce, and then go their separate ways, living peacefully at home. But obviously they weren't happy with this outcome. Divorce, cutting ties with that man, is clearly the best outcome. If they're worried about not being able to divorce, afraid the man would keep harassing them, I'd definitely help them find a way. But now I don't even know what they want. How can I help? Jiang Chengxiao also complained. I think they probably just want you to give them money. Isn't that what that jerk wants? With money, he wouldn't beat his wife, nor would he covet Lin Weihong's dowry. Best of all, if you could marry Lin Weihong, you could support their family forever. With you around, that jerk wouldn't dare cause trouble again, Song Xilan said. Jiang Chengxiao laughed in frustration. Do they think I'm stupid? Even a fool wouldn't be taken advantage of like this. Marry her? Besides, Lin Guangshan didn't sacrifice himself for him. Even if it were to repay a debt of gratitude, there's no reason to sacrifice one's own happiness for a lifetime. As they chatted, they arrived at the Tan family's house. Song Xilan's grandmother came out with a smile. This must be Xiao Jiang. We've been waiting for you. Come on in. Oh, our Lan has such good taste. What a handsome young man, so full of life. This grandmother and granddaughter trio, truly a lineage, all with round, fortunate faces and equally superficial, smiling from ear to ear at the sight of a handsome young man. This is Grandma, Song Xilan introduced. Jiang Qingxiao promptly greeted, Hello, Grandma. Grandma was so thrilled she already saw him as her own grandson-in-law, completely unaware that this young man hadn't even been formally introduced to her daughter and son-in-law yet. Her own daughter had no idea that Song Xilan had brought him home. Chapter 46. Poached Chicken. Chapter 46. Poached Chicken. Song Xilan didn't think too much about it. She simply didn't want Jiang Qingxiao to stay for dinner at Lin Weihong's house. She cheerfully continued introducing. This is Grandpa, that's Auntie, Cousin Tingting, and Cousin Yongkong. Jiang Qingxiao greeted each one in turn. Grandpa was a tall, skinny, and lively old man, squatting at the door smoking a water pipe. Hearing the introductions, he tapped his pipe on the sole of his shoe, nodded at Jiang Chengxiao, and smiled warmly, clearly not a man of many words. But Jiang Chengxiao was naturally sociable. He squatted beside Grandpa, showing great interest in his water pipe, asking all sorts of curious questions. After Song Xilan warmly greeted each family member and brought over a bowl of hot malted milk drink that Grandma had prepared. Grandpa had already enthusiastically taken out his tobacco pouch, letting Jiang Qingxiao smell the tobacco he had grown himself. Here, Grandma made this for you to warm you up. See how good Grandma is to you? I don't even get this treatment. Song Xilan handed the bowl to Jiang Chengxiao. Jiang Chengxiao took it without hesitation, said, Thank you, Grandma, and drank it all in one go. The malted milk drink was sweet and delicious, and after drinking it, his long empty stomach felt much better. Grandma handed another bowl to Song Xilan. You little foodie, when have I ever treated you unfairly? Song Xilan held the bowl and sipped it slowly. To be fair, Grandma made 2 more bowls and called over Tan Yongning and Tan Yongkong, the children of her uncle, to drink. 13-year-old Tan Yongkong happily ran over to drink it. But Tan Yongting said, Grandma, I won't drink it. You have it. I'm not like some people who only think about eating and drinking. This malted milk drink was specially bought by Uncle for you and Grandpa to nourish your bodies. How could she have the nerve to drink it? This Tan Yongting was the cousin who had cried when Grandpa made candied haws for Song Xilan. There was only a little sugar at home and she had been craving it, behaving well to earn a bowl of sugar water as a reward. But all the sugar was used up to make candied haws for Song Xilan. Even though later, because of this, her aunt had bought a big bag of sugar and sent it back from the city, she was still angry. She was the most dutiful, caring, and hardworking granddaughter in the family, so why did Grandma and Grandpa treat the mischievous Song Xilan so well? Hearing this, Song Xilan wasn't angry. She grinned and replied, Ting Ting, have you seen the bag I brought back? There's a pair of leather shoes inside that I bought for you. Do you like them? Tan Yongting. Ugh, so annoying. She knew I really wanted a pair of leather shoes and deliberately used this to tempt me, making it impossible for me to stay angry. But she couldn't pretend she didn't like them. Really, for me? They look quite nice. Of course they're for you. They're a style for young girls. By the way, there's a popular windbreaker jacket in the city now, made of waterproof fabric and in very nice colors. But it's always out of stock in the stores, hard to buy. I plan to get one for the new year and I'll get one for you too. Tan Yongting fought to keep a straight face. I know you're earning a salary now, but don't spend money recklessly. I have enough clothes. Right. Song Xilan suddenly remembered something. Uncle, why didn't you let Tingting go to high school? Tan Jianhua. She struggled and decided to quit. Tan Yongting was 3 years younger than Song Xilan. She finished junior high last year and should have started high school this fall. But there was no high school in the commune. To attend, she would have to board in the county town. Almost no one from the village went, and Tan Yongning followed the trend, returning home to work and earn work credits after junior high. In the past, Song Xilan would have thought nothing of it. Everyone did the same. But now that she knew about the upcoming university entrance exam, her perspective had changed. If Tan Yongting went to high school now, she might be able to take the exam. If she got into university, it would bring such honor to the family. Uncle, let Tingting start high school next year. As a young girl, she can't earn many work credits at home. At least with a high school diploma, it would be easier for my uncle or dad to help her find a desk job. Tan Jianhua. I've been saying the same thing. Nowadays, even in our commune, you need a high school diploma to get a desk job. Tingting, listen to your sister. Next year, we'll go to high school. Tan Yongting. This has to be her revenge. Auntie Tan called from the kitchen. Time to eat. The two children from Uncle Tan's family, along with Song Xilan, eagerly got to work. Some wiped the table and moved stools, others arranged bowls and chopsticks, and some brought out the dishes. In no time, a steaming hot meal was ready on the table. In the center was a golden, tender boiled chicken, a locally raised 3 yellow chicken with shiny, golden skin, still shaped like a whole chicken after slicing. Beside it was a small dish of scallion and ginger oil for dipping the chicken. There was also a soup made with the chicken broth and loofah, stir-fried chicken gizzards with green peppers, a plate of oily cured meat, steamed pumpkin, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of white rice for each person. It was practically a New Year's feast. Auntie Tan invited Jiang Chengxiao to sit beside Tan Jianhua and poured each of them a glass of wine. Don't be shy, Xiaojiang. Have a couple of drinks with your uncle. When the elder spoke, Jiang Chengxiao didn't dare refuse and quickly raised his glass. Uncle, I'll toast to you. Auntie Tan then picked up a chicken leg, placing one in Jiang Qingxiao's bowl and the other in Song Xilan's. Try this. Grandma Lan Lan raised this chicken just for when Lan Lan comes home. It's been running around the mountains, so the meat is very firm. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Chengxiao quickly expressed his gratitude, but then picked up the chicken leg and placed it in Tan Yongkong's bowl. Yongkong is still growing. He needs more nutrition. Tan Yongkong was a little embarrassed and tried to refuse, but Song Xilan spoke up, just eat it. She then gave her own chicken leg to Jiang Qingxiao. Just eat it. Stop passing it around. You're only getting this because it's your first time here. Next time it won't be your turn. Jiang Chengxiao had no choice but to take it. Then I won't be polite. Song Xilan caught Tan Yongting's resentful gaze and picked up a chicken wing for her. You have this one. When you get into college, you'll go far. Humph. Tan Yongting softly snorted, but a hint of happiness showed in her eyes. Auntie Tan's cooking was excellent. Even though it was simple farm food, it was packed with flavor. Despite his tall and sturdy appearance, Jiang Chengxiao wasn't much of a drinker. After just 2 glasses, he was already tipsy, with his ears turning red. Tan Jianhua asked Auntie Tan to prepare a room for him to rest. He himself, with a slight drunken sway, walked out with his hands behind his back. Uncle, where are you going? Song Xilan asked. To the commune to bust some gamblers at the Tugang Brigade. Chapter 47 Undressing. Chapter 47 Undressing. Song Xilan didn't think her uncle's plan to bust gamblers at the commune concerned her, so she didn't pay it any more attention. Her aunt tidied up the room and then instructed her cousin Tan Yongkong to help Jiang Chengxiao go to sleep. Jiang Qingxiao seemed fine, except for his extremely red face and eyes that were unusually bright. He looked quite normal overall, at least not like some people who start acting wild and babbling when they get drunk. He stayed quiet and still, and he even had a smile on his face. When Tan Yongkong went to help him, he obediently followed. Her aunt called this good drinking etiquette. Song Xilan thought to herself, whether it's good or not, it's hard to say. Although he wasn't noisy or troublesome, some people get things done quietly. One drunken night could settle his lifelong matter. But this guy can't hold his liquor. With such a low tolerance, how did he dare to drink at someone else's place? Suddenly, she heard Tan Yongkong shouting loudly from the room, "Sister, come and help me." Song Xilan dashed in without hesitation. She saw Jiang Qingxiao tightly hugging himself, sitting on the edge of the bed, on guard against Tan Yongkong. Tan Yongkong shrugged helplessly. Sister, I figured he'd need to take off his coat to sleep, so I tried to help him, but he ended up like this. Song Xilan looked at Jiang Qingxiao, who was clutching his coat like a virtuous hero, and tentatively stepped closer. Jiang Xiaojiang? Jiang Qingxiao. Jiang Chengxiao turned to look at her and suddenly smiled. His skin was very fair, and when he blushed, it wasn't the deep red of others but a soft pink that showed through. His smile was like a field of peach blossoms in full bloom, making Song Xilan's heart flutter. Honestly, why does a grown man have to be so ridiculously handsome? She steadied herself and decided not to argue with a drunk person. Come on, you can't sleep in those clothes. Take them off. Then he obediently spread his arms and looked at her expectantly. Was he expecting her to undress him? No way. They weren't that close. Yongkong, get over here and help him out of his clothes. But as soon as Tan Yongkong approached, Jiang Qingxiao immediately retracted his hands and hugged himself, refusing to let him near. Tan Yongkong, being a child, didn't have much concern for gender boundaries and impatiently said, Sis, you do it. He'll let you. What a thing to say. Song Xilan had no choice but to help Jiang Qingxiao out of his heavy military coat. He was obedient, raising his arms when told and lowering them when told. Seeing him so docile, she felt a playful urge and gently patted his face. Be good, go to sleep. Jiang Chengxiao obediently took off his shoes and lay down, letting Song Xilan pull the blanket over him. Close your eyes, Song Xilan said, and he obediently closed them. A grown man, not just handsome but with long thick lashes like butterfly wings. When he closed his eyes, he looked like an innocent child. He didn't have his usual edge, looking so sweet it made her want to protect him. Song Xilan carefully observed his face, truly handsome. Every feature was exactly her type. What was she thinking, finding Yang Jingyu attractive before? Now she could hardly recall what he looked like. I could hear my heart pounding. Oh my, he's so hot, I could just melt. Kiss him, such a great opportunity, you'd have to be crazy not to kiss him. Song Xilan's face turned red. Who even says stuff like that? They're so shameless. Sister, he's already asleep, why aren't you leaving, what are you doing? Tan Yongkong's words snapped her out of her daydream. Realizing she had almost been tempted to kiss him, her heart was pounding, and she practically leapt to her feet. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Sister, did you drink too? Why is your face so red? No, it's just the heat. After helping her aunt and Tingting with the dishes, her aunt asked Song Xilan to rest in Tan Yongting's room. Although Song Xilan had woken up early, she had slept in the car and wasn't very tired now, propped up on the bed, chatting with Tan Yongting. Sister, is Comrade Jiang your boyfriend? Not really, we're not officially together yet. You brought him home without even dating? Actually, he came mainly to visit Lin Weihong's parents. He's her brother's comrade. Today I followed along, and she was eyeing him like she wanted to eat him alive. Luckily, I came back with him, otherwise she would have snatched him right up. Tan Yongting gave her sister a look of admiration, who had fought with boys over a nest of bird eggs when she was young, then indignantly said, that Lin Weihong is shameless. You don't know, after she was rescued from falling into the water last time, she changed completely, like she was a different person. Tan Yongting lowered her voice and whispered, I heard she snuck something out to sell at the black market in the county town. Also, she hooked up with someone called Brother who comes to see her in the middle of the night. Song Xilan was stunned, then Tan Yongting asked, do you know what Brother who does? Song Xilan shook her head blankly. What does he do? He's into black market deals, even selling privately slaughtered pork. He has a fierce face, really scary, kids scream when they see him at night. My goodness, is she that bold? Isn't she afraid of getting caught? Song Xilan exclaimed, messing around in the black market. Her mother would sneak to the black market to buy meat and never allowed her to go. If caught, it would be serious, leading to jail time. Tan Yongting pouted. Who knows? She probably thinks she's being secretive and no one knows. But our village is so small. How can anyone hide anything? People just turn a blind eye. Even Brigade Party Secretary Tan Jianhua knew that everyone's life was tough, and he lets minor stuff slide as long as they didn't come to his attention. As they were talking, Tan Yongting suddenly changed the topic. Comrade Zhang is from out of town, right? Yes, he's from Beijing, I think. Actually, she didn't know originally but heard it from the comments. It said his family is well off from a certain lineage, but her mother is quite proud and looks down on people from small towns. In her past life, Lin Weihong, who was born in the countryside, was treated harshly by her. Wow, so you might have to marry into Beijing? That's so far, you might not even make it back home once a year. Chapter 48, Not going to date him anymore. Chapter 48. Not going to date him anymore. Song Xilan's heart sank. She had never considered that before. He was from Beijing, and he would eventually have to go back home. If you're all alone there, and if your in-laws bully you, there'll be no one to back you up. Tan Yongting added. Song Xilan was on the verge of tears. If she really married Jiang Qingxiao, wouldn't she end up like Lin Weihong in the original story? Alone, married far away, suffering with no one to care for her, unable to take care of family matters and not seeing her parents for a long time. God, she couldn't even imagine living like that. It would be too heartbreaking. Compared to that, whether she liked him or not didn't matter much anymore. Maybe I should just stop seeing him? But you already brought him home. So what? I didn't say he was my boyfriend. He could just be a friend visiting, right? But Grandma even killed a chicken for him. Tan Yongting said unwillingly. I'll make it up to you, okay? Next time I come back, I'll bring a roasted chicken. Isn't city roasted chicken better? No way. City chickens are farm-raised, and the meat's all bland. It's nothing like our free-range chickens. Oh really? Fine, I won't bring any then. You cheapskate, I'm done with you. Song Xilan turned away and let out a quiet sigh. A relationship that never started was already over and it still felt a bit sad. Jiang Chengxiao hadn't been asleep long. When he woke up, it took him a second to remember where he was. He covered his face with his hand. When he was drunk, he'd lose control but wouldn't black out. He would still remember everything he did clearly. Remembering how Song Xilan had patted his face while he was drunk, Jiang Chengxiao felt both annoyed and a little touched. After a while, he suddenly heard a loud crack from outside, followed by girls' screams and laughter. He quickly got up, threw on his cotton coat and went outside. He saw Song Xilan and her cousins gathered around a fire pit in the middle of the main room. warming themselves. Song Xilan was holding a pair of fire tongs, poking at something in the fire. What are you doing? Jiang Chengxiao walked over. Song Xilan said, roasting chestnuts. This one should be ready, try it. She picked up a chestnut that had burst open with the tongs and handed it to him. Jiang Chengxiao took it. But it was so hot that he kept tossing it between his left and right hands, hissing in pain. Ha ha. The people around the fire laughed without holding back. Jiang Chengxiao also laughed and tapped Song Xilan's head with his knuckles. Alright, you're trying to burn me to death so you can inherit my military coat, huh? Who would want your old military coat? It's so outdated, makes you look like a farmer. Hearing this, the Tan siblings were displeased. If you look down on farmers, don't eat the rice we farmers grow. The siblings laughed and joked around for a while. Jiang Chengxiao blew the ash off the chestnut, peeled it, and ate it. It was soft, sweet, and delicious. Next to the fire, there was a chipped enamel cup filled with water, into which a few pieces of citrus peel had been thrown. The water was bubbling vigorously, emitting the unique aromatic scent of citrus peel, giving off a vibe of tranquility and nostalgia. Song Xilan put down the fire tongs and clapped her hands. Let's head up the mountain and have some fun. Ting Ting, grab a couple of bamboo baskets. I want to pick some haihong fruit. Tan Yongding, haihong fruit season's already over. You won't find many good ones. It's fine, the ripe ones taste better. You're not thinking of making candied haws again, are you? I've got sugar with me. The four of them went out together, but somehow as they walked, only Song Xilan and Jiang Chengxiao were left. Recalling her resolve to stay away from him, Song Xilan quickened her pace, putting some distance between them. Jiang Chengxiao, clueless about her intentions, thought she was in a hurry to get up the mountain and also strode forward. Song Xilan was annoyed. Why doesn't he get the hint? Can't he tell she doesn't want to walk with him? At that moment, she saw a woman hurrying towards the Lin family's house in the distance. Song Xilan. Hey, isn't that Lin Weihong's older sister Lin Chunlai? She barely recognized her. She should be under 30, but she looked like she was in her 40s. For some reason, women tend to age fast after marriage and kids. Song Xilan still remembered attending her wedding when she was young and clueless, following others to see the bride. Back then, Sister Lin looked so young and full of life, a far cry from her now thin and worn-out look. Why did she suddenly come back? Maybe she couldn't take the abuse anymore and was coming home to divorce? Her curiosity got the better of her, pushing her to check it out. Let's go take a look. Something's probably going on. To their surprise, as soon as they reached the Lin family's door, they saw Lin Chunlai slap her sister Lin Weihong hard in the face. Weihong, you not only refused to help us but also got your brother-in-law in trouble? Lin Weihong was stunned. What happened to my brother-in-law? He just couldn't get anything out of her. How could that be considered harming him? Lin Chunlai, stop pretending. If it weren't for your report, how would the commune people know where your brother-in-law and his friends were gambling? They let the cops straight there and rounded everyone up. Song Xilan happily whispered into Jiang Chengxiao's ear. They got arrested. It must have been my uncle's doing. My uncle's got it handled quick and efficient. Jiang Chengxiao felt his ear tickle and turned to smile at her. Yeah, your uncle's a pro. He solved the problem so quickly. Song Xilan met his eyes and her heart raced again. Damn it, why did a man have to have such beautiful eyes? It almost made her waver again. She quickly stepped back, putting some distance between them. Over there, Lin Chunlai was crying pitifully. Now that your brother-in-law's been arrested, what's a widow and her kids supposed to do? How are we supposed to get by? Song Xilan asked curiously. Sister Chunlai, when your man wasn't arrested, did he help with the housework or bring money home for you to spend? Lin Chunlai was speechless. Well, even if he didn't, having a man at home is different. Without a man, people look down on you. Song Xilan. I don't understand. Since this man didn't work or bring money home, you managed to live before. Now there's one less mouth to feed. How can you not survive? Or are you just willing to serve a master and enjoy being beaten? Chapter 49 The Textile Worker. Chapter 49 The Textile Worker. Lin Chunlai's face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she was spoken to. What do you know, you're just a young girl. A child can't be without a father. Lin Weihong also glared at her. Why are you always meddling? This is our family's concern, it's not your place to interfere. Song Xilan. I'm just trying to help. Didn't you want to solve the problem of your brother-in-law's gambling and violence? Now that it's resolved, you're still unhappy. What do you want? Hearing this, Lin Chunlai immediately rushed over. Was it you who got my Achang into trouble? She raised her hand to hit Song Xilan. Jiang Chengxiao stepped forward and easily stopped her, frowning. What's all this commotion about? If you're not interested in solving the problem, then stop complaining. This is the best solution. If you're still not satisfied, don't come looking for me in the future. I can't help you anymore. Lin Chunlai. Who are you? Why should you meddle in our family affairs? Lin Weihong. Sister, this is Jiang, my brother's fellow soldier. He came to visit our parents and brought a lot of things for our family. She then turned to Jiang Chengxiao. Jiang, you're not from the countryside, so you might not grasp our real struggles. If my brother-in-law gets into trouble, my sister, being a widow with children, will find it very hard to support the family. Jiang Qixiao, then why not let her divorce and come back? You're capable and the family can help each other out. You won't starve. And I remember Guangshan's pension was quite substantial. The commune also has compensation policies for martyrs' families, providing a certain amount of pension to the elderly every month. Your life shouldn't be so difficult. In fact, it wasn't just the pension. Their comrades had also spontaneously donated a lot of money, all of which was given to the elderly along with the pension. For an ordinary farming family, that was already a large sum of money. It shouldn't be as dire as they claimed. Bringing up the pension made Lin Weihong's heart ache. At that time, she had just arrived in this world and was still disoriented. Before she knew it, her brother-in-law had taken all the money, leaving nothing for the elderly. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be stuck now, wanting to start a small business but lacking the capital. She'd read stories where people who ended up in this time period all struck it rich by trading in the black market. She had finally connected with Hu, a black market operator, but was stuck at the step of lacking capital. How could she not be frustrated? Of course, she had thought that the best way for her sister to escape this hell was to divorce and bring the children back. But she didn't want to. A divorced woman raising 2 kids is a heavy load. Her family background is like a never-ending hole. Not to mention her sister, even her parents, she didn't really want to take care of them. She just wanted to live a good life herself. She hadn't told Zhang Changxiao about these issues to get help for her sister, but to let him see her difficulties and take her away from this hell. Once she left this place, free of the burden, wouldn't she have endless opportunities? With her skills and smarts, she could surely build a new life. But now, judging from Zhang Chengxiao's tone, it seemed he didn't want to help her anymore. It seemed her earlier plan wasn't going to work. She had to think of another way. Lin Weihong managed a bitter smile. Jiang. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chunlai suddenly rushed forward and smoothly knelt in front of Zhang Chengxiao. Please help me. Lend me some money to get my husband out. Jiang Chengxiao wasn't used to dealing with them and was surprised they'd kneel so quickly. In his panic, he wanted to reach out and help her up. Fortunately, Song Xilan was quick and pulled him away. Why are you kneeling like that so easily? Don't you know it can shorten their life? Lin Chunlai cried. I know you military men have money. For the sake of Guangshan being your comrade, please get everyone to chip in some money. I need the money to get my man out. Zhang Chengxiao was shocked. How could she say something like that? He then asked Song Xilan if someone is caught for gambling, can they be bailed out with money? Song Xilan. No way, isn't that illegal? Can you bail someone out for breaking the law? Lin Weihong was extremely angry and stepped forward to pull Lin Chunlai up. Sister, don't be like this. Back then, the military provided us with compensation, and my brother's comrades also donated money to our family. They've already done their utmost. Since my brother-in-law is gone, you might as well not go back either. Bring the children and come home. Lin Chunlai, how can that be? If I leave, I'll be leaving my mother-in-law all alone. She's in poor health and can't work. That would be the death of her. I can't do such a heartless thing. Since I'm married into their family in life, I'm part of their family. In death, I'll remain with them. Since Aqiang is gone, I must take good care of the family for him. I will never leave even if I die. Because the commotion was quite loud, many people gathered in the yard to watch the spectacle. Lin Chunlai spoke with such righteous conviction, as if she wanted everyone to hear her words and see her kindness and virtue. This was exactly what Lin Weihong wanted. She had intentionally steered her sister to say this so that even if she didn't bring her sister back, no one would accuse her of being selfish in the future. Because it was all Lin Chunlai's own choice. Brother Jiang, you heard it too. It's not that we don't want my sister to divorce, she's just stuck in her ways and we can't force her. To be honest, the money you gave my parents earlier was all used to fill my brother-in-law's bottomless pit. I'm not asking for much now. As you can see, my health isn't good and I really can't do farm work. I'm just hoping you can help me find a job, so I can at least have some income to support my parents and help my sister in the future. Zhang Chengxiao thought this request was quite reasonable and was about to speak when Song Xilan cut in first. What's the use of asking him? He's already retired and hasn't even found a job for himself yet. You should ask my uncle. Tan Jianhua, who had arrived at some point, couldn't help but laugh at this. This kid sure knew how to put him on the spot. He could only say, nowadays, office jobs in the commune require a high school education. You only have an elementary school diploma, so you definitely can't handle office work. Let me check if the woolen mill can still arrange something. As long as you're quick with your hands, you can still work as a female worker there. Lin Weihong's eyes widened. A college graduate like her working in a textile mill? Chapter 50 Everyone has a bright future. Chapter 50 Everyone has a bright future. Even though it's just a textile worker's job, some folks still aren't thrilled about it. A neighbor lady started yelling, Secretary Tan, you're playing favorites. My daughter graduated from junior high, and when I asked you to get her a job at the woolen mill last time, you straight up said it couldn't be done. Although it's a community-run enterprise, a worker's spot is still pretty appealing to farmers breaking their backs in the fields. Tan Jianhua glared. That's different. She's from a martyr's family. If your family wants a job, become a martyr's family first. The auntie spat twice. Just talk, no need to curse people. Jiang Chengxiao also thought the arrangement was good. This job's not bad. Working in the community isn't as tough as working in the fields, and it's convenient to take care of your parents. It's just right. In such a situation, Lin Weihong couldn't speak up about her reluctance. If she dared to turn her nose up at this job, not only would the eager villagers around her tear her apart, but Secretary Tam probably wouldn't arrange any other job for her either. Even Jiang Chengxiao would think she's putting on airs, leaving a bad impression on him. Why is she so unlucky? Other time-traveling women can land a cushy job just by showing a bit of talent, but she has to become a textile worker. It's ridiculous, but she had to act all grateful and accept it. Thank you so much, Secretary Tan. Song Xilan was very happy. Today was another day of doing good deeds, just like Lei Feng. See, in just one day, all of Lin Weihong's family issues were sorted out, and Jiang Chengxiao wasn't roped into it, nor was Lin Weihong's life messed up. Everyone will have a bright future. She smiled and said to Jiang Chengxiao, "Alright, now that everything is resolved, you can relax now, right? Let's go. If we don't head up the mountain now, it'll be dark soon." Jiang Chengxiao carried the basket and walked with her towards the mountain. Song Xilan chatted as they walked. Yongkong and the others have been up there forever. I wonder if they caught any rabbits. It'd be even better if they snagged a pheasant. Pheasants are delicious roasted or in soup. Rabbits aren't as good, they're too lean, so you need to add more oil to make them tasty. This little foodie always thinking about food. Jiang Chengxiao thought with a smile, this is actually quite nice. Being with her, it seems like you don't need to think about anything, just what to eat and how to eat it. The frustration he felt at the Lin family earlier just vanished. He felt pretty relaxed. The Haihong fruit was indeed a bit out of season. There weren't many fruits left on the tree, and most of them had been pecked by birds. The ground was littered with fallen fruits, but unfortunately, they were all overripe and starting to rot. Song Xilan picked for a long time before finding a perfect one and handed it to Jiang Chengxiao. You haven't eaten this before, have you? Try it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chengxiao leaned over and took the red fruit directly from her hand with his mouth, his tongue rolling it into his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. Delicious. Song Xilan's face turned red again. The sensation in her palm was strange, a bit soft, and she suspected his lips had touched her hand. Don't do that in the future, she said a bit angrily. Don't you have hands? Sorry, my hands were full, I really couldn't free them. Jiang Chengxiao explained sincerely, spreading his hands to show her. His hands were indeed full of red fruits, bright red, plump and flawless, even better than the one Song Xilan had given him. You have so many yourself, why did you eat mine? Song Xilan stamped her foot. On the mountain it was just the two of them, and Jiang Chengxiao let himself go a bit, leaning over with a cheeky smile. The one you picked is sweeter. Song Xilan felt she should be angry, but for some reason she felt sweet and couldn't get mad. Where did you find such good fruits? I couldn't find any. Jiang Chengxiao demonstrated, stretching out his long arm and standing on tiptoe to pick a beautiful red fruit from a branch much higher than Song Xilan could reach. Shorty, I'm tall, I can see the ones up there. Song Xilan was stunned. He actually called her shorty, as if being tall is something to be proud of. She puffed out her cheeks. I'm 167 centimeters tall. That's pretty tall for a girl, don't you think? Shoo! Jiang Chengxiao suddenly put a finger to his lips. Look over there. There was a white rabbit. Oh my gosh, a little white bunny. It's so cute. At the sound, the rabbit's ears perked up, and it was about to run. Jiang Chengxiao swiftly grabbed a stone off the ground and hurled it. Because of Song Xilan's exclamation of so cute, his throw went slightly wide, and instead of hitting the rabbit's head directly, the stone hit its leg. The injured rabbit tried to run, but it was much slower. Song Xilan immediately chased after it, lunged forward and grabbed the rabbit. However, she was on a slope, and the rocks under her feet gave way and started to slide. Before she could react, Song Xilan tumbled down too. Jiang Chengxiao rushed over immediately, but it was too late to pull her up. He had no choice but to leap forward, wrapping his arms around her as they fell together. Song Xilan felt someone tightly holding her, one arm around her waist, the other protecting her head, and his legs hooked around hers, securely shielding her. Despite the dizzying fall, she felt oddly safe. They landed with a dull thud, but apart from the impact, she felt no pain at all. Jiang Chengxiao, beneath her, groaned and let go of the hand that had been pressing her head tightly against his chest. Song Xilan tilted her head up, meeting his magnified handsome face and bright star-like eyes. She stared at him, dazed, oblivious to everything else. Thump thump. That was the sound of a heartbeat. Her ears buzzed, her blood pounding in her veins. Suddenly something moved between them. Song Xilan snapped back to reality and hurriedly got to her feet, only to realize it was the injured little white rabbit, which she had been holding tightly, and it had come down with her. Holding the rabbit in one hand, Song Xilan asked Jiang Chengxiao with concern. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Jiang Chengxiao slowly sat up, moving his arms and legs. I'm fine, nothing serious. And since it was winter, they were dressed warmly, so there were basically no injuries. But when they looked up, a nearly vertical rock face, over 10 meters high, loomed before them. Chapter 51. It's not out of the question to fall in love. Chapter 51. It's not out of the question to fall in love. The place they were currently in was a small ledge jutting out from the cliff about 3 square meters in size. They were lucky to have landed here and not continued to fall further. As for below, the undergrowth was thick and tangled, making it impossible to see what the situation was like at the bottom. The distance to the top wasn't very high, but the cliff face was smooth and sheer, with not many places to climb. If it were just Yang Jingyu by himself, he could try to climb up slowly, but with Song Xilan he wasn't confident. If she didn't hold on halfway and fell again, they might not be as lucky as this time, landing on this ledge. Song Xilan glanced up at the sky, then down at her feet, asking Yang Jingyu, "What should we do?" Yang Jingyu thought for a moment. "We have 2 choices. First, I climb up first, find a long rope, tie it to a tree, and come back to get you. Or I go down and see if I can find a way." However, both options would require him to leave first, leaving Song Xilan alone here to wait for him. Song Xilan was hesitating when suddenly her eyes widened in fear, pointing behind him, too scared to speak. Yang Jingyu turned his head and saw a brightly colored snake, slithering swiftly toward them. He took a swift step forward, grabbed the snake just behind its head, lifted it up, and slammed it against the rock wall with force, hitting it more than a dozen times, each time making a slap sound against the wall. Seeing that the snake's head was crushed and its body was limp, he finally stopped. "Don't be afraid, it's dead." Song Xilan peeked through her fingers. Is it dead?" She was actually quite brave, but she was afraid of snakes. These soft, slimy, cold creatures were just too terrifying. "Yes, look, it's not moving anymore, don't be afraid," Yang Jingyu said, preparing to throw the snake down the mountain. Song Xilan quickly stopped covering her eyes. "No, don't throw it." Yang Jingyu stopped. "Why?" "This snake, its meat is edible, we can use it to make porridge." It was just like her, still thinking about food even when scared like this. Yang Jingyu smiled, "All right." He brought the snake closer to her. "This snake's pretty plump, there should be a lot of meat." Song Xilan quickly turned her face away, too scared to look. "You, take it further away, find something to tie it up. Are you sure it's dead?" "It's dead for sure." Yang Jingyu found a vine, tied the snake up securely, and placed it at the edge of the ledge far away from her. He also tied up the half-dead rabbit like a dog, next to it. "This rabbit managed to fall here with us, it's fate, why not?" He wanted to say why not let her take it back and raise it. Girls usually like these fluffy little things, and she had just said the rabbit was cute. Song Xilan. "It caused us so much trouble, good thing it didn't run away. Let's take it back and stew it, we need to replenish ourselves." Yang Jingyu. "All right. Then No." Song Xilan was so scared she rushed over and hugged his arm, then quickly let go, feeling embarrassed. "Don't go, I'm scared being here alone." Not afraid of anything else, just scared another snake might show up and she wouldn't have anywhere to run. "Then I'll try to take you down and see if we can find a way." Song Xilan peeked at the thick grass, unsure what might be lurking, and quickly shook her head. "No." Yang Jingyu hesitated. "Then we have to think of a way." "It's okay, my uncle and his family will definitely come up the mountain to look for us if we don't return. They'll come to our rescue then. That would at least take until nightfall. If they don't return by evening, my uncle would think they were just playing on the mountain for too long. It would only be when it gets dark and they still haven't returned that he would realize something is wrong and come looking for them. Who knows when they'd find this place? There's no other way, waiting is the safer option. Who knows what's lurking down there? What if there are tigers or wild boars? Then we'd have wild boar to eat, right?" Yang Jingyu laughed, taking off his weathered military coat and spreading it on the ground, inviting Song Xilan to sit down. "Let's sit and wait it out." Song Xilan. "You should wear it, you'll get cold wearing so little." "It's fine, I'm strong, I don't get cold. Watch out for bugs crawling on you." Song Xilan was startled by his words and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "Well, if you insist." The two sat down on the military coat, picking up their conversation from the bus ride earlier, exchanging various childhood anecdotes, and found that they actually had a lot to talk about, without a single awkward pause. Song Xilan got so carried away that she started gesturing, and her raised hand accidentally touched Yang Jingyu's hand. Suddenly, he turned his palm over and enveloped her hand in his, holding it. Song Xilan's voice immediately paused, her heart beating rapidly, her blood racing, surging without release. Yang Jingyu didn't speak and neither did she, just sitting there silently, holding hands. Song Xilan thought, this isn't how it's supposed to be. She had already decided. She didn't want to pursue this relationship anymore. She couldn't handle the idea of moving far away. She didn't want to leave her parents too far. She also didn't want to face an overbearing mother-in-law in a humble manner. No matter how good Yang Jingyu was, he wasn't the one for her. But she couldn't help feeling torn. She liked his appearance, the way he spoke, liked being with him, wanted to get close to him. Even just holding hands like this filled her with joy. Actually, dating him wasn't out of the question, right? After all, dating doesn't necessarily mean getting married. Maybe as they dated, she'd uncover his flaws and then she wouldn't like him anymore. As night gradually fell, the temperature plummeted as the sun dipped below the horizon and a cold wind blew over, making Song Xilan shiver involuntarily. Cold. Jiang Qingxiao's voice sounded beside her ear, even his voice made her heart tremble. Song Xilan softly said, "Yes. Come sit a bit closer, it's warmer." Jiang Qingxiao's voice was somewhat hoarse. Song Xilan obediently leaned closer to him following his strength, and somehow she ended up being completely enveloped in his embrace, his arms encircling her from behind to the front, holding her hands. Her back leaned against his chest, the warm aura enveloping her. Through the clothes, she could almost feel his overly rapid heartbeat. If no one came to find them, staying here like this for a night didn't seem so bad. "Lan, Song Xilan, can you hear me? Where are you?" Suddenly, calls came and the cliff lit up with the scattered lights of flashlights. At this moment, Song Xilan's first thought was actually a bit of regret. Her uncle and the others had arrived too soon. Chapter 52 Injured. Chapter 52 Injured. Though he didn't want to, Jiang Qingxiao stood up, gathered his strength and shouted towards the top, "Over here." Soon Tan Jianhua and the others found them. After checking things out, they lowered two thick ropes from above. Jiang Qingxiao helped Song Xilan tie the rope around her and did the same for himself. Then, supporting her from behind, they coordinated with the people above to pull the ropes, and both climbed up together. Song Xilan hardly had to lift a finger to get up. Once they were up, they saw a group of villagers, all young men Tan Jianhua had gathered to help with the search. Song Xilan felt bad. "Uncles, brothers, I'm really sorry for bothering you this late." "No worries, as long as you're okay." After confirming everyone was fine, Tan Jianhua looked ready to scold her for being too playful. Song Xilan cut him off, her voice shaking. "Uncle, I was really scared today. If it weren't for Comrade Jiang protecting me when we fell, you wouldn't have your favorite niece anymore. This place is too dangerous. How do you, the village cadres, handle things? Such a dangerous spot with no warnings. What if a child comes to play and accidentally falls? Not everyone would be as lucky as us to land on that ledge. Uncle, our family really needs to thank Comrade Jiang big time today. He saved my life. Falling from such a height, if he hadn't protected me, I'd be gone." Hearing this, Tan Jianhua got worried and asked Jiang Qingxiao, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt from the fall?" Jiang Qingxiao shook his head. "I'm fine." Song Xilan insisted. "How can you be fine after falling from such a height? We need to get you checked by a doctor. Even if you look okay on the outside, there might be internal injuries." Tan Jianhua also felt this was serious. "Then let's go find Xiaoli at the commune clinic later and have him take a look." "Not Xiaoli," Song Xilan said. "He's not that skilled, he can't even figure out his own issues, what's he gonna do? Let's go to Grandpa Li." Xiaoli was the barefoot doctor at the commune clinic, and a childhood playmate of Song Xilan. After graduating from high school, he attended a few months of barefoot doctor training and then returned to work at the clinic. Song Xilan didn't trust him at all. However, Xiaoli's grandfather was the village's old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Before the commune had a clinic, villagers would go to Grandpa Li when they were sick. A few doses of herbal medicine and they would recover. When Song Xilan was a child, she once fell ill and was treated by Grandpa Li. But she found the herbal medicine too bitter and refused to drink it. Then, Grandpa Li performed moxibustion and massage on her, and after sweating profusely, she miraculously recovered. So she always trusted Grandpa Li. "That's fine, let the old man check his pulse," Tan Jianhua said. Luckily, Grandpa Li was in their village, so they could go directly to him later. Jiang Changxiao was carrying a rabbit and a snake. Song Xilan was a bit afraid to look and pulled Tan Yongkong over. "You quickly take these things home, get them ready to cook. We'll eat when we get back. Make snake meat porridge and braised rabbit meat. Remember to explain it to your mom, got it?" Tan Yongkong was delighted. "Great, more good food to eat." He eagerly took the snake and rabbit home. Indeed, birds of a feather. At Grandpa Li's house, Song Xilan said quickly, "Grandpa Li, please check him quickly. He fell from a great height, and I'm worried there might be internal injuries." Grandpa Li took Jiang Chengxiao inside, had him remove his clothes, and asked if he felt dizzy, nauseous, or had the urge to vomit. Song Xilan was still worried and urged her uncle to go in and check. "Uncle, he did this to save me. What if he's hiding his injuries to spare us worry? Please go in and see." Unexpectedly, as soon as her uncle pushed the door open, he exclaimed in shock, "Oh my." Song Xilan, in her anxiety, didn't care about propriety anymore. She rushed over, leaned on her uncle's shoulder, and looked inside. She saw Jiang Chengxiao's back covered in large bruises, almost as if ink had been spilled over it. It looked painful. Gasp. Song Xilan inhaled sharply, her eyes immediately reddening, and her voice carried a hint of tears. "Why didn't you tell us it was this bad?" Even though he must have been in pain, he had been taking care of her all along. He caught snakes, sat and chatted with her, even letting her rest against him when she was tired. But he never complained. When he heard her, Jiang Chengxiao quickly grabbed a shirt to cover himself and turned around in a hurry, saying, "I'm fine, really." Old Man Li stopped him. "Don't move around. The girl should step outside first, and I'll take a closer look." Song Xilan was pushed away by Tan Jianhua. "All right, don't cause any trouble," she shouted from outside. "Old Man Li, please take a good look." After some time they finally came out. Old Man Li said to the anxious Song Xilan, "I've checked. There's no issue with his bones and his pulse is normal. He's perfectly healthy. The bruises on his back will heal quickly with some ointment. He gave him a jar of homemade herbal ointment, claiming it could promote blood circulation and remove stasis, instructing Yang Jingyu to take it home and apply it. Song Xilan finally felt a bit relieved. She reminded Yang Jingyu again, if you feel any pain tonight, say something. Don't hide it. Yang Jingyu smiled and whispered, got it. I won't hide anything from you. On the way back, Tan Jianhua, accustomed to walking briskly, soon took the lead, leaving the two of them behind. Jiang Chengxiao, feeling bold, tried to sneakily take Song Xilan's hand under the cover of the night. To his surprise, she quickly pulled away, jumping aside with a serious expression. Comrade Jiang, please be mindful. She acted just like when he first visited her at work, keeping her distance. Is she upset again? Jiang Chengxiao was a bit confused. Weren't things fine just a moment ago? Chapter 53 Shed Rendezvous. Chapter 53 Shed Rendezvous. Was it because he hadn't told her about his injury? Jiang Chengxiao quickly explained, I didn't mean to keep it from you, but the situation was urgent at the time, and I didn't feel much pain myself. The old doctor said so too. I have no other issues, just some superficial wounds that look scary but are actually nothing serious. Song Xilan didn't know how to respond. She was truly grateful for his life-saving gesture, but once removed from that environment, she suddenly wasn't as captivated by his charm anymore. The thought that his family was a mess she definitely shouldn't get involved with resurfaced. As for the idea of just dating without getting married, she briefly considered it but decided to drop the idea. If her mother found out she even entertained such an idea, she'd kill her. Jiang Chengxiao was clueless about what she was thinking, solely focused on comforting her. Song Xilan hurriedly said, my uncle's calling for me, and quickly ran ahead. Was he? Jiang Chengxiao was baffled. Did he hurt his ears? He didn't hear anything. By the time they got home, her aunt had already prepared the meal, including a snake meat porridge and a large pot of braised rabbit meat as Song Xilan had requested. The rabbit meat was so aromatic it made your mouth water. Tan Yongying was starving but held back from eating. She had just been scolded by her parents for being irresponsible, leaving her cousin behind to play with her brother, which led to their accident. Tan Yongting felt unfairly blamed. It wasn't her who wanted to play, it was those two. She even went with her brother to pick a whole basket of Haihong fruit for them foolishly. Who knew where they ran off to play? She kept insisting she wouldn't talk to him anymore, yet her eyes were practically glued to him. She was too embarrassed to walk with them. When Song Xilan returned unharmed, Tan Yongting sighed in relief but was also furious, muttering, why didn't you just fall and die? Her father scolded her again. Song Xilan didn't take it personally and ate her meal in silence. Even the mouth-watering rabbit meat didn't lift her spirits much. No wonder they say love hurts. Ever since she was a child, a good meal had always cheered her up when she was upset. If that didn't work, she'd eat another one. There was nothing that good food couldn't solve. But now she hadn't even properly started dating, and she was already sad about having to part with him, to the point where she didn't even feel like eating. Love is really scary. But no one else seemed to notice, assuming she was just shaken from the ordeal. After dinner, her aunt heated water for everyone to wash their faces and feet before bed. Jiang Chengxiao kept wanting to talk to Song Xilan, but her uncle and cousin were too enthusiastic. Tan Yongkong even personally brought him the foot-washing water, and volunteered to apply the medicine for him. It wasn't until Jiang Chengxiao lay in bed, saying he wanted to sleep, that things finally quieted down. Unfortunately, he never got the chance to talk to Song Xilan and didn't know if she was still angry. But it was okay, she had a good temper. He could comfort her tomorrow, and if that didn't work, he'd find a way to get some good food. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the afternoon. The thrill of holding her hand, the satisfaction and happiness of embracing her soft, fragrant body. He expected to fall asleep quickly, but the more he dwelled on it, the more restless he grew. Lying down was uncomfortable, and even turning over caused a sharp pain in his back. After what felt like an eternity of not being able to sleep, Jiang Chengxiao felt the need to use the bathroom and got up, putting on his clothes to go outside. After taking care of business, he wasn't quite ready to go back. The moonlight was beautiful tonight, the moon like a curved hook hanging in the deep blue sky. At this moment, if only he could stroll under the beautiful moonlight with the girl he loved. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Looking up, he saw a shadowy figure sneaking towards the village entrance. Others might not recognize it, but Jiang Chengxiao had sharp eyes and a good memory. He immediately recognized the person as Lin Weihong, Lin Guangshan's sister. What was a girl like her doing out at this ungodly hour? If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have gotten involved, but since it was his good brother's sister, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So he went after her. Near a melon patch at the edge of the village, Jiang Chengxiao saw a man hurriedly approaching from the other side. The two of them slipped into a shack, one after the other. The shack was likely used to guard ripe melons. With no melons in the field, the shack was abandoned. Jiang Chengxiao's brow creased deeply. A man and a woman alone at night. Nothing good was happening. He hesitated, then followed them anyway. In the quiet night, though they whispered, he heard every word. Lin Weihong said, Brother Hu, I've scraped together all I could these past few days. And this watch, take a look, it should be worth over 100, right? Help me sell it, and I'll use the money to work with you. Then came a man's voice. Where'd you get this watch? Not bad, it's worth a bit. Lin Weihong suddenly let out a startled cry, then angrily said, Brother Hu, I'm serious about doing business with you. Keep your hands to yourself. The man sneered, you've got it good, yet you're making things hard for yourself. Stick with me and you'll get whatever you want. Ah, Brother Hu, don't be like this. Yang Jingyu had heard enough. He yanked aside the tattered curtain and stepped inside. What the hell do you think you're doing? Brother Hu turned around angrily, but when he saw a tall man standing behind him, his bravado instantly evaporated. He was no stranger to the black market, but this guy was different. He had an aura of menace, the kind that only someone who had truly been on the battlefield and seen blood could possess. If you don't want trouble, get out now, Jiang Qingxiao said coldly. Brother Hu muttered curses as he slunk away. Under Jiang Qingxiao's cold stare, Lin Weihong panicked. I have nothing to do with him, Brother Jiang, let me explain. At that moment, Jiang Qingxiao suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps and the sound of people speaking in hushed tones. They're inside, I saw them go in with my own eyes. Shoo, keep your voice down, let's listen to what they're doing first. He could even tell that there were 3 people outside. The ones who had just spoken were Tan Yongkong and Song Xilan. It was undoubtedly the 3 siblings eavesdropping. He wasn't in a hurry to expose them as he had nothing to hide. Seeing that Lin Weihong was completely unaware, he decided to continue talking to her. Suddenly, distant barks and shouts broke the silence, as if many people were heading this way. Jiang Qingxiao's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Weihong's expression changed first, then she gritted her teeth, as if she had made some kind of decision, and suddenly began to undo the buttons on her clothes. Chapter 54. Catching the Cheaters. Chapter 54. Catching the Cheaters. Song Xilan was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Groggily she asked, Who is it? Her cousin Tan Yongkong's anxious voice came through. Lan, I just saw Jiang sneaking out with a woman. You should go see for yourself. Song Xilan didn't believe it. How is that possible? Who could he possibly know here to meet in secret? I'm serious, I saw it with my own eyes. Tan Yongting was also awakened by the noise. More curious than Song Xilan, she quickly urged, Hurry, let's go catch them in the act. Song Xilan didn't like the implication. What are you talking about? Don't make assumptions. He's not that kind of person. Although she had decided not to be with Jiang Qingxiao anymore, she still couldn't let others tarnish his reputation. It won't hurt to check. Tan Yongting had already dressed and was helping Song Xilan into her coat. Song Xilan reluctantly let her siblings drag her out. As they walked, Tan Yongkong explained that he had gone out to use the bathroom, and saw Jiang Changxiao standing by the courtyard wall. Just as he was about to greet him, Jiang Changxiao hurriedly left. Out of curiosity, he followed and saw Jiang Qingxiao slip into the shack by the melon field at the village entrance with a woman. In the middle of the night, a man and a woman sneaking into a shack probably meant trouble. He got worried and hurried back to get Song Xilan. Lan, even though Jiang saved you today and I think he's a good person, I still believe you should be cautious and not be deceived. You're pretty sharp for your age, Song Xilan complained verbally but felt pleased inside, enjoying the care from her younger brother. Soon they arrived outside the shack. The 3 of them crept over and listened in. Sure enough, they heard Jiang Qingxiao's voice. If you weren't Guangshan's sister, I wouldn't bother with you. Do you think the black market is a walk in the park? You're playing with fire, do you understand? Lin Weihong was dismissive. You're blowing it out of proportion. I admit I misjudged Brother Hu. I didn't expect him to have such intentions. I'll cut ties with him, is that okay? So even if you stop dealing with him, you still plan to go to the black market, right? What choice do I have? You saw it yourself, my family's broke. The little money we had was stolen by that crook. If I don't find a way to make some money, how am I supposed to feed this big family? You all want my sister to divorce and come back home. If she brings her children back, with so many people to feed, what am I supposed to do? Even if you want to earn money, you can't do it illegally. Your brother was a martyr. How can you dishonor his memory? Lin Weihong chuckled. Illegal? Trade has been around forever. Whether it's illegal or not is just a matter of what those in power say. What's illegal today might be legal tomorrow. As someone from the modern era, her view of the black market was different from many others. She knew it was an inevitable trend, and free trade would eventually be allowed. So she didn't see anything wrong with what she was doing. Whether it's allowed in the future is one thing, but doing it now is wrong. You must not do it, or if you get caught, it will shame Guangshan. I won't let you do this. If you persist, I will report you to the authorities. Lin Weihong was incredulous. How can anyone be this stubborn? In novels, the male protagonist would always help the female lead hide her actions and even join her in the black market to earn the first bucket of gold for their ventures. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, mixed with voices and the barking of dogs. Looking out from the drafty shack, they could see the lights of flashlights and torches, along with a crowd of shadowy figures, estimating at least several dozen people. It seemed they were heading this way, and faintly someone shouted, "Hurry and surround the shack. Don't let those cheaters get away." Jiang Qingxiao frowned slightly. Were they coming here? What was going on? He hadn't experienced such a situation before and didn't immediately realize the severity. However, Lin Weihong understood right away. Brother who was from the neighboring village and was married. His wife was known for her fierce temper and was called the Tigress. She had arranged to meet brother who here tonight, and it was possible that the news had leaked, and the Tigress found out, bringing people here to catch the cheaters. But brother who had already left, so she wasn't afraid of the Tigress. However, her thoughts raced. She no longer had the luxury of slowly developing feelings with Jiang Qingxiao, and the path to making money from the black market had been blocked by him. Instead of being stuck here as a textile worker, scraping by on a pittance, she might as well take a gamble and have him take her away from this poor place. Without hesitation, Lin Weihong began unbuttoning her clothes and taking them off. Jiang Qingxiao was dumbfounded, and in a flash of realization he understood, this woman was trying to trap him. He cursed under his breath, thinking that helping someone had backfired. He glanced outside and his first thought was to bolt. Although the people had surrounded the area with his skills, he could cover his face with his coat and slip away unnoticed. After all, he was an outsider, and no one would recognize him by his build. As for Lin Weihong, if she got caught, that was her problem. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered Song Xilan and her siblings outside. Taking them along would make it nearly impossible to slip away unnoticed. Dragging the two girls into this mess wasn't ideal. As he hesitated, the three siblings burst in. Song Xilan pushed Tin Yongkang and said, "Hurry, go and hold this woman down." Lin Weihong was already down to just a thin undershirt, revealing her pale arms. Seeing them, her face turned pale. Tin Yongkang moved quickly, snatching a tattered blanket from the shed, wrapping it around her, and shoving her to the ground. Tan Yongning followed suit, as instructed by Song Xilan, and covered Lin Weihong's mouth with her hand. But Lin Weihong struggled fiercely, even attempting to bite her. Tan Yongting was livid and barked at her brother. "Hurry up, take off your socks." Under his sister's forceful command, Tan Yongkang had no choice but to hand over his smelly socks, which Tan Yongting disdainfully balled up and stuffed into Lin Weihong's mouth. Meanwhile, Song Xilan glared at Jiang Qingxiao, who was still smiling, and snapped, "What are you standing there for? Come out with me." She grabbed Jiang Qingxiao by the arm and yanked him out of the shed. Chapter 55, A Dramatic Turn. Chapter 55, A Dramatic Turn. At the moment they stepped out, a sense of grim resolve rose in Song Xilan's heart. She knew that once she stepped out, her reputation for purity would be ruined, and she would be bound to Jiang Qingxiao for life. What a sacrifice she made. To prevent Jiang Qingxiao from being blackmailed by Lin Weihong, she was willing to sacrifice herself. He could never repay her for this in his entire life. As they walked out, the crowd had just arrived. A woman rushed forward. "You shameless pair, how dare you show yourselves?" She lunged at Song Xilan, trying to pull her hair. Jiang Qingxiao stopped her. "What's going on here?" The woman was stunned. Who are you? Where are Black Tiger and that woman?" "Jiang Qingxiao, you've got the wrong place. There's no one else here." "Then, what are you doing here?" "Song Xilan, can't you see? We're here to watch the stars, the moon, and fall in love." "What, do you control everything, even who people date? Does falling in love mean sneaking into a shack?" Song Xilan rolled her eyes. "As if you've never been young and in love." This remark caused a burst of laughter. Well, young people in love sometimes get carried away. It's not just shacks, woods, cornfields, haystacks. They've all been used as long as it's not with someone else's wife. The woman was puzzled. "So where's Black Tiger? Where did he and that woman go?" "Black Tiger? We haven't seen him." "Sister, you're here to catch cheaters, right? You better hurry and look somewhere else. What kind of people would do such a thing? Don't let them get away." Right, we can't let them escape. Let's hurry and look." Even as they said this, everyone knew there was little chance of finding anyone tonight. With all this noise, not only would the cheaters be scared off, but even the dogs would have run away. They were sure it was in this shack, so how did it change? The crowd quickly scattered, not knowing where to look next. Song Xilan breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried they'd insist on coming in or mistake them for having an affair and take them to the commune. Rushing back to the shack, she found that the siblings had not only gagged Lin Weihong with smelly socks but had also tied her up from head to toe like a dumpling. Lin Weihong, tied up and unable to move, glared at Song Xilan, undoubtedly cursing her in her mind. Tan Yongkang angrily slapped her. "What are you glaring at? You have the nerve to be angry. My sister saved you, you know that? If it weren't for us today, someone like you would have been drowned in a pig cage." He had figured it out. Indeed, Lin Weihong had been meeting Black Tiger here tonight. Later, Jiang Qingxiao came to persuade her, and Black Tiger ran away. Otherwise, they would have been caught red-handed by Black Tiger's wife. Even if society doesn't drown people in pig cages anymore, you could still be jailed for a few years over moral issues. "Daring to steal my sister's man, why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Are you even worthy?" Tan Yongkong, still angry, kicked her again. Song Xilan, enough, Yongkong. Stop messing around. Let her go and let's hurry back. Tan Yongkong grumbled as he untied the rope and pulled the smelly socks out of her mouth. These socks cost money. He had to take them back, wash them and keep wearing them. After the sock was pulled out, Lin Weihong retched a few times, kept spitting in disgust, and then said resentfully, "You humiliated me like this today, and I swear I will take revenge. You'll pay for this." Tan Yongting rolled her eyes at her. "Oh, I'm terrified." Lin Weihong, bundled in the ragged blanket, picked up her clothes from the ground and was about to leave. Tan Yongkong called out to her. Hey, what's with the stealing? Sneaking into someone's shed is bad enough, but how can you even take their blanket?" Lin Weihong's face flushed with anger, and without caring about the crowd, she threw the blanket down and started putting on her clothes. It was just a vest. In modern times she had even worn a bikini. What's the big deal? Tan Yongkong said, shameless. "Sis, let's get out of here, don't even look." The group ignored Lin Weihong and walked away. Song Xilan walked the fastest, and Jiang Chengxiao marched over and took her hand. Song Xilan tried to shake it off, but he held it too tightly. "What are you doing?" "Thank you," Jiang Chengxiao said, holding her hand tightly. "What for?" "For having my back just now." In that moment he had thought of many solutions, even the worst-case scenario, but he never expected Song Xilan to step up and stand by him in front of everyone. At that moment, besides being moved, he felt a surge of love in his heart. He knew he could never let her down. Song Xilan snorted. "Humph, now you get it, huh? Why did you have to butt in? Who she meets and what black market she's involved in is none of your business." This guy was really popular. People kept trying to drag him into their mess. Just thinking about it made Song Xilan angry. "Yeah, it's my fault. I won't meddle anymore. Sticking my nose in almost landed me in hot water. It's not worth it." "That's your buddy, sister. You're really not going to get involved anymore." "Really won't. I've already gone above and beyond. Honestly, this trip was a waste of time." Lin Guangshan died while performing his duties, and the organization had already provided appropriate compensation and support. The brigade and the commune would look after the elderly. Jiang Chengxiao didn't owe their family anything. He only visited the elderly out of respect for his comrade. As for Lin Weihong, he had no responsibility at all. He didn't even care about her shady business anymore. If she could make a buck, good for her. If she got busted, that was on her. It had nothing to do with him. Song Xilan snorted lightly. "Oh, regret it now? Shouldn't have come." Jiang Chengxiao said. "No, I just regret meddling in their family's affairs. I don't regret coming on this trip. Not only do I not regret it, I'm very happy. If he hadn't come, their relationship wouldn't have progressed so rapidly. Who knows how long it would have taken to hold her hand." Song Xilan's lips curled up. She should have been angry, but she couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Happy about what? Happy to ride with you, happy to take the plunge with you, and even happier to stand in front of so many people with you tonight. Lan, I will treat you well in the future. I won't let you regret tagging along with me, and I won't let you regret standing up for me just now. Song Xilan muttered softly, "It's nothing. I think they didn't recognize me just now." She had been back less often in recent years, and she had changed a lot. Probably not many people in the neighboring village would recognize her. As it turned out, she had thought too simply. The group sneaked into the house quietly, only to hear an angry roar. "Don't move a muscle." Chapter 56, You're done for, you're in love with him. Chapter 56, You're done for, you're in love with him. Song Xilan was so startled that she immediately let go of Jiang Qingxiao's hand. The four of them stood there obediently, breaking out in a cold sweat. Click. The light flicked on. Tin Jianhua's stern face appeared before them. "What are you doing out at this hour?" Song Xilan, "Oh well, Comrade Jiang is here for the first time and couldn't sleep because he's not used to the bed, so I took him out for a walk." Tan Yongting quickly added. Yes, my sister hasn't been back in a while, and I was afraid the village dogs wouldn't recognize her and scare her, so Yongkong and I tagged along for a walk." Tin Jianhua sneered, "Keep spinning your tails." He looked at Song Xilan with disappointment. "You, with such a big yard at home, isn't that enough for you to date in? Why did you have to go sneaking around in some shack? Isn't it filthy and stinky? Now you've made a fool of yourself in front of the neighboring village." Song Xilan. "Huh? How'd you find out?" "Humph, how'd I know? Someone came and told me, so of course I know." It turned out that among the group who caught them tonight, there was someone who knew Tan Jianhua well and had seen Song Xilan before, so he recognized her. But the man with her was unfamiliar and didn't seem to be from around here. After thinking it over, he felt it was necessary to inform Tan Jianhua, lest his niece be led astray without him knowing. So he came knocking on the door late at night and roused Tan Jianhua. Tan Jianhua saw that not only were his niece and the young man she brought missing, but even his own daughter and son were nowhere to be found. What a disaster! Jiang Chengxiao stepped forward to take responsibility. "I'm sorry, uncle, it's all my fault. I was the one who wanted to go out. Blame me if you must. I won't complain no matter what." Tan Jianhua, you're a grown man, of course you don't care about these things. You can just up and leave whenever you want and no one can stop you. But our Lan Lan is a respectable girl, and now her reputation is ruined. How's she supposed to face people in the future? Jiang Chengxiao. Uncle, don't worry. As long as Lan Lan is willing, I'll definitely marry her. We'll come back and throw a grand wedding banquet, so all the villagers can see her marrying me in style. No one will dare gossip about her. Hearing this, Tan Jianhua felt somewhat relieved. It's good that you think that way. It's best if you can keep your word. You're from out of town, right? Since you're serious, then hurry up and get your parents over here to discuss the marriage with Lan Lan's parents. In his view, since Song Xilan had already brought him home, their relationship must have been made official and was practically a done deal. He never would have guessed that Song Xilan's parents were completely in the dark about this. Song Xilan blushed. Uncle, why are you bringing this up? It's not even close to happening yet. Not close to happening yet, and you're sneaking around in shacks with him? Is this never going to end? Song Xilan was furious. I'm only 18 and I'm definitely not getting married this early. Before this, she had always thought that marriage was far off for her. It was true that she was at an age where she was starting to feel romantic and wanted to have a sweet relationship, but marriage? That wasn't just about two people, it was about the union of two families. There would definitely be a lot of trouble, and just thinking about it made her feel scared, okay? Jiang Chengxiao comforted her instead. Lan Lan, don't worry. Uncle is just looking out for you. But if you don't want to get married so early, I can wait. Let's discuss it properly and don't get angry. Tan Jianhua was relatively satisfied with Jiang Chengxiao's attitude. Alright, with Xiao Zhang's words, I feel reassured. It's late and Xiao Zhang is still injured. Go to bed now. Dad, what about us? Tan Yongkong asked timidly. Tan Jianhua glared at him. You two are everywhere. Get back to bed now. Tan Yongting stuck out her tongue and went back to the room with Song Xilan, whispering in her ear. Sis, didn't you say you weren't going to date him? Anymore? How come you're back together? Is it because he saved you? Is this what they call repaying a life-saving favor with your hand in marriage? Song Xilan thought seriously for a moment. No, if it had been someone else who saved me today, I definitely wouldn't have started dating them because of that. In fact, after I came back, I didn't even think about dating him. But in that situation just now, I couldn't just stand by and watch him get taken advantage of by Lin Weihong. What if it were someone else who was almost taken advantage of? Would you step out to help them? Of course not, I'm not going to risk myself for someone else. You're a goner, you're in love with him. Tan Yongting concluded with certainty. Song Xilan blushed and pushed her. What are you even saying? You're too young to know anything about love. How can I not know? I think the love between you two is just like Pavel and Tanya's in How the Steel Was Tempered. The book How the Steel Was Tempered was brought back by Song Xilan for Tan Yongting to read, and she had read it herself too. She felt a bit upset because in the book, Tanya was Pavel's first love and they were together because of mutual attraction, but they separated due to different pursuits and paths in life. Why are you comparing me to them? It seems like you can't stand to see me happy. Song Xilan said angrily. Tan Yongting realized she had misspoken and quickly tried to make amends. No, I thought of Tanya because you're just as beautiful, kind, and enthusiastic as she is. Comrade Jiang is sure to fall for you just like Pavel did with Tanya. But your relationship is built on mutual understanding and support, so your ending will surely be as happy as Pavel and Darius. Song Xilan felt a bit mollified. That's more like it. Song Xilan felt sweet inside, so happy it almost felt bittersweet. Love, it's such a pain, it can make you so sad that you can't sleep, and it can also make you so happy that you can't sleep. However, when you're sad, you lose your appetite, but when you're happy, you just want to eat everything. Ting ting. What are we eating tomorrow morning? Tan Yongting was almost asleep and muttered impatiently, I don't know. Sigh. Song Xilan turned over and muttered. It'd be awesome if we could have rice dumplings tomorrow morning. Then she fell asleep too. Chapter 57 The Live-in Son-in-Law. Chapter 57 The Live-in Son-in-Law. Countryside mornings start with roosters crowing. Jiang Chengxiao woke up to the roosters crowing. Although he hadn't slept much last night, his military-trained body clock kicked in, and he quickly got up, dressed, and went out. The day had already started for the uncle's family. Grandpa squatted at the doorstep, puffing on his water pipe. Grandma was feeding the chickens, letting them out to roam once they were full, and they would return by themselves in the evening. Auntie, the family organizer, was assigning tasks. Tan Jianhua, strong and robust, was tasked with fetching water. Tan Yongkong rode the family bike to the commune's meat stall to buy meat. Tan Yongting was in charge of watering the family plot and picking vegetables for the day. She squatted in front of a wooden board, chopping pig feed, to be mixed with chaff and boiled for the pigs. The kitchen stove was lit, simmering corn porridge, made from dried corn ground into coarse flour. A steamer on the stove held sweet potatoes and taro, which would be the family's breakfast. Country folk don't seek variety in breakfast, but it must be filling, or else they won't have the strength to work. Jiang Zhishao quickly washed up, then eagerly followed his uncle to fetch water, hoping to make a good impression. Arriving at the well, many villagers were already queuing to draw water. Tan Jianhua placed his empty buckets in line and was greeted by someone. Secretary here for water? Oh, this must be your nephew-in-law, quite handsome. When's the wedding? Soon, soon. Tan Jianhua replied, then worried that his words might be too binding added. Our Lan's still young. Aiji doesn't want her marrying too early, she wants to keep her close for a few more years. That's true, Aiji only has one daughter, she must be reluctant to let her go. By the way, young man, where are you from? How old are you and what do you do? What does your family do? People nowadays don't see anything wrong with such nosy questions. Jiang Qingxiao couldn't ignore them, so he answered evasively, I'm 22, just out of the army, waiting for a job assignment. My family is from Beijing, but I'll be working in Nanyang City with Lan. Oh, secretary, so your niece is marrying far off. Beijing is so far, it won't be easy for her to come back. Jiang Qingxiao's last statement about staying in Nanyang was naturally overlooked. No offense, but your Aiji should have had another child, a son would have been better. Now with the daughter marrying so far away, it's almost like not having a daughter. When you're old and need care, she won't be able to come back. It's always better to have a son by your side. Tan Jianhua didn't like this. Why wouldn't there be anyone to take care of us? Aren't Yongting and Yongkang here? Nephews and nieces are still a step away, not as good as your own children. Without a child by your side, what's the use of earning so much money? In the end, it's because Tan Aiji was lucky, a country girl who managed to settle in a big city, marry the director of a large factory, and have a good job herself, which has already made many envious. Pointing out her flaws brings a strange satisfaction. Jiang Changxiao spoke up. Auntie, you might not have heard clearly earlier, Lan isn't marrying far away, we're getting married in Nanyang City. After we marry, my parents-in-law won't lose a daughter, but gain a son. If the elderly need anything in the future, we'll take care of them together. So you're becoming their live-in son-in-law? The auntie looked Jiang Changxiao up and down in confusion. Young man, you seem fine, why become a live-in son-in-law? Are your parents okay with that? Jiang Qingxiao felt like cursing but smiled instead. Auntie, I certainly don't have any issues. I even earned a great merit in the army before discharge. The job assigned to me won't be bad. And we soldiers are in great shape. Lan and I are getting together because we admire each other. We'll form a small family. There's no such thing as being a live-in son-in-law. As for my family, my brother and sister-in-law are taking care of it. No need for you to worry. Tan Jianhua also laughed heartily. Her parents are both government officials and party members. Very forward-thinking. If you're not on that level, don't embarrass yourselves by saying stuff like that. Now it was their turn to get water. Jiang Qingxiao hurried over. Uncle, I've got this. The strong young man lifted 2 buckets of water as easily as if they were hay, making the women fetching water a bit jealous. Who wouldn't want a strong man at home to help with the heavy lifting? But their menfolk think fetching water is women's work. No wonder they'll never be secretary. Secretary Tan still fetches water every day. Jiang Qingxiao was strong, but he wasn't great at carrying water. Once the shoulder pole was on his shoulders, the 2 buckets swayed unsteadily, spilling quite a bit. The folks behind him laughed. City kids can't handle this kind of work. But he wasn't one to give up. With his uncle's help, he got the hang of it and carried the water home steady. After that, he turned down his uncle's offer to come along and went alone to fetch water several more times, filling the large water vat at home to the brim before finally stopping. Song Xilan hadn't gotten up yet. Auntie called Jiang Changxiao to have breakfast first, and afraid he'd think her niece was lazy, she explained. Lan was just worn out last night. She doesn't usually sleep in. Jiang Changxiao, it's fine, sleeping is a good thing. There's nothing urgent to do anyway, so let her sleep as much as she wants. The breakfast corn porridge was thick and golden. Auntie asked if he liked it sweet or salty, then added sugar. It was fragrant, sweet, and had a rich corn aroma. The sweet potatoes were soft and sticky, very delicious. Auntie, don't fill up. There's more good stuff coming. I'll make Lan some rice dumplings later. She loves those. Tan Yongkang, I want some too. Tan Jianhua glared at him. You better get to school on time. Jiang Qingxiao then remembered that a child of his age should be going to school. Auntie, I'll save some for you to eat at noon. Tan Yongkang reluctantly dawdled for a while before picking up his flat school bag and preparing to leave. He had just started junior high school this year and had to go to the commune for classes. Just after he left, he came running back shouting, Brother-in-law, trouble's here again, the enemy's back. Uncle glared at him, speak properly. That person, Lin Weihong, is here again. Jiang Changxiao was first pleased by being called brother-in-law, but his face darkened at the next sentence. No matter why she's here, go tell her I've already left. Tan Yongkang looked troubled. But Uncle Lin is here too. Chapter 58. I don't have a shameless daughter like you. Chapter 58. I don't have a shameless daughter like you. As they spoke, people had already entered the courtyard, and they heard the somewhat aged voice of Father Lin outside asking, is Jianhua home? Jiang Qingxiao didn't even have time to eat his breakfast. He grabbed a sweet potato and stood up. Uncle, sorry to bother you, but if they're looking for me, just say I'm not here, I've already left. After saying that, he hurriedly slipped into the room. Tan Jianhua cleared his throat and went out to greet them. Uncle Lin, come in quickly. Wei Hong is here too? Have you eaten? Sit down and have something. No thanks, we've already eaten at home. Uncle, what brings you here so early in the morning? Father Lin put down a gunny sack. Yesterday, Xiao Zhang came over and brought us a lot of things. At the time the house was a mess, and we didn't have time to give him something in return. This is some homegrown produce, it's not worth much, but please take it back to Xiao Zhang as a token of our gratitude. After saying this, he looked around. Where's Xiao Jiang? Tan Jianhua glanced at the open gunny sack, which contained some sweet potatoes and taro, indeed not worth much, and couldn't compare to what Jiang Qingxiao had brought to their house yesterday. He felt a bit disdainful. If it were up to him, he'd never bring something so cheap. At least he would have brought a couple of chickens from his own home to show some sincerity. Uncle, what bad timing, Xiao Jiang has already. Before Tan Jianhua could finish, he heard Jiang Qingxiao's voice. I'm right here. Jiang Qingxiao had hurriedly hidden in the room earlier. He was really scared of Lin Weihong. He treated her like a younger sister, but she saw him as a fool, so his first instinct was to avoid her. But then he thought, no, he hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he be afraid? Leaving it to his uncle to fix, was that even manly? So he came out again. Uncle, I won't take the things. Your family is struggling, keep them for yourselves. But I need to say a few things to you for Guangshan's sake. Your daughter's too restless. Not only does she want to make money on the black market, but last night she also went out in the middle of the night to meet a man, almost getting caught. For her own sake, you should really discipline her. A girl can't be so wild, otherwise if something shameful really happens it will bring shame to Guangshan. These words made Father Lin's face flush red and pale. He didn't know what had happened last night and was still pleased that his youngest daughter was finally getting a job. Early this morning Lin Weihong had begged him in tears, saying she didn't want to work at the woolen mill. She wanted to follow Jiang Qingxiao to the city. She had heard that even working as a maid in the city could make good money, and once she earned enough, she would send all the money back home to support her family and her sister. She begged him to talk to Jiang Qingxiao, saying he was her brother's comrade and respected her father, so if he spoke, Jiang would surely agree. That's why Father Lin had come with her, despite feeling embarrassed. He never expected Jiang Qingxiao to say something so embarrassing. Tan Jianhua's eyes widened upon hearing this, realizing that last night's incident wasn't as simple as it seemed. He frowned. What really happened last night? Tan Yongkong, who had taken the chance to skip school, quickly raised his hand. I know, let me tell you. He then gave a vivid account of the situation. When he mentioned seeing Jiang Qingxiao and Lin Weihong entering the shed together, Jiang Qingxiao couldn't hold back. What kind of eyes do you have? You saw wrong. It was her and that guy named Black Tiger who entered the shed. I was outside and heard something really inappropriate, so I went in to stop it before something bad happened. Tan Yongkong chuckled and scratched his head. Well, let's just say I was mistaken. Anyway, when I came back later with Lan Lan and my sister, there were only the two of them in the shed, talking about the black market. Then someone came, and this woman started taking off her clothes, trying to throw herself at my brother-in-law. Slap. A heavy slap landed on Lin Weihong's face. Father Lin's face was red with anger, and his hand was still trembling after the slap. How could you do such a thing? Get out of here, I don't have a shameless daughter like you. Lin Weihong clutched her face in shock. You hit me? You actually hit me. Tan Yongting said curiously from the side. Isn't it normal to slap you? What's so surprising about that? If she dared to do something like that, not only would she get slapped, but her father might even break her leg. But Lin Weihong couldn't accept it. She already felt wronged for being born into such a poor family. She thought the two simple, elderly folks at home were people she could manipulate, but she never expected the old man would dare to hit her. She hated them, hated this miserable world that had trapped her. Lin Weihong covered her face and ran away, sobbing. Lin's father bowed his head. Jianhua, I'm truly ashamed to have raised a daughter like this. But she's still young and naive, that's why she was tricked into getting involved in the black market. Please, since she hasn't actually done anything wrong, let's just drop this matter. Tan Jianhua looked serious. Let's forget about the past, but your daughter is really quite troublesome. You need to keep a close eye on her, and make sure she doesn't get involved with those people again. The authorities are taking these matters very seriously, and there will be a crackdown soon. If she gets caught, then I won't be able to help you. Lin's father was full of gratitude. Thank you, Secretary Jianhua. Tan Jianhua, as for the job at the textile mill, since your daughter doesn't want it, let's just forget about it. A lot of people are after this job, and it's not easy for me to arrange for someone to get in. Lin's father was stunned. He hadn't said they didn't want the job. But Tan Jianhua didn't want to talk to him anymore. If there's nothing else, you better head back now. I have to go to work soon. Jiang Qingxiao pushed the bag of local produce back into his hands. Uncle, take these things back. I appreciate the gesture, but I'll likely be too busy with work to visit you in the future. Take care of yourselves, and it's better to keep the pension the commune gives you in your own hands. After Lin's father left with heavy steps, Tan Yongkong clicked his tongue. Poor Uncle Lin, losing his son and then having to deal with two daughters like that. Tan Jianhua. I think I'm quite pitiful too, having a son like you. Now hurry up and get to school. Going. Tan Yongkong stuck out his tongue and ran off in a flash. Chapter 59 The Little Scoring Book. Chapter 59 The Little Scoring Book? Yang Jingyu looked ashamed. Uncle, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not handling things properly and causing you so much trouble. Tan Jianhua waved his hand. It's not your fault. You meant well, but you should learn from this. I get it. I'll learn from this and be more careful, not leaving any openings. Tan Jianhua sighed. Lan, really, how can a young girl not care about her reputation? Thankfully, it was you this time or I'd have broken her leg. Jiang Jingyu didn't dare to speak, just nodded along. Song Xilan had just woken up and came out of her room, hearing about breaking legs. She asked groggily. Whose leg are we talking about breaking? Tan Yongting gloated. Yours. Dad says you acted without thinking. Almost ruined your reputation. And now he wants to break your leg. Song Xilan looked at her uncle, puzzled and aggrieved. Why? I was just doing a good deed. Tan Jianhua, is that how you do good? There were plenty of you there, you didn't have to admit to being in the shed with a man. Song Xilan thought about it. Oh my uncle, the secretary, you're so quick-witted. I'm just young and inexperienced, uncle. You'll have to teach me. Tan Jianhua, both helpless and amused, waved her off. All right, go wash up and come eat. Auntie. There's hot water in the kitchen. Go get some to wash your face. Jiang Jingyu rushed in. I'll get it. Eagerly, he brought hot water to Song Xilan. Is this the right temperature? Need some cold water. Song Xilan glanced at him. Does your back still hurt? Did you put on the ointment? Jiang Jingyu lowered his voice. Not yet, I can't reach. Will you help me? Dream on. Keep hurting then. Lan. Want me to make you some rice dumplings? Song Xilan instantly beamed. Yes, thanks, Auntie. Jiang Jingyu was very enthusiastic. I'll help. Seeing his initiative, Auntie handed him a pile of prepared ingredients. First, wash and chop all these. I'll get the rice sheets ready. Got it. The rice sheets are made by mixing rice flour, wheat starch, sweet potato starch, and corn starch into a slurry, then spreading and steaming it. If the mix is off, the sheets might not set or could tear easily. But done right, like now, they're thin, soft, semi-transparent, and stretchy. Song Xilan oiled the tray. Auntie poured in the slurry, spun it into the pot, and it twirled on the water. With the spinning inertia, the rice slurry spread thinly on the tray, turning into semi-transparent rice sheets in just a few seconds. Then, using chopsticks to circle the edge, the rice sheet could be lifted, and soon, a thick stack of rice sheets piled up by the stove. Auntie said to Song Xilan, check on Xiaozhang's chopping, bring it over to stir-fry when he's done. Jiang Jingyu had been working at the chopping board for a while now. Song Xilan walked over and noticed that most of the ingredients in front of him were untouched, except for a pitted radish he was holding. He was holding a knife, unsure where to start. You're just in time. Auntie said to dice this. How big should the pieces be? What's the size? Song Xilan stared at him, exasperated. If you didn't know how, you should have said something sooner. I'm starving. She thought he was skilled since he agreed so readily. Jiang Jingyu looked sheepish. I saw others do it so easily, I thought it'd be simple, but... His eyes thought they'd figured it out, but his hands hadn't gotten the memo. It's fine, I'm a quick learner. Let me try again, I'll get it right. Forget it, just go. Song Xilan snatched the knife from his hand and pushed him out forcefully. By the time you're done, I'll have starved to death. I'll bet a spicy snack that Xilan's done talking to him. Guys who can't cook lose major points. What's the point of being handsome? If you have to cook for him every day after marriage, even a dream guy can turn into a plain old grain of rice. Our Xilan deserves a man who can whip up all the world's delicacies. The more Song Xilan scrolled through the comments, the madder she got. A guy who couldn't cook was a huge red flag for her. Last night, Jiang Jingyu nearly got scammed by Lin Weihong. And the comments were full of criticism, but she didn't care much. However, the fact that he couldn't cook. Back in the day, Song Xilan's mom, Tan Aiji, was known as the local beauty. The reason she fell for Song Bailey, aside from his good looks, was his talent. He could cook, and he was really good at it. Even though Tan Aiji usually handles the cooking at home, during holidays or for special dishes, it's still Song Bailey who takes over. Song Xilan swung the knife so hard it seemed to leave afterimages, chopping the ingredients with gusto. Suddenly, a string of bright red candied hawthorns appeared in front of her. Don't rush. If you're hungry, have some of this first. I figured out how to chop. Let me do it. Song Xilan turned in surprise, looking at Jiang Jingyu holding the candied hawthorns like a prize. Where do you get this? Grandpa set up a little pot in the yard to make candied hawthorns for you, so I went to learn. This is what I just made. It looks good, but I'm not sure if it tastes good. Want to try it? Song Xilan kept a mental scorecard for Jiang Jingyu. The night he scared her with the vagrant -5 points, but the next day he helped her at the roast goose shop, +5. Every time she saw his handsome face, her heart skipped a beat, +1 +1 +1. Every time she talked to him she felt happy, +1 +1 +1. In his past life, he was foolish enough to marry Lin Weihong, -10 points. His home was too far away, and his mom was difficult, -20 points. He risked his life to save her on the cliff, +20. Last night, His naive kindness nearly got him scammed -5. He can't cook -10 points. But he's willing to learn +5. Chapter 60 stalled. Chapter 60 stalled. So far, the credit Zhang Chengxiao has with Song Xilan is entirely supported by his looks. If he were just a bit less good-looking, or if he were dealing with someone who didn't value a man's appearance as much, he would have no chance. Song Xilan took the candied hawthorn, took a bite and found it crispy and sweet. The fruit inside was soft and slightly sour. Paired with the sweet outer shell, it was delicious. Her aunt pulled her aside and said in a hushed tone, "Don't be upset. Xiaojiang clearly comes from a well-off family. He probably hasn't done much manual labor before, so it's normal he can't cook. The most important thing is that he's willing to learn. Look, he's actually doing pretty well now, isn't he?" Song Xilan looked over at Jiang Chengxiao, observing the chopping board with ingredients scattered everywhere, and thought her aunt was pretty good at sugarcoating things. However, Song Xilan remembered that during their conversations, Jiang Chengxiao had once mentioned that he had never eaten a meal cooked by his mother. The meals at home were all prepared by a housekeeper. At that time, Song Xilan didn't quite understand. As in her surroundings, no family was well off enough to hire a housekeeper. She even asked Jiang Chengxiao if the housekeeper was his aunt. Jiang Chengxiao laughed and told her no, she was hired specifically to do housework, cooking and cleaning, and she was paid a monthly salary. So it seemed normal that he couldn't cook. Her aunt walked over. All right, that's enough. The ingredients for making the dumplings are quite flexible, mainly depending on what's available and what one likes to eat. She picked out all of Song Xilan's favorite ingredients. Water chestnuts, jicama, radish and mushrooms all chopped up. The semi-fatty pork was also minced, stir-fried separately, then seasoned with salt, soy sauce and pepper and finally mixed together. They were then placed on soft, pliable wrappers, folded into triangles and steamed for 2 minutes before eating. One bite revealed the crunch of water chestnuts and jicama, the aroma of the mushrooms, combined with the savory minced pork, all wrapped in the soft wrapper, blended together to create an incredibly delicious taste. Song Xilan ate with great satisfaction. All the disappointments of this trip back home were completely erased. The only bus back to Nanyang City from the county town departs at 12 p.m., so there's no time for lunch. Her aunt packed a big pot of dumplings into an enamel container for them to eat on the bus. Even though they wouldn't taste as good cold, they still remained delicious. Her grandfather quietly prepared over a dozen candied hawthorns outside, each wrapped individually in rice paper for Song Xilan to take back. With the cold weather recently, she could enjoy them slowly over several days. The old man wasn't one for words, so his love for his granddaughter was all hidden in these candied hawthorns. Song Xilan walked over, helped the old man to his feet, and gave him a big hug. "Thank you, Grandpa. You and Grandma take good care of yourselves. We'll come back to see you during the new year." The old man wasn't accustomed to such emotional gestures and was made shy by her. Her grandmother and aunt stuffed the bag she brought with all sorts of local goodies. Inside are winter bamboo shoots, freshly dug this morning. They also grabbed 2 chickens, tying their legs and wings and put them in a fertilizer sack. They poked 2 holes in the sack, just big enough for the chickens' necks, allowing their heads to stick out to prevent suffocation. "This year's cured meat isn't done yet, so we won't give you any now. Come back during the new year to get it." Her uncle brought over the village tractor, and her aunt helped load the things onto the truck. Even though Song Xilan's family always returned with bags full of things, no one at home minded. Because every time they returned, they also brought many good things from the city, things that required money and coupons to buy in big cities. Compared to those, their homegrown and homemade local specialties paled in comparison. Tan Jianhua drove the tractor to take the 2 of them to the county town. They were supposed to catch the 12 o'clock bus, but the tractor unexpectedly broke down halfway. Song Xilan stood curiously by, watching Tan Jianhua vigorously crank the engine at the front of the tractor for a while, but it still wouldn't start. Jiang Chengxiao was actually a bit nervous. He remembered when he was in his teens, during one holiday when the weather was nice, his parents planned to take him and his brother to the nearby suburbs for a walk and some fun. Halfway there, the car suddenly broke down. It wasn't really a big deal. The suburbs weren't essential, and the family didn't have anything urgent to do. The driver knew how to repair cars, and perhaps it would be fixed soon. The scenery along the way was nice, so staying nearby would have been fine too. But his mother suddenly flew into a rage, not only scolding the driver for not doing a proper inspection beforehand but also berating him and his brother. As usual, whenever her plans didn't go as expected due to some unforeseen circumstances, or when he and his brother, mainly him, didn't meet her expectations, she would have a meltdown. So even though Jiang Qingxiao was now grown up, whenever things didn't go as planned like today, he would still feel anxious. He then looked at Song Xilan nervously, afraid she might get angry. After all, there was only 1 bus a day from the county town to Nanyang City, and if they missed it, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Song Xilan just watched her uncle crank the tractor with curiosity, even looking eager to try. "Uncle, let me give it a try." Tan Jianhua didn't seem particularly anxious either, smiling as he handed her the crank. "Go ahead, but you probably won't be able to start it. Maybe I'll get lucky." She really put in the effort, but of course it was in vain. Yet for some reason it struck her funny and she laughed so hard she held her stomach. Jiang Qingxiao's mood lightened as well. So what if they missed the bus? It wasn't a big deal. Going back had its perks and so did staying. Jiang Qingxiao felt that even if they had to walk back with their luggage, she would still make the best of it. Chapter 61 What kind of celebration is this? Chapter 61 What kind of celebration is this? Let me try, Jiang Qingxiao said. So Song Xilan passed him the crank handle. He was strong and cranked it fast. Once the machine almost started with a put-put-put, but then it stalled. Tan Jianhua suggested taking apart the engine to check it out, which received unanimous support from the two youngsters. Song Xilan didn't understand anything and was just there to watch, but Jiang Qingxiao said, I learned how to repair cars in the army, let's see if I can fix it. At that moment, both of them looked at him with admiration. Song Xilan. Wow, you're incredible. Tan Jianhua. If you can fix cars, this tractor should be a piece of cake. Jiang Qingxiao. Suddenly, he felt the pressure. If he couldn't fix it, he'd be too embarrassed to face his elders. Fortunately, the problem wasn't big. A part had just come loose, and it needed to be put back in place. After Jiang Qingxiao fixed it calmly, he cranked the handle hard, and the tractor let out a puff of black smoke and started up smoothly. At least he saved face. Jiang Qingxiao quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then he heard Song Xilan burst out laughing, pointing at his face. He was puzzled. What's wrong? Meow, you're a big tabby cat. Jiang Qingxiao looked down at his hand, which was covered in black engine oil. He must have smeared it on his face when he wiped his sweat. All right, you dare laugh at me. I'll turn you into a little tabby cat too. He reached out as if to smear her face, and Song Xilan screamed and ran away. The two of them chased each other around the tractor. Tan Jianhua shook his head inside in exasperation. Why are you two acting like kids? Hurry up, stop messing around. If we leave now, we might still make it. Jiang Qingxiao glanced at his watch. It's too late, it's almost 12. It would take at least 10 minutes to get to the county station from here, even with the tractor going full speed. Tan Jianhua, it's fine, let's try. If we make it, great. If not, no big deal. Hop on the truck. Song Xilan was about to climb onto the truck by holding the edge of the cargo bed when Jiang Qingxiao tried to help her, but she dodged him. Jiang Qingxiao helplessly said, This hand is clean really, I promise not to get it on your face. Only then did Song Xilan hesitantly reach out her hand to him, and he pulled her up. As the tractor jolted along, Song Xilan took out a handkerchief and handed it over. Wipe it off. Jiang Qingxiao looked at her beautiful little handkerchief with pink lace. No, it'll get dirty and won't wash clean. As they passed under a tree, he stood up and casually grabbed a handful of leaves to rub his hands. Jiang Qingxiao could remember the way, and although he had only been here once, he could tell that Tan Jianhua wasn't taking the road to the bus station. Hey, uncle, aren't we going to the station to catch the bus? He asked. Song Xilan explained, if we go to the station now, the bus has already left. Let's wait at the intersection, and if we're lucky, we might even get a seat. It turned out that Tan Jianhua was planning to take them to the intersection outside the county to catch the bus. In those days, buses didn't leave directly from the station. They would circle the entire county, stopping briefly at various intersections to pick up passengers. Moreover, the fare for boarding on the roadside was slightly cheaper than buying a ticket at the station. The only catch was that seats might be scarce. But many people chose to catch the bus on the roadside to save a bit of money. When the tractor arrived at the intersection, they saw several people with large luggage waiting. They asked and found out everyone was waiting for the 12 o'clock bus to Nanyang. Song Xilan was delighted. Great, the bus hasn't left yet. We're so lucky. Soon the bus arrived. The driver slowed down, the door opened, and the conductor stood at the entrance, holding the door with one hand and leaning out halfway. Nanyang, Nanyang. Anyone going to Nanyang, hurry up and board. Song Xilan quickly jumped up and waved. Here, here. The conductor grabbed the luggage to help. Hurry up and get on. A crowd surged forward, but unfortunately they weren't lucky. All the seats on the bus were already taken. After the conductor arranged their luggage, he somehow managed to hand out small stools for each of them, letting them sit in the aisle one by one, and collected the fare. Song Xilan's 2 chickens clucked at her feet, but the conductor and other passengers paid no attention. Jiang Qingxiao noticed that bringing chickens was nothing special. He even saw someone with a goose, which wasn't bagged like theirs but had its wings tied and was thrown under the seat. The goose kept stretching its neck, making everyone uneasy. It was truly an eye-opener. Jiang Qingxiao, tall and cramped, squeezed onto the small stool, feeling quite uncomfortable. But Song Xilan was still in high spirits, saying to him, at least we got these stools. Those who board later won't even get stools and will have to stand. More people are boarding? Jiang Qingxiao was puzzled. Isn't this overloading the bus? What can we do? They might have urgent business. There's only one bus a day, we can't just leave them behind, Song Xilan said, showing understanding. Fortunately, no more people boarded later, and they huddled on the stools, clutching their knees as the bus swayed. Jiang Qingxiao's dreams of leaning on her shoulder or holding her hand were dashed. While they were sitting comfortably on the bus, they had no idea that over 100 kilometers away, Song's parents were fuming. After Tan Jianhua saw them off, he returned to the brigade office and made a call to the food factory, intending to inform his sister Tan Aiji that her niece had boarded the bus and would be home by evening. But he offhandedly mentioned, "The young man Lan Lan brought back Xiao Jiang seems like a good guy. We all like him, but his home is too far away and we don't know if his parents are easy to get along with. You should check him out. Also, if everything's fine, you should quickly arrange the wedding." Tan Aiji was floored. What did he mean by the guy Lan Lan brought back? When did their Lan Lan bring Xiao Jiang back? Didn't they just meet on the bus and ask him to help? A wedding? What wedding? Wasn't Xiao Jiang visiting his comrade's parents? What did he have to do with their family? Tan Aiji's thoughts were a jumble, but she didn't show it in front of her younger brother. She mumbled a quick reply, hung up the phone, and immediately went to find Song Bailey. "What's the deal with Xiao Jiang? We haven't even approved him yet. How could he just tag along with Lan Lan to her grandfather's? And what's wrong with your daughter? Bringing a guy home, what was she thinking?" Song Bailey comforted her. "Don't worry too much. Our daughter's not irresponsible. She must have her reasons for doing this. Let's wait for her to come back and ask her properly." Chapter 62. Getting Beaten. Chapter 62. Getting Beaten. Song Xilan was dozing off in the car. Her legs were numb from squatting. Jiang Qingxiao, afraid she might stumble, carried her large bag on his shoulder, held 2 chickens in one hand, and still managed to free a hand to help her out of the car. Out of nowhere, as soon as they stepped off, they saw Song's parents glaring angrily at their clasped hands. Song Xilan, startled, quickly let go of his hand and ran over. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" Song Bailey walked past him without a word and landed a heavy punch right on Jiang Qingxiao's eye, which immediately swelled up. Everyone knew how much Song Bailey doted on his daughter. Back in high school, a local troublemaker had followed Song Xilan after school, saying inappropriate things. Scared, she ran home to tell her dad. Song Bailey rolled up his sleeves and went out to teach the troublemaker a lesson, beating him until he was bruised and swollen, then took him to the police station, accusing him of being a pervert. After that, he never let Song Xilan walk home by herself again, personally riding his bicycle to take her to and from school every day. In those days, even elementary school kids walked to school by themselves. Such special treatment was only for his daughter. "Dad, what are you doing?" Song Xilan was frantic seeing Jiang Qingxiao get punched. Song Bailey snatched the luggage bag from Jiang Qingxiao's shoulder, clearly belonging to them. "Let's go home and we'll deal with this later." Jiang Qingxiao, covering his eye, handed over the sack with the 2 chickens. "Uncle Song, here's this too." Tan Aiji, TSK, who was it that said not to rush in to ask questions first? Seeing her parents like this, Song Xilan knew her uncle must have spilled the beans. Knowing she was at fault, she obediently followed. Her parents had ridden 2 bicycles. Song Bailey carried the luggage while Tan Aiji took Song Xilan with her, and they quickly returned home. Song Xilan obediently came clean. "Mom, there are winter bamboo shoots in the bag. Let's cook them while they're still fresh, or they won't taste good later." Actually, I was the one who insisted on following him to Yangsongking yesterday. He didn't know about it, and I was the one who insisted on taking him to stay at Grandpa's. Tan Aiji was both annoyed and amused. They had been worried sick about her, and here she was concerned about bamboo shoots. As she took out the bamboo shoots, she opened the sealed fire on the coal stove to roast them, burning off the fuzz so her hands wouldn't itch when peeling them later. She sighed. "What am I supposed to do with you? A young lady should be more reserved. Even if you like someone, you shouldn't be so forward. Didn't you learn anything from what happened with Yang Jingyu? If you act like this, even if you end up together, he won't appreciate you. But when I was little, you taught me that if I see something I like, I should go for it. If I don't fight for it, someone else will take it away." He was going to his comrade's house, and Lin Weihong was eyeing him. What if she snatched him away? Couldn't you just say he's a friend? Why did you have to tell your uncle he's your boyfriend and that you're getting married soon? Song Xilan guiltily lowered her head. "Don't be in such a hurry. Let me explain slowly." She started with how she fell off a cliff and Jiang Qingxiao risked his life to save her, first establishing him as her savior. Song Xilan thought she was telling the story vividly. But Tan Aiji immediately caught the key point. "You two were alone on that small rock ledge for half a day. Did he do anything to you? Did he kiss you?" Song Xilan's face turned red instantly. "Nothing like that. He's a gentleman. He wouldn't do such a thing." She didn't know if Jiang Qingxiao was a gentleman, but she knew her daughter was no shrinking violet. Since she was little, she had been fearless when she wanted to do something. Seeing her daughter's unnatural blush, Tan Aiji asked suspiciously, "Really? Nothing else?" Song Xilan's face turned bright red. "We just held hands, that's all." "All right, let's believe her for now and hear her out." When it came to the incident of sneaking into the shed last night, Tan Aiji and Song Bailey both looked grim. Song Xilan felt even more guilty. "I couldn't just stand there and let him get framed, could I? If he ended up having to marry Lin Weihong because of it, neither of them would be happy. You shouldn't be sticking your nose into this as a young lady. He's a grown man. If he's bold enough to chase a woman in the middle of the night, he should have expected this. If he can't solve it himself, then he deserves to be framed. If he's not careful, he'll encounter many such situations in the future. You can help once, but you can't keep bailing him out. Song Xilan lowered her head. I didn't think it through at the time. Actually, my uncle also said there could have been other solutions, but I was too impulsive. There were several people around at the time. With a bit of thought, there might have been other solutions. But she had chosen the most disadvantageous one without hesitation, partly because of a sense of jealousy. Deep down, she wanted to mark her territory, to show others he was hers. But this thought was so vague in her mind that she couldn't even articulate it clearly. Tan-Iji sighed, what's done is done, no use crying over spilled milk. Don't take your uncle's talk of marriage to heart. As for reputation, don't worry too much. We don't go back often, and even when we do, they wouldn't dare say anything in front of you. Our daughter, even if she stays single, must never marry someone unsuitable just for the sake of reputation. Song Xilan was still a bit indignant. What makes him so unsuitable? Although she usually listens to her parents when it comes to matters of the heart, she inexplicably feels a bit rebellious. If her parents, like her uncle, kept praising Jiang Changshao and urging her to marry quickly, she would definitely avoid it and mentally deduct points from him. But the more her parents opposed, the more she wanted to prove to them that he was worthy. There's plenty about him that's unsuitable. How long have you known him? You only know him superficially. What about his family background, his upbringing, his actual personality? There's a lot to observe over time. However, Tan-Iji's tone shifted. If you're really into him, dating him is fine. Just don't cross any lines. Chapter 63 Mom, do you still need a daughter? Chapter 63 Mom, do you still need a daughter? Song Xilan was shocked. What if we find out we're not compatible after dating? If you're not compatible, then break up. Why would you insist on getting married if you know you're not a good match? It's better to get married at first sight then. Since you're dating, isn't the process of dating to evaluate whether the other person is suitable or not? You can even divorce after marriage. If you're not compatible while dating, just break up and find someone better. Wow, this mom is amazing, even more open-minded than my mom nowadays. My brother-in-law is a compulsive gambler, and my sister wants to divorce him, but my mom is desperately stopping her, saying that my sister divorcing would disgrace her and drive her to death. My mom is even more extreme. After a blind date with a man, without even knowing what kind of person he is, she forced me to get married quickly. My happiness doesn't matter. As long as I get married and don't disgrace her, it's fine. Is this mom from the future? How could people from that era have such thoughts? Back then, technology was just a bit behind and social customs were more conservative, but people weren't stupid, okay? What's wrong with parents caring for their daughters? Free love has been promoted for so many years, yet some people's minds are still wrapped in feudal society's small brains, not even comparable to people from the past. Mom, do you still need a daughter? 20 years old, 120 pounds. Song Xilan was a bit excited. She didn't expect her parents to be so open-minded, so she asked expectantly. So it's okay to date and break up without any strings attached? Of course not. In relationships, it's about giving and receiving genuine feelings. If you don't put in genuine emotions, how can you find someone who truly cares for you? Once you're serious, breaking up will also leave you heartbroken and in pain. How can it be casual? Although dating doesn't necessarily have to lead to marriage, you still need to be cautious before starting. And one thing to remember, some things you shouldn't do, you absolutely must not do. Can you give me some guidelines on what's acceptable and what's not? For example, holding hands is always okay, right? What about hugging? Tan-Iji glared at her. She knew her daughter. If she didn't set boundaries, she might not think about doing anything, but once boundaries were set, she would definitely push the limits. That's fine too. What about making out? Song Xilan pushed her luck. Tan-Iji thought about it. It's natural for young lovers to get carried away, and kissing and hugging seem normal, but the degree of kissing is hard to control. What if they get too carried away and want to take it further? Before she could decide whether to agree, Song Bailey shouted, "No, absolutely not. If any punk dares to do that, I'll beat the crap out of him." Jiang Changshao went back to the hotel, and the front desk clerk informed him that someone had called for him earlier, leaving a message. That his job had been arranged and he should visit the military transfer office tomorrow to collect his registration certificate. Jiang Changshao looked in the mirror, sighed at his black eye, and grabbed the iron spoon he had left outside to cool, pressing it against his eye to reduce the swelling. On his first day on the job, he had planned to make a good impression on Director Song, but who knew? Oh well, after all, the injury was courtesy of Director Song himself. Early the next morning, Jiang Changshao picked up his registration certificate and rushed to the food factory to report. Song Bailey knew a veteran was being assigned today, and was pondering what position to assign him. The factory wasn't understaffed. Positions were filled based on seniority and worker roles were passed down to children. Unless the factory expanded, adding new workshops or production lines, there would be no need to hire. But the factory had maintained its production scale for several years, and in the past 2 or 3 years, the production plans assigned from above had even shown a decreasing trend. so there were no vacant positions. Half a year ago, when Song Xilan graduated from high school, Song Bailey wanted to arrange an office job for her but couldn't. Fortunately, a salesperson in the factory's retail department found a way to transfer to a department store as a salesperson, leaving a position in the retail department. Many veteran workers in the factory had children waiting for jobs, all eagerly watching. Afraid of gossip, Song Bailey didn't dare to let her start right away, and instead arranged a recruitment exam. Fortunately, Song Xilan was determined and capable. With her name concealed on the exam paper, she earned the top score on her own merit and successfully secured the position at the sales department. But getting into the office will take some time and patience. As for the newly assigned veteran, who was said to be a combat hero, the factory certainly had to support the military-to-civilian transition office's work. They couldn't let a hero work as a laborer in the workshop. He had a cadre position, but deciding which department to assign him to was quite a headache. Sister Lee from the personnel department wanted to laugh but didn't dare. The young man was indeed handsome, but one of his eyes was swollen shut, bruised and swollen, looking quite alarming. The young man claimed it was an accidental bump, but based on Sister Lee's experience, you don't get that kind of injury from just bumping into something. It must have been from a fight. Fighting wasn't a good habit, and they'd have to keep an eye on him. Having a troublemaker in the factory wasn't ideal. After Sister Lee verified Yang Jingyu's information and completed the registration, she said to him, "Hang on a moment. I'll go check if Director Song is available. If he is, he'll meet you and assign you to a specific position." Jiang Changxiao was sweating in his palms. Yesterday at the station, after Director Song punched him, he didn't even glance at him again and left with his daughter. He had no idea what attitude Director Song would have when they met today. Sister Lee returned quickly. "The director's office is empty. Come with me." She took him to the director's office on the second floor of the office building. "Director Song, this is Xiao Jiang, who's just been assigned here." Song Bailey acted as if he didn't know him, maintaining a strictly professional demeanor. Jiang Qingxiao understood the situation. "Director Song, hello, my name is Jiang Qingxiao." When Sister Lee came out of Director Song's office, she was filled with admiration. Look at Xiao Jiang standing in front of Director Song with a swollen eye as if nothing was wrong. And Director Song, he acted as if there was nothing unusual about the person in front of him. Truly remarkable. She'd have to learn from this in the future, instead of unconsciously glancing at others' injuries like she did earlier. In the office, Song Bailey flipped through Jiang Qingxiao's file. "From Beijing with a good family background. With your conditions, you could have arranged a good job back in Beijing. Why stay in Nanyang? Why come to our factory?" This was a make-or-break question. Chapter 64, Starting the Job. Chapter 64, Starting the Job. This question had been asked when he approached the office handling military personnel transfers for job placement. His response was to serve the community, stating that no job is beneath me and he is willing to go wherever there is a need. In short, he used high-sounding, cliched phrases, baffling the listener with fancy talk. At that time, he intended to say the same to the leaders of the food factory, but that was based on the premise that Director Song did not know him and was unaware of his relationship with Song Xilan. Now it's not so easy to get away with that kind of talk. Plans fell apart with the changes, and his careful plans were no longer feasible. Who could have imagined that in just a few days, the situation would change so drastically? After thinking it over, Jiang Qingxiao decided he should be honest and choose to tell the truth. "Actually, I came to Nanyang this time to fulfill a comrade's dying wish. I didn't originally plan to stay long, but that night, I met a lovely and captivating girl." Song Bailey glared at him. "Cut the nonsense." Jiang Qingxiao nodded honestly. "Yes, I met your daughter. I knew right away that she was the girl I wanted to spend my life with, so I decided to stay, work here, and live here in the future." Song Bailey snorted. "Your love at first sight seems too hasty. You might recognize one now, but there's no guarantee there won't be a second in the future." Jiang Qingxiao, "As for the future, even if I swear I'll never waver, you might not believe me. But I hope you can give me some time to prove my determination through actions." "All right, I'll take your word for now. But do your family know about your decision to stay and work here? Do they agree?" Jiang Changxiao felt a bit guilty. "They know, and they might not be on board just yet, but I believe this is my decision to make." As he spoke, he noticed Song Bailey's already dark face grow even darker. Suddenly, he remembered their generational differences. While young people might value freedom and autonomy, the older generation often hates disobedience and disrespect. He quickly added, "But I will definitely try to persuade them. I assure you, until I truly convince my parents to agree to me staying and working here, my relationship with Comrade Song Xilan will remain strictly friendly. I won't pursue her romantically." This response somewhat pleased Song Bailey, and his expression softened slightly. "So you want to work at our food factory not for the job itself, but to be close to the prize, so to speak?" That was indeed the case, but he couldn't say it like that. "Director Song, I can't deny that I hope to work at the food factory to be closer to Comrade Song Xilan. But I also have big plans for this job. After all, I will rely on this job to make a life in Nanyang, build a family, and provide a good life for my loved ones." So I will work hard with the team and help improve the factory. At the same time, I will lead myself and my family toward a brighter future. Song Bailey snorted. That sounds nice. In that case, I assume you wouldn't mind being assigned to any position, since you should love whatever job you're in. And no matter the role, you can contribute to the factory's success, right? A bad feeling rose in Jiang Chengxiao's heart, but he still replied earnestly. Of course, I'll follow the leadership's arrangements. You're on a management position, so you should be assigned to an office role. But this is probably your first time in this industry, and you're not very familiar with our factory's production and operations. Even our workshop workers need training before they can start. However, with the year-end approaching and the production workload high, we can't arrange training for you right now. I see you're tall and strong, so I'll temporarily assign you to the warehouse as a loader. How does that sound? This was clearly a way to put him in his place. Others might not be able to stomach this. But Jiang Qingxiao's inner strength was immense, and he readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Should I report now? Song Bailey nodded. Go and call the personnel officer Ms. Li over. I'll give her some instructions and she'll take you there. Ms. Li was almost caught off guard. The director said you're to be a loader? Yes, that's what the director said. And you just agreed? I'll follow the leadership's arrangements. By the way, Ms. Li, does the unit provide dormitory arrangements? As you know, I'm from out of town and have been staying in a hotel. It's getting expensive. If there's a dormitory, could you help arrange it for me as soon as possible? Only married employees here are eligible for housing. Single employees can stay in dormitories, but the conditions aren't great. Our dormitories are 6-person rooms with shared toilets and bathrooms. For meals, you can eat at the canteen. I'll get you some meal tickets up front, and every month they'll be issued along with your salary. Thank you, Ms. Li. The conditions don't matter much as long as I have a place to stay. Ms. Li took him around, gave him 2 sets of uniforms, 2 pairs of work gloves and rubber shoes. She also gave him some meal tickets in advance and showed him the location of the canteen, as well as the various workshops and office areas. By then he had a good sense of the food factory. Finally, she took him to the warehouse and introduced him around. The warehouse supervisor was a woman in her 40s known as Ms. Rong, with 4 warehouse clerks and a dozen or so middle-aged male loaders under her. At first, everyone showed concern about Jiang Qingxiao's eyes, then expressed surprise that such a young man had come to work as a loader. One of the older workers patted him on the shoulder and said, "Kid, you're paying the price for not having enough education. If you had even a junior high school diploma, you could be sitting here as a warehouse clerk, not doing hard labor with us." Jiang Qingxiao just chuckled without saying anything. He was the least educated in his family, but at least he had graduated from high school. But there was no use talking about that now. I'm new here, so I'll need everyone's help going forward. After that, there wasn't much to do. When there were no goods coming in or out, the warehouse was quite idle. Before long, it was noon, and his co-workers warmly invited him to eat at the canteen. Since he didn't bring a lunchbox, a young warehouse clerk generously lent him one. At the canteen, Jiang Changxiao craned his neck, looking around hoping to find Song Xilan. He had no idea that Song Xilan had been whisked home by her father as soon as she got off work, reportedly to announce something important. Chapter 65. Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. Chapter 65. Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. Xiao Jiang isn't suitable, you can't date him, Song Bailey said. Song Xilan glared at her father in dissatisfaction. We agreed I could give it a try, didn't we? Why is it suddenly not okay now? He reported to our factory today. He's been assigned to work here. Song Xilan's eyes lit up. Really? That would make it easy to meet often. Song Bailey's face darkened. I looked at his file. Do you know what his family is like? His family is quite well off. I heard him say they have a driver, a security guard, and a nanny. However, Song Xilan didn't think much of it. As the daughter of the factory director, she had always believed that her family's status was quite good. She never thought her family's status would be inferior to anyone else's. She was only worried about the distance between their families and whether Jiang Qingxiao's mother was really difficult to get along with. But those were issues to consider only when getting married. Her mother said dating doesn't always lead to marriage. Song Bailey was heartbroken. Marrying above one's station. Do you get it? Song Xilan, naive and inexperienced, widened her eyes and shook her head to show she didn't understand. At this moment, someone in the comments timely provided an explanation. This term is mainly used to indicate that the other party is of a prominent family, while one's own status is humble, making it difficult to establish an equal relationship. To be honest, when I was young, I also thought that matching social status was feudal dregs. But after getting married, I realized that the ancients' thoughts were not all dregs. Sometimes they were quite wise. If the conditions of the two families are too far apart, the disadvantaged one will really suffer. But Xiao Jiang is willing to work as a loader for her. I think happiness mostly depends on the man. As long as the man firmly stands by his wife's side, the attitude of the in-laws is not that important. Then why do you think he didn't struggle at all and agreed to be a loader so easily? It's because he has confidence. He knows this won't be his future norm, so he is relaxed. just treating it as a game. Even if he willingly takes on the role of a loader for Song Xilan, think about it, how good can life be for a loader and a salesperson? Not to mention buying a house and raising children. What if state-owned enterprises restructure and they're the first to be laid off? Then the poor couple will face endless hardships. When Yang Jingyu considers the life he could have had, what he gave up for her, do you think he will regret it? Song Xilan didn't know what state-owned enterprise restructuring or layoffs meant, but these comments were like sharp pins, each one piercing the most beautiful fantasy in her heart. How do these people seem to read her mind? A man willing to give up his comfortable life for a woman, choosing an unfamiliar place, willing to do the most basic job just to be with her. As an 18-year-old girl with little worldly experience, how could she not be moved and secretly delighted? But they were right. The reason he could adapt so easily was because he had confidence. To him, it was just a game. When he got tired of the game, he could easily leave all this behind and return to the right track, still easily achieving a life others could only dream of. If it were a poor rural boy, whose family struggled to support him through high school, only to end up being a loader with people who only had elementary education, would he be willing? Song Xilan had seen the sorrows of poor couples. Not to mention distant examples, just look at Zhang Qiaoling's family. Both her parents were factory workers earning wages, so their life shouldn't be too bad. But they were the eldest in their families, with many younger siblings to support. From the time they got married, most of their wages went to supporting the family. Finally, when the younger siblings grew up, their parents were old and medical expenses became a big burden. On top of that, they had 3 children to raise and they were never financially comfortable. When people are poor, they become irritable. Their life was full of noise and chaos, either the couple fighting or scolding the children. Every day was a mess. Zhang Qiaoling never had nice clothes or pocket money growing up. Even if she could accept living like that in the future, what about Zhang Changshao? Would he be okay with that? When they argue, if he says that he wouldn't have ended up like this if it weren't for her, how would she handle it? The more Lan thought about it, the more she felt that her future with Jiang Qingxiao was completely bleak, far more terrifying than she had originally imagined. Lan, what's wrong? Seeing their daughter suddenly standing there like she'd zoned out, her face turning ashen, her parents grew worried. Ten Aiji complained, I told you before you should teach a child gradually, take it slow. Look, you've scared her with your harshness. Song Bailey. I didn't say much. You've already driven them apart. Isn't that harsh enough? Lan came back to her senses. Mom, Dad, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired and want to go back to my room to rest. Tan Aiji. You haven't had lunch yet. Have some food before you sleep. No, I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat. This was bad, she didn't even want to eat. Tan Aiji poked Song Bailey's forehead with her finger. I think you're trying to play the role of an old-fashioned tyrant, driving your daughter to become Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai, aren't you? Song Bailey felt utterly wronged. I'm not. I'm just being honest. If our daughter marries into such a family and gets bullied, we won't be able to help. Wouldn't you feel heartbroken? That's not the way to do it. Let me ask you, why did you make Xiao Jiang, who was assigned to our factory, work as a loader? I wanted to scare him off. In the afternoon, Lan, who hadn't eaten lunch, was so hungry she ended up eating some biscuits. Though the biscuits were fragrant, the smell was something one got tired of after smelling it every day. Not many employees in the factory actually liked eating biscuits. Lan grabbed a biscuit and took a couple of bites, then suddenly looked puzzled. Sister Hong, these biscuits taste weird. Chapter 66. The strength of a loader is still strength. Chapter 66. The strength of a loader is still strength. Song Xilan was eating the loose cookies sold at the store. During the cookie production process, there are usually some defective products such as broken or half cookies, and those with uneven baking at the start and end of the production line. It would be too wasteful to throw them away directly, so they are collected and sold by weight at the store at a cheaper price. The usual selling price is 1/3 of the normal packaged cookies and no coupons are needed. Believe it or not, these are quite popular and they sell out quickly every day. If you're late, you might miss out. The cookies Song Xilan was eating today were a new calcium milk cookie, developed by the technical department specifically for this year's Spring Festival. They were part of a New Year's gift package, a large 500-gram package with a high production volume, destined for department stores and grocery stores province-wide for people to buy as New Year's supplies. As a well-established state-owned factory, Limin Food Factory has a strong reputation among the public. During the New Year, gifting a bag of Limin cookies is seen as quite prestigious. For this year's New Year's gift cookies, the factory specially improved the packaging production line and designed and printed new packaging materials, which look particularly festive with their bright red color. Recently, the workshop has been on overtime to produce this product, so there are also a lot of defective products which are sent to the store almost every day. Sister Hong, why is this calcium milk cookie not sweet at all? Try it, it has no taste. Song Xilan said. How could that be? Sister Hong didn't believe it and casually picked up half a calcium milk cookie and put it in her mouth. When these calcium milk cookies were first developed, the technical department had organized a tasting event, randomly selecting dozens of factory employees to participate, taste the cookies, and provide feedback for improvement. She had participated then, and the cookies tasted really good, crispy, sweet, and with a strong milky flavor. They were appealing to both adults and children. As soon as the cookie entered her mouth, Sister Hong was stunned and quickly called over the other two people in the store. "You try it too. It smells quite fragrant, but it really has no taste when you eat it. Did they forget to add sugar?" Sister Hong grew anxious. "Wanzi, hurry, go find the production manager and tell him about this." Wanzi hurriedly went from the back door of the store to the factory. Jiang Qingxiao used his lunch break to check out his dormitory. He also moved his luggage from the hotel over. After a bit of tidying up, he settled in. In the afternoon, when he went to work at the warehouse, things became hectic. 2 large trucks were parked at the warehouse door, awaiting loading. They were all transporting this year's New Year's gift packages. With the new year approaching, all the major stores were waiting for this product to hit the shelves. Because the gift packages were large, the packing boxes were particularly large. The other loaders, seeing that it was Jiang Qingxiao's first day at work and fearing he might not be able to handle it, specially showed him how to move the boxes more easily. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qingxiao effortlessly lifted a large box onto his shoulder. "What's the big deal? When I was in the army during flood relief, I could carry 6 sandbags at once, the kind of woven polypropylene bags for fertilizer, filled with sand, really heavy." Everyone expressed disbelief. Sand is so heavy, 1 bag likely weighs about 50 pounds, so 6 bags would be 300 pounds. Even they, accustomed to heavy lifting, would struggle. How could a young guy like him manage it? Was he just showing off? One young man named Su Chong was particularly unconvinced and wanted to bet with him to see who could carry more cookie boxes in one go. "All right, let's bet. Whoever loses will buy soda for everyone in the warehouse." Jiang Qingxiao naturally didn't back down. Amid the crowd's cheers, someone stood on a ladder, lifted boxes from the pile, and stacked them on their shoulders, first one on each side, then adding more on top. By the 3rd layer, the boxes were already wobbling and both of their faces were red from the strain. "Can you handle it? If not, speak up now, don't overdo it." Jiang Qingxiao said casually. "No problem, I can handle more." Su Chong gritted his teeth. "I can handle more too. What are you all doing messing around instead of working?" Ms. Rong's authoritative voice rang out at the warehouse entrance. Su Chong panicked, his shoulders shifted, and the box tumbled down. Luckily, several people were nearby, ready for this, and quickly caught the box. Jiang Qingxiao stayed calm, unfazed, and carried 6 boxes of biscuits to the truck, unloading them smoothly. He felt like he'd only used half his strength. It wasn't the weight but the size and height of the biscuit boxes that held him back, making it impossible to stack more. He still felt a little disappointed. Jiang Qingxiao smirked at Su Chong. "Guess I win." Ms. Rong glared at him. "You're new here, why are you fooling around with them? It says handle with care, if the biscuits break, it's on you. Next time I catch you doing this, I'm docking everyone's bonus." Even though he got scolded, this incident helped Jiang Qingxiao fit in with the loaders. Everyone worked their tails off and soon the truck was full. Just as they were about to load the second truck, someone ran up, gasping, "Stop. Don't load it, there's a problem with this batch. Unload it and take it back to the warehouse." Everyone in the warehouse was stunned. "What's the deal? Just loaded it, now unload it? Are they messing with us?" The person ignored them and went straight to Ms. Rong. "Ms. Rong, there's an issue with this batch." The factory directors called all the managers to a meeting in the conference room. Everyone looked at Ms. Rong. "So should we move these goods or not?" Ms. Rong thought for a moment. "Let's leave it like this for now. Wait until I come back from the meeting to decide." She wasn't about to make her team do double the work on someone say-so. Loader's effort counts too, doesn't it? Chapter 67. Serious Production Accident. Chapter 67. Serious Production Accident. Ms. Rong only realized how serious the situation was when she entered the meeting room. The cause of the accident had already been determined. It turned out that the factory's technician had a fight with his wife the night before, didn't sleep well, and was not in good spirits the next day. When he copied the formula for the new product to the workshop, he missed a 0 in the amount of white sugar. As luck would have it, the technical department had missed it during approval, and the formula was sent to the workshop as it was. In theory, the workshop's mixers were experienced and had a rough idea of the raw material ratios for different types of products. They should have spotted it immediately. But whether it was the approaching new year or something else, everyone involved seemed to have collectively missed it. As a result, they produced several days' worth of biscuits using the formula with the missing 0 in the white sugar amount. There should have been one last line of defense: the quality control inspector. According to regulations, the quality control inspector is supposed to sample a certain number of products from the production line and packaging workshop every day for quality testing. One of the tests involves tasting the product to see if the flavor is up to standard. However, the quality control inspector responsible for this product had recently developed mouth sores from stress, and eating biscuits caused her pain. Besides, there had been almost no quality issues over the years, so she took it upon herself to skip the tasting step. Under the combined influence of all these factors, the factory produced a total of 8,000 boxes of defective products over the past few days. The financial loss exceeded 100,000 yuan. This was a very serious production accident. The meeting room was thick with tension, with only director Song's roar echoing, "What are you all doing?" Such an obvious mistake slipped through, and for several days, not a single person noticed it. And it happened on such an important product. Limin Food Factory's decades of reputation have been ruined. How am I supposed to face the group leaders? Today we must come up with a practical solution, or else no one is leaving work. While the leadership was holding an emergency meeting, the people below were unaware of the specific details, but the atmosphere was tense. The most tense, of course, was the workshop, as such a large batch of products had been produced by them. If there were indeed quality issues, it was likely that no one would escape unscathed. However, before the production manager went to the meeting, he issued a gag order, instructing the team leaders to keep their team members in check. Until the investigation was complete, no one was to discuss or spread the matter. So, although the atmosphere was tense, many people only knew that something big had happened but didn't know the specifics. In the warehouse, the loaders with nothing to do goaded Su Chong, who had lost the bet earlier, to fulfill his promise and buy soft drinks for everyone. Su Chong wasn't having it, thinking that since Ms. Rong showed up and the competition was interrupted, there was no clear winner, and he wanted a rematch. Yang Jingyu said, "I think Ms. Rong rushing off to a meeting means something big has happened. She'll probably be in a foul mood when she returns, so let's not push our luck. Let's try a different competition." "Alright, what should we compete in?" "If it's about strength, let's arm wrestle." As soon as he finished speaking, someone brought over a table. "Quick, let's do it here." Right away, Zhang Chengxiao and Su Chong crouched on either side of the table, rolled up their sleeves, extended their right hands and locked grips. Su Chong was a big guy, with arms much thicker than Zhang Chengxiao's. He didn't believe this slim guy could be stronger than him, so he underestimated his opponent from the start. Before he knew it, Zhang Chengxiao had pinned his arm. "That doesn't count. You caught me off guard. I wasn't ready." Su Chong tried to wriggle out of it. Zhang Chengxiao generously said, "Alright, let's do it again. Tell me when you're ready and I'll start." This time, after Su Chong prepared himself, he just said, "Start," but before he could react, he was pinned down again. The room erupted in laughter, but Su Chong still wasn't convinced. "This can't be right, are you cheating? I haven't even started to exert my strength yet." Zhang Chengxiao. "Want to try again?" The crowd jeered and teased Su Chong. "If you can't do it, just admit it." But Su Chong remained unconvinced, suspecting Yang Jingyu of foul play, mainly because he lost too quickly, which was completely different from the usual struggle he felt when arm wrestling others. So without shame, he insisted, "Let's go again." This time, Zhang Chengxiao took it easy, letting Su Chong exert his strength first, allowing him to push his arm halfway down before suddenly exerting his own strength. Not only did he quickly lift his own arm, but he also pressed Su Chong's arm heavily onto the table in one go. This time, Su Chong was genuinely impressed. It was a true demonstration of strength. "Brother Jiang, you're incredible. From now on, you're my brother." Now it was others' turn to doubt. How strong could a pretty boy be? They stepped forward to challenge him one by one. So Zhang Chengxiao faced them one by one, defeating them all in a test of endurance, making everyone truly convinced. From then on, he cemented his status as Brother Jiang in the loading business. Next, it was Su Chong's turn to shell out, treating everyone to soda. Soda cost 30 cents a bottle, and with the loaders and Jiang Chengxiao totaling 12 people, it came to $3.60. For Su Chong, who made just over $20 a month, this was a fortune. Though he accepted his loss, he was still hesitant, dragging his feet and unwilling to budge. At that moment, the truck driver, whose truck was fully loaded, came over. "Looks like we can't deliver the goods today. You guys need to hurry up and unload so I can get the truck back. Otherwise, waiting like this would delay his getting off work." But the loaders weren't happy. What if the leaders came out after the meeting and said they still needed to deliver the goods? They couldn't treat their strength as nothing. In the deadlock, Jiang Jingyu stepped up. "I'll go get the soda, and while I'm at it, I'll check what's up with this batch of goods, see if we really need to unload them." Su Chong quickly said, "It was agreed that I would treat. How can I let you go buy it?" Jiang Chengxiao. "Just kidding. I'm new here and you guys have been so good to me. Of course I should treat you brothers." Su Chong was about to say something else, but Jiang Chengxiao pressed his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Don't fight me for this. I heard the girl at the sales department is very pretty. Let me have this chance." The factory's sales department not only sold the factory's products, but also a small part of the products from Brother Enterprises, including the soda from the soda factory. When Jiang Jingyu proposed the bet, he actually had this ulterior motive in mind. He hadn't seen the broccoli all day, and he missed it. His whisper was a bit too loud, and several people nearby caught it, sparking a round of good-natured laughter. Zhang Chengxiao was in such a good mood that he didn't notice the instant stiffening of Su Chong's face beside him. Chapter 68. When the sky falls, the tall ones will take the hit. Chapter 68. When the sky falls, the tall ones will take the hit. After Jiang Jingyu ran off, someone kicked Su Chong, who was squatting on the ground dejectedly. "Look at you, so spineless, even worse than a newcomer." Su Chong muttered. "He's younger, better looking, stronger and more charming. If it were up to you, you'd pick him over me. Why are you so slow chasing after a girl? If you had Xiao Zhang's drive, you'd have a kid by now, and there would be no room for him. In the sales department, the women who were the first to discover the quality issue were also discussing the matter. The batch is already made, what can we do? We can't just crush them and feed them to the pigs. Sister Hong, the most frugal among them, said. I say we just sell them and pretend we didn't notice. Wanzi, customers aren't stupid. If they buy it and find the taste off, they'll complain and want their money back. We'll just say that's how the new product tastes. We're not shortchanging anyone, and there are no other quality issues, so why should they return it? Song Xilan. But that'll ruin our factory's name. Who would buy our biscuits in the future? Then what should we do? There's over 100 grand worth of goods. If we're stuck with them, our bonuses for the year are toast. Could they just give us these biscuits as our bonus? No way. That stuff's inedible. Song Xilan. Let's not overthink it. The bosses are in a meeting. They'll figure it out. When the sky falls, the tall ones will take the hit. It's not on us sales clerks to worry about it. At this moment, Wanzi suddenly nudged Song Xilan with her elbow. Hey, someone's looking for you. Song Xilan looked up and couldn't help but laugh. What's with the outfit? Hey everyone, I'm Xiao Jiang, the new loader here. Song Xilan had seen Jiang Changshao in his unkempt, sloppy state, and she had also seen him dressed neatly and handsomely. But today he was in a third state. He had on the factory's dark blue work uniform like he just clocked out, with slightly messy hair and thick eyebrows and big eyes with a real working-class look. The only flaw was a slight bruise around one eye, which immediately reminded Song Xilan of the punch his father had thrown at the station yesterday. Instantly, feelings of heartache and guilt took over. How's your eye? Does it hurt? Jiang Qingxiao waved his hand. It's fine, doesn't hurt. I'm part of the factory now. What do you think of me in this outfit? Song Xilan didn't know what to say to him. Being a loader and being this happy about it, there's no one else like him. Then why aren't you working properly and coming here instead? I have serious business. I wanted to ask about. Jiang Chengxiao explained the situation at their warehouse. But the quality issue with this batch of goods was a big deal, and Song Xilan couldn't disclose it casually. She had to say, I can't really say much about the specifics, but in my opinion, this shipment probably won't go out. Got it, thanks. Oh, and give me 20 bottles of soda. Pack 16 for me to take back, and the other 4 are for you all to drink. Song Xilan. It's so cold, why drink soda? It's my first day at work, so consider it a way to get to know you sisters. Since he wanted so much soda, Song Xilan decided to hand him the plastic crate along with the bottles and lent him a bottle opener. Don't forget to bring the crate back when you return the bottles. Soda wasn't a rare treat, but the women at the store were quite pleased. Sister Hong said, Xiao Jiang sure knows how to make an impression. You've known him for a while, right? Is he chasing after you? Song Xilan blushed. What are you talking about? Don't make things up, there's nothing like that. She couldn't quite put her finger on what was going on between them. Honestly, when she first saw Jiang Chengxiao, she was really worried. Afraid he might act like her boyfriend. After a lecture from her parents and seeing the barrage of comments online, she was starting to have second thoughts, unsure how to clear things up with him. But the moment Jiang Changshao appeared before her, her mind went completely blank, and she couldn't remember what she was thinking. Even with his eye in that condition, she still thought he was attractive. Even in the plainest work uniform at the factory, he stood out from the other male workers. All those thoughts of rejection suddenly vanished, and her desire to start a relationship started to stir again. After Jiang Changshao left and her mind cleared, she was mad at herself for thinking that. Song Xilan, how can you be so superficial? Then she got a bit angry. Here she was, all anxious and unsure, and there he was, acting like nothing had happened, treating her just like everyone else. It made her feel like the past few days had never happened. Maybe he was scared off by her father's punch yesterday? Since he was keeping his distance on his own, that was just as well, no need to think too much about it. Song Xilan consoled herself and gradually felt better. She was even hungrier now. Really craving some stir-fried winter bamboo shoots with cured meat. What was she thinking at lunch today? Skipping a proper meal for a man? Finally, when it was time to get off work, she received a message from her mother, saying both her parents were working overtime for a meeting tonight and wouldn't have time to cook, so she should have dinner at the canteen. So right after work, she grabbed her lunchbox and went to the canteen with Wanzi. They arrived early and there weren't many people in the canteen yet. The small blackboard next to the food-serving window read, today's menu includes lamb stew with radish and bamboo shoots, stir-fried celery with wood ear mushrooms, braised tofu with green peppers, and blanched vegetable hearts. Song Xilan was immediately cheered up. It's almost New Year, and the canteen's dishes have become more sumptuous. She generously ordered a portion of each dish, found a seat, and also got a free, though watery, seaweed egg drop soup from the large bucket nearby, starting to eat with satisfaction. Wanzi didn't dare to eat like her. With this eating habit, the meal tickets issued by the unit would run out in less than half a month. She usually had meat only every 2 days, and since she had already had meat at lunch, although the lamb looked tempting, She restrained herself and only got some greens and rice. Song Xilan casually picked up a piece of lamb from her lunchbox and put it in Wanzi's bowl. Try this, it's rare for our canteen to serve lamb. Wanzi returned the favor by waving towards the canteen entrance. Xiaojiang, over here. Chapter 69, The Timid One. Chapter 69, The Timid One. Song Xilan looked up and saw Jiang Qingxiao walking in with a few male co-workers, all dressed in the same work clothes, chatting and laughing. Seeing Wanzi greet him, he waved back at them warmly. Song Xilan. He's eating with his co-workers, why did you call him over? Wanzi. Let's all eat together, it's more lively with more people. However, Jiang Qingxiao didn't bring a crowd with him. After getting his meal, he said something to the others and came over alone with his lunch tray. He used a large enamel bowl to get his meal, also taking a portion of each dish, with a generous portion of rice, filling the bowl to the brim, looking even heartier than Song Xilan's meal. Wanzi looked at her small lunchbox and suddenly felt a bit out of place. After Jiang Changxiao came over, his co-workers exchanged odd looks, and someone nudged Su Chong. Why don't you join them? Su Chong hung his head. Better not. Then everyone clicked their tongues in disappointment. Fancy seeing you here. Jiang Changxiao sat down opposite Song Xilan. I thought you'd be eating at home. Song Xilan lowered her head, feeling a bit nervous eating with him in front of so many acquaintances for the first time. Yeah, sometimes I eat in the cafeteria too. Our cafeteria's food is pretty good. Yeah, the cooks here are pretty good. Wanzi looked from one to the other. Why did these two seem so awkward? Was it because she was in the way? Oh, I just remembered. My mom asked me to come home early after work today. She said as she packed up her lunchbox. I'll head off first, you two enjoy your meal. Watching Wanzi leave in a hurry, Jiang Chengxiao lowered his voice. After you got home yesterday, your parents didn't give you a hard time, did they? No. Song Xilan shook her head. Jiang Chengxiao smiled bitterly. It's all my fault, I wasn't thinking clearly. I shouldn't have stayed overnight at your uncle's place. If your parents are unhappy about it, just put the blame on me. Song Xilan. It's nothing actually, my dad was rude to you, I apologize on his behalf. Jiang Chengxiao suddenly spoke very seriously. Lan, I know your parents don't approve of me, and I understand that in my current situation, I'm not in a place to ask you to be with me. But I will work hard, little by little, to meet their expectations and gain their acceptance. But could you promise me to give me some time, and not fall for someone else before I earn your parents' approval? Song Xilan was surprised. Why would you think that? I'm sorry, I know this request is a bit too much, but I'm really scared. You're so wonderful and there are so many people who like you. I'm afraid I won't have time to become better before someone else wins your heart. A blush spread across Song Xilan's fair cheeks. What are you thinking? There's no one who likes me, don't talk nonsense. Of course there is, I just got here today and already know one. Su Chong from our department, he likes you. Song Xilan was stunned, then her expression relaxed and she laughed. You're mistaken, it's not me he likes Wanzi. Ah. Now it was Jiang Chengxiao's turn to be surprised. Really? Of course it's true, everyone knows, even Wanzi knows. Then she. Wanzi actually likes Su Chong too, but Su Chong is such a chicken, liking someone but not daring to confess. Wanzi said she'd give him until the end of this year tops. If he hasn't stepped up by then, she'll start dating around after the new year. You're telling me this? Should I give him a nudge? Your call. By the way, about the request you made earlier. Jiang Chengxiao immediately looked at her nervously. What about it? Song Xilan. I won't agree. Jiang Chengxiao's eyes flashed with disappointment. Ah. Song Xilan continued. Why should I wait around for you with no strings attached? Am I just supposed to stay single forever? What if you bail halfway through? How are you gonna make up for all that wasted time? She proudly lifted her chin. No way I'm settling for that raw deal. Jiang Chengxiao was stunned. Then, you think our parents' opinions matter more than mine? If you really want to make an effort, why not focus on winning me over instead? I thought. Unless you're a wimp like Su Chong. Song Xilan said, picking up her lunchbox and finished. Take your time. Jiang Chengxiao absent-mindedly grabbed his chopsticks, poked at the rice in his bowl, then it hit him. He tossed the chopsticks and bolted after her. Xilan, wait. Song Xilan turned back. What? I get it now, I'll step up my game. The girl turned her head charmingly, then prove it to me. Song Xilan's mood truly soared at this moment. They say mismatched couples are a disaster, but why should she be the one to lose out? She just wants to follow her heart and be pursued by someone she likes. What's wrong with that? Hesitating and second-guessing just leads to misery, so why should she choose the path of unhappiness? Who knows what's coming? Who'll regret what's still up in the air? She tossed the tough questions to Jiang Chengxiao. Whenever he resolves the issues she's worried about, she will agree to him then. Her gloomy mood from earlier finally lifted. Song Xilan returned home, grabbed her change of clothes and prepared to go take a bath with a bucket and basin. The unit has a boiler room and a shower room specifically for young single employees living in the dormitory. Song Xilan usually doesn't have to fight for space with them because her dad hauls 2 buckets of hot water from the boiler room every day after work for her and her mother. Yes, Lao Song, although the factory director personally takes care of the hot water for his wife and daughter's baths. Of course they could heat water at home, but the boiler room's hot water is free, while buying firewood and coal costs money. Everyone knows how to calculate that. Tonight, Lao Song has to work overtime, so Song Xilan has to queue at the public bathhouse. As luck would have it, Zheng Xiaoling was there too. The girl pulled her over. Lan, do you know what happened with the recent batch of goods? Song Xilan knew well, but the leaders instructed not to spread it around. Even though they are close friends, she hesitated. It's not the right time to talk about it, I'll tell you later. Zheng Xiaoling's eyes reddened. I'm just worried about my dad. Song Xilan's heart skipped a beat, suddenly remembering that Zheng Xiaoling's father is the workshop's ingredient worker. Chapter 70 Stepping into the Fray. Chapter 70 Stepping into the Fray. I sensed something was wrong with my dad a few days back, Zheng Xiaoling said dejectedly. That day after he finished eating, he grabbed a handful of peanuts and started drinking, looking very happy, and even said something about some technician going to be in big trouble. I wonder if it's related to this incident. Zheng Xiaoling pulled Song Xilan aside and whispered to her. She looked deeply regretful. I wish I had tried to figure out what was happening then. Zheng Xiaoling's father had a grudge against Sun Technician, and the two had been at odds for a long time. It just so happened that Sun Technician was a cadre, while her father was just a workshop worker. Sun Technician always came out on top whenever something happened, and Zheng Xiaoling's father always felt wronged. After the incident today, Zheng Xiaoling noticed that her father first appeared very happy, but later, after being called in for questioning, he returned looking completely out of sorts and panicked. Combining this with what had happened a few days ago, she quickly put two and two together. It must be that there was a problem with the formula of this batch of products, which her father discovered. But he actually harbored the idea of letting Sun Technician make a big mistake and deliberately did not report it, which ultimately led to such serious consequences. How could he be so reckless? Zheng Xiaoling said with red eyes. If he had reported the problem in time, not only would it not have caused such a big loss, but catching the mistake early would have been a big plus. Instead, he got himself into this mess. How can he bear such a big responsibility? Song Xilan. If that's the way it is, then your father will definitely have to take some of the blame, and possibly even more than Sun Technician. After all, Sun Technician's mistake was unintentional, while your father knowingly did not report it. If my father voluntarily admits his mistake, can he get off easy? Song Xilan looked at Zheng Xiaoling, whose eyes were filled with pleading tears. Song Xilan knew that Zheng Xiaoling's father was not good to her. Zheng Weiguo was a heavy drinker, and after a few drinks, he turned mean and would beat his wife and kids. Beating the children specifically referred to beating Zheng Xiaoling. Her father was a staunch traditionalist, and when he was upset outside, he wouldn't dare take it out on his two precious sons, so he could only beat her and her mother. Zheng Xiaoling's mother, Xia Zufang, was a traditional, hardworking, and virtuous woman who would not resist even when beaten. She would even blame herself and serve Zheng Weiguo even more diligently. The bravest thing she had ever done against Zheng Weiguo's wishes was to keep Zheng Xiaoling from being sent to the countryside by giving her own job to Zheng Xiaoling. In Zheng Weiguo's view, both of their jobs were to be left to his two sons in the future. If one of the children had to go to the countryside, it would naturally be Zheng Xiaoling. For this, he had beaten Xia Zufang repeatedly and was still cursing about it. If it weren't for Zheng Xiaoling's younger brother still being too young, he would have forced Zheng Xiaoling to transfer her job to her brother immediately. And since Zheng Xiaoling started working, she had to hand over her entire paycheck to her father every month without keeping a single penny for herself. For many years, the family had always relied on Xia Zufang's salary to make ends meet. Zheng Weiguo's salary was always used to subsidize his own parents' home and his personal enjoyment. Occasionally, when he brought back some roast meat or barbecue, only he and his two sons could eat it. Zheng Xiaoling and her mother were not allowed to touch it. Now that Zheng Xiaoling's salary was taken by her father, they were barely scraping by, relying solely on Xia Zufang doing odd jobs like pasting paper boxes or stringing beads to get by. Zheng Xiaoling had complained to Song Xilan more than once, and sometimes, when she was really angry, she even lashed out. Drink, drink, all he knows is drinking. Why doesn't he get drunk and drown in the river outside? So Song Xilan understood that she deliberately talked about these things in public, definitely not to plead for her father. She held Zheng Xiaoling's hand. Xiaoling, I know you're also worried about your father, but this is a big deal. Even my father can't help him. Someone nearby had already started whispering, is Zheng Weiguo really involved in this? That makes sense. We've been watching this batch of products being produced these days and everything seemed fine. If there's a problem, it must be with the raw materials. Zheng Weiguo is the ingredient worker, so it must be related to him. Zheng Xiaoling's tears fell like rain. Song Xilan stepped forward and hugged her. Don't be afraid, things will turn around soon. Then someone shouted. Whose bucket is this? If no one comes, I'll take the water first. Song Xilan glanced over and realized it was her turn with the bucket she had placed in line at the hot water faucet. She quickly said, That's mine, I'll be right there. Someone chimed in, I'll get it. Jiang Changxiao stepped forward and filled the bucket to the brim with hot water, carrying it to the door of the women's shower room. Song Xilan said thank you. Zhang Qiaoling hurried over to help her carry the water inside. Normally, Song Xilan could only manage to carry a little more than half a bucket by herself, always feeling like the wash wasn't as satisfying. Today with Jiang Qingxiao's help, she had a full bucket of hot water. She mixed it with cold water in a basin and had a refreshing wash. Men tend to shower quickly. By the time Song Xilan finished, she saw Jiang Changxiao waiting for her with wet hair. Another full bucket of hot water at his feet. You didn't dry your hair well enough, be careful not to catch a cold. Song Xilan couldn't help but chide him with concern. Jiang Changxiao replied, I'll dry it soon. Don't you still need to wash your clothes? I got you some hot water. Washing clothes with hot water? Song Xilan hadn't even had that luxury at home. She glanced around. Isn't this a bit excessive? Although hot water didn't cost anything, it was still using public resources for personal gain. Others would surely have something to say about it. Who could be so delicate? Then take it home to do your laundry, Zhang Qingxiao said, effortlessly picking up the bucket. Let's go. And so he confidently walked into her home. While Song Xilan washed her clothes, he lingered in the yard, looking at the flowers her family had grown. Song Bailey, exhausted from a long meeting, came home with Tan Aiji and found Jiang Changxiao, that troublemaker, in his house, talking and laughing with his daughter. His face immediately darkened. What are you doing here? Chapter 71. High-profile publicity. Chapter 71. High-profile publicity. Jiang Changxiao immediately stood up. Director Song, I heard that a batch of our factory's products has encountered some issues. As a member of the factory, I sincerely hope to contribute to solving the problem. Is there anything I can do to help? Song Bailey sneered. You're just a loader, just focus on moving your goods. Other matters are none of your concern. He then glared at Song Xilan. You haven't been talking, have you? Song Xilan quickly raised her hand to swear. I haven't said anything. Even when Xiaoling came to me, I kept my mouth shut. Jiang Changxiao, however, bravely interjected. Director Song, right now there are all kinds of rumors flying around the factory, and people are panicking. It's impossible to keep a lid on it. Instead of trying to silence everyone, it would be better to be transparent and tell everyone the truth. This way, we can avoid the spread of misinformation, which can be worse than the truth itself. Song Bailey frowned. What do you know? In such situations, the other leaders in the factory shared the same mindset. Cover it up and keep it under wraps. For example, the workshop supervisor in the production workshop. If there was a minor issue in production, his first instinct wouldn't be to report it to the leadership but to resolve it within the workshop. However, this incident was too big, and most of the products had already been stored in the warehouse, ready for shipment. He couldn't keep it under control anymore and had to report it to the director. But for Director Song, this matter was still within the factory's ability to handle. He didn't want it to become public knowledge, as it might reach the higher-ups in the light industry group and affect the factory's performance this year. Thus, his first reaction was to issue a gag order, strictly forbidding anyone with knowledge of the incident from spreading it. Yet, Jiang Changxiao said, the factory workers are all talking about it. Even a mere loader like me can guess that there's a quality issue with this batch of goods. It's clear that such things can't be suppressed. The more people are kept in the dark, the more curious they become and the wilder the rumors will get. His words were unpleasant, and Song Bailey initially wanted to scold him for talking nonsense, but for some reason he let him continue. Right now, the rumor is that there's a problem with the product formula. But as it spreads, it might reach customers who don't know the truth, and they might think there's something bad in our biscuits, that eating them could make people sick, or even kill them. This would seriously harm our factory's reputation. Song Bailey, so what do you suggest we do? Jiang Changxiao. In my opinion, this is actually a great publicity opportunity. A chance to show how seriously our factory takes product quality, and that we absolutely won't let substandard products enter the market. Therefore, instead of hiding it, we should make a big deal out of it. For example, we could invite reporters from Nanyang Daily, the most widely read newspaper in our city, to interview us and help publish an article detailing how we discovered the quality issue and immediately took action to recall all shipped products. We would rather take a big financial hit than let any substandard products reach customers. This way, all customers who buy our products will know that they can trust our factory's products. We could even create a gimmick, like offering a refund or paying 3 times the amount for anyone who finds a quality issue with our products. Song Xilan listened to his lengthy speech with shining eyes. Dad, I think he makes a lot of sense. Song Bailey snorted, a young punk talking so casually. You make it sound so easy. Do you know how much this batch of products is worth? And refund 1, pay 3 times the amount? You're talking without understanding the consequences. Song Xilan, being a fence-sitter, now felt that destroying the products would be too wasteful. That's true. Actually, this batch of goods just missed adding sugar, so it's not sweet. Other than that, the quality is fine. Eating it won't harm anyone's health. It's all perfectly good food. Destroying it would be such a waste. Maybe some people who don't like sweet things would find it delicious. Sugar-free biscuits are great. I love sugar-free ones. If this were modern times, it could even be a selling point, marketed as a healthy, low-calorie option. There would be fitness enthusiasts and people on diets rushing to buy it. Now that you mention it, I realize that sugar-free biscuits actually save production costs for manufacturers. So why are sugar-free biscuits more expensive than regular ones on the market? It's all about marketing. As long as you target the right consumer group, even problematic products can sell at a premium. Come on, what era are we in? People are still struggling to get enough to eat. Talking about health and weight loss? Back then, when people bought candies and biscuits, it was all about the sweetness. For them, sweet biscuits were a high-end nutritional supplement good for the body. It's not like modern people who worry about high blood pressure or cholesterol. Song Xilan, only half understanding, cautiously suggested, could we find a unique selling point and market this batch as a product specially designed for a specific group of people? Yang Jingyu. That's a good idea. For example, diabetics can't eat sugar, so this biscuit would be perfect for them. Also, children who eat too many sweets are prone to cavities, and elderly people might have trouble digesting too much sugar. These are all groups we could target. Song Bailey actually took their words to heart. Their ideas were completely different from the suggestions made during the meeting earlier. During the meeting, the main suggestions were: first, to keep the matter under wraps and prevent more people from finding out. The solution was to issue a gag order, strictly prohibiting factory employees from discussing or spreading the news. But deep down, everyone knew that while such measures might work on the surface, they couldn't control what happened behind the scenes. By tonight, everyone outside might already know. Moreover, as Yang Jingyu mentioned, due to the lack of clear information, the rumors have become even more chaotic, with all sorts of speculations. Secondly, find a way to sell this batch of goods to minimize economic losses. Unlike the idea of selling to people with special needs, the consensus was that the goods couldn't be sold in major city stores. It would be best to send them to small towns or rural areas in distant provinces for sale. However, Director Song was not very satisfied with this approach. Isn't this just ripping off the customers? Just because it's sold to rural people who might not understand their rights, it doesn't mean everything is fine. Thirdly, there's the urgent issue of restarting production. The task of supplying festive goods to major stores must be completed. But achieving this production goal presents a major challenge. Chapter 72. Worried about not being able to provide for a wife. Chapter 72. Worried about not being able to provide for a wife. The factory's annual production tasks are planned with specific targets. At the beginning of the year, the production plan for the entire year was already set, and raw material supplies from manufacturers were also aligned with these targets. The amounts of flour and white sugar are predetermined. Now, needing to completely reproduce this batch, raw materials are a major hurdle, especially the packaging plastic film, which is in high demand. The packaging materials for this batch were specially produced by the film factory with overtime. Once used, the packaging bags can't be reused. Even if other raw material issues are resolved without packaging bags, it's like trying to cook without ingredients. After a lengthy meeting, no solution was found, so everyone was told to contact raw material suppliers for help tomorrow. Song Bailey sighed. You all have good ideas, and I appreciate your willingness to help, but this issue is far from simple. Please stay out of it. Yang Jingyu and Song Xilan exchanged glances, and Song Xilan signaled him. Yang Jingyu then tactfully said, Director Song must be exhausted after a long day. I'll let you rest. Song Bailey. Since you're willing to be a loader, work hard and don't wander off. Our Lan is a young lady, and frequent male visitors harm her reputation. This was a clear warning to stay away from his daughter. Song Xilan was displeased. Dad, what are you saying? I'm old enough to make friends, aren't I? Song Bailey snorted and ignored her, going into his room. Tan Aiji, your dad's in a bad mood, don't upset him. Song Xilan used her charm, hugging Tan Aiji's arm. Mom, tell me, what is Dad so worried about? Maybe I can help think of a solution. Tan Aiji smiled and poked her forehead. Don't think I don't know, you're just trying to get information for that boy. But since he's so eager, maybe he really has some ability. She then filled her daughter in on the situation, including Song Bailey's biggest problem now, which is the lack of packaging materials. Finally, Tan Aiji said, I'm only telling you this here, don't spread it around. Song Xilan. I know, Mom. By the way, do you know how employees who make mistakes causing losses are handled? Tan Aiji, are you asking on Xiaoling's behalf? Her dad is a mixer, but he followed the technician's recipe. With his experience, he should have spotted the issue, but he probably doesn't bear the main responsibility. Tell them not to worry too much. Song Xilan thought for a moment. What if he noticed but deliberately didn't report it? Tan Aiji's expression immediately became serious. What are you saying? Lan, you can't just say such things. If he really did that, pleading with your dad won't help. Today, Song Bailey was very angry. What upset him the most wasn't the technician writing the wrong recipe, but the fact that from the time the recipe was written until it reached the workshop for production, it went through so many procedures and so many people, yet no one noticed there was a problem. If they truly didn't notice, it's just poor work ethic and negligence. But if they noticed and deliberately didn't report it, it's intentional damage to state property, a serious offense. Song Xilan stuck out her tongue. I just heard it from outside, the specifics must be investigated by them. Tanaiji quickly got up and went to find director Song. Lao Song, there's something. Song Xilan watched TV for a while, found it uninteresting, and also returned to her room. Then she heard a soft tapping sound at the window. She cautiously approached, didn't open the window immediately, but leaned close to the window and whispered, "Who is it?" Director Song's house is one of the earliest batch of houses in the compound, with a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout and a small front yard. The windows of Song Xilan's parents' room face the yard, while her room's window faces a drainage ditch, and further away is the compound's wall. So, except for when her childhood friends secretly came to play and knocked on her back window, there usually isn't anyone around here. She called out, and Jiang Qingxiao's voice came from outside. "It's me." Song Xilan hurriedly opened the window. "What are you doing here? Watch out, if my dad catches you, he'll beat you again." Jiang Qingxiao leaned on the window and smiled. "I figured you might have something to tell me, so I waited here just for you." Song Xilan glared at him. No. You should leave now. What if someone sees you?" Jiang Qingxiao looked disappointed. "Really nothing? All right, then I'll go." Like a big, abandoned dog, Song Xilan found it amusing. "Come back." Jiang Qingxiao immediately turned back happily and leaned on the window again. "My dad's biggest worry right now is the raw materials issue. Especially the packaging bags. Other things like flour our factory still has in stock, at most we can borrow from the next batch of products, but there's really no way with the packaging bags for the New Year goods. The chemical raw materials are too scarce. It's not that the printing factory won't print for us, it's just that they don't have the materials either. If you can help my dad solve this problem, he will definitely look at you in a new light." Jiang Qingxiao pondered with one hand on his chin. Song Xilan thought for a moment and then said, "But never mind, you're new here and probably don't have any connections. Let the higher-ups handle this." She was quite open-minded. Even though the leader was her dad, Director Song had been through many ups and downs over the years. This little thing shouldn't be unsolvable. Jiang Qingxiao. "No, this is a rare chance to prove myself. If I don't take it, who knows how long I'll be stuck as a loader. Don't worry, I will definitely perform well." Song Xilan. "Why should I care? Whether you're a loader or not, it's none of my business. You better leave, I want to sleep." As she spoke, she began to close the windows. Jiang Qingxiao quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding being pinched, and shamelessly said before the windows were tightly closed, "The pay as a loader is so low, I might not even afford a wife someday." Chapter 73. The confidence to act on one's own. Chapter 73. The confidence to act on one's own. The next morning, Jiang Qingxiao went to his direct supervisor, Ms. Rong, to ask for leave. With such a big issue happening at the factory, Ms. Rong had no time to deal with him and casually approved his request, adding, "You just started, so you don't have annual leave yet. This will count as personal leave and your pay will be docked." Jiang Qingxiao acknowledged this. Meanwhile, others in the warehouse started gossiping. "Xiao Jiang is probably looking for another way out. Yeah, what young person would want to just be a loader so young?" As soon as these words were spoken, they noticed Su Chong staring at them gloomily from behind. The warehouse supervisor quickly corrected themselves. Xiao Jiang seems educated. Naturally he wouldn't be content. We're different from him. Su Chong, who had been accumulating negative emotions since yesterday, suddenly crouched down, covering his face and crying. "Wow, we are different. My family is poor. I'm not educated. I'm not as handsome as him, and I'm not as strong. Wah, I'm no good at anything. What's the point of living?" Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Ms. Rong walked over and kicked him in the butt, causing him to stumble. "Don't want to live anymore, huh? If you're so brave, go ahead and end it then. You don't even dare to chase after a girl you like. If you dare to go to the sales department and talk to someone now, I'd consider you a real man." Everyone then urged him to go, but Su Chong shrank back. "No, forget it. Pathetic coward." Ms. Rong glared at him. "I'm off to a meeting. You all clean up the warehouse and keep it tidy." Song Xilan said Jiang Qingxiao was unfamiliar with the area and wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. But in fact that wasn't the case. He personally didn't have many connections, but his family, the Jiangs, did. As soon as he revealed who he was, plenty of people would be eager to suck up to him. Securing a batch of plastic film quotas for the printing factory was just a matter of saying the word. But after thinking it over all night, Jiang Qingxiao decided against it. Since he had gone against his family's wishes to stay and work here, intending to become independent and self-reliant, using their power and connections would defeat the purpose. Only by standing on his own 2 feet could he have the confidence to make his own decisions. At this moment, Jiang Qingxiao suddenly remembered someone he met on the train coming here. It was a salesman from a commune-run factory, a talkative guy who started bragging about his factory's products the moment he boarded the train. A pack of biscuits packaged in plastic film. "Try these, they're just as good as Limin Food Factory's biscuits. Ordinary loose biscuits can't compare. Do you know why? Because loose biscuits get soggy, and once they're soggy they lose their crispiness, and then they just don't taste good. Thankfully, our factory manager is savvy and secured this plastic packaging. This sealing machine alone costs tens of thousands of yuan. And this plastic film, ordinary people can't get it, our factory manager. At that time Jiang Chengxiao didn't know about Limin Food Factory, and never imagined he would have anything to do with the food factory. He just listened and then forgot about it. But now, he considered meeting that supposedly all-powerful factory manager. Back then Jiang Chengxiao didn't pay attention to the name of the factory. Fortunately, just before getting off the train, the man insisted on exchanging contact information, saying it was fate to have met. Jiang Chengxiao excused himself by saying he hadn't settled down yet, but the man clearly stated his own contact information. Luckily Jiang Chengxiao had a good memory. He didn't deliberately remember it at the time, but now with a little effort he recalled it. The place the man mentioned wasn't far from Nanyang City, in a nearby township. He decided to give it a try. The factory was nestled within the commune, looking just like any other farmhouse from the outside. If it weren't for the familiar baking aroma coming from inside, he wouldn't have believed it was a factory. Jiang Chengxiao felt a bit disappointed. It didn't seem like this place could help solve his problem. Upon closer inspection, there was a sign, Hongyun Biscuit Factory. An old man squatted by the gate. "Who are you looking for?" "Uncle, I'm looking for Zhang Hao," Jiang Chengxiao said, mentioning the salesman's name. "Hold on a sec." The old man slowly stood up and shuffled off inside. Not long after, a young man named Zhang Hao ran over looking anxious. Despite the cold weather, sweat beaded on his forehead, and there was a black handprint on his nose. Cutting to the chase, Jiang Chengxiao quickly understood the reason for his anxiety. Their small collective-run factory was different from state-owned enterprises like Limin Food Factory. Their products weren't part of a centralized purchasing and selling system. They had to find their own sales channels. He had finally secured an order from a Citigroup unit that was holding a conference. They had ordered their biscuits as gifts for the attendees, one for each person, to be distributed after the meeting. The goods had to be delivered by 3 p.m. that afternoon. If they were late and delayed the distribution of gifts, he would face serious consequences. The factory had rushed to produce the goods, but at the critical moment of delivery, the factory's only delivery van conked out. The factory didn't have a dedicated mechanic. The driver was good at driving but only somewhat handy with repairs. After struggling for a long time, he still couldn't fix it. Zhang Hao was understandably anxious. If the goods couldn't be delivered, it would be a breach of contract. Not only would the goods have to be returned, but the factory would also have to pay compensation, making it even harder to secure future business. Jiang Chengxiao rolled up his sleeves. "Let me have a look." Zhang Hao was surprised. "You know how to fix cars?" "I learned it when I was in the military." At that time, people had a deep trust in the military. Hearing that Jiang Chengxiao had learned his skills there, Zhang Hao was overjoyed. "That's great. If it's military trained, it's gotta be good. Please take a look." Jiang Chengxiao's skills were indeed good. He had been the top scorer in his group's assessment. After inspecting the van, he quickly fixed it. "It should be good to go now. Try it." The driver got in and started the engine, looking excited. "It really works." Zhang Hao jumped into the van enthusiastically. "Let's hustle and get these goods delivered." He urged the driver to hurry and set off. Jiang Chengxiao was left standing there, hands slick with oil and looking utterly baffled, eating a mouthful of exhaust fumes. At that moment, a middle-aged man with equally blackened hands looked at him. "Excuse me, but who are you?" Jiang Chengxiao decided to get straight to the point. "I'm looking for your factory manager." Not long after, Jiang Chengxiao, with his hands now clean, sat in the factory manager's office. The middle-aged man, also with clean hands, handed him a cup of tea. "You've really bailed us out today. If there's anything we can help you with, just let us know." Chapter 74. In a fit of anger, he started his own packaging materials factory. Chapter 74. In a fit of anger, he started his own packaging materials factory. Jiang Chengxiao. "First of all, thank you, Director Su. Actually, I also work at a food factory. We have a batch of goods that urgently need to be shipped, but the packaging factory doesn't have the quota and can't supply us temporarily. I heard from Zhang Hao that Director Su could get plastic film, so I swallowed my pride and came over." Director Su laughed heartily. "You've come to the right person. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to help you." Jiang Qingxiao was overjoyed. "That's fantastic. How will it be solved?" "Director Su, come on, let me take you to our packaging materials factory first." Now Jiang Qingxiao was truly surprised. "You have your own packaging materials factory?" Director Su sighed. "We had no choice. When we started the food factory, we needed packaging materials and pleated everywhere. But those state-owned big factories wouldn't sell to us. So out of frustration, we started our own packaging materials factory." "Wow, that's really impressive. Out of frustration, they managed to start a packaging materials factory?" Jiang Qingxiao. "What about the raw materials?" Director Su, "Luckily, I have some connections at the chemical factory and can get the quota for chemical raw materials for the film factory. That's why the film factory is willing to supply us. The packaging materials factory is located quite far from the food factory, basically at opposite ends of the commune." Director Su explained. "The food factory is upwind, and this place is downwind, to prevent the harmful gases and waste from the packaging materials factory from affecting the food factory. That's a pretty smart setup. The factory isn't very large, with only one printing machine and one bag-making machine. The machines are humming, and the workers are working enthusiastically. The air is filled with a mix of plastic and ink smells. Not exactly pleasant. It can't compare to the fragrant air at the biscuit factory. Jiang Xiao. Our batch of packaging bags requires color composite printing. Can you do that here? The printing quality must also be guaranteed. Director Su, no problem. We use the same machines as Huakai Printing Factory in the city. Whatever quality they print, we can match. Of course, he didn't mention to the other party that their factory's machine was bought secondhand after Huakai Printing Factory upgraded their equipment. Whether the equipment is secondhand or not doesn't matter, as long as it works well. How much do you need and when do you need it by? Director Su asked. Around 3,000 kilograms, and the sooner, the better. Director Su was surprised. That much? You're not a small operation, are you? At this point, there's no need to hide it anymore. Jiang Xiao told him directly. The Limin Food Factory. Director Su was genuinely taken aback, then suddenly laughed. The Limin Food Factory. Our sales rep once visited your supply and marketing department. He spoke with restraint, but Jiang Xiao understood. The people in the supply and marketing department must not have treated their salesperson well. Probably didn't even want to see them, let alone leave contact information. Otherwise, Director Song wouldn't be so worried about the packaging materials this time. Of course, these matters are beyond his control. Jiang Jingyu shamelessly said. Then it's really fate between us. We're counting on Director Su for this batch of goods. Director Su, out of frustration, started this packaging materials factory. Of course, it couldn't just produce packaging materials for their own biscuit factory. That would be too wasteful. So he was very hopeful to take on the order from the Limin Food Factory and open up sales channels. Both sides hit it off. I can help you with this batch of packaging, and the quantity is no problem. Can you accept delivery within 10 days? Jiang Xiao, 10 days is too long. This batch is for New Year's products and needs to be on the shelves of major stores before the new year. 10 days is too late. You can deliver in batches, but the earliest batch must be delivered within 3 days. Director Su laughed. Comrade Jiang, I don't think you really get packaging and printing, do you? Jiang Qingxiao blushed. He really didn't understand. Before this, he had no exposure to this field at all. It was only his first day at work yesterday, and there was no pre-job training or anything. He was completely unprepared. What little he knew came from Song Xilan, and she herself only half understood. Sorry, Director Su, I'm really not up to speed on this, but 10 days really won't work. In that case, there's nothing we can do. Packaging and printing isn't something you can just rush. It takes time. Come and take a look. Director Su led Jiang Xiao to the running machine, where clear plastic film was pulled taut and passed through a series of evenly rolling cylinders, each coated with different colored inks. The colors were layered onto the plastic film, forming colorful patterns. Director Su pointed to the cylinders. These are printing plates, engraved according to the patterns you need. Each unique packaging design needs its own set of printing plates. We can't produce these in-house, we need to order them from a plate-making factory. Even if the plate-making factory is willing to make them for you immediately, it would take at least a week to produce them. The 10-day timeline only gives us 3 days for actual printing. There's really no way to shorten it further. That day, Jiang Qingxiao's emotions had been all over the place. From being let down by the biscuit factory's small size, to the surprise of learning they had a packaging materials factory and access to raw materials, to the current disappointment of not having enough time, it was truly exhausting. Is there really no other way? Director Su shook his head. No one ever demands new packaging prints so urgently. You're a well-established factory. You should know how this works. New packaging? No, this isn't new packaging. It's been printed before. Jiang Xiao suddenly perked up. What if we already have the plates? Could we use them immediately and start printing right away? Director Su, in theory, yes, but only if the plates fit our machine. Which factory did you get them from before? Fortunately, he had asked a few more questions last night. Huakai Packaging and Printing Factory. That's perfect. Our machine specifications are the same as theirs, Director Su said with a smile. Of course, they were the same. The machine was bought secondhand from Huakai. Although Huakai had upgraded their printing machines, they still used the old plates, so the specifications hadn't changed. Jiang Xiao clapped excitedly. That's fantastic. We can meet the deadline then. Director Su smiled again. Hold your horses. Let's see if you can actually get the plates from Huakai first. Chapter 75, Can't Use His Family's Connections. Chapter 75. Can't use his family's connections. The director of Huakai isn't someone you can easily negotiate with. You Jiaolong, you shameless old geezer. Throwing your weight around. Song Bailey cursed under his breath as he left Huakai Packaging and Printing Factory. He had personally gone to Huakai Printing Factory early in the morning, hoping to ask Director Yu to help him out with the packaging for this batch of goods, considering their long-standing cooperation. However, Yu Jiaolong, that old man, rambled on about a bunch of excuses and refused to help. Song Bailey knew that the difficulties you mentioned were real. But if they truly wanted to help, they could overcome them. The other party simply didn't want to help him, still holding a grudge over the last incident. Last time, a printing worker from Huakai made a mistake, mixing up the ink slots for 2 of the printing plates. As a result, areas that were supposed to be yellow were printed blue, and areas that were supposed to be blue were printed yellow. That entire batch of packaging was ruined. Yu Zhaoliang didn't want to shoulder the loss and actually approached Song Bailey, asking him to accept the goods as usual. Song Bailey of course refused. If they used those packaging bags, the biscuits produced would also be defective. He had no reason to willingly produce defective goods, so he rejected the request. Unexpectedly, Yu Zhaoliang held a grudge over this. Because of that incident, Yu had been criticized by his superiors, and now he wanted Song Bailey to face the same criticism. Song Bailey returned from Huakai, fuming with anger, and coincidentally ran into Jiang Qingxiao, who looked hurried, at the factory gate. That brat was beaming and greeted him enthusiastically. Director Song. Song Bailey felt even more irritated. He was already so worried, and yet Jiang Qingxiao could still smile. It's working hours. Why aren't you working properly? Where have you been running off to? How does your department head manage you? Have you even read the employee handbook? Jiang Qingxiao. We can talk about that later, Director. I have good news. Our packaging materials are sorted out. Song Bailey didn't believe it at all. If he couldn't solve the problem, how could a young newcomer like Jiang Qingxiao possibly fix it? He probably didn't even understand how packaging materials were made. I'm not in the mood for your nonsense right now. Jiang Qingxiao had anticipated his skepticism and had specifically brought back a sample bag from Hongyun Packaging Factory. Director, take a look at this. The quality isn't worse than the packaging bags we used before, right? Song Bailey glanced at the logo of the unknown small factory and snorted, what kind of knockoff factory is this? You don't think just any piece of printed plastic film can be used as our product packaging, do you? Of course not, Director. Give me 10 minutes to explain. If you're not satisfied afterward, you can scold or hit me as you please. Okay. What if I tell you that you're never allowed to speak to our Lan again? Jiang Qingxiao gritted his teeth. If you really think what I'm saying is meaningless, then fine. He didn't believe that after hearing him out, Director Song could still deny its usefulness. Sure enough, Song Bailey became excited. Is everything you're saying true? Jiang Qingxiao. Of course. I have Director Su's phone number here. You can call and verify it yourself. No need. I'll go see for myself. Song Bailey then called for the office manager, notify the heads of the supply and sales department, the finance department, and the workshop supervisor to wait at the factory gate immediately. Arrange a car. I'm heading out right now. Xiao Jiang, you come too. For such an important matter, he couldn't just take Jiang Qingxiao's word for it. He needed to see it with his own eyes to confirm. However, while waiting for the others to arrive, he thought of something else and asked Jiang Qingxiao, Xiao Jiang, be honest with me. Did you really find this factory on your own, without using your family's connections or offering them some kind of quota in exchange for their help with this batch of goods? He was indeed desperate to solve this problem, but he absolutely couldn't accept it if the solution relied on Jiang Qingxiao's family connections. Regardless of whether his daughter and Jiang Qingxiao will end up together in the future, he does not want the other party's parents to look down on his daughter because of this. Even if he loses his position as factory director, he won't let his daughter suffer such indignities. Jiang Qingxiao also replied very seriously, Uncle Song, I have indeed thought about it. If I really had to use my family's connections, solving this issue shouldn't be difficult, but I didn't. Because I don't want them to hear the name Song Xilan for the first time because of this reason. I am helping with my own abilities, and even if I really can't help, I believe you wouldn't blame me, right? These words resonated deeply with Song Bailey, and he even cleverly changed his address to Uncle Song, which was quite the smooth move. Soon everyone arrived, and the group went to Hongyun Packaging Factory again, quickly hashing out all the order details with Director Su and signing the contract. Next, they made a beeline for Huakai. Song Bailey thought that it was just a matter of borrowing the printing plates for a few days, and that old Yu Zhaoliang couldn't possibly find an excuse to refuse, could he? Unexpectedly, Director Yu of Huakai was really that unreasonable. Lao Song, it's not that I don't want to help you, but these printing plates are important assets of our factory. According to regulations, they cannot be lent out casually. You said you found some unknown small factory, using who knows what kind of machines. What if the printing plates get damaged? Lao Yu, you don't need to worry about that. I personally inspected that factory, and saw they're using used printing machines purchased from your factory. The workers are also quite skilled. I will arrange for transportation, ensuring that the printing plates won't have any issues. Yu Zhaoliang looked genuinely conflicted, but we have never had such a precedent before. According to regulations, our printing plates cannot leave the factory unless they are scrapped. I know you are in a hurry, but we also have to follow the rules, right? Jiang Qingxiao quietly asked the finance director beside him. Are these printing plates expensive? When they were made, did our factory pay for them, or did their factory pay? The finance director, who was impressed by him for finding Hongyun Packaging Factory, answered in detail. The printing plates are somewhat expensive, about $100 each. The price varies depending on the number of packaging colors. Normally, a set costs around $500. This is part of the printing factory's costs and they are usually responsible for it. Because once we produce a set of printing plates, they are used for long-term printing. As long as the printing volume is large enough, the cost per unit is not high. $500 is a drop in the bucket compared to the whole shipment. Yang Jingyu spoke up. Director Song, since Director Yu is worried about the printing plates getting damaged, why don't our factory buy the printing plates? Chapter 76. Throwing Shame to the Wind. Chapter 76. Throwing Shame to the Wind. Yang Jingyu finally understood why Director Su had that expression and tone when he left Hongyun packaging plant in the morning, saying, "Let's see if you can get the printing plates from Huakai." It seems Director Su knows Director Yu of Huakai quite well. He must have had his fair share of troubles with him. If borrowing isn't an option, then buying them should work, right? Once the printing plates are in our hands, we can decide who gets to print them. How convenient. Song Bailey agreed it was a solid plan. Old Yu, since you're worried about damaging the printing plates, why don't we just buy them from you? Yu Zhaoyong laughed. Lao Song, you must be joking. The printing plates are vital to our production. How can we just hand them over like that? There's no such rule. If we start this, other factories will come asking to buy our plates for their own printing. What would we become then? How would we operate in the future? Song Bailey was livid. Fine. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. You old coot just want to see us fall flat on our faces, don't you? Yu Zhaoyong could barely contain his glee. Lao Song, you can't say that. We've cooperated for so long. If I could help, I would, right? But this time, it's really your factory's mismanagement that caused such a big mistake. You've got to own up to it. When our factory messed up your packaging, didn't we bear the loss ourselves? Song Bailey was fuming. Alright, you really want to see me make a fool of myself today, don't you? Fine, I'll give you a good show. He stormed off in a rage. The people he brought quickly followed. Zhang from the supply and sales department was still reluctant. Director, are we really just leaving like this? We've already signed the contract with Hongyun. We're so close. Shouldn't we try a bit harder? The production manager said, if it really comes to it, I can go back to the workshop and call more guys. Let's just take the printing plates by force. As the production manager, he bore the most responsibility for this mistake, aside from the technician who messed up. He was the most eager to redeem himself. Jiang Qingxiao was baffled. Are we really giving up just like that? Song Bailey snorted. Who said I'm giving up? That old fool you wants to see me make a fool of myself, right? Fine. I'll let the whole factory watch me make a fool of myself. With that, he slapped his thigh and lay down right at the entrance of Huakai factory. He loudly declared, "If you don't sell us the printing plates today, I'm not leaving." The others were stunned. Wasn't this the ultimate move of rural women during arguments? How did their director master it so well? The supply chief tried to talk him down. Director, don't do this. Let's go back and discuss this properly with Director Yu. What's there to discuss? He's determined to see me make a fool of myself, so I'll give him a good show. Don't anyone try to stop me. I've already lost all shame. The factory entrance, usually bustling with people delivering raw materials and shipping out goods, was now completely blocked by Song Bailey. No one could get in or out. The Huakai guards were at their wits' end. Who could have imagined that the director of a large state-owned food factory would stoop to such behavior? To make matters worse, it was almost time to get off work. Once the workers started pouring out, it would be chaos. The director of Limin factory might have lost face, but Huakai factory wasn't faring much better. Only someone pushed to the brink would go to such lengths. Limin factory must have been pushed to the brink by Huakai factory. Once word got out, Huakai factory's reputation would suffer even more. The Huakai guards hurriedly went to find Director Yu. Jiang Qingxiao thought to himself, this won't do. I can't just watch my future father-in-law lose so much face. He ran over and lay down beside Song Bailey. Director Song, I'll stay with you. If they don't agree to sell us the printing plates today, we won't eat or drink. We'll lie here for a day. If they don't sell them in 2 days, we'll lie here for 2 days. The remaining department heads cursed under their breath. That little punk, to suck up to the director, had thrown all shame to the wind. What could they do? They had to follow suit and lose their shame too. One by one, they sprawled out in a messy heap at the entrance of Huakai factory. When Yu Zhaolang came out and saw this, he nearly choked on his own breath. If this gets out that Yu Zhaolang forced Director Su and the middle management of Limin Food Factory to stage a line protest at the entrance of Huakai factory, then he really can't continue as the director. How can they stoop so low? Fine, we'll sell it to you. Lao Song, do me a favor and get up already. Song Bailey. How do I know you won't just trick me into getting up and then go back on your word? Yu Zhaoyang. Then what do you want to do? Song Bailey instructed the finance manager, go and sign the contract with this old man now and pay them the money first. He also instructed the others to supervise the packing and loading of the printing plates onto the truck. As for him, he sprawled out in a big shape. Once the printing plates are shipped out, I'll naturally get up. Yi Jiaoliang had no choice but to instruct his subordinates, go, quickly handle it for him. Song Bailey finally got up before the workers' shift ended and the printing plates were successfully delivered to Hongyun Packaging Factory. Without a word, Director Su immediately started the printing process. Meanwhile, the food factory workshop began production preparations without delay. This time, the technical division and workshop leaders were all closely monitoring to ensure no further issues occurred. With the major issue resolved, Song Bailey felt a wave of relief. Next up was dealing with the fallout from the accident. The main culprit, Technician Sin, was fired. By coincidence, Lao Li, the factory's boiler worker, suffering from severe lung disease, had applied for medical retirement, so he was assigned to work the boiler. From then on, a portion of his monthly salary would be deducted to compensate for the factory's economic losses. Others involved in handling the formula but failed to detect the error, including the technical division head and workshop director, all had their annual bonuses deducted. The on-duty quality inspector, guilty of negligence, not only lost his bonus but was also demoted to the packaging workshop. Zhang Xiaoling's father, Zhang Weiguo, who discovered the formula error but failed to report it, allowing the mistake to occur and causing huge losses to the factory, received the most severe punishment and was directly fired by the factory. As soon as Zhang Xiaoling, hearing the news, returned home from work and opened the door, she was met with a harsh slap across her face. Chapter 77. Living for Reputation All My Life. Chapter 77. Living for Reputation All My Life. Zhang Xiaoling had expected her father to be angry, but she hadn't anticipated that the factory's punishment would be so light. She thought that since he had deliberately caused significant financial losses to the factory leaders would send him to the police station, and he would be sentenced to prison. But the factory leaders were kind and only handled it within the factory. Zhang Xiaoling felt a pang of disappointment. She really wanted to get rid of him. She didn't want to live in perpetual fear every day, always at risk of being beaten or scolded even if she did nothing wrong. She thought her mother felt the same way. If that man were gone from the family, she was willing to use her salary to take care of the family, no matter how hard it was. Even if life was tough, as long as the family got along well, she would be happy. But she didn't expect that the one who gave her a hard slap wasn't someone else, it was her mother, Xia Zufang. Why did you have to harm your father? He was fine before, just like everyone else, at most he would have had a bit of his bonus docked. But you had to go and report him. Now look, you've caused him to lose his job. What are we going to do as a family from now on? Xia Zufang berated her harshly. Zhang Xiaoling said, Mom, whether he loses his job or not, does it make any difference to our family? Has he ever brought home a single penny to support us? From now on, I won't give him my salary anymore. I'll take care of the family. Xia Zufang snapped, Who do you think you are to take care of the family? You've caused your father to end up like this. How will others look at him now? How will they look at our family? How are we supposed to live in this community? Reputation, she cared about reputation. She had lived her whole life for the sake of reputation. Even though their family was barely getting by, their daughter was going hungry, her clothes were full of patches, and her toes were poking out of holes in her shoes. But for the sake of reputation in front of her relatives, whenever the family had something good to eat, she would take it to her parents' home. She would buy new clothes and shoes for her nieces and nephews. Zhang Xiaoling remembered that when she was young, her father used to bring money home to support the family. But her mother was too excessive, repeatedly taking the family's money to help out her relatives. After several heated arguments, her father started keeping all the money to himself and never brought it home again. And now it was all about reputation again. Could reputation be eaten or worn? Could it make the beatings hurt less? Is how others see us more important than being scolded and beaten every day? Of course. A person lives for their reputation, just like a tree lives for its bark. Without reputation, what's the point of living? If I have to put up with people talking behind my back every day, I might as well die. Mom. Zhang Xiaoling felt sorry for her mother. Even though she shortchanged her own kids to help out her relatives, she would also throw herself in front of her father's stick to protect her when he was about to hit her. She would stand up to her father and secretly give her job to her. But Zhang Xiaoling thought that maybe it would be better if she just moved to the countryside. Mom, don't be like this. Why don't you just leave Dad? We can take Xiaohui and Xiaohu and live a good life. We can make things better. Xia Zufang could never accept the idea of leaving. I think you're trying to kill me. You wretched girl, how dare you come back? Zhang Weiguo came in, stumbling drunk, and upon seeing Zhang Xiaoling, he rushed over to hit her. Zhang Xiaoling immediately ran out. She wasn't going to stand there and take the beating like she did when she was a child. She didn't have anywhere else to go, so she instinctively headed to the Song family's house. The Song family was preparing to eat. Director Song, having resolved a major issue, was in a good mood and had specially gone out to buy half a salt-baked chicken to add to the meal. Along with Tan Aiji's watercress and pork bone soup, a plate of steamed sausages, and a stir-fried garlic choy sum, the dining table was laden with food and looked quite lavish. Zhang Xiaoling suddenly rushed in, then awkwardly turned to leave. I'm sorry, Song Xilan quickly stepped forward to stop her. her heart breaking as she saw the bright red handprint on Zheng Qiaoling's face. What happened to your face? Did your father hit you? Zheng Qiaoling couldn't hold back her tears. It wasn't him, it was my mom. She blames me for turning in my dad. Tan Aiji came over and guided her to the dining table, gently pressing her shoulders to encourage her to sit down. Don't worry about anything else right now. Let's eat first and then we can talk. Auntie, I can't. If you don't eat, I'll think you don't like my cooking and that would make me sad. That's not what I meant. Then please eat up. Tan Aiji handed her a full bowl of rice. Eat up. No matter what's wrong, you'll need your strength to deal with it. Thank you so much. Zheng Qiaoling picked up her chopsticks and started eating heartily. Song Xilan kept piling more food into her bowl, and she ate everything diligently until she was full and put down her chopsticks. I'm full now, thank you uncle and auntie, and thank you Lan Lan. Tan Aiji said. Your mother is just going through a tough time, don't take it too much to heart. Stay here for a few days and keep Lan Lan company. Lan Lan, take Xiaoling to the room to rest, you two sisters have a good talk. Poor thing, the scars from her family will last a lifetime. It's best to leave such a family as soon as possible. If it were me, I'd have run far away and cut all ties. No one's going to manipulate me. But what about her mother if she leaves? What else can you do? Wish her the best and move on. But these days it's not easy to leave. Without a referral, you're stuck. I remember reading a historical novel where the main character wanted to escape her exploitative family, so she managed to swap jobs with someone from another city, ran far away, and her family was powerless to stop her. Song Xilan looked at the text in the barrage and suddenly spoke. Xiaoling, do you want to leave? Zheng Qiaoling was stunned. What? I'll ask my dad if he knows anyone at other food factories. If someone wants to transfer here, you could swap jobs with them, work there, and then your dad can't hit you anymore, you can keep your salary for yourself and even save up for your future. Zheng Qiaoling was speechless for a long time. This was a very tempting proposal. To shed all the burdens from now on, to live for herself. Qiaoling, you have to think more about yourself. You can't be dragged down by them for a lifetime. Song Xilan advised her. Zheng Qiaoling finally shook her head. I plan to return this job to my mother. My father has no job now. If I take this job and leave, my mother won't survive. Song Xilan asked, then what about you? After returning the job, I won't owe them anything. I won't care about them anymore. I'll be on my own. Even if I have to sweep the streets or pick up rotten vegetables, I can still survive. Knock knock knock. The window was knocked and Zheng Qiaoling looked at Song Xilan in terror. Chapter 78. Why climb through the window when there's a door? Chapter 78. Why climb through the window when there's a door? Song Xilan shook her head at her. It's fine, Shua, don't let my parents hear. Then she walked to the window, opened a crack and said helplessly, What are you doing here again? Jiang Qinshiao squeezed his head in. I pulled off something big today, aren't you gonna praise me? Only then did he notice there was another person in the room. He awkwardly smiled. Oh, Qiaoling's here too. Zhang Qiaoling widened her eyes. How you too? Song Xilan. Don't overthink it, he's not officially hired yet. Zheng Qiaoling. Wait, aren't the assigned workers already full-time employees? No, why are we discussing whether he's officially hired or not? I mean you too. Jiang Qinshiao, what she means is, I'm still on probation here, gotta prove myself. Zheng Qiaoling finally understood. Oh, got it. Well, Suddenly she felt very uncomfortable. Song Xilan. It's fine, I'll just chat with him for a sec. Turning to Jiang Qinshiao. What, the big hero's back with all the glory, haven't you gotten enough praise? What reward does my dad plan to give you? Jiang Qinshiao got a hero's welcome when he came back, with all the loaders lining up to applaud him. Everyone at the factory knew he'd solved a huge problem, so they were all over him. At the same time, everyone thought that this guy was definitely going to get promoted. A guy like him can't just stay a loader forever, at least he should become a cadre in the supply and sales department. Jiang Qinshiao thought so too. He asked Song Xilan, if Director Song wants me to change positions, which department do you think I should go to? Honestly, anywhere's fine and new, so I'm here to learn the ropes. Even in the warehouse I can pick up a lot, at least now I know that the placement of goods in and out of the warehouse is also quite particular. If that's the case, stick around the warehouse a while longer. Learn the ropes before making any moves. A deep male voice came from behind Song Xilan. She spun around, startled. Dad! It was Song Bailey who suddenly remembered something he wanted to tell his daughter, found the door slightly ajar, and without much thought, pushed it open. Who'd have thought he'd run into that punk Jiang Qinshiao? Zhang Qiaoling apologetically blinked at Song Xilan. She wanted to warn her when Director Song came in, but she didn't dare. You little punk. Next time I catch you sneaking into my daughter's room, I'll skin you alive. He growled, yanking off his slipper and storming over. Jiang Qinshiao was too scared to say anything and quickly slipped away. Song Xilan. Dad, why make it sound so shady? He just came to talk. We've got a perfectly good door. Why's he climbing through the window? Okay, Dad, I get it. It won't happen again. Song Bailey snorted heavily. You'd better mean that. By the way, Dad, did you come to see me for something? I. Song Bailey paused. I had something but you got me so mad I forgot. Never mind, let's drop it for now. Wait, Dad, Xiaoling wants to give her job back to her mom. Can you help her out? It's always been parents retiring and passing their jobs to their kids. Never heard of kids handing their jobs back to their parents. Although Zhang Xiaoling had taken over her mother's job, who had not yet reached retirement age, there was no precedent for such a case in the factory. However, considering the special circumstances of the Zhang family, Song Bailey agreed to handle the matter exceptionally and process the job transfer for them. So, right in the middle of the factory's busiest season, Zhang Xiaoling found herself out of a job. Zhang Weiguo, drunk every day, would go to Director Song's house to rant and rave. Too ashamed to stay at the Song family any longer, Zhang Xiaoling turned down Song Xilan and Tan Aiji's offers to stay, pocketed the 20 yuan Song Xilan slipped her, and moved out. As long as you're willing to work hard, you won't go hungry. Zhang Xiaoling quickly found a new job, caring for an 80-year-old woman. The woman had successful children, but their work kept them too busy to look after her. What's more, the woman was quite stubborn, refusing to move into the spacious apartment her son's workplace provided, and chose to live alone in an old house in the alley. Worried, her children decided to hire someone to care for her. As luck would have it, Zhang Xiaoling was hunting for a place to stay and a job to make ends meet. They quickly came to an agreement. Zhang Xiaoling moved into the woman's house, in charge of shopping, cooking, and cleaning for her. Once her chores were done, she had some free time and, like her mother used to, brought home some piecework from the factory. In addition to room and board, she earned 10 yuan a month for caring for the woman. By working hard on the piecework, she could make another 10 yuan or so, which wasn't far off from her old paycheck. What's more, she felt a lot more at ease than she had before. At home, on top of her job, she was swamped with housework, and her salary never reached her own hands. Now, with her food and lodging covered, she could stash away nearly all her earnings. As Zhang Qiaoling began her new life, Limin Food Factory was in full swing with overtime production. The workshop operated in 3 shifts, with machines running day and night. Even the office staff and other departments that usually didn't need to go to the workshop, including Song Xilan and her sales department, had to take turns helping out in the workshop. Song Xilan also worked there for 2 days, leaving her sore and exhausted. Jiang Changxiao had also helped in the workshop for the first 2 days, doing some unskilled labor. After the 3rd day, when the finished products started to be shipped, he returned to the warehouse, moving goods all day long. The factory's fleet was also working overtime to deliver goods, and everyone was exhausted. Inevitably, there were some complaints. If it hadn't been for the previous mistake, this batch of goods could have been completed easily without such frantic overtime. One day, a driver from the fleet came to the warehouse to load goods. While reversing, he accidentally hit a pillar at the warehouse entrance, causing a large piece of the wall to crumble. Frightened, the driver quickly got out to check the vehicle. Jiang Chengxiao, who was nearby, noticed the driver's complexion, looked off and asked, "Buddy, are you okay?" The driver shook his head with a bitter smile. Tired, been working non-stop for days. Delivered goods until midnight last night, and had to get up early today to deliver again. Can't help but be tired. Jiang Changxiao, noticing the driver's unusually red face, couldn't help but reach out to feel his forehead. It was burning hot. Chapter 79, The All-Rounder. Chapter 79, The All-Rounder. You have a high fever, Jiang Changxiao said anxiously. The driver paused, then dazedly touched his forehead. All his discomfort seemed to hit him at once. He staggered a few steps, leaning against the wall, and said weakly, "I can't go on, my head is spinning." A few loaders nearby hesitated and asked, "So are we still loading the goods?" Someone from the supply and sales department, holding a delivery slip, looked anxious. "We must deliver. This batch is already several days late. They've been pressing me several times. We really can't delay any longer. But look at him, driving like this is too risky. Even if he's willing to go, we wouldn't dare let him. Is there anyone else in your team who can take over the delivery?" The driver clutched his head. "There's no one left. Everyone's out delivering goods. Even our team leader is busy." Jiang Chengxiao, "How about I go? I can drive." Ms. Rong, "You really know how to drive?" "Really, I learned to drive in the army. I've driven trucks before. If you're really worried, I can take a couple of laps to show you." Back then, driving was a highly valued skill. Drivers were one of the 8 major respected positions. If he could drive, why was he working as a loader? Why not just join the transport team as a driver? Everyone wondered. "Xiao Jiang, did you offend Director Song?" Jiang Chengxiao, "It's possible, but I think Director Song sees potential in me and is testing me." "Cut the crap. You're just boasting. There's no way he's testing you like this. Clearly, Director Song has it in for you and is making things hard." The transport team leader wasn't around, so after some discussion between Ms. Rong and the head of the supply and sales department, they agreed to let Jiang Changxiao take over the delivery for the driver. The driver was quite seriously ill. It turned out to be pneumonia, and he needed to be hospitalized. Jiang Chengxiao's substitute work lasted for several days. He left early and returned late every day, running all over the place. He wore out the edges of a provincial map and got to know most of the surrounding counties and cities. The place he was delivering to that day was quite far, and if he wanted to make it back in a day, he'd have to drive through the night. Considering he hadn't had much rest over the past few days from all the deliveries, driving at night would be unsafe. Ms. Rung suggested he stay overnight there and drive back the next day. After all, the deliveries were almost done. After this trip, the transport team probably wouldn't need his help anymore. The transport team leader was quite reluctant to let him go and said, "Xiao Jiang, why don't you just join our transport team? I'll go talk to Director Song and get you transferred over." Jiang Chengxiao was a good driver, had a steady personality, was strong, and could handle 2 or 3 robbers if encountered. More importantly, he could also repair cars. He was practically an all-rounder, and it would be a waste not to have him as a driver. Jiang Chengxiao, "I'll do whatever is needed. I'll follow the leadership's arrangements." At that moment, someone from the finance department came running. "Is someone going to Ningxiao for delivery today? They still owe us a payment that was supposed to be settled by the end of the year. Can you help me collect it while you're there?" The transport team leader took the statement and glanced at it. "No problem. Arrange for someone to go along with the delivery, but you'll have to stay overnight there." When drivers went out for deliveries, they sometimes helped collect small payments. But according to regulations, payments over 1,000 yuan couldn't be collected by the driver alone. Someone from the supply and sales or finance department had to go along. This was mainly to prevent the driver from absconding with the money or the payment being accidentally lost or robbed. Having 2 people also provided mutual verification and clarity. It was a form of protection for both the unit and the driver himself. The person from the finance department said, "We're too busy to go anywhere right now. It's the end of the year, and we're swamped with accounts to settle. We're so busy we can't even think straight. How about getting someone from the supply and sales department to go? Maybe the salesperson who deals with Ningxiao." The fleet leader said, "Then go to the supply and sales department and get someone to come with you." This fleet leader is very protective of his team. Collecting payments isn't their main responsibility, so he's not rushing to do it. If you can find someone, he'll go collect the payment. If not, forget about it. The finance department staffer had to rush over to the supply and sales department again. Recently, the supply and sales department has been very busy. Besides handling shipments, collecting payments is also a top priority. Collecting all the outstanding payments from clients will let the factory hand out New Year bonuses. As it happened, the salesperson handling Ningxiao had already left to collect payments elsewhere today. The supply and sales department head couldn't find anyone else available at the moment. After thinking for a while, he said, "Head to the retail department and tell them I said to send someone along for the delivery and to help collect the payment. But Ningxiao's too far. We'd have to stay overnight, and the retail department is all women. Isn't that a little awkward?" The supply and sales department head shrugged. "The retail department's the only place I can pull someone from. If you think it's awkward, then I can't help it. What's more important? Making others uncomfortable or failing to collect payments and messing up your own work? No contest." He immediately headed to the retail department to find someone. Only 3 people were working in the retail department today: Song Xilan, Sister Hong, and Wan Zi. Sister Hong's kid is still little, and she has to look after them after work. Wan Zi's dad's in the hospital, and she has to bring him dinner in the evening. Song Xilan, who had no other commitments, stepped up. "I'll go." The finance department colleague gratefully shook her hand. Thank you so much, Xiao Song. The truck is being loaded now. Go back and pack your things quickly. You'll have to stay overnight there." Song Xilan, "All right, I'll go back and pack. It's cold, so skipping a shower for one night outside is no big deal. Just bring toiletries like a towel and toothbrush. But you should pack some snacks in case you miss mealtime on the road and get hungry. Once you're ready, head straight to the warehouse and say you're heading to Ningxiao." The person from the finance department, having found someone to help, happily returned to the office. Seeing Tan Aiji, he guiltily averted his eyes and silently decided not to mention this matter for now. Otherwise, given how much Director Song and his wife dote on their daughter, they might not let her go. Then where else could he find someone? As for Jiang Chengxiao, he didn't care who came along. Having someone to talk to on the road would be good to avoid getting sleepy. But when he was all set in sitting in the driver's seat, ready to go, he was stunned to see Song Xilan in the passenger seat. Chapter 80 Delivery. Chapter 80 Delivery. Jiang Chengxiao and Song Xilan both looked at each other in surprise, saying simultaneously, "What are you doing here?" Before Song Xilan could react, Jiang Chengxiao suddenly jumped out of the car, leaving behind a quick sentence. "Wait here, I'll be right back." Then he sprinted away and disappeared in no time. Song Xilan had also been busy these past few days and hadn't paid much attention to him. Only now did she realize that he had been doubling as a driver, helping with deliveries for several days. Xiao Jiang is really capable. He can do the work of 2 people, someone told her. Indeed, he could help with loading and unloading, drive the truck, and even assist with collecting payments. With such energy and skill, who wouldn't like such a capable person? Song Xilan, however, felt a bit sorry for him. What a fool, using his strength like this. No other factory worker would work themselves so hard. Even when busy, they only did their assigned tasks. Doing extra work doesn't get you any extra bonuses. Zhang Chengxiao took a quick shower and changed into clean clothes faster than most people could imagine. When he reappeared in front of Song Xilan, he was a clean, presentable young man. Usually, he didn't care much about his appearance, which was why Song Xilan had mistaken him for an old beggar when they first met. Having been working nonstop these past few days, he hadn't had time to tidy himself up. Looking scruffy and dusty didn't matter when driving with others, but spending an entire day in a small cab with the girl he liked? What if he smelled bad and bothered her? Let's go, Jiang Qingxiao said, avoiding her gaze. As soon as he got in the car, he started shifting gears and driving. The air in the cab wasn't great. Aside from the usual mix of gasoline, oil, metal, and leather smells, the previous owner of the truck didn't seem to care much about hygiene, adding a sour sweat smell to the mix. But amidst the bad smell, a fresh soap scent wafted over. Song Xilan glanced at the man beside her, whose hair was still dripping, and couldn't help but take out a handkerchief. Dry your hair, or you'll catch a cold from the wind. Jiang Qingxiao casually ruffled his short hair. No need, don't get your handkerchief dirty. You might need it later. Song Xilan noticed the water dripping down the back of his neck, and with the car window open, the wind was blowing in. It was no wonder he felt cold. She couldn't resist and wiped his neck, feeling the coldness of his skin. There's no hot water now. Did you take a cold shower? The boiler room supplied hot water only at certain times, not all day. This wasn't the time for hot water. Jiang Qingxiao touched his head again. I've been working nonstop, so I splashed cold water on my face to wake up. It's safer for driving. A cold face wash that required changing clothes? But Song Xilan didn't call him out on it, tightly clutching the slightly damp handkerchief in her hand. Alright, let's go then. The smell in here isn't great. Let's air it out. Jiang Qingxiao regretted it. If he'd known she'd be riding with him today, he would have stayed up all night cleaning the car. Acting casual, he pulled an orange from his pocket and tossed it to her. I picked up a few of these recently. If you feel sick, you can smell it to help. In reality, he hadn't had the time to buy oranges. While rushing back to his dorm to shower and prepare to leave, he saw 2 oranges on his roommate's bedside. Remembering how Song Xilan had held an orange during their last trip, saying it helped prevent motion sickness, he decided to take them. Worried his roommate might think they were stolen, he left $1 by the pillow. Jiang Qingxiao drove slower and steadier than usual, so much so that impatient drivers behind him would have cursed. As they smoothly left the city, Song Xilan felt a bit puzzled. I don't feel carsick at all today. Why did they send you along for the delivery? Jiang Qingxiao asked. Everyone is busy, and we really couldn't spare anyone. Since I didn't have any other important tasks, I was assigned to come along. Did your parents agree to this? This was also something he never expected, that Song Xilan would be the one riding along on this delivery run. Such a tough, tiring, and somewhat unsafe job, especially since it involved spending the night outside with him. How could Director Song possibly agree to it? They don't know yet, but I left a note at home. They'll find out when they get back from work. Holy cow! Jiang Qingxiao's heart skipped a beat. Did this mean he had acted first and asked for forgiveness later? Although he wasn't the one who initiated this, he was the one who ultimately benefited from it. Having the girl he liked accompany him made this trip feel less like work and more like an outing. He just didn't know how Director Song would react once they got back. The road out of the city was quite smooth, but the weather turned sour. A strong wind suddenly picked up, and the sky darkened instantly. In broad daylight, it became as dark as 6 or 7 in the evening. Jiang Qingxiao drove even more cautiously, almost crawling forward. Outside, the wind howled and dark clouds loomed over the city. The two of them, confined in the small space of the car, felt a strange sense of sticking together through thick and thin. The rain soon started, pounding down on the roof and windows of the car. The windshield wipers were useless, and for safety's sake, Jiang Qingxiao found an open area to pull over. They waited for the rain to let up. It was already cold, and now it felt even colder. Song Xilan stomped her nearly numb toes and blew warm breath into her hands, rubbing her palms together to generate some heat. Suddenly, her hands were enveloped by a pair of large, warm hands. Jiang Qingxiao didn't look at her but held her hands tightly in his palms. See, I can actually be quite capable. I'll work hard and try to earn your parents' approval as soon as possible. Song Xilan, however, was thinking. Do men naturally have higher body temperatures than women? Why are his hands so warm? If I were to lean into his embrace, would it feel even warmer? Such a downpour usually doesn't last long. Before long, the rain eased and the sky brightened. Jiang Qingxiao let go of her hands and restarted the car. But not far ahead, a large leafy tree had fallen across the road, completely blocking their path. Chapter 81, Highway Bandits. Chapter 81, Highway Bandits. Song Xilan let out a startled cry. There's a tree that had been toppled by the wind. Jiang Qingxiao eased off the accelerator, scanned the area, and came to a gradual stop. In front of them, another truck had also stopped. Song Xilan was anxious and racked her brains for a solution. I wonder how many people are in that truck ahead. Can we work together to haul the tree out of the way? She wanted to hop out and assess the situation. The driver had been driving tirelessly, and as a passenger she should step up and take charge. Jiang Chengxiao swiftly grabbed her arm. Stay put, let's hold off for now. He even made sure both doors were locked. Song Xilan didn't understand. What's wrong? When you're driving long-haul trucks out here, you must never pull over randomly. Besides fallen trees, there could also be bandits setting up roadblocks. Are you saying someone chopped down the tree on purpose to block the road, and is planning to hold us up? It's possible. Is trucking and hauling goods really this dangerous? She had always assumed that driving was just tiring, and if the skills were poor there was a chance of an accident, but she had never imagined such dangers. Maybe she had heard about it before, but because it didn't relate to her, she had never given it much thought. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. Can we hop out and move the tree and then make a quick getaway? Jiang Qingxiao shook his head. No, if it's really a trap, those people must have already ambushed nearby, waiting for the people in the car to come out, then they would rush out to beat and rob. Song Xilan was truly frightened, her face turned pale. Then what should we do? Jiang Chengxiao regretted that he had scared her by speaking too seriously. You don't need to be too scared. It's not certain that we've encountered highway bandits. Maybe it was really just the strong wind that blew the tree down. This made Song Xilan feel a bit more at ease. The truck in front was also very cautious and no one got out. At this time, a person came walking along the dirt road leading to a nearby village. Song Xilan nervously said, "Someone is coming." It was a young woman carrying a child, also holding a vegetable basket. Perhaps the combination of a woman and a child made people let down their guard. The driver of the truck in front rolled down the window and shouted to the woman, "Sister, can you help us?" The young woman looked at him warily. "What's the matter? Can you go to your village and call a few people over to help move this tree away so we can pass? I'll pay. I won't let you work for free." The woman asked, "How much will you give?" 5 yuan. The woman seemed to think it was too little and hesitated. The driver in front turned back and shouted to Jiang Qingxiao's car, "Brother, it's beneficial for all of us if the road is cleared. You can't expect me to pay alone, right?" Jiang Chengxiao then also rolled down half of the car window and replied, "Then I'll also give 5 yuan. The young woman was obviously satisfied. "Then wait, I'll go call people right away. You promised to pay, so you can't go back on your word." Song Xilan looked at Jiang Chengxiao. "Is this woman reliable?" "I don't know," Jiang Chengxiao said honestly. "We'll just have to wing it when the time comes." Soon, the young woman returned with 3 men. The driver up front seemed a bit annoyed. "You couldn't get more people?" The woman explained that the others were busy working. But the driver knew full well they were just greedy for his money and didn't want too many people splitting the cash. People are inherently selfish. Their selfishness oddly made them seem more trustworthy. Then get a move on and clear that tree. The 3 men refused to budge without payment. Otherwise, if they moved the tree and he drove off, who would they turn to for the money? After some back and forth, the driver up front, eager to leave, finally agreed to pay up front. He pulled out a 5 yuan bill and handed it over. The men took the money but weren't happy. Wasn't it supposed to be 10 yuan? The driver pointed to the back. The other 5 is coming from them. Jiang Chengxiao didn't wait for them to approach. He took out 5 yuan, crumpled it into a ball, and quickly tossed it over. He didn't want to get too close, real or not. Once paid, the men got to work on the tree. But after a lot of effort, they only scattered the branches. The tree didn't budge. "It's no good, we can't move it," one of the men said, ready to leave. The driver, who'd already paid, wasn't letting them off the hook. He started arguing with them right away. After some arguing, the man said he wouldn't return the money but knew a shortcut that looped back to the main road. He could guide them and the 10 yuan would be his fee. The driver in a rush turned and asked, "You coming with us, brother?" He probably felt safer with the other car following. Song Xilan shot a nervous glance at Jiang Chengxiao. "Do we go with them?" Jiang Chengxiao said, "Let's hold on a bit longer, brother. If more cars show up, we can all help move the tree." The man said, "Then you can keep waiting. Not many cars pass through here in a day. If it gets dark, carjackers might show up and you'll be stuck." Before Jiang Chengxiao could respond, the driver up front couldn't wait any longer. "Let's go, hurry up and lead the way." He started his car, turned and headed down the dirt road. One of the men waved at Jiang Chengxiao. "Come on down." Suddenly, Jiang Chengxiao's body went rigid. As the man raised his hand, his shirt lifted slightly, and a cold glint flashed by. There was a knife tucked into his waistband. What kind of person carries a knife hidden in their clothes? But Jiang Chengxiao remained calm on the surface. He waved his hand and said, "You guys move aside first. I'm not a great driver, and I don't want to hit you." Hearing this, the man quickly stepped back. Jiang Chengxiao started the truck, his expression serious. He only said, "Be careful, hold on tight." Then he slammed on the accelerator and charged straight toward the pile of branches. Song Xilan gripped the overhead handle tightly, too scared to let go. She buried her face in her arm, only hearing the sound of the truck crashing through the branches, a series of sharp jolts, and the immense force nearly causing her head to hit the roof. The truck even tilted to one side for a moment. Song Xilan's heart was pounding. Chapter 82: The Close Call. Chapter 82: The Close Call. Fortunately, the road beneath the wheels finally became smooth. "We're safe now," Yang Jingyu said. Song Xilan slowly opened her eyes, her voice trembling. "Why did you do that?" She thought they would follow the car ahead and take a detour. Who knew Jiang Changxiao would suddenly make such a move? Their truck was carrying a heavy load, and if it had overturned, what would they have done? Jiang Changxiao. "Sorry I scared you, but that man had a knife on him. He was clearly up to no good. If we had followed them, we might have been trapped." Song Xilan. "But what about the other car? There should be a town ahead. We'll report it to the police once we get there." They were in danger themselves at the time, and with a girl on board, he certainly couldn't follow them. Of course, staying where they were wasn't safe either. Who knew if those people, after robbing the car ahead, would turn back and rob them too? So Jiang Chengxiao chose to drive through the roadblock. "Then let's hurry." Although she knew it was probably too late, doing something would at least ease her mind. After reporting to the police, the two continued their journey and finally managed to deliver the goods before the receiving unit closed for the evening. The recipient was a bit annoyed as it delayed their closing time, but they still arranged for someone to unload the goods and sign for them. As for collecting payment, they would have to come back tomorrow. By the time everything was done, it was already dark. They finally found a state-run restaurant, but the staff were somewhat reluctant. "Next time, come earlier. We're almost out of food. Just cabbage and fried tofu left. Do you want it?" "Yes, please. Thank you," Song Xilan quickly replied. Although she had brought some snacks in her bag, after the encounter with the highway robbers, she was too nervous to think about eating. Later, when they went to deliver the goods, she felt too embarrassed to take them out. She was starving and didn't care what was available. She just wanted to eat. Jiang Changxiao, on the other hand, felt quite guilty. She had come along on this business trip, and now she couldn't even have a decent meal. After dinner, they went to stay at a hotel. Business trip expenses were reimbursable, but at their level, they could only stay at a basic guest house. Jiang Chengxiao wanted to book her a nicer place, even if it meant paying extra himself. But Song Xilan refused, thinking it would raise eyebrows when they submitted the reimbursement. So they chose a guest house near the unit where they needed to collect payment the next morning. The guest house lobby had a television, and many people were sitting there watching it. As they passed by, they caught the news, reporting that the local public security bureau had cracked a major case involving a highway robbery gang, recovering a significant amount of national property. In a brief clip, they saw the driver of the car they had encountered earlier. He looked a little worse for wear, but at least he was safe. Song Xilan also breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking back, if it weren't for Jiang Qingxiao's quick thinking and driving skills, they might have ended up like that driver. She still felt a little shaken. "Front desk, we'd like to check in," Jiang Qingxiao called out. The young attendant, who had been watching TV with the guests, turned around and glanced at them. "Your introduction letter and marriage certificate, please." "Oh no." Song Xilan was a bit embarrassed. "We're not a couple." The attendant became alert. "Unmarried couples can't share a room." Jiang Qingxiao explained, "We're not sharing a room. We'll take 2 separate rooms. We're colleagues here on a business trip." The attendant looked at the reference letter and quickly filled out their forms, but couldn't help muttering under her breath. What kind of workplace sends 2 young people on a trip together? Aren't they worried about trouble? Jiang Qingxiao just shook his head and smiled wryly. The attendant handed them 2 sets of keys. Rooms 201 and 202, turn left upstairs. The bathroom and shower are at the end of the corridor on the right. Hot water's available until 9 p.m., and checkout is by noon tomorrow. Jiang Qingxiao took the keys. "Got it, thanks a lot." The guest house rooms were all pretty much the same layout. They had booked 2 standard rooms, each with 2 single beds, 2 bedside tables, a side table, and 2 armchairs. On the side table there was a tea set and a thermos. Song Xilan quickly opened the window to let in some fresh air, then checked to see if the bedding was clean. The bedding looked clean and didn't smell, so she felt relieved. Jiang Changxiao grabbed the thermoses from both rooms to get hot water. Song Xilan took advantage of the hot water supply to brush her teeth and wash her face. She skipped the shower, it was too cold and the hygiene didn't seem great. After sipping some hot water and tidying up, they got ready for bed. Suddenly someone called out, "Open the door, it's me." Song Xilan opened the door to see Jiang Changxiao standing there with a lidded enamel cup in his hands. "I've got something good for you." Song Xilan had already caught the scent. "Is that instant noodles?" To be precise, it should be called instant noodles, but in their area, the common term was instant noodles. Earlier, when Jiang Qingxiao had gone to buy instant noodles from the attendant, there was some confusion. The attendant said they didn't have any, but he had clearly seen them on the counter, paper-packaged, delicious meat noodles. Inside the packaging, the noodle block was wrapped in plastic to keep it dry, along with a small packet of seasoning. Jiang Changxiao borrowed an enamel cup, washed it, and scalded it with hot water. He then placed the noodle block inside, sprinkled the seasoning, and poured hot water over it. The rich smell filled the room right away. He quickly covered it and carried it upstairs. I noticed you didn't eat much at dinner. Luckily, this guesthouse sells these, so I bought 2 packs. That's great. Song Xilan was delighted. It's been ages since I've had these. Instant noodles are so good. Perhaps because the production of instant noodles wasn't high at the time, they were only available at places like long-distance bus stations, trains, and guest houses. So, they were usually something you could only enjoy while traveling. Over time, instant noodles became associated with journeys. The last time I had these was when I went on a trip with my parents, Song Xilan said with a nostalgic and longing expression. Yang Jingyu, well, next time you think of them, it'll be from when you had them on a business trip with me. He checked his watch and lifted the lid. Alright, it's ready to eat. The curly noodles were soft and smelled amazing. Song Xilan took the chopsticks he handed her and suddenly remembered, did you eat yet? Chapter 83 The Suitor. Chapter 83 The Suitor. Yang Jingyu, I already ate. There was no reason to lie about something like that. Although Song Xilan found it strange how quickly he had eaten, she didn't doubt him and happily grabbed her chopsticks and dug in. The noodles were incredibly fragrant, perfectly steeped, soft yet with a slight chewiness. So delicious. Song Xilan's eyes squinted with pleasure as she ate, her cheeks puffing out adorably. Seeing her enjoy the meal, Yang Jingyu felt more satisfied than if he'd eaten it himself. Of course, his claim of having eaten was a lie. There were only 2 packs of instant noodles left at the reception desk, and he didn't have the heart to eat them himself, so he cooked both and brought them to her. 2 packs of noodles were a little too much, especially since they had just had dinner. Song Xilan, whose eyes were bigger than her stomach, could only manage to eat a small portion before feeling full. But instant noodles are best eaten right after they're cooked. If left overnight, they become soggy and clump together, which would be such a waste. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Song Xilan pushed herself to take a few more bites, but she was truly full. Unable to hold back, she let out a little burp. Yang Jingyu noticed. If you can't finish, give it to me. He casually took the chopsticks from her, pulled the enamel mug towards himself, and started wolfing it down. Song Xilan, that. She'd been using those chopsticks, and the noodles were what she had been eating. Although in her family this was pretty normal. Whatever she and her mother couldn't finish, her dad would take care of it. But this was different. They were family, so her father wouldn't mind, but he, having developed habits from the army, Yang Jingyu ate like a storm. Before Song Xilan could finish her internal debate, he had already finished the remaining noodles, even drinking every drop of the broth. Seeing her conflicted expression, he offhandedly said, wasting food is shameful. Alright. No wasting food, don't overthink it. He was just trying to avoid waste. Yang Jingyu stood up. Get some rest. He took the bowl and chopsticks and left, heading downstairs to wash and return them. Song Xilan brushed her teeth again and then lay down on the bed. Full and drowsy, she surprisingly had no trouble getting used to the new bed and quickly fell asleep. Breakfast was at the state-owned diner where they served soup, noodles, and buns. Since they had business to attend to and a full day of driving ahead, Song Xilan worried that drinking too much broth would mean frequent bathroom stops, so she decided to have buns. She also calculated the time. The drive would take most of the day, and they would have to hit the road as soon as they received the money, likely leaving no time for lunch. So she bought a few extra buns to keep in her bag for the journey. Yang Jingyu listened to her muttering and strategizing, finding it quite endearing. You're so thoughtful. I'll go with your plan. But plans change. They thought they would quickly get the money and set off early. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at Ningqiao department store, they were shocked by the long line of people waiting to settle payments at the finance department. The crowd was so large that the finance department couldn't accommodate everyone, so they had to use a conference room, which was packed with people. The 2 of them couldn't even find a place to sit. Song Xilan asked in surprise, are you all here to settle payments? Exactly. The person replied with a bitter smile, pointing out representatives from shoe and hat factories, towel factories, various daily necessities, food products, and light industrial goods, all suppliers to the department store. It wasn't that Ningqiao department store was deliberately delaying payments, it was just that with the new year approaching, everyone was rushing to settle accounts, and the department store was genuinely overwhelmed. There was nothing to do but wait patiently. After waiting for a while and feeling a bit bored, someone nearby suddenly pulled out a deck of cards and asked Yang Jingyu, want to play around? Several people chimed in, and Song Xilan's eyes lit up with excitement. Yang Jingyu encouraged her. You want to play? Song Xilan felt a bit embarrassed. She quite liked playing cards, but she wasn't very good at it and often lost when playing at home. I'd rather not, I'm not that good. Don't worry, I'll show you the ropes. So they huddled in a corner and started playing. At first, Yang Jingyu coached Song Xilan. He was so good that Song Xilan barely had time to think before they won. They played another round and won again, with Song Xilan not having to think at all. It felt like she was just following his orders, playing whatever card he said. Winning was fun, but the excitement didn't last. Song Xilan found it rather dull. Why don't you just play by yourself? Yang Jingyu understood. Fine, go ahead, I'll keep quiet. That's when Song Xilan started having fun. Even though she lost 9 out of 10 games, the loser had to put a piece of paper on their face. The other guys thought it'd be awkward to put paper on a young girl's face, so they chose to stick it on Yang Jingyu's face instead. They were partners after all. Before long, Yang Jingyu's face was plastered with white paper, making it hard to even see his features. The room fell silent as someone greeted a young man who had just entered. Mr. Su. Su Pengzhe nodded. Sorry, the finance team's been swamped the last couple of days. Thanks for bearing with us. Everyone had been ready to complain and ask when things would get sorted, but now they felt too embarrassed to speak. After all, it wasn't intentional and the finance department had been working hard. Matters involving accounts had to be handled with care, so the slow pace was unavoidable. After the exchange, everyone went back to chatting. Su Pengzhe walked over to Song Xilan. Miss Song, it's you. I just got a call from your factory saying you were here. Why didn't you let me know? It's too packed here. How about we head to my office? Song Xilan replied. No need, it's lively here, and it's nice waiting together with everyone. Honestly, if he hadn't suddenly appeared, she wouldn't have remembered that he was here. It must have been a few months ago when Su Pengzhe visited Limin Food Factory and by chance saw Song Xilan. He took a liking to her at first sight and found an opportunity to talk to her for a while. Unfortunately, the girl was rather clueless and didn't understand his intentions at the time. Later, Su Pengzhe wrote her a letter after returning. This time, Song Xilan understood and was frightened, quickly asking her parents what to do. Tan Aiji personally guided her in writing a polite rejection letter, citing the distance between them as the reason it wouldn't work. Su Pengzhe, who had become the supply and marketing director of the department store at a young age and came from a well-off family, naturally had some pride. Having been rejected, he never wrote again, acting as if nothing had happened. Chapter 84. A Girl's Shyness. Chapter 84. A Girl's Shyness. As time passed, Song Xilan had almost forgotten about the matter. Even during this business trip, it didn't cross her mind. It was the business representative from Limin Food Factory, handling Ningqiao's business, who suddenly remembered that Song Xilan was coming today to settle the accounts. He specifically called Su Pengzhe, mentioning it and asking the finance department to prioritize it, hoping they could get it done sooner. It was said that last night, Director Song lost his temper at home and smashed a plate. Although he didn't directly criticize the supply and marketing director for sending his daughter on this business trip, everyone understood that he was furious about it. The supply and marketing director felt even more aggrieved. True, he had asked the finance guy to go to the sales department to find someone, but he didn't expect the guy to single out Song Xilan. To make matters worse, when Director Song returned to the factory, he didn't mention the matter at all. The supply and marketing director had no chance to explain and could only silently bear the blame. The business representative from the supply and marketing department, fearing the director would take his anger out on him, quickly called to ensure Song Xilan could wrap things up and return as soon as possible. Thus, Su Pengzhe received the call. After receiving the call, his feelings, which had faded, began to stir again. He felt that Song Xilan's rejection back then wasn't too firm, it was just the distance. But he had good conditions. Decent looks, family support, and a promising future. Maybe she regretted it and came looking for him this time. Otherwise, as the daughter of a factory director, why would she be assigned such a business trip? As for why she hadn't come to find him after arriving, Su Pengzhe had already made an excuse for her. She's just shy after all. When Su Pengzhe invited her, Song Xilan refused without hesitation. She didn't like him and naturally didn't want to get too involved with him. Su Pengzhe thought she was just being polite. It's fine. You've come all this way, so I should play the host. After you're done, let me take you out for a meal. Song Xilan was still thinking about how to refuse when Yang Jingyu stood up beside her. Lan, who is this? As he spoke, he wiped his face, removing all the sticky notes. Su Pengzhe hadn't paid much attention to the man covered in sticky notes, but hearing him call her so intimately made him feel uncomfortable. When Yang Jingyu stood up, Su Pengzhe noticed he stood half a head taller than him, with a striking and commanding presence. Su Pengzhe had always been proud of his appearance, but in front of this man, he felt diminished. This made him even more displeased. Frowning, he asked, "And who are you?" Song Xilan quickly explained. "This is Director Su, head of the supply and marketing department at Ningqiao department store. Director Su, this is my colleague Xiao Jiang." "Colleague? Oh, so you're the delivery driver, right?" Just a driver. Su Pengzhe's superiority complex kicked in. Jiang Qinshiao, however, had already casually shaken Su Pengzhe's hand. "So you're Director Su. Nice to meet you." Lan, why didn't you mention you knew Director Su earlier?" As he spoke, he slung an arm over Su Pengzhe's shoulder and started leading him out. "Director Su, is your office this way or that way?" Baffled, Song Xilan could only follow. Once outside the meeting room, Jiang Qingxiao let go. "Director Su, since you're Lan's friend, I'll get straight to the point. Could you help us talk to the finance department and get our payment settled first? I don't mind waiting, but Lan isn't feeling well." She made the trip just to accompany me, and I can't bear to make her wait like this. His message was unmistakable, and Su Pengzhe couldn't ignore it. It made him even more uncomfortable. He wasn't entirely set on Song Xilan, but the fact that she would choose a driver over him made him extremely unhappy. But the finance department staff were quick-witted. With so many people waiting, it didn't matter who they helped first. Since these two were Director Su's friends and he had personally brought them out, it made sense to prioritize them. So they actively invited them in. Su Pengzhe couldn't stop them and could only watch as they leveraged his influence to wrap things up. Soon the money was in hand. Song Xilan placed it in a small leather bag she had specially brought, stuffing it until it was bulging. She held it carefully. Once outside, Zhang Qingxiao didn't want to waste any more time with Su Pengzhe. Section Chief Su, thank you for today. We won't bother you for lunch. We need to hurry back. With that, he took Song Xilan's arm and left. Su Pengzhe felt snubbed and was quite upset. The accounting staff came to him for credit. Section Chief Su, next time your friends come, give us a heads up so they can skip the line. Su Pengzhe snapped back, thank you. Actually, Zhang Qingxiao wasn't particularly happy either. Although he spoke confidently, these were words he only dared to say in front of strangers. He wouldn't dare talk like that in front of Director Song. He knew how wonderful the girl he was into was, and so did others. Without his knowledge, there were probably many who admired her and wanted to pursue her. He wouldn't feel at ease until he won over her parents. Song Xilan wasn't thinking about all that. From the moment she got the money, she was laser-focused on the bag of cash in her arms. Now anyone who looked at her seemed like a thief. The factory's payment for several months, over 20 grand. She had never seen so much money in her life. If she lost it, she'd be devastated. Although with Su's help, they had completed their work early, it was almost noon. Jiang Qingxiao suggested, how about we have lunch before heading back? It might be late by the time we return. Song Xilan shook her head, didn't we buy some buns? Let's make do with them for now. Let's hurry back. She couldn't relax with so much money while eating out. Alright, but we need to refuel first. Jiang Qingxiao drove to the gas station, filled up the tank, parked the car aside, and checked everything carefully before setting off. Better safe than sorry. If the car had any problems and broke down halfway, that would be real trouble. Song Xilan sat in the passenger seat, tightly holding the bag of money. Please, let this trip go off without a hitch, and may we not encounter any highway robbers. Chapter 85. Marketing Plan. Chapter 85. Marketing Plan. It seemed like Song Xilan's prayers had worked, as the journey was quite smooth. However, they had left too late, and by the time they rushed back to Nanyang City, it was already very late. Since Song Xilan was clearly too nervous, Zhang Qingxiao didn't propose stopping for a meal on the way. So by the time they got back to the factory, both were starving. Song Xilan said, the canteen won't have any food left at this hour. Why don't you come to my house for dinner? Her mother knew she'd be back tonight and would have saved some food for her. Zhang Qingxiao didn't dare accept. No need you go back. I'll just grab something to eat outside. But it's so late, where would you find anything to eat outside? Song Xilan was torn. She didn't want Zhang Qingxiao to stay hungry, but she also knew that if he went to her house, he would surely get an earful from her father. After a moment's thought, she asked, can you cook anything in your dorm? We have a small electric stove, he replied, having seen his roommate cook noodles in an enamel mug on it. Then come by my window in a bit, and I'll give you some food to take back and cook. Jiang Qingxiao naturally wouldn't refuse her kindness. After all, feelings grow through mutual care and concern. When Song Xilan got home, her father had a stern expression, while her mother looked worried. Mom, Dad, I'm back. As soon as she walked in, Song Xilan quickly handed the bag to Song Bailey. Dad, quick, put it in the cabinet and lock it. It's the payment I collected for the factory. Your daughter is pretty amazing, huh? You have no idea how nervous I was handling this money. From the moment I got it, I didn't let go of it for a second. I didn't even drink water so I wouldn't have to use the bathroom, let alone eat. Mom, I'm starving. Do we have any food at home? She rambled on so much that Song Bailey, who had wanted to scold her several times, couldn't get a word in. He took the bag of money and hurriedly put it in his room to be handed over to the finance department by Tan Aiji the next day. As for Tan Aiji, she immediately went to prepare food for her daughter. While her parents were busy, Song Xilan quickly sneaked out a pack of noodles and after a moment's thought, grabbed 2 eggs as well, then ran back to her room. Jiang Qingxiao was already waiting outside her window. Song Xilan handed him the noodles and eggs. Go back and cook them quickly. Eat and get some sleep early. Jiang Qingxiao held the eggs and noodles in his hands, grinning foolishly as if she had given him some rare treasure. Thank you. Alright, hurry up and go. Song Xilan slammed the window shut and changed her clothes. Tan Aiji had already brought out the warmed-up food. Knowing her daughter would be back tonight, she had specially prepared her favorite lotus root and pigeon soup. The vegetables were washed and freshly stir-fried to avoid them getting soggy. After drinking the warm soup, Song Xilan felt like she had come back to life. It's so comfortable at home. Delivering goods is really not easy. Mom, Dad, have you seen the news? On the way. Song Xilan vividly recounted how they were almost tricked by highway robbers into taking a side road for a robbery, especially emphasizing Yang Jingyu's quick thinking and bravery at the time. Dad, don't be angry. It was purely a coincidence that I went with him to deliver the goods. I didn't know the driver was him, and he didn't know it was me accompanying him. I guess this is what people call fate. Song Bailey snorted heavily. I bet he wouldn't dare do anything. With the production task completed, the next most important task was how to deal with that batch of defective products. This was a matter that concerned the year-end bonuses of all the factory employees. If this batch couldn't be disposed of, the final result might be distributing it to everyone as this year's bonus. Biscuits without sugar were not even suitable as gifts, let alone something anyone would want to eat themselves. No one wanted the factory to use these as bonuses. Someone came up with a bad idea, to sell this batch of biscuits at rural markets in other regions. Since it was a one-time business, they wouldn't have to worry about people coming back. Even if someone did come looking for them, they could just deny it and claim the buyer had gotten counterfeit goods. This idea made Song Bailey slam the table in anger. He recalled what Zhang Changxiao had told him before and understood that no matter how they sold this batch of goods, it would damage the reputation of Limin Food Factory. But he couldn't bring himself to destroy the entire batch. After thinking it over, he decided to call Zhang Changxiao again to hear his idea of turning this crisis into a marketing opportunity. Before he could say anything, Jiang Changxiao took the initiative to come to him, bringing along a promotional plan. He had spent 2 long nights writing this, outlining how to use the media to highlight the factory's decisive actions in recalling problematic products for quality control, and how they overcame various difficulties to complete production tasks. He had even written the promotional article himself. After reading it, Song Bailey felt that the young man's writing was on par with the skilled writers in his office. The article explained that the batch of problematic products only had a reduced sugar content, with no issues in other aspects of quality. It also included a medical interview, where a medical expert specifically discussed the nutritional benefits of low-sugar biscuits for the elderly, children, and pregnant women. This medical expert was, of course, someone Song Xilan helped to invite, her aunt who worked in the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department. Finally, it was announced that a batch of low-sugar biscuits would soon be sold at cost price at Limin Food Factory's retail store, encouraging customers to buy soon. To differentiate these products from the already available New Year goods, Zhang Changxiao suggested printing colorful labels with the words low sugar and attaching them to the original packaging. Overall, Song Bailey was pretty satisfied with Zhang Changxiao's report, but he couldn't make the decision alone. He called a meeting with department leaders to vote on the matter. After a heated discussion, Zhang Changxiao's promotional plan narrowly won with a vote of 7-6. Since the plan was proposed by Zhang Changxiao, Song Bailey assigned him to work with the office to complete this task. The young man was quite capable, and the task progressed smoothly. After the news was published, it indeed caused a significant positive response. The low-sugar biscuit sold at cost price even sparked a sales surge at the retail store. Even Song Xilan was busy for several days. Everyone believed that after this matter was beautifully resolved, Jiang Qingxiao would no longer need to return to being a loader or driver but would naturally stay in the office. Chapter 86. Big Ambitions. Chapter 86. Big Ambitions. Song Bailey had also come to realize that Zhang Changxiao was indeed a talent, and it didn't seem right to keep him as a loader. So he summoned him to ask for his input, inquiring which department he wanted to join. He was upfront with him, making it clear that both the fleet captain and the office director had come asking for him, and if he wanted, he could join anytime. Director Song made it clear that he wasn't someone who would undermine others and that he genuinely appreciated talent. In fact, Jiang Qingxiao had also asked Song Xilan where she hoped he would go. Song Xilan felt that driving was too risky and exhausting. As for other roles, she had no objections and thought he could go to any department he wanted. Given this, Zhang Changxiao confidently shared his idea. Director, could I work in different departments on rotation? Song Bailey, having been the director for so long, was hearing this kind of request for the first time. Why? Zhang Changxiao responded earnestly. Through my recent work, I've grown to love this industry. But to truly understand an industry, one must start at the ground level, fully understand the roles of each position so that no matter which position I'm in, I can do my best. Song Bailey scoffed. You've got some big ambitions. Normal work doesn't require understanding every position in the factory. Doing your job well is all that's needed. Unless his goal is to manage the entire factory, perhaps he's aiming to take over the director's position. Jiang Qingxiao grinned. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Being ambitious, driven, and goal-oriented is what a young person should be like. All right, I'll give you a chance. I heard you can repair cars, so you must have some understanding of machinery. Begin in the maintenance workshop. Jiang Qingxiao's face lit up with joy. Yes, director, thank you, director. Song Bailey could see he was genuinely pleased and felt a bit of admiration for the young man. He truly wasn't afraid of getting dirty or tired. The maintenance workshop was responsible for inspecting and maintaining machines, often ending up covered in grease and dirt, which most people weren't too keen on. The low-sugar biscuits had been selling steadily at the store these days, but there was still too much stock, and it was clear they wouldn't sell out before the new year. Everyone thought that the factory would surely distribute some to the employees at the end of the year to reduce the inventory. However, due to that news report, the factory's reputation for quality had gotten a big boost, boosting the sales of other products, especially the calcium milk biscuits specially produced for the new year, which flew off the shelves as soon as they were stocked. So everyone felt that even if the factory distributed low-sugar biscuits this year, there would surely be some other benefits as well. Song Xilan was at the store discussing with her colleagues how to make these biscuits taste better if they were indeed distributed for the new year. Someone tried soaking them in milk and adding some sugar, which tasted quite good. Others simply sprinkled sugar directly on the biscuits. Song Xilan had brought a jar of jam from home, spread it on a biscuit with a spoon, and took a bite. She felt the jam was too thick and the flavor too strong, so she picked up another biscuit to scrape off some jam. Accidentally, she didn't hold it steady, and it fell onto the previous biscuit, perfectly sandwiching the two together. This way of eating seemed quite good, and there was no worry about getting jam on her hands. She took another bite, and the flavor was just right. The biscuit's milkiness perfectly balanced the jam's sweetness. This is really good, come try it. How did you do that? Let me make some for you. Song Xilan prepared a few slices and handed them over. It's really tasty. Honestly, if we sold our biscuits like this, they might actually sell. Isn't this just a sandwich cookie? No way, they can't seriously not know about sandwich cookies, right? Jam filling is great, cream filling is good too, but I'm more into chocolate filling. Song Xilan's eyes lit up. Had she accidentally stumbled on a new snack idea that could be a future product? I'll head to the tech department and see if we can turn this batch of cookies into sandwich cookies. Sandwich cookies? That's a catchy name, go for it. Song Xilan eagerly grabbed the cookies and jam and headed to the tech department. Look, adding jam filling to these cookies fixes the sweetness problem, and the flavor is fresh and unique. I think it'll be a hit with customers. Besides jam, we could also try cream or chocolate fillings to mix up the flavors. The tech department's job is to handle production processes, operating procedures, and research new products in tech. Production processes and procedures usually stay the same unless we're launching a new product, which keeps the tech department swamped. But with everyone focused on the new year, who's got the time to work on new products? Plus, after what happened with Technician Sin, everyone's playing it safe, less work, fewer mistakes. Song, your effort to help the factory is great, and your idea is creative, but we don't see much value in this product. First off, jam, cream, chocolate, we don't make those here, and they're pricey. If we need to make this type of cookie, we'd have to buy expensive raw materials, making the product way more costly than our current ones. Is it really worth it for a batch of defective goods? Secondly, to make the sandwich cookies you mentioned, our machines can't handle it, and doing it by hand isn't an option either. We'd need a whole new production line. This isn't something we can just talk about. It requires meetings, reports, funding applications, and approval from higher-ups. The whole process could take over a year. By then, this batch of cookies will have gone stale. Song, we know you're trying to help, but this isn't something a young girl like you should be worrying about. Just focus on selling your goods, okay? Song Xilan was extremely disappointed. Had she meddled in something she shouldn't have? Was her idea really that naive and useless? Oh, okay, sorry to bother you. I'll leave now. Chapter 87, The Drunkard's Ruckus. Chapter 87, The Drunkard's Ruckus. Don't be sad, my dear, it's not your fault. Your idea is great. The future biscuit market will be dominated by sandwich biscuits. It's their loss if they don't want to develop it. Seriously, these people have no vision at all. Such a fantastic idea, and they didn't even consider it, just rejected it outright. This is the downside of the iron rice bowl system and state-owned enterprises. Whether you work hard or not, it makes no difference. If you work harder, you might even make mistakes and face punishment. If it were me, I wouldn't want to work either. Just sit back, drink tea, read newspapers, and the day flies by. Steady and secure with a paycheck, how nice. Seeing such a situation makes me furious. They need to speed up the reform and opening up. Such lazy companies deserve to go bankrupt. Bankrupt? How could that be? Since starting at this factory, Song Xilan has always seen it as a lifelong secure job. She never once considered the possibility of the factory shutting down. This is a government-owned factory. As long as the country stands, what problems could the factory face? But she's heard them mention reform and opening up many times. What exactly is this reform and opening up? Song Xilan feels a bit scared. A fear of what the future holds. She really wants to talk it over with her parents, but whenever it comes to certain topics, she finds herself unable to speak, as if her throat is constricted and no words come out. She also attempted to write it down, but she couldn't. Her hand seemed frozen, unable to move, which was particularly terrifying. After trying once, she never dared to try again. From their tone, it seems that this reform and opening up is ultimately beneficial. Her family are all decent people and haven't done anything wrong. Even if there is reform, it shouldn't impact them, right? Song Xilan decides to set aside this inevitable event that she can't control. But sandwich biscuits are such a fantastic idea. Even if it's not to address the issue of this batch of defective products, it could still be a new product for the factory. Song Xilan's determination kicks in. If they won't do it, then she'll do it herself. It's just baking biscuits, and it's not like she doesn't know how. She grew up around a biscuit factory. Even if she hasn't made them herself, she's seen enough to get the gist. As soon as she gets home from work that day, she rummages through the kitchen, finding ingredients like flour, oil, and sugar, and starts experimenting. But after trying, she realizes there's still a gap between thinking she can do it and actually being able to do it. She thinks the ingredients and steps are correct, but the biscuits she bakes at home are not crispy at all. They're burnt and hard, not tasty at all. Ten'iji asks her what she's trying to do, but she's too stubborn to say. She wants to quietly work hard, make the best sandwich biscuits, and then surprise everyone. She doesn't want to ask her parents, and she's even less willing to ask the technical department. So who should she ask? She should go find Yang Xiaoling. She has worked in the workshop and should know more than her. Besides, she hasn't seen her for several days and doesn't know how she's doing. Song Xilan decides to take half a day off the next afternoon to visit Yang Xiaoling. Song Xilan takes the address Yang Xiaoling gave her and searches through the winding alleys for a long time. This should be it, right? But she finds a crowd gathered in front of a house, noisy as if something has happened. "Auntie, what are you all looking at?" Song Xilan walks over and asks a middle-aged woman who is watching the commotion. The woman stretches her neck to look inside and casually replies, "There's a drunkard causing trouble. It's so wicked. He smashed the house of an 80-year-old lady." Hearing the word drunkard, Song Xilan's heart tightens. "Excuse me, let me through." She quickly pushes her way in. Sure enough, she sees the drunken Zhang Weiguo being held by two people on the side, while a middle-aged man points at Zhang Xiaoling's nose and yells, "We took pity on you and let you stay to take care of my grandmother. But look at the kind of people you've brought in. Smashing things is one thing, but my grandmother is so old. If something happens to her, can you take responsibility?" Zhang Xiaoling kept bowing and apologizing. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I'll pay for the damages." At that moment, a woman threw Zhang Xiaoling's clothes and belongings out of the house, scattering them all over the ground. "Get out of here. We don't want your kind in our house." At this, Song Xilan understood exactly what was going on. Zhang Weiguo must have drunk away all his money again, and somehow found out that Zhang Xiaoling was living here taking care of the old lady, so he came looking for her. Whether he couldn't get money or something else, it ended up like this. She rushed over and hugged Zhang Xiaoling, saying, "Xiaoling, don't worry, I'm here now." Then she said to the man who was pointing his finger at Zhang Xiaoling's nose, "Uncle, I'm sorry for the trouble, but we're victims too. You should be mad at the one who caused all this. Or you can call the police and let them take him away." Zhang Weiguo shouted loudly, "She's my daughter. A father has every right to ask his daughter for money. You little brat, you cost me my job. You'll never get away from me. Wherever you run to, I'll smash everything around you. See if you're scared." The man was trembling with anger. "Did you hear that? She's the one who caused all this trouble, turning our house into this mess, and I can't even scold her." Zhang Xiaoling said, Lan, stop. It's all my fault. I've caused enough trouble. I will leave, and I will compensate for the damaged items." The woman inside the house spoke up, "Forget the rest, but you owe us 100 yuan for the broken radio." Zhang Xiaoling replied, "Okay, I will compensate, but I don't have that much money right now. Can you give me a few days?" The woman's voice was sharp. "A few days? If you disappear, how are we supposed to get the money? We're only asking for 100 yuan because you've been taking care of my grandmother with some effort. You've caused us so much trouble, and we haven't even settled accounts with you yet." Song Xilan glanced inside the house, which was a complete mess. Cups, plates, and thermos bottles were all smashed, and a half-new radio was completely destroyed and unusable. 100 yuan wasn't unreasonable, so she said, "I've got the money. I'll go get it now, but the person who caused the damage can't just be let off like this. You should take him to the police station." The onlookers were somewhat surprised. Isn't that her dad? Who sends their own father to the police?